Quickly, before we begin, most of you will be aware that I was banned from YouTube and that this video is a re-upload. I just wanted to say thank you very much for watching, and that the journey shall now continue on Rumble. Now more than ever, I shall be much more reliant on your kind donations and subscriptions so that I can keep making these videos. So, if you enjoy this video, or if you've learned from my videos in the past and had ever considered donating or subscribing, then please do check the link in the description and sign up if you just want to support me or join our private Discord and Telegram. Thank you.
Benito Mussolini has gone down in history as a bumbling idiot. If we are to take this at face value, then we are left with some serious question marks. How was he able to come to power so quickly, and why on earth did the Italian people let him remain there with nearly no resistance to his reign until he began to lose battles in the Second World War, and even then, there was barely any resistance until the final months? Why did Pope Pius XI call him a man sent by Providence to save Italy? To find the truth of the matter, let's look at the life of Benito Mussolini from beginning to end. Before we begin, however, a few things. Firstly, this video is purely a work of history and not even remotely political, so please do not take it that way, or overthink its contents. Thank you. Secondly, a huge thank you to my Patreon, Subscribestar, and YouTube members who make these videos possible. Without their kind support, there is no way I would be able to make these videos for a living like I do now, and I simply cannot thank them enough. This video especially is going to be by far my longest, and as I type this, I'm staring at a daunting stack of 26 books on Mussolini's Italy, with more on the way. To make a living from YouTube revenue alone whilst making videos this long that require so many hours of reading and writing would be an impossibility. There is simply too much time that I have to put into the videos. This is where Patreon, Subscribestar, YouTube members, and the one-time donations on buymeacoffee.com completely and utterly save the day, and it truly does mean the world. So if you don't want to support the channel, then please do consider clicking one of the links in the description. Even the $2 tier helps more than you can possibly imagine. Thank you. Lastly, a huge thank you to Antelope Hill, who provided me with one of their books for this video. That being Voce del Popolo, a collection of Mussolini's speeches collected from his socialist days all the way until after the March on Rome. They've helped me out with a ton of videos by now, and many of you have already checked out their site from the videos. But if you're new, and you haven't already given them a look, then I really suggest you do, as they have a gigantic variety on there by now. I do also have a code for their site, which will give you 5% off any purchase you make, which is ZoomerHistorian5, all lowercase. Thank you. Benito Mussolini was born in the town of Prodapio on the 29th of July, 1883, to a devoutly Catholic mother who worked as the local primary school teacher and a devoutly socialist father who was the local blacksmith. A curious match. The family was poor, but not in poverty. For the first 3 years of Benito's life, he could not speak, and his parents were worried sick. On one occasion, a doctor was called from Forlì to inspect the boy. His assessment was, quote, "There is nothing to worry about. He is late in speaking, but he will speak. In fact, to judge from his lively eyes, I have an idea that if anything, he will speak too much," end quote. Soon enough, Benito was chatting away, and he became a menace of a boy. His father would attempt to discipline him with a leather strap, but the young boy was stubborn, and this only made him rebel even more. He terrorized his family with his hobbies too. He loved to play the trumpet, and later the violin, much to the annoyance of his family, as he, quote, "had more passion than technique, and wielded the bow like a sword," end quote. Perhaps Benito was always meant to be a little terror, as, after all, he was named after the Mexican anti-Catholic rebel named Benito Juarez, his internationalist socialist father's doing, of course. Benito's middle names, too, were from famous rebels. Firstly, there was Amilcare. Amilcare Cipriani had fought alongside Garibaldi in the attempted seizure of Rome from the Pope. Ironically, of course, Benito Mussolini himself would be the one to later solve the Roman issue with the Pope when he came to power. Lastly, there was Andrea. The name came from a friend of Benito's father, who proposed armed revolution to remove borders and usher in a new internationalist world. It wasn't all rebellion and noisy trumpet playing for Benito, of course. Nicholas Farrell writes in his biography of the man, quote, "The future dictator's childhood interests, however, lay not in that classroom but in the countryside. He stole birds' eggs and fruit, kept birds he had caught as pets, especially little owls with whom he was particularly fascinated. His best friends as a child were owls," wrote Margherita Sarfatti, an early biographer, and for many years his mistress. Each year he quivered with impatience to go with a long rod under the arches of the bridges where they had their nests, to trap the young ones with lime, end quote. He continues on a little later on the topic, quote, "He swam in the Rabbi River, pinched girls and brawled with boys. He was tough and a bully. He was also quick-witted. He shared a bed with his shy, fat brother Arnaldo. 15 months younger than him, and was fiercely protective of him. He admitted later that he was violent and a thief as a child. "I was a restless urchin, free with my fists," wrote Mussolini in his first biography, La Mia Vita. "I was the head of a small band of urchins who roamed the riverbeds and the fields. I was a bold rural thief," he added, end quote. As noted, his mother was an extremely devout Catholic. Each week, she would drag Mussolini to church, only for him to dash out and sit in the branches of an oak tree outside to wait for her to finish. He absolutely hated church, much to his mother's dismay. Mussolini would later recall, quote, "The red light of the lit candles, the penetrating smell of the incense, the endless singing of the faithful, and the sound of the organ disturbed me profoundly. Once I fell to the floor unconscious," end quote. His mother, Rosa, truly did her absolute best to raise him in the faith, but with such a godless husband who did his best to undo her work, this was impossible. Mussolini was highly influenced by his father, and like him, he grew up not very religious, and soon enough, into a socialist internationalist too. This, however, was Italy, and to avoid Catholicism in everyday life would be an absolutely impossible task. At the age of 9, Benito was shipped off to a boarding school, which was run by monks of the Salesian order 20 miles away. Alessandro Mussolini, Benito's father, only gave his consent because he felt the monks could do what he could not: discipline the boy. The school was expensive, costing nearly half of Rosa Mussolini's modest schoolteacher salary per month. However, it would be worth it if it got their wild little boy in line. Mussolini recalls of leaving home, quote, "I don't remember feeling much pain at leaving my brother and sister. Edvige was free. Arnaldo, 7. I was distressed, instead, profoundly, at leaving his siskin that I kept in a cage under my window," end quote. Once Benito got to school, however, he hated it. Life consisted of daily masses, hours of enforced silence, even during meals and repugnant food. The boys had to wake up at 6 a.m. in winter and 5 a.m. in summer. The boys could only leave the school grounds once a week, on Sunday for 2 hours. Eventually, the summer holidays came around. He rushed home, eager to see his cherished little bird, only to discover that his family had forgotten to feed it, and so it had died. Upon his return at the age of 10, Benito took communion for the first time. The monks told the boys that unless they confessed all of their sins beforehand, then they would be struck down by an illness like a boy in Turin recently had been. Quote, "This episode terrified us. I thought it was true," end quote. The boys confessed like crazy, and after taking communion, none of the boys died, thankfully. Benito recalls that this event caused, quote, "no visible changes within myself," end quote. As for the boy's religious beliefs at the time, Farrell writes, quote, "Despite his dislike of church, monks, and priests, however, it is clear that he believed in God, even if as some kind of devil," end quote. Clearly, the original goal of Mussolini's parents had failed, as soon enough, Benito was in a whole world of trouble. He stabbed a student in the hand during a fight. There was such an outrage that a teacher told him he had a soul as black as soot, and as a punishment he was made to sleep in the college courtyard with the guard dogs. Luckily for Benito, however, a more charitable teacher saved him from this potentially dangerous punishment. The rector wanted to expel the boy on the spot, but Benito's parents came and begged. As a concession, the boy was allowed to stay until the end of the school year, which was only a month away. In the school report, discussing his expulsion, it was written, quote, "He opposes every order and discipline of the college. Nothing fulfills him. In a group of people, he feels sad and lonely. He wants to be alone," end quote. In 1894, at age 11, Mussolini was sent to another school, 10 miles from Predappio. The old school still haunted Benito's parents, however, as they were sued 250 lira for unpaid school fees, and they were forced to take out a mortgage just to pay off the debt, which took 10 to 12 years to pay off. The family was in utterly dire straits due to the gamble of paying for the Salesian school, and now they were paying the price. The next few years were rough ones for the Mussolini family. Benito himself, however, was much happier. At the new school, Mass was voluntary. In reference to this, he said, quote, "I had passed from hell to heaven," end quote. Needless to say, he didn't go. Being in what he called heaven, however, did not stop him from being a menace. One day, a boy came over and scribbled all over his work, and slapped him, and so Benito rushed to his tried and true tactic of simply stabbing the boy, this time in one of his buttocks. He was, strangely, not expelled. However, he was forced to stay on only as a day student, and would have to rent a room in a nearby house belonging to a vet. Life carried on, and Mussolini remained as rebellious as ever. No amount of discipline ever did any good. Time passed by, and soon enough it was the year 1900. A new century, the same year that King Umberto was assassinated by an anarchist. That year held special significance personally for Mussolini too, however, as at the age of 17 he lost his virginity. There was no teen romance story to be had here. The woman was a prostitute at a brothel, and he felt absolutely no shame about the fact, either then or later. He recalled, quote, When I went in, I felt the blood surge to my face. I did not know what to say or do. One of the prostitutes took me on her knees and began to excite me with kisses and caresses. She was an elderly woman who spilled out lard from all parts of her body. I gave her the sacrifice of my sexual virginity. It only cost me 50 centesimi. I left that house, head down and tottering like a drunk. I felt as if I had committed a crime, end quote. This experience completely spoiled whatever innocence was in the head of the young man, and he turned to a life of degeneracy. He reminisced, quote, "Naked women entered my life, my dreams, my desires. I undressed, with my eyes, the girls that I met. I lusted after them violently with my thoughts. I frequented, at carnival time, public dances, and I danced. The music, the rhythm of the movements, the contact with the girls and their perfumed hair and glistening skin with its pungent smell of sweat, awoke in me the appetites of the flesh, and I found relief on Sundays in the brothels of Forley," end quote. He also began to write poetry around this time, although he later burned it all in embarrassment. More importantly, however, Mussolini's left-wing political ideas, obviously coming from his father, were coming to fruition. He also, much like the doctor said he would all those years ago, found a love for speaking. In 1901, the composer Giuseppe Verdi died at the age of 87, and Benito was chosen by the headmaster to give the memorial speech on Verdi to the school and public. This was a great honour, and yet Mussolini took the chance to launch an attack on the ruling class. The headmaster got up to stop the speech, but it was too late. The speech already made it into the Socialist Party's newspaper, named Avanti. A friend around this time described Mussolini as being, quote, "chock-a-block with books, magazines and prohibited newspapers," end quote. He was a fiery socialist in the making, and in 1901 he passed his final high school examinations with a score of 132 out of 150, a distinction grade. It was time to face the world. At age 18, he stood at 5'5.5" and was smoking cigarettes and drinking red wine. In Prodapio he had a nickname too, Il Matto, aka the Mad One. At school, he had acquired a teaching license, and he would sometimes stand in for his mother at her primary school, and it was here that he met his future wife, Rachel Guidi. Their story was yet to come, however. Instead of a blossoming love story, there was first another bizarre story, best left to Farrell to explain. Quote, "It was also at this time that he raped a young woman, by modern definition at least, and, by his own admission, though such behaviour was common in turn of the century Romagna. She was a neighbour in Dovia, whom he referred to as Virginia B. One fine day, he wrote, while most of the village was in church listening to a pretentious missionary friar, he pounced. I grabbed her on the stairs, threw her into a corner behind a door, and made her mine. She got up weeping and humiliated, and through her tears insulted me. She said that I had robbed her of her honour. It is not impossible, but I ask you, of what honour was she speaking?" Clearly, Mussolini did not see the incident as rape. He was proud of it. As for the girl, she had not consented, but once Mussolini had made her his, as he put it, she wanted more, if we are to believe him. "She wasn't in a sulk with me for long, and for at least 3 months we loved each other, not much with the mind, but much with the flesh," end quote. Mussolini, in a work that wasn't published until after his death, boasted about all of his sexual conquests at the time. Apparently the incident I just quoted was his signature move, at least until he came to power. And then, of course, the women came to him. Later on, the women recalled. They didn't even make it to the bed, but rather the closest wall. It was extremely violent and fast, more animal than man. The Duce had no time for romance. Petacci, his later mistress, confided to friends with a sigh, quote, "He doesn't even take his breeches off," end quote. He didn't think very highly of these women, or women at all really. He said later, quote, "Woman must obey. Has she in history ever done architecture? Ask her to build a cabin, not even a temple. She can't. Architecture, which is the synthesis of all the arts, is alien to her. My view on the role of women in the state is opposed to any kind of feminism. Naturally, she must not become a slave, but if I gave her the vote, she would laugh at me. In our state, she must not count," end quote. Back in 1901, however, Mussolini wasn't having the best start in life and was struggling to find a teaching job. He lamented to a friend in a letter, quote, "I have absolutely no prospects in sight, and I'm condemned to vegetable. Painfully, I wait. What for? Bread? Will it come soon? I don't think so," end quote. Mussolini numbed himself with meaningless sex and reading until finally, in December 1901, an opportunity came. The council in Gualtieri, the first council in Italy run by socialists, accepted Mussolini's application as a primary school teacher. He most likely only got the job because the council would have heard of his father, who shared his political views. The pay was poor, only 56 lire a month, and he had to lodge with a family who charged 40 lire a month. He was still the same old Benito. He walked around town concealing a knife and a knuckle duster, and later a revolver. He was known as the Man in Black, and the locals found him to be extremely odd and, more importantly, extremely scary. He would often also be seen later at night staggering around drunk or sleeping outside the local bar. There is no way on earth that anyone who saw the Man in Black at this time would have seen him as their future beloved leader. Soon enough, he was up to his usual antics, and he carried out a very public romance with the soldier's wife. The soldier was stationed elsewhere, and his family quickly found out, which caused a huge scandal, which Mussolini loved. Years later, when he was in power, he would write boasting gleefully about how he stole her and made her his. He was extremely possessive over this woman, and refused to let her even leave her apartment without him. One time, she did, and Mussolini responded by biting her. The biting was her friend's version of events. Mussolini would later boast that he stabbed her in the arm. After an extremely controversial year, the school chose not to renew his contract. Benito, again feeling lost in the world, decided to head for Switzerland. He wrote home to his parents to ask for their permission, which was necessary due to his age. He told his mother that he had a job waiting for him, which wasn't true. She believed him and sent him almost her entire month's wage, which she really couldn't afford to do. The woman from the Great Controversy's friend recalled, quote, Mussolini left for Switzerland, promising his woman, thrown out of her home by her husband because of him, with a little child to feed, that he would get in touch and rejoin her as soon as he had sorted himself out, but it was a sailor's promise, end quote. As for Mussolini himself, he recalled, quote, I remember every detail of my last night. Julia cried and kissed me. I too was moved. At 5 a.m, I kissed her for the last time. The train left at 6. I made a sign to her with my hand at the bend of the lane. Then I continued on my way towards my new destiny. 10 years have gone by. I have not seen her since, end quote. The husband of the woman, for his part, tried his best to fix the marriage up despite everything. The embarrassment, however, was too much for him, and he fled to America. Benito had left a destroyed family in his wake, not looking back. He also left behind a string of unpaid debts, including from his landlady and the local cobbler. Mussolini would spend the next 2.5 years of his life in Switzerland, spanning from the age of 19 to 21. It brought him nothing but poverty and anger, however. At this time, Switzerland was the shining light of Europe. It was certainly no Italy, which was terminally backwards and stuck in its centuries-long decline. Thousands from all across the continent flocked to Switzerland with no idea what they would do, equipped only with the desire to live a better life. Essentially, Switzerland was a closer United States for Italians and many others. On the 9th of July, 1902, Mussolini arrived and officially became one of the many thousands of drifters. Benito's first job was in the town of Orb as a labourer on a site where a chocolate factory was being built, but he quickly found the 12-hour workdays too much to handle and left within a week. He continued on to Lucerne, where he quickly found himself sleeping rough in a box. Later, he would write that this stage lasted for days. However, this was not the case. Within a few hours of being in the box, he was arrested for vagrancy. This was to be the first time of many. He would be jailed 11 times before he came to power. On one occasion in his early days in Switzerland, he assaulted 2 Englishwomen. He proudly recalled, quote, 2 Englishwomen sitting on a bench with their lunch, bread, cheese, eggs. I could not restrain myself. I threw myself on one of the old witches and grabbed the food from her hands. If they had made the slightest resistance, I would have strangled them, mind you, end quote. It wasn't until September that it seems he found a place to stay for the first time, as another Italian, a sculptor and a socialist, allowed him to sleep in his attic for a while for free. Here, he began to write for an Italian socialist newspaper for Italian immigrants and exiles. This wasn't enough to live on, and so he worked sporadically as a builder or as a barman, but ultimately these jobs never lasted long. Eventually, he did manage to scrape enough money together to rent his own room somehow. Months passed as he pursued his career in journalism, and often he was close to being homeless again, and he survived purely due to the generosity of friends. He frequently contemplated suicide, and his existence was miserable in the extreme. In March 1903, however, he met a woman that would change his life. This was Angelika Balabanov, the Jewish revolutionary daughter of a wealthy Ukrainian landowner. Balabanov was a fat champagne socialist who was 14 years older than Benito, but she quickly took a liking to him. Later, Mussolini would describe her as his, quote, only political teacher, end quote. Without her, he said, he would only have been a, quote, small-time activist, end quote. Balabanov herself recalls their first meeting, at a meeting dedicated to the anniversary of the 1871 Paris Commune. Quote, my attention was distracted for the entire meeting by a man whom I had never seen before, and what distinguished him from the other workers gathered in the room was his restless demeanour and slovenly clothes. At the end of the meeting, I asked one of our activists who he was. The man explained that the stranger was an Italian deserter who had turned up one evening at the club recently. Another of the workers added, "We all managed to find a job, but he says he cannot, that he's too ill." I felt very concerned about the young man's situation and went over to where he was sitting all alone. "Can I do anything to help you?" I asked. "I hear that you're unemployed." In a hysterical voice, without even looking up, he said, "There is nothing that can be done for me. I am ill and incapable of work and effort." End quote. They got to talking, however, and she recalled that she was deeply impressed, especially by his anti-clericalism, which she seemed to be obsessed by. Soon enough, Benito was in Bern, where he began to learn German, purely to impress a blonde German woman. In June of that year, the city's carpenters went on strike, and Mussolini gave a speech in which he urged violence. The next day, he was fired and arrested. He was then expelled from the canton of Bern and deported to Italy. Once back in Italy, however, he just got back on another train north, where he began working factory jobs in Lucerne until October, when he learned that his mother was very ill, and so he rushed home. The doctor, however, wouldn't let him in the room, as the shock of seeing her son after 2 years might kill her, he said. Soon enough, Benito was back in Switzerland. In Geneva, he continued writing for socialist newspapers and gave Italian lessons on the side to make money. Slowly, he became more and more involved in politics, and on the 18th of March 1904, he gave a speech at that year's Paris Commune anniversary celebrations. Here, he met none other than Vladimir Lenin. Mussolini later on would say on some occasions that this meeting happened, and yet on other occasions, he would deny it altogether. Either way, Lenin later said to a group of other Italian socialists, quote, "Mussolini was the only one among you with the mind and temperament to make a revolution. Why did you allow him to leave?" End quote. Later that same month, Mussolini debated God with an evangelical pastor from Rome in front of an audience of 500 people. Mussolini's argument was the following. Farrell writes, quote, "He asked for a watch and made what was to become a famous, though utterly banal, call to God to strike him down dead within 10 minutes. If God did not strike him down, this proved he did not exist," argued Mussolini. Among his recorded views on the subject of religion at the time was that religion was a disease of the psyche, and science had proved God did not exist. Furthermore, any god or church which preached resignation and sacrifice, as did Christianity, were for the weak and not for the strong." End quote. Christopher Hibbert writes of Benito's anti-clericalism at the time in his biography of the Duce. He, quote, "preferred to refer to himself in the style of Sorel as un apostolato di violenza. When will the day of vengeance come?" he asked repeatedly. "When would the people free themselves from tyranny and from religion, that immoral disease of the mind? Who was Christ?" he asked outrageously, "but a small mean man who in 2 years converted a few villages and whose disciples were a dozen ignorant vagabonds, the scum of Palestine." End quote. 7 years later, however, Mussolini would write a pamphlet praising Jan Hus, the Czech priest who had tried to break his country from the Catholic Church before being burned at the stake in 1415. Inside, Mussolini made Hus out as some kind of popular or even socialist hero who was standing up to corruption in the form of the Catholic Church and empires in the form of the Holy Roman Empire. Importantly for later, however, Mussolini blatantly praises nationalism in the pamphlet, although a very left-wing form of it. Clearly, this was a break from the no borders type of socialism of his father. Praising a religious figure, too, seems to indicate that he no longer held the opinions he held when he made his speech during the God debate. All of this was years off, however, and despite his rise in the socialist scene, he was still living like a bum. He barely washed, and he was so poor that he barely ate, which often resulted in him being ill. He also appears to have completely lost his morale. On top of this, he feared that he had syphilis. Doctors claimed he had it, and he told people he had it. Yet it must have been something else, as he ended up having no long-term effects from it, and it would be proved later that he did not have it. Either way, he claimed he got it from the Forley brothel all those years ago. It was more likely gonorrhea. Nevertheless, he lived a degenerate life amongst degenerate people. Hibbert writes, quote, "Fired by visions of violence, he wandered through the streets of Lausanne and Bern, arguing, quarrelling, and making inflammatory speeches to his trade union. He spent most of his evenings with Russian students, strange, wild, dissolute bohemians and nihilists, and he drank with them and made love with them, and argued with them so intensely that he seemed to believe, as one of them said, that each day might be his last." End quote. In 1904, Benito was arrested for blatantly forging his passport date to avoid military service back in Italy, and the newspaper report on the matter called him the Grand Local Duce, which was what some socialists called their leaders in those days. It was the first time Mussolini had ever been called it, however, and this is where his later title came from. He was sentenced to 1 year in prison, but to celebrate the birth of the king's son, the king called a general amnesty for military deserters, luckily for Benito. Mussolini also attended the lectures of a certain Italian economist and sociologist named Vilfredo Pareto at this time. This clearly left a huge mark on the future Duce. To summarise, Pareto believed that the majority had no right to rule, as it was physically impossible for the majority to rule. Therefore, in his eyes, democracy was a sham, which was also used by an elite, albeit a hidden one, aka an oligarchy. He claimed that the willingness to use force by an elite was the sign of a vigorous elite, and that the reluctance to use force was the sign of a weak one. Ever since those lectures, Mussolini began to dream of a revolutionary ruling elite, although of course his political views would change before his revolution took place. Both he and Lenin knew that revolutions would not come about on their own, and both ended up, in their own way, forming their own states led by a revolutionary elite. Mussolini also began to read Nietzsche at this time, and he would later say that the author, quote, cured me of my socialism, end quote. Mussolini was not long for Switzerland, however, and in his mind he had two choices: go home and do his military service, or leave for New York like millions of others had done. He chose the former, and soon enough he was back with his family. On the 14th of January 1905, Mussolini set off for Verona to do his military service at the age of 21. A month later, however, an urgent message reached Benito to tell him that his mother was sick, and he was granted compassionate leave. When he arrived, she was only semi-conscious and didn't recognise him, and on the 19th of February, she was dead. R.J.B. Bosworth writes glowingly of Mussolini's mother in his highly critical biography of Mussolini, quote, among the Mussolinis, it was Rosa Maltoni who was the most obvious Victorian, the upright believer in improvement. She was a good teacher, but herself did not gain promotion, becoming instead a local identity, and rather more universally admired than her husband. By the time of her death, aged 46, she had sacrificed much to her calling and her family. Her effort and dedication and the prestige of the Mussolinis were evidenced when her funeral procession drew a crowd of over 1,000, end quote. Mussolini later wrote that this was the saddest day of his youth, and that his father was now no longer a man, just the shadow of a man. Of his own sadness, he said, quote, the only living being whom I had really loved and who had been near to me had been torn from me, end quote. And quote, in this hour of pain, I bend before the ineluctable law which dominates human life. I would like to find comfort in such fatalism, but the most consoling philosophical doctrines are not enough to fill the emptiness left by the irreparable loss of a loved being, end quote. Life, of course, goes on, and Mussolini completed his military service on the 4th of September 1906, and had performed well. He later said during his interviews with Emil Ludwig, quote, in truth I was a model soldier. I never felt that there was any conflict between my military duties and my socialism. Why should not a good soldier be also a good fighter in the class war, end quote. He was, however, under surveillance and on file in both Switzerland and Italy as being a political agitator. By November, he had a new primary school teaching job in Tolmezzo, northwest of Venice. He recalled that he was unable to control the class of 40 children. Quote, some of them were incorrigible and dangerous urchins. I did everything in my power, but from the word go, I was incapable of solving the problem of discipline, end quote. Here, again, he ended up with a married woman. The husband found out, and a fight occurred. Mussolini recounted proudly, quote, naturally, the husband, older and weaker than me, came off worse, end quote. Hibbert writes in more detail, quote, he said himself that his year at Tolmezzo was one of moral deterioration. Frequently, he was drunk, and frequently, after his drinking companions had gone to bed, he continued to stumble alone through the dark streets, shouting, reciting the poems of Carducci, and making speeches to the fountain in the square. He made love to any girl who would have him, and threatened to rape any who would not. He contracted syphilis, and when he discovered the symptoms, he loaded a revolver and said he would shoot himself, and was with difficulty persuaded to see a doctor instead. He had a passionate affair with his landlord's wife, and when he had left Tolmezzo, he travelled 300 miles from Prodapio in the middle of a winter night because he wanted her so urgently, and he crept up the stairs and ravished her on the floor while her husband was asleep in another room, end quote. The syphilis claim is debatable, as he claimed to have it earlier in Switzerland, and probably didn't even have it at all, as mentioned earlier, but you get the picture. In a repeat of last time, this caused a huge local scandal, and once again he was not asked to stay on for a second year at the school. His superiors noted that as a teacher, he was incoherent in his procedure, not a teacher, and that his work bore very little fruit. Outside of his work, he remained in politics, and his name often appeared in newspapers regarding speeches he had made. In November 1907, he decided to enroll at Bologna University so he could get qualifications to become a French teacher. Despite turning up to his examinations unshaven with a cigarette on his lower lip, he passed. By the next March, he had his diploma, and he was teaching in the socialist-controlled town of Oneglia in Liguria. More importantly, it was here that he wrote articles under the pseudonym Vero Eretico, aka True Heretic, and he was quickly appointed editor for the first time in his life. Here he wrote violent articles attacking the church especially, and wrote about the need for a new revolutionary ruling elite. As for his actual work, he was sacked by the end of the year again as usual, and again, as usual, he racked up a ton of debts and was in trouble with the local women. In mid-1908, Mussolini got involved in some riots led by farm labourers, and ended up getting himself arrested. He was sentenced to 3 months in prison and a hefty 1,000 lira fine, but luckily for him, he only got time served in the end, 12 days. Alessandro, Benito's father, had meanwhile been unable to hold on to the family home after his wife died, and he moved to Forlì, where he had a farm. His mistress, Annina Guidi, came to live with him. Annina had 5 daughters of her own, and the youngest was named Rachel. Mussolini, too, was now staying in Forlì, and he often helped his father by serving as a waiter at the local inn. Here, Benito met and recognised Rachel, as he had previously taught her when he had stood in for his mother at her school. In fact, he had even once rapped her across the knuckles in class as she wouldn't stay quiet. He recalled of his new stepsister, quote, "Rachel was no longer the little girl whom I had taught so many times when standing in for my mother. She was instead a girl in the full bloom of youth, and from the moment I saw her, I liked her, and decided to make her mine, which is in fact what happened." End quote. There was no time for that now, however, as Mussolini was invited to become the editor of a socialist weekly newspaper in Trent, which was then in Austria-Hungary. On the 9th of February 1909, there was a leaving party for him at his father's inn. That night, he played the violin and danced with Rachel, and at the end of the night he took her to one side, looked into her eyes and said, to her surprise, quote, "Tomorrow I leave, but on my return you will become my wife. You must wait for me." End quote. This, like before, was a sailor's promise, at least for now. Regardless, he set off for Trent. Here he got to work and recorded the circulation of L'Avenir del Lavoratore, that he was now the editor of, immediately jumped up. He also began to write for Il Popolo, another socialist newspaper owned by a wealthy socialist who wanted to see the Trentino become a part of Italy. It was here, in a hotbed of Italian nationalism, that Mussolini's own nationalistic ideas really began to grow. Initially, Mussolini's nationalism was the socialist, watered-down view that nationalism was fine if it was against a colonial oppressor, which is how the Italians saw the Trentino. Lenin, by comparison, used Ireland as an example of acceptable nationalism. Soon enough, Mussolini was made editor of Il Popolo as well, which is a daily newspaper rather than a weekly one like his original posting, so he was able to juggle both. His 2 main targets were the church and democracy, and day after day he spewed out violent rhetoric against the both of them. In Trent, however, Catholicism was predominant. This was the Habsburg Empire, the shining light of Catholicism the world over. Amongst even the Italians here, socialism was the minority view, and many of the Catholic Italians favoured staying with the old, reliable and devout Austria. The Catholic newspapers, which were far bigger, and Mussolini's socialist papers, were in a constant back and forth with each other, although not a chivalrous one. Mussolini, for example, said that the Catholic Church was, quote, "a great big corpse," end quote, and, quote, "a den of intolerance and a gang of robbers," end quote. Farrell, who is a rather sympathetic biographer, writes, quote, "Mussolini's printed assaults were frequently libelous in the extreme. He dismissed De Gasperi as a man without ideas and without courage. He described him and his Catholic colleagues variously in print as donkey, liar, Barbary ape, somehow escaped from Gibraltar, and rabid priest. Jesus, the sweet vagabond of Palestine, was a socialist, not the Son of God, who could not resist the passionate onslaught of Mary Magdalene." De Gasperi, in turn, wrote, "The only thing Mussolini and his friends are is violent. They consider public life as a tournament of insults and beatings. The socialist bosses are criminals." End quote. In September 1909, the Austro-Hungarian authorities ordered Mussolini's arrest as a dangerous political agitator. The Trentino socialists responded by calling a general strike, and Mussolini himself went on hunger strike. The authorities, however, had had enough. Benito was taken to the Italian frontier and deported, not only for this, but also for his frequent vicious blasphemy. The matter made the Italian front page news and was even discussed in Parliament. Soon enough, Mussolini was back in Forlì on the 5th of October 1909, now an unemployed and rapidly balding 26-year-old. Benito decided to remain in Forlì, and it was here that he wrote a historical novel for Il Popolo. The novel, titled The Cardinal's Mistress, was published in 56 installments in the newspaper amidst much fanfare between the 20th of January and the 11th of May 1910. Later, during his interviews with Emil Ludwig, the Jewish journalist, he said that he only wrote it, quote, for political reasons, to embarrass the Catholics, end quote. And, quote, it's a horrible little book. In those days, the clergy was truly polluted with corruption, end quote. At the time, however, the novel was a financial lifeline, and it helped keep Mussolini afloat. The book was never properly published in full in book form in Italy. It was, however, published in English in 1929, without Mussolini's permission. In Forlì, he continued his pursuit of Rachel too. Whilst he had been away, a rich landowning surveyor had proposed to her, and even Alessandro, Mussolini's father and Rachel's stepfather, had considered this a great match and a good idea. Rachel, however, was caught in two minds. Meanwhile, upon Benito's return, bear in mind that he hadn't sent her a single letter whilst he was away, demanded that she not leave the house, and he tried to ban her from working at their father's inn. She recalled, quote, I could not make up my mind, but already destiny had taken me in its grasp. I loved him, but I was hesitant. He was very, very jealous. At a certain moment, he banned me from leaving the house to go and work in the inn. Then, he banned me from his meetings because he insisted, when you're there, I am speechless, end quote. Mussolini's father and Rachel's mother, meanwhile, both absolutely opposed the idea of the two of them marrying, as it would of course be essentially incest, although not in the biological sense. Essentially, very weird. Mussolini turned to insane theatrics to get his way in the face of his parents' rejection. Rachel recalled, quote, he called my mother and his father, he took out a revolver and some bullets, and said gravely in my presence, here there are 6 bullets, one for her, and he pointed at me, the others for me, end quote. On the 17th of January 1910, Benito got his way, and the two were married, as he put it, quote, without official ties, neither civil nor religious, end quote. He was 26, and she was 17. This so-called marriage, however, was nothing more than a decision to live together. There was nothing in writing, nothing religious about it, no honeymoon, no nothing. Mussolini simply wanted Rachel to himself, and he got her. Rachel, who had been holding off on anything physical, was told to pack her bags and whisked off to a hotel room so that the two could spend their first official married night together. This sham marriage clearly worked as a way to bed Rachel, as soon enough she gave birth to a little girl named Edda. Shortly after the wedding, Alessandro Mussolini suffered a stroke and half his face was paralysed, and from then on he could only walk with a stick. Benito, meanwhile, tended to his new daughter, and he played a violin over her cot. Less wholesomely, he would lift up her eyelids after she fell asleep to contemplate her eyes. This terrified the little girl, and she would suffer from insomnia for the rest of her life as a result. On the flip side, Mussolini promised to quit drinking now that he was a father, and according to his account, he fulfilled this promise. His account, however, is completely at odds with Rachel's. She recalls that one night he didn't come home till 5 a.m. and was so drunk that 2 friends had to carry him inside. He then began to smash every object in the house he could lay his hands on. She said to him the next day, quote, if you come home drunk again, I will kill you, end quote. This was a false threat. Mussolini, according to her account, did not stop drinking. In November of that year, Alessandro, utterly devastated by a stroke earlier that year, passed away. His 3 children sold his farm and got 3,000 lira each. His mistress, Rachel's mother, gave up the inn. Benito, Edda, Rachel and her mother all moved into a bigger apartment together. Whenever Benito left the apartment, he would simply lock Rachel inside because he was so jealous, and to make sure she didn't go downstairs at all, even to do the washing at the communal standpipe. He instead chose to do the washing himself. In terms of work, Benito continued his journalism, and he was now writing for a new socialist newspaper in Forlì called La Lotta de Classe, aka The Class Struggle. His pay was 120 lira a month, which was far more than he had ever earned as a teacher. Soon enough, circulation was 3,000 people, and Mussolini recalled that the paper had become, quote, the organ of socialists in the entire province, end quote. It's worth noting that the paper openly supported violent revolution. Mussolini, like Lenin, believed that the revolution had to be done via force, not via the ballot box. On the 29th of September 1911, Italy declared war on the Ottoman Empire over the islet of Tripolitania, aka modern Libya. Officially, this was to protect the Italian citizens living in and around Tripoli, but the reality was this was pure colonialism. Mussolini, as a socialist, fiercely opposed the Libyan war, and he found the lack of outcry and action over the war from his fellow revolutionaries disgusting. If there was any lesson to take from the crisis, it was that nationalism had a far stronger hold over the Italian mind than did socialism. In Mussolini's Forlì, however, he led strikes and riots in which thousands of workers took to the streets. On the 14th of October, Benito was arrested, jailed, and accused of resistance to the forces of law and order, violation of the liberty of shopkeepers, and criminal damage to railway, telephone, and telegraph lines. Mussolini was completely and utterly guilty and was proud of the fact, stating that sabotage and resistance to the war was the truly patriotic thing to do. He was sentenced to a year in prison, but on appeal, his case was reduced to 5.5 months. In an article smuggled out of his prison cell, the future Duce wrote, quote, "Monarchy, army, war. These are the three spiritual and ideological beacons around which are gathered the moths of Italian nationalism. We have looked with sympathy on nationalism within the nation, a democratic cultural movement of progress, of the renovation of the Italian people. They should reflect that before conquering Trento or Trieste or Tripolitania, they should conquer Italy first. They should bring water to Puglia, justice to the south, literacy everywhere." End quote. In another quote, "Intentional militarism continues to celebrate its orgies of destruction and death. Every day that passes, the huge pyramid of lives that have been sacrificed rears its bloody summit upon which Mars stands waiting with his unsated and contorted mouth in an infernal grin. So long as there are fatherlands, there will be militarism. The fatherland is a spook, like God, and like God it is vindictive, cruel and tyrannical. Let us show that the fatherland does not exist, just as God does not exist." End quote. During her partner's confinement, Rachel had been living without an income, purely reliant on the help of Benito's socialist friends. On the 12th of March, 1912, he was released. All of these events had made Mussolini's stock soar, and he was now extremely well known to the socialists of Italy. He used this new influence to push for the expulsion of reformists from the Socialist Party, and he was successful. At the Socialist Party Congress, he made a rousing speech for this cause, and he carried the day. Some of the main reformists were expelled from the party by a vote of 12,500 to 5,600. This expulsion was noted by Lenin himself in the newspaper Pravda in Vienna. He said that the Italians were taking the right road, a glowing endorsement of Mussolini. When he was about to turn 29 years old, Mussolini wrote of his life so far, quote, "I have had a pretty adventurous and tempestuous youth. I have known the good and bad life. I have given myself culture and sound science. The time abroad helped me to learn modern languages. The past 10 years I have wandered about from one horizon to another, from Tolmezzo to Aneglia, from Aneglia to Trent, from Trent to Forli. I have been in Forli now for 3 years, and already I feel in my blood the ferment of nomadism, compelling me to go elsewhere. I am a restless man with a wild temperament, averse to popularity. I have loved many women, but now on these distant loves oblivion spreads its grey veil. I love my Rachel, and she too loves me profoundly. What does the future have reserved for me?" End quote. On the 12th of November 1912, Benito Mussolini was appointed as editor of Avanti, the Socialist Party's national daily newspaper. This was a gigantic step up, and the position had actually been freed up due to the expulsion of the reformists, caused by Mussolini. The party secretary would say to those gathered when Mussolini was chosen that he would be easy to control as he was so young. The young, and supposedly easy to control Mussolini, then set off from Forli for Milan, and never again would he live full-time in his native Romagna. On the 1st of December, he took up his new post, which paid 700 lira a month. He also refused to take the position lest Balabanov, his Jewish political inspiration from his Swiss days, be appointed deputy editor, which he then was. He got to work immediately, and took the Italian socialist scene by storm. When he took the job, the newspaper's circulation was 28,000, but 2 years later, when he left, it was 60,000, sometimes even reaching 100,000. It was truly a one-man Mussolini show, and any illusion that he could be controlled was dashed almost immediately. The rambling columns of his predecessors were replaced by short, snappy articles which would be both funny and hard-hitting. The content was simpler, yet more powerful, and packed a serious punch. Benito did, of course, have a family. As usual, however, he seems to have forgotten about them, as Rachel, furious, turned up one day at the Avanti offices in Milan with her little Edda in early 1913. Her husband told her to go back to Forli until he found a suitable home, which he clearly was in no rush to do. She refused, despite how much she hated the city life, and soon enough an apartment was found which the Mussolini shared with Rachel's mother. Rachel knew exactly what her husband was like, and refused to take her eye off him. Watching her husband was no good, however, if she did not possess the will to stop him. Soon enough, there were 3 other women in Benito's life. There was Leda Raffanelli, an anarchist and Muslim convert who was obsessed by the Middle East. There was Ida Dalsa, a masseuse from Trent. And finally, and most importantly, Margherita Sarfatti, Avanti's rich Jewish art critic who was married to a socialist lawyer. Initially, Mussolini was most bewitched by the first of the three, who dressed herself in the clothes of the harem and considered herself a reincarnation of someone who had once lived amongst the pharaohs of Egypt. Bosworth writes of her, quote, "As a 20-year-old, she had spent 3 months in Egypt and may have had an affair with the future painter, Carlo Cara. On her return to Italy, she soon made a name for herself with a variety of opinions, which spanned from denouncing clerical lubricity, especially towards minors, to opposing racism and imagining blacks as full participants in society, to endorsing free love," end quote. Mussolini quickly became a regular guest at her apartment, which was furnished in a strange Middle Eastern fashion and stunk of incense. He wrote to her, quote, "With you, I feel miles from Milan, journalism, politics, Italy, the West, Europe. Let's read Nietzsche and the Quran together. Listen, I am free every afternoon. Write to me when I can come, and I shall be there, punctual and discreet," end quote. He also asked her to teach him Arabic, and he assured her that he was single. This was certainly a woman with a mind of her own, who Mussolini could not control, and when she shacked up with a Tunisian, a co-religionist, as she called him, Mussolini was absolutely seething with rage. Soon enough, she said she was done with Benito, and he accepted this as destiny. Yet a year later, when she wrote him a letter, he came crawling back immediately, replying in reference to the smell of her letter, quote, "You know that strange magical power which your perfume, has on me. It is so penetrating, fascinating, strange, outlandish. You offer me what I cannot find elsewhere, an hour of peace, of repose, something entirely different," end quote. This love story ended the same way that many do. Usually, Benito was the domineering figure, and yet now he became the pursuer, not the pursued, and he chased and chased, inundating her with hyper-romantic letters until she no longer wanted him. As Mussolini wrote himself, quote, "With ideas as with women, the more you love them, the more they make you suffer," end quote. With Ida Dulce, Benito had far more, and in fact, too much luck. She quickly became pregnant and gave birth to a boy who was christened Benito Albino. Benito was forced to recognize the boy legally as his, and he had to pay Ida monthly maintenance for the boy's upkeep. Hibbert describes the boy in his biography of Mussolini as, quote, "mentally retarded and physically deformed," end quote. Benito and Ida's relationship was no ordinary fling either, as Benito's letters from the time to her clearly show him saying how much he loves her, and they're signed, "Your Benito," or "Your wild friend and lover, Benito." The edict, ordering Benito to pay maintenance, even stated that he must make payments to, quote, "his wife, Ida Dulce." The little evidence of this marriage that exists show it to not only be a civil marriage, but a religious one. She was well known for her wild temper, and later, in 1915, after Benito had founded his own newspaper, she would turn up in the courtyard, holding little Benito Albino in her arms. She would begin screaming, quote, "Coward, pig, assassin, traitor, you hide, eh? Come down if you're brave enough," end quote. On another occasion, she barged into a party meeting and held the boy up in her arms, shouting, quote, "Comrades, this is Mussolini's son, who, after seducing me, abandoned me, and him," end quote. She would continue to hound Mussolini for years to come, and she had valid grievances. This was certainly not the first woman's life whom Benito had utterly ruined. Ida certainly had reason to feel betrayed. After all, she had not only seemingly married this man, but she had also sold her beauty salon, her only means of income, to support the launch of Mussolini's Il Popolo newspaper in 1914. Mussolini's wife, meanwhile, blamed the women, not her husband. She would later recall, quote, "Only 3 women made me suffer. Against each one of them, I fought with all my strength. They were Ida Dulce, Margherita Sarfatti, and Clara Petacci," end quote. And, quote, "Anyway, after the Ida Dulce experience, I pricked up my ears because I realized that with Benito the danger did not come from him in these relationships, but from the women who clung to him and did not want to let him go," end quote. Sarfatti, at this time, was the closest to Mussolini by far. Her husband, who was a prominent Zionist, was much older than her, and she was well known for her prolific sex drive and frequent affairs with all sorts of men, and also, supposedly, women. She was Jewish, and her father, despite his religion, knew the Pope personally. She, however, detested Christian morality and Christianity in general, and she expressed this with her sexuality, and Benito was absolutely enamored by this woman whose extreme sexuality matched his own. Beginning in 1913, their affair would continue for 20 whole years, and she was closer to Mussolini than the woman whom he called his wife. He also loved the artistic side of her. After all, she was an art critic. Rachel, meanwhile, was an ever-loyal peasant girl from the country. For a loyal Christian husband, she would have been all he could ever want, but for Benito Mussolini, she simply did not, and never did, fulfill him, especially intellectually. As for politics, Benito's socialist star continued to shine bright, and in October 1913, he ran as an MP in Forli. In his campaign speeches, he attacked both militarism and imperialism. He hated elections, but he saw them as a means of testing the support base for socialism. The socialist voter base, all across the nation, was 11.3% of the total votes, 1 million in total. Mussolini himself failed to get elected, however. Theoretically, the Italy of this period should have been ripe for socialism. Bosworth writes, quote, "In the parliament, Giolitti might, and even practice, moderation, compromise, and national unity. But the reality in the provinces was starker. The rich seemed to be getting richer and more overbearing, and the poor poorer, but more assertive." It was a circumstance made for the extremist rhetoric and personal ambition of Benito Mussolini. For some years he had applauded the strikes and other social actions of his region. Now, suddenly, he trod a national stage, end quote. On the 8th of February 1914, Mussolini spoke at a conference in Florence on the need for a revolutionary elite that would bring about a swift revolution by any means necessary. He said, quote, "Civil society today is extraordinarily complex. Either you succeed in establishing the novus ordo rapidly with the institutions which you have worked out beforehand, or if not, you run the risk of plunging society into chaos, from which will spring the hydra of counter-revolution," end quote. In June of that year, the so-called Red Week took place, in which 1 million people took part in a general strike to demand the release of an anarchist, Augusto Massetti, from a lunatic asylum. Massetti had shot an army officer dead a year prior. Some of the strikers attacked government troops and ended up getting many of their own number killed when the troops defended themselves. The socialists saw their opportunity, but their call was only answered in Ancona and Romagna, where strikers seized town halls and raised the red flag. Romagna was even proclaimed as a republic. The government simply sent in 10,000 troops, however, to crush this little rebellion. Mussolini later wrote that this had not been a proper revolution, but simply chaos. All told, 17 people had died and thousands had been injured, a total waste which left the socialists looking silly. June of 1914, however, was not known for Red Week in Italy, but for events in Sarajevo. On the 28th, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, was shot dead by a Serbian nationalist. The events that followed are of course well known by all. The great nations of Europe began to tear themselves to pieces. Italy, however, chose not to support their nominal allies of Austria-Hungary and Germany. Italy, by now, viewed herself as a great power, which could rival Austria for territory in the Balkans. Only Italy viewed themselves this way, no one else did. At best, the new liberal Italian nation-state was seen as the least of the great powers. Officially, however, the Italian government chose neutrality. This too was the policy of the Italian Socialist Party, and of Mussolini himself. Within 3 months, however, Mussolini had switched from absolute neutrality to what he called active neutrality. When he proclaimed this in an article, his socialist colleagues reacted with the utmost horror. He was quickly forced to resign from Avanti, and within a month, he had founded his own daily newspaper, the Il Popolo d'Italia. In the very first issue of Il Popolo, Mussolini supported war outright against Austria and Germany. Benito had stated in an article, quote, "Not one man, not one coin," end quote. Reality, however, was not as simple as this. On the 4th of August, the German Socialist Party decided to support the German government's invasion of Belgium. The socialists of Britain and France, too, threw in their lot with their government's wars. Nationalism had triumphed over socialism. The borderless internationalist revolution was dead, and soon enough, the Second International with it. On the 23rd of August, Benito wrote, quote, "Whether or not Italy can remain neutral until the end of the conflict, we do not know. Either way, intervention will depend on circumstances which cannot be predicted," end quote. Over time, his resistance to intervention weakened and weakened until it was no longer based on politics, but rather simple common sense. He wrote that August, quote, 700,000 of the 4 million men mobilized by Austria would be sufficient to hold, if not repel, the Italian offensive, end quote. Farrell writes, quote, "The war escalated. Increasingly, Mussolini became consumed with conflicting ideas. Reality was challenging theory in a much more powerful way than ever before. Like everyone else, Mussolini faced a brutally hard choice. According to the classic revolutionary socialist model, the proletariat in the countries at war with each other would react against war with an indefinite general strike and refuse to fight. This would cause two things to happen. The governments of these countries would be unable to fight the war and they would collapse. The revolution would begin. The more countries declaring war on each other, the more general strikes, the bigger the revolution. The beauty of it was that it required no war actually to take place. The general strikes would stop war starting. There would be relatively little bloodshed. But the decision of the socialists in Germany and elsewhere in Europe to support their governments going to war meant that there was now no hope according to this theoretical model of an international revolution. The dream was dead, end quote. In September at a Socialist Party meeting, Benito was due to speak, and everyone expected him to speak in favour of absolute neutrality. And yet, he did not. Instead, he spoke of his doubts. Soon enough, other socialist newspapers were asking which of the two Mussolinis would win out. Other socialists also favoured intervention in the war, as if the regime sent millions to die at the front, then a side effect would be these same men turning against the ruling elite, and thus igniting the revolution. This was a hard sell, however, as effectively you'd be arguing, hey comrade, go to the front and fight for the bourgeoisie ruling class, so that by your death we may ignite the revolution. Ultimately, however, this is actually what happened in Russia, and almost happened in France. This was Mussolini's reasoning, and at first he seemed insane, but slowly his logic began to make sense to people. On the 18th of October, he came right out into the open with an article titled, quote, "From absolute neutrality to active working neutrality," end quote. Essentially, he argued that many socialists had already chosen a side, that of the Entente. They had openly condemned the Austrian invasion of Serbia and the German invasion of Belgium, and they had even approved the call-up of conscripts to ensure this supposed neutrality. He ended the infamous article, quote, "Do you want to be, as men and socialists, inert spectators of this great drama? Or do we want to be, in some way or another, the protagonists?" End quote. This wasn't a call to intervention, but rather a call for the socialists to be free to react to events in this momentous occasion in world history. After all, had Lenin not said that there are decades when nothing happens, and there are weeks where decades happen? Things were certainly happening, and the socialists had to be ready to react, Mussolini was essentially saying. As noted, Benito ended up being forced to resign from Avanti, and had to instead found his new newspaper. This venture was financed by Italian industry such as Fiat, and the arms manufacturer Ansaldo. Later, the French government, as well as the French Socialist Party, would pay Mussolini to keep his pro-war propaganda up. Later, in 1917, when the war was already underway for Italy and things were looking shaky, the British government directly paid Mussolini to ramp up his propaganda to keep Italy in the war. Sir Henry Channon was present at a dinner party in 1939 when Sir Samuel Hoare, who ran the Mussolini bribing operation, discussed it. Quote, "He was told that there was a powerful socialist, a fellow called Mussolini, in Milan who at least he would be able to guarantee Milan and the North, if sufficiently bribed. Sam Hoare, for a very considerable sum indeed, bought the newspaper. So English government funds did much to create the fascist revolution. This is very secret," end quote. Before the British, of course, there was the French. In March 1915, Mussolini's newspaper was in dire financial straits, and so Benito himself reached out to the French. Initially, the French socialists gave him a 100,000 lira lump sum that month to push for war, and then 10,000 lira a month thereafter. The French government themselves gave subsidies beginning in May of 1915, but we do not know the figures involved. The French had been in the picture earlier than this, in fact, before the first issue of Il Popolo had ever even been published. Mussolini had met with representatives of the French to discuss funding of the newspaper so he could push for war, which was of course highly in their interest. Clearly they didn't consider this worth it until the next year. He had of course already made his mind up before any money came in. This was a shot of Nietzsche, whom he adored, into the world of Marx. Men must make history, not lie back and think of it. Only Italian involvement in the war could make that a reality. Most Italian socialists considered Benito utterly insane for taking this stance, and they laughed, feeling utterly convinced that he would now consign himself to utter irrelevance. Mussolini, however, was to have the last laugh. It was not that he was destined for irrelevance, but them. From almost the very moment Benito went his own way, the rot set in for the mainline socialists, and membership decayed and decayed. They would remain completely and utterly irrelevant in Italian affairs until after the war. Not the first war, but the second. Membership almost halved between 1914 and 1917 alone. This was all to come in the future, however. For now, Mussolini lived in fear. He was the Martin Luther of socialism, boldly breaking away and hoping that others would follow where he dared to lead. He kept a revolver and 3 hand grenades on his desk at the newspaper office, fearing for his life. The countdown until the first issue was published was a nerve-wracking one, but he need not have worried. 30,000 copies flew off the shelves on Sunday the 15th of November 1914, and by 10 AM they were utterly sold out. Sarfati described the offices as, quote, 2 tiny rooms furnished with only 4 tumble-down chairs and a rickety table, end quote. This was not to remain the case for long. Mussolini had become a star overnight, as he called for full-blown intervention in the very first issue. From the first article in El Popolo, quote, we are men, and living men, who want to make our contribution, however modest, to the creation of history. Inconsistency, apostasy, desertion, never again. It remains to be seen on which side are the inconsistent, the apostates, the deserters. History will reveal it tomorrow. If tomorrow there is little more liberty in Europe, an atmosphere politically more adapted to the development of socialism, and to the creation of the capabilities of the classes of the proletariat, those who at the moment when it was necessary to act, slothfully place themselves to one side, will be the deserters and apostates. If tomorrow, on the one hand, Prussian reactionism triumphs in Europe, and, after the destruction of Belgium, with the projected annihilation of France, the standard of human civilization fails, all those who did nothing to stop the catastrophe will be the deserters and apostates. I do not have aggressive intentions towards the Socialist Party, or against the organs of the party in which I intend to remain. But I am ready to fight anyone who attempts to impede me from the free criticism of a position which I maintain, for various reasons, is detrimental to the national and international interests of the proletariat, end quote. He ended with what he called his, quote, inaugural shout. The shout is a word that I would never utter in normal times, a fascinating and frightening word. War, end quote. On the 24th of November, there was a mass socialist meeting in which it was suggested that Mussolini would be expelled from the party. He was branded as a heretic, specifically on the grounds of moral worthlessness. At this packed meeting, Benito himself was present, where he was bombarded with coins, the symbol of Judas, as well as insults. Chairs and other objects such as his newspaper's first issue rolled up into balls came his way too. He was outnumbered massively, but bravely defended his stance. Quote, I tell you, you are wasting your breath. You will be forced into the war. You cannot get rid of me, because I am, and will always be, a socialist. You hate me because you still love me. What divides me from you now is not a small question, it is a big question, which divides all socialism, end quote. He was duly expelled. In December, Mussolini formed a pro-intervention left-wing pressure group called the Fascio di Azione Rivoluzionaria, aka Revolutionary Action Bundle. Bundle is the literal translation of fascio, but it was often used instead of the word for union. This was when Mussolini claimed fascism was officially born. By February, there were 9,000 fascists, and Mussolini was openly calling his followers by that name. And as the months passed, he became increasingly nationalistic, especially on behalf of small nations against what he called the expansionism of the Austrian and German empires. One of the most important new followers of this period was Dino Grandi. In March, a fight which had been fought in newspaper articles between the former Avanti editor Treves and Mussolini had come into the real world. They fought a duel on the 29th, in which both were injured, but Treves came off worse. Mussolini lost a small piece of his ear, and his shirt was drenched red with blood. Rachel kept the shirt as a memento, which she nicknamed the Shirt of Treves. His message was being heard. There was, of course, other causes for Italy drifting towards war, but Mussolini's fascists, combined with irredentists, pressure from Britain and France and other local pro-interventionists, were bringing their nation to war against their own nominal allies. Before the big day, he wrote, quote, today it is war, tomorrow it will be revolution. Our intervention has a double scope, national and international. It means we contribute to the ruin of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It means revolution in Germany. And, as an inevitable consequence, revolution in Russia. It means, in summary, a step forward for the cause of liberty and revolution, end quote. Ironically, Mussolini ended up being absolutely correct on all of these counts when it came to Austria, Germany, and Russia, except of course when it came to liberty. On the 24th of May, 1915, Italy declared war on its own ally, Austria. Importantly, Germany was not declared on until August the following year. Benito, however, pushed for war with Germany too, hard, in his own newspaper. He wrote that the Germans were the real enemy, a nation of, quote, robbers and murderers, end quote. Behind the scenes, of course, Italy had their reasons for joining. The Treaty of London had promises that in the event of victory, the Italians would receive the Trentino, Trieste, and Istria close to home, Jubaland and Kenya in Africa, as well as other Mediterranean gains. It was certainly an offer that would have been very hard to turn down. They had gambled on a short, sharp war, in which the gains would far outweigh the losses. All this, however, was to prove quite wrong, and in 1917 the communists in Russia published the secret Treaty of London for all to see. Regardless, Mussolini's life had changed forever. In 1924, he would remark to an American journalist, quote, "The turning point in my life was the war. The war showed the world plainly, I think, the utter bankruptcy of internationalism. We had been fighting for a hollow fraud. I had fought for internationalism all my life, preached it, gone to prison for that same cause, and suddenly the war came, and I realised first that internationalism was dead because it had never really lived, and that I had a real duty in my life, and that was my country," end quote. Italy was now at war, and Mussolini proudly called it a revolutionary war in his newspaper. Most importantly, however, it was a nationalist war. He proclaimed in Il Popolo, quote, "From today onwards, we are all Italians, and nothing but Italians. Now that steel has to meet steel, one single cry comes from our hearts, Viva l'Italia," end quote. Those socialists whom he had broken away from immediately heaped scorn upon him and called him a hypocrite for not signing up for a war that he himself had wanted so desperately. He even fought a duel over one of these articles, and again, both men were injured. On the 29th of July 1915, Mussolini became 32 years old, and the following month, his age group was called up to go and serve, and so off he went. He had, however, been trying to pull strings to get himself to the front for a while now, and Mussolini was certainly willing to back up his words, much like Gabriele D'Annunzio, the 52-year-old poet who signed up and later became a war hero. In mid-September, Mussolini was at the front, 6,000 feet up on Monte Nero. In November, he applied for officer training, but was personally turned down by Prime Minister Salandra. Mussolini's propaganda value was immense, and he was offered the opportunity to remain behind the lines by his commanding officer so he could be out of harm's way. He refused, and the rest of 1915 was spent at the front, where temperatures, on occasion, reached minus 20 degrees. Overall, however, the Italian war effort was a disaster. By the end of the year, the Italians had suffered 250,000 casualties. Disease was rife, and progress was simply not being made. This was not the simple seizure of the Trentino and Trieste that the Italians had counted on. In December, whilst Mussolini was suffering in hospital from typhoid, he finally married Rachel officially, although not really. They were now married officially in the civil sense, but not the religious sense. The main issue that had prevented this happening sooner was Ida Dolce, who went around telling everyone who would listen that she was Mussolini's wife. And on one occasion, she had set fire to a building and was hunted down by the police. Rachel was arrested instead of her because the two had now become confused. As noted, Mussolini's child support order mentioned that he had actually married Dolce, but regardless, despite the mess, Benito and Rachel were now married in the eyes of the state. Mussolini was so ill during the ceremony he had been unable to get out of bed. He soon recovered, however, and managed to get some leave in Milan, where he secretly recognised Dolce's son, Benito, as his. Despite his fame, and despite his successful newspaper, Mussolini was still poor, and Sarfatti, Mussolini's other mistress, was the one who had arranged the lawyer to deal with the Dolce business. In May 1917, Dolce ended up being arrested and sent to a camp in Naples because she was Austrian, and her constant threats to Mussolini were making her seem like a serious danger to public order. In March 1916, Mussolini was promoted to Lance Corporal and shipped off to the mountains of Carso on the western end of the front. He and his unit were constantly right in the thick of things and under fire. On one occasion, he led his unit on a 36-hour-long recon patrol behind enemy lines. It's somewhat of a miracle that Mussolini did not find himself on the list of 403,000 Italian casualties on the Austrian front that year. In September, his second child with Rachel was born, and it wouldn't be until January 1917 that he met his little Vittorio. Rachel recalled that her husband looked, quote, ragged and emaciated. His uniform was in shreds, end quote. Farrell writes of Mussolini's 1916, quote, the year 1916, spent almost entirely at the front, demoralised Mussolini. The corpses, the rats, the lice, the disease, the foul, freezing, damp, wet, snowy weather, the absence of action, the absence of victory. War was not the beautiful poem the futurists described. He despised the practice of promotion based on length of service, not merit. The only words in his war diary for 27 to 28th of January 1917 were snow, cold, infinite boredom, order, counter-order, disorder. On the 23rd of February 1917, Mussolini and some other soldiers were firing mortars for firing practice when suddenly one exploded. 5 of Benito's comrades died, and he received serious shrapnel injuries. He was quickly rushed to a field hospital, where he ended up meeting King Vittorio Emanuele III. How's it going, Mussolini? The king asked, to which Benito responded, not very well, Majesty. The king replied, bravo, Mussolini, put up with the immobility and the pain as you must, to which Mussolini responded, thanks, Your Majesty. 5 weeks later, he was transferred to a hospital in Udine, and then Milan, where the women in his life could now come and see him. On one occasion, there was a bit of a mix-up, however, as both Rachel and Dulce were there. Rachel recalled, quote, "One morning on a visit to see him, I met a brunette with an unpleasant appearance. I didn't recognise her as Ida Dulce. It was she who recognised me. In the room where my husband was, she flung herself at me, insulting me and shouting, 'I am the wife of Mussolini, only I have the right to be near him.' The soldiers present found it all madly funny. Then, wild with anger, I threw myself at her and battered her with kicks and punches. I ended up even putting my hands around her throat and squeezing. From his bed, like a mummy whose bandages stopped him moving, Benito tried to intervene. He raised himself out of the bed to stop us. Luckily, some doctors and nurses intervened before I could strangle her. Ida Dulce fled, and I burst out crying," end quote. The Dulce saga would only end years later when Mussolini was in power. He simply had her thrown into a lunatic asylum, and she died mysteriously a few years later at the age of 57. Dulce's niece recalls, quote, "It was 3 a.m. The fascist militia surrounded our house. They searched every inch of the house. They looked for letters that Mussolini had written her, but she wasn't mad," end quote. Benito Albino, her and Mussolini's child, was told that his mother had died and he was thrown into foster care. For the rest of his life, he would go around proclaiming that Benito Mussolini was his father, until he too was thrown into an asylum, where he died in even more strange circumstances than his mother. In early 1917, Mussolini was promoted to sergeant, but he would never fight again. The injury was simply too much, and he was granted a year's leave. Back at home, Il Popolo was in significant financial trouble. The paper had been reduced to 3 issues per week, and the number of pages was now only 2. Suddenly, however, the newspaper was bailed out by a certain Cesare Goldman, a Jewish businessman in Milan. Further south, in Rome, Pope Benedict XV urged that the world should stop what he called the useless slaughter, yet nobody listened. Things were too far gone for anybody to back out now. Late 1917 saw the Russian Revolution take place, the Americans enter the war, and most importantly for Italy, the catastrophe at Caporetto took place. The Austrians swept into Italy, and in just the first few days, the Italians had lost 40,000 dead or wounded, 280,000 prisoners, and 350,000 Italians had deserted. An Italian senator even committed suicide. The rout just went on and on. Eventually, however, the Central Powers logistics stopped them, not the Italians. Amazingly, Pope Benedict of all people was blamed for his so-called defeatism. Mussolini himself even looked at Il Popolo to call Pope Benedict, quote, "His Holiness Pilate the 15th, end quote. Most importantly, however, Italy seemed to be utterly at the mercy of the Central Powers. The feeling of patriotism, of fighting for the nation's very survival, swept through Italy. Just how much this affected Italians cannot be understated. Most importantly of all, Caporetto resulted in the final triumph of nationalism over socialism in the mind of Benito Mussolini. Shortly after the disaster, Benito wrote that Italy would be divided after the war, quote, "between those who were there and those who were not there, those who fought and those who did not fight, those who produced and the parasites," end quote. He said that the Trinceresti, aka the men who were there, had the moral right and the necessary strength to rule post-war Italy. The Arditi commando units, which first formed after Caporetto, were seen as the elite. They wore a black shirt under their jackets, which is where the name came from, and later they would make up the majority of the first fascists. On the 22nd of April 1918, Bruno, Mussolini's third child with Rachel, was born. Rachel wrote that Benito was very considerate to her around this time, but this was equally, if not more, the case with Salfati, the woman he seemed to truly love. Their letters went along the lines of these. He wrote, quote, "Give me a little of the blood from your lips. I kiss you with a violent tenderness," end quote. She wrote, quote, "Other women you take, leave and retake. I smile and suffer. I know. The day will come. You will find that I am inside you, in your spirit and flesh, always," end quote. Meanwhile at the front, on the 25th of October, assisted by their French and British allies, the Italians broke through the Austrian line and took back the town of Vittorio Veneto, which will go down in history as something of an Italian Waterloo, forever etched into the lore of this infant nation. Soon enough, the Trentino was occupied, and the Germans and Austrians, due to events in the West, threw in the towel. Italy had won the war, but now she had to win the peace. Benito Mussolini had pushed for war with the Central Powers, with the general idea that it would bring about some kind of revolution, and also that it would be a quick war. A quick war it certainly was not, but where was the revolution? Italian nationalism had grown massively ever since Caporetto. Mussolini himself had essentially done a 180. As he entered the war, he was praising Marx. During it, he was praising men such as Woodrow Wilson, and by the end of it, he was essentially a full-blown nationalist. He had openly condemned Marx and called him a mere German nationalist at heart, and he had more importantly condemned the Russian Revolution, which saw the communists sweep to power. Mussolini was a new man, and the post-war revolution would be a completely different one from what he had envisioned before it. Conditions on the ground, however, were dire. Farrell writes, quote, "Victory in war plunged Italy into crisis. There was rampant inflation. By the end of 1920, the lira was worth just 1/4 of its value in 1914. In 1913, a gram of gold had cost 3.48 lire in Italy. By 1920, it cost 14.05 lire. In July 1919, the new government of Francesco Nitti, who had become Prime Minister in June, imposed a compulsory price reduction of 15% in the face of widespread rioting and strikes, but it had little effect on the situation. By 1921, the cost of living was 400% higher than in 1915, yet average real wages increased by only 1.8% in the period 1913 to 22. By the end of 1919, the number of unemployed Italians was 2 million, and there was acute social unrest. By 1914, there had been 781 strikes, by a total of 170,000 workers. In 1919, there were 1,860 strikes by 1.5 million workers, and in 1920, more than 2,000 strikes by nearly 2 million workers. The British ambassador in Rome, Sir George Buchanan, who had witnessed the 1917 Russian Revolution, recorded that in his opinion, Italy was not on the verge of revolution, but the atmosphere was so explosive, especially in the north, that he thought the government might lose control of large areas of the country. End quote. Anger and discontent was in the air. Of the nearly 6 million Italians who were mobilised during the war, a total of 670,000 had died, and 950,000 had been injured, 250,000 of whom were now permanently disabled. The discharge payments for these men were tiny. The worst was not to come until 1919. The poet-soldier, Gabriele D'Annunzio, proclaimed, quote, "O victory, thou shalt not be mutilated," end quote. But it was. The Italian performance in the war had been diabolical, and their war effort had been so disastrous that it became a hindrance as British, French, and even some American troops had to come and shore up the Isonzo front to prevent disaster. The Italians had shed lots of blood, and rather understandably, they wanted compensation for such a sacrifice. On the flip side, however, the Entente didn't particularly feel the Italians deserved the full extent of what they were demanding, and indeed had been promised. Regardless of Entente feelings, however, the Italians were, at least legally speaking, being stabbed in the back. For the sacrifice of 1.5 million men killed or injured, the Italians were only given Trieste and the Trentino at the Versailles Peace Conference. Woodrow Wilson, whom Mussolini had been praising as a godlike figure during the war, had personally refused to recognise the terms of the Treaty of London. Wilson was no ordinary politician. He barged in and demanded the right to self-determination, but only really when it was convenient. African lands were parcelled out no problem, with no regard for the locals, who were deemed uncivilised, and plenty of Germans and Slavs were about to come under Italian rule, with the little land that the Italians were getting. But Wilson put his foot down for the rest of the Italian demands, and on a personal level, he detested Italians. Prime Minister Orlando was actually rather well liked by Wilson, and if it had just been him involved, then Italy may well have gotten all they wanted. Unfortunately for him, however, the Protestant half-Jewish, half-Welsh foreign minister, Sidney Sonnino, a strange pick for an Italian foreign minister, managed to turn absolutely everyone against Italy, despite the fact that he could barely speak English. His monstrous superiority complex and weird Machiavellianism, however, sealed Italy's fate. Margaret Macmillan writes in Peacemakers, quote, "Clemenceau once reproached him for remaining too faithful to the Italian method of which the Grand Master was Machiavelli, and not presenting clear solutions. Sonnino did not trust talk of principles or morality or openness in international relations, and he failed to grasp that others did so." End quote. This would be the perception of the Italians at large in Versailles. They were always scheming, always up to something strange. Whenever this failed, however, they would throw their toys out the pram. On top of this, despite the Entente betrayal of the original Treaty of London, the Italians were pushing for even more than they had been promised. They were now demanding the Treaty of London plus Fiume, a key port city with an extremely multicultural population. Safe to say, such demands did not sit well. Macmillan again writes, quote, "Wilson had made it clear that the United States was not bound by secret agreements. The American president had been shown the Treaty of London during the war, although he later persuaded himself that he had never seen it. The British and the French also felt, rightly or wrongly, that Italy had not contributed much to the Italian victory. Italy's armies had delayed their attack on Austria-Hungary, so it was said, and then made a mess of it. Italian ships had rarely ventured out of port, in spite of repeated promises to patrol the Mediterranean and Adriatic. The Italian government had squeezed resources out of its hard-pressed allies, which it had then refused to use in the war effort. As Clemenceau put it, the Italians met him with a magnificent coup de chapeau of the 17th century type, and then held out the hat for arms at the end of the bow. The attitude to Italy in Paris, the British ambassador reported, has been one of supreme contempt up to now, and now it is one of extreme annoyance. They all say that the signal for an armistice was the signal for Italy to begin to fight, end quote. The war was just one part of the problem. As soon as the war was done, the Italians began to sweep into Balkan territory that they felt was theirs, and stirred up trouble with the local Slavic population. The original Treaty of London, according to both sides, had been signed under the impression that Austria-Hungary would not collapse. Now that there was a giant vacuum, and a new Serb-led South Slav state was beginning to come into being, the situation looked much different. How could the Entente hand over territory to Italy from a friendly state? The issue was exacerbated by Italian behaviour. There were agents all over the Balkans deliberately stirring up ethnic and religious tensions as an attempt to strangle Yugoslavia in its crib. General Badoglio even suggested that ordinary Italian soldiers should do their bit by seducing the local women to enrage the Slavs. In Pula, a key port on the Adriatic, the Italians simply sent in a torpedo boat, sunk the pride of the Austrian navy after the peace, killing its Yugoslav captain and crew, and then occupied the town. The Italian military commander in Dalmatia summed up his people's attitude to the South Slavs at the time. Quote, "This population is fundamentally good as simple and primitive people are. But the simple and primitive peoples are also extremely sensitive and suspicious and violent in their impulses," end quote. The Italians tried painting themselves, much like the British did in their empire. The idea that this was some great civilizing mission, however, was simply not brought by the Entente, and it only further alienated the Italians given that the French, and British especially, viewed the Italians as lesser than themselves. Robert Cecil, one of the fathers of the League of Nations, wrote, quote, "The fact is that the greediness of the Italian foreign policy in all directions is leading Italy into serious difficulties. The Yugoslavs have claimed far more than is their just due, but Sonnino's stubbornness and the extravagant nature of Italy's claims have had as a result that it is now literally true that Italy has not a friend in Europe except ourselves, and she is doing her best to make her isolation complete," end quote. Italian dreams in the Adriatic were as follows. Macmillan again, quote, "Outside the cities, the population along the eastern side of the Adriatic was almost entirely Slav, about 750,000 Croats, Slovenes, Serbs or Bosnians. Nevertheless, the Italians wanted to move the old border with Austria-Hungary between 50 to 100 kilometers eastwards into what is today Slovenia and Croatia, and southwards down the Dalmatian coast towards Split, to take in the whole of the Istrian Peninsula, including the naval base at Pula, and Austria-Hungary's two major ports of Trieste and Fiume, with their railway links to Central Europe, several key islands at the northeast end of the Adriatic, and chunks of Dalmatia around the cities of Zadar and Sibenek. Italy also wanted Albania's port of Vlor in the south. With these gains, Italy would dominate the Adriatic, and the new state of Yugoslavia would be left with a short coast, no decent port, and only one railway line between the sea and the interior. This was precisely what Italy intended," end quote. As the discussions continued in France, Fiume, a little town of 50,000, in which only just over half the inhabitants were Italians, became the symbol of the entire peace to the disaffected Italians back home. Mussolini and his followers were just one of many groups who harped on about this little town, absolutely desperate for it to be given to Italy. Gabriele D'Annunzio, above all others, became the superstar of the Fiume issue. This was his cause, and his followers were absolutely fanatical when it came to that little town. If they weren't granted Fiume now, then pretty much nothing else would matter, and the peace would go down as a disaster. The peace was in fact a disaster, however, and soon enough, Prime Minister Orlando was caught weeping in despair, as it was clear that Italy was not going to get what she wanted, especially Fiume. The Italian duo then tried the only card they felt they had left to play, and simply left France and went back to Italy, holding off in the hope that the Entente would come running after them, which they did not. The Italians quickly came running back when it was clear their gamble had failed, and that the other powers would simply continue without them. Meanwhile, back home, there was total discontent. In Fiume especially, the scenes were approaching anarchy, and a few French soldiers were even lynched by nationalist mobs. The Italians soon moderated their demands a little bit, but on Fiume they stood firm. The public simply would not be able to handle it. This was now the key issue of the Italian people themselves, thanks to men like D'Annunzio, who was hyping the situation up to a revolutionary level. The government itself knew that it wouldn't last a failure at Versailles, and Orlando feared that D'Annunzio himself would be the man to replace him. On the 19th of June 1919, the Italian government did indeed fall, but Sonnino stayed on to sign the treaty on Italy's behalf. All in all, the result wasn't terrible, but as noted, everything was about Fiume. The Italian people, however, would not take this lying down, and D'Annunzio was every bit as good as his word. On the 23rd of March 1919, Mussolini and other like-minded individuals organised a mass meeting in a hall in Milan's Piazza San Sepolcro. Many of the groups in attendance already called themselves fasci, but the goal here was to unite them into not a party, but a movement. For Mussolini's part, he considered a movement more flexible and less prone to corruption than a party. The new movement was given the name of Fascio di Combattimento. It certainly had broad appeal. Of the 120 men in attendance, initially, there was revolutionary syndicalists, futurists, nationalists, republicans, and many ex-soldiers, especially the Arditi. These men came from all classes, from the peasantry to the nobility. Farrell writes of Mussolini's speech at the meeting, quote, Mussolini rejected both Italian socialism and Russian Bolshevism, and proposed a system that would put the interests of the nation above those of class. To promote class unity, not class hatred, he called for the introduction of corporations to represent the various economic groupings in the nation. This idea, which would eventually become the fascist idea of the corporate state, derived, via revolutionary syndicalism, from the medieval corporations, those bodies whose members were bound together according to profession that performed both an economic and a political role in the days before the establishment of parliaments. Government by corporation was therefore a potential alternative to government by parliament. Its attraction was that it would abolish class hatred because the corporation would represent the interests of the group, not those of the individual, end quote. The Arditi especially were to become essentially the SA equivalent of the movement. These men, scarred by war, fiercely anti-socialist, anti-clerical, and anti-capitalist, were fired up by the most intense of nationalisms, and they were brutal in the extreme, carrying clubs, knuckle dusters, and riding crops with them to meetings, along with their infamous black flags, displaying the skull holding a knife between its teeth. Fascism, however, was far from right-wing, as has now been made the accepted view. What fascism itself is, and the history of fascism, is for another video, but in the first fascist programme of June 1919, published in Il Popolo, the futurists were utterly predominant, and they were extremely left-wing. For reference, in June, there was only around 3,000 fascist members in Milan, according to a police inspector. The programme contained the following demands: universal suffrage for everyone over the age of 18, including women, an electoral system based on proportional representation, a lowering of the minimum age of deputies from 31 to 25, abolition of the monarchy in the upper house, the Senate and hereditary titles, a maximum 8-hour working day, workers' representation in the management of industry, confiscation of 85% of war profits, the complete confiscation of all church property, a confiscation of land from the rich, a progressive tax on capital, abolition of the stock exchange, and finally, the ceding of Fiume and Dalmatia to Italy. Some of the views of these founders of fascism were certainly bizarre. Filippo Marinetti, for example, believed that one of the positive aspects of the Great War would be that his nation would call upon, quote, the most diverse races uniting in disordered and rapid coitus with just one woman, end quote. This, in his eyes, would overthrow the traditional family. He also said that he wanted to expel the papacy from Rome as to, quote, free Italy from the Catholic mentality, end quote. Not exactly a much-loved position in Catholic Italy. Soon, however, Mussolini was winning over new converts from the right. One fairly traditional type was Vincenzo Ciotti, who considered himself an integralist and supported, quote, the monarchy, religion, hierarchy, a disciplined concord between individuals and classes, a generational solidarity proceeding across time, heredity, family, racial selection, dominion, empire, end quote. He said that the state he admired the most was Imperial Japan. Fascism, the movement, not yet the party, had quite the range of ideas in it. The second branch of the Fascio di Combattimento was formed in Milan, obviously, and then next came Genoa. Rapidly, by August, there were branches in nearly all major Italian cities. It's not surprising that an audience was quickly found amidst the disaffected masses. The socialists at this point were beating up and even sometimes killing workers who refused to join their unions and take part in their endless strikes. Soldiers and ex-soldiers were spat at and abused by left-wingers. Sometimes, train conductors would refuse to get going if there were officers on board. In response to such discrimination, armed squads of Arditi, or squadristi, were formed that acted as bodyguards or strike breakers. Italy was in utter chaos. Someone had to take the reins. In 1919, it appeared that the man would be D'Annunzio. But slowly, but surely, Mussolini was building his fascist foundations too. In April, the fascists had used violence for the first time. There was a huge socialist strike, or rather riot, and then, in a group of 200 to 300 strong, came the fascists, nationalists, Arditi and others to shut it down. A socialist fired a shot from the Avanti office window and a soldier was killed. Chaos ensued and 3 socialists died. 39 participants were injured. There was no official order for such fascist violence, but leading members such as Marinetti and Vecchi marched at the head of the column. The fascists meant business. Mussolini proudly boasted, quote, "We fascists did not organise the attack on the socialist newspaper, but we accept all the moral responsibility. They were not reactionaries, they were not bourgeois, they were not capitalists, those who moved in a column. They were people, genuine, authentic people. We combat openly and proudly, together with the majority of socialists throughout the world, the obscure phenomenon of regression, of counter-revolution and importance which is called Bolshevism," end quote. Several months later, the future Duce wrote, quote, "Fascism is pragmatic. It does not have a priorisms. It does not promise the usual utopian paradises. It leaves those charlataneries to the party card tribe. It does not pretend to live forever. It will live only until it has achieved the task it has set itself," end quote. The socialists, for their part, began going around killing fascists in retaliation to this new force, but it quickly dawned on Mussolini that the government was actually quite happy for him to thin the socialist ranks. They were terrified of a left-wing revolution and were more than happy to turn a blind eye to murderous violence against them. There was a drawback to this government fear, however. They were absolutely paralysed with the thought of what would happen if they cracked down too hard, and so the socialists launched strike after strike, and riot after riot, and the government simply did nothing. Mussolini knew how dangerous the situation was in the country, and he kept a revolver and some grenades on his editor's desk at all times. During this time, Mussolini did manage to find a little free time for himself, however, and he took it upon himself to get some flying lessons, and he also found a love for fast cars, which he drove about at incredibly reckless speeds. As noted, Fiume had become a key issue, if not the key issue in Italy, and in September, despite suffering from a high fever, Gabriele D'Annunzio rose from his sickbed and set off to take by force what could not be taken by diplomacy. This was his cause, and he would not let Italy be humiliated. He simply walked towards Fiume with a small force of like-minded veterans. An Italian force was sent by the government to stop him, but in true D'Annunzio style, he replicated Napoleon, flung open his coat, flashed his impressive collection of war medals, and told their general, quote, "All you have to do is order the troops to shoot me, general," end quote. It worked. The general embraced him and wept. Together they entered Fiume, and without a shot being fired, the city was captured. The other Entente forces slunk off, as no one wanted to die opposing the Italians for this town of 50,000. Fiume was officially in Italian hands. The Italian government themselves promised the Entente that they would expel D'Annunzio by force, yet they did no such thing. To attempt to do so could potentially ignite civil war. D'Annunzio, at least for now, had called everyone's bluff. Publicly, Mussolini would sing D'Annunzio's praises and raised money for him, yet behind the scenes he did a little sabotage. If D'Annunzio was able to use Fiume as a base to then march on Rome, which was the plan, then Mussolini would of course not be the leader of the new Italy, which was completely unacceptable to the future Duce. Mussolini was one of the few whom D'Annunzio told about the march on Fiume, and he regarded him as a great ally. Yet when only words and not material support came his way, he realised he had been duped. He wrote to Mussolini, quote, "My dear Mussolini, I am stupefied by you. I have risked all, given all, and had all, and you tremble with fear. I haven't slept for 6 nights, and I am devoured by fever. But I am on my feet," end quote. His influence, however, would forever remain. Farrell writes, quote, "Much of the inspiration for fascism came from D'Annunzio, particularly what fascism looked and sounded like, and why it was able to seduce so many Italians, with its emphasis on politics as theatre, and the crowd shouting aye aye a la la la, si or no in response to the leader, the Roman salute, the cult of the leader, the appeal to the young and the new, the singing of the Arditi song Giovanezza, which would become the anthem of fascism, the public use of sacred and ancient Roman images. All these helped transform the piazza into a political theatre," end quote. Mussolini, for now, kept urging D'Annunzio not to act by marching on Rome, even though the poet had captured a significant percentage of the Italian population with his heroism. The future Duce instead tried his luck in the 1919 election. He stood as one of the 17 fascist candidates in Milan and quickly faced a serious reality check. The entire election was an absolute failure, and the fascists, in their stronghold of Milan, only received 4,657 votes out of 270,000. Back in Mussolini's native Predapio, the fascists didn't get a single vote. Nationwide, the socialists went from 52 seats to 156 seats, winning 1.76 million votes out of an electorate of 11 million. During the war, it had seemed that the socialists were finished. Now, however, they were seemingly back from the dead and the biggest party in the country. The Liberal Prime Minister Nitti was only able to cling on to power by forming a coalition with the Catholic Popolari, whom the Pope had quietly given permission to take part in elections, in an Italy that the Vatican did not recognise. This, however, had saved Italy from socialism, and if that is indeed the case, then the Vatican had saved itself from destruction too. For now, however, Mussolini slumped into a profound depression. It appeared all was lost. He later told his son Vittorio that this was the first time he had ever lost faith in himself in his entire life. Sales of Il Popolo immediately plummeted after the elections, and membership of the fascist movement utterly collapsed. The socialists triumphantly marched through the streets with a coffin, which was meant to represent Mussolini's political career. The mass march even stopped outside the future Duce's home. In December 1919, after a brief trip to Venice to recover with his mistress, Sarfatti, he made a statement in Il Popolo and reaffirmed his ideas. Quote, "We fight anything which brutalizes or bestializes the workers, from clerical doctrine to red catechism. We do not fight the organization of classes. When possible, we assist the process. Our ideas on this are well known. We long for a trade union organization that is completely autonomous of parties and sects, which develops by itself, according to circumstance, place, and experience, the right tactics and the right ideals. That is flexible, which moves beyond the war of the classes to active and passive collaboration. We preserve, for everyone from top to bottom, our most precious treasure, independence. This is what distinguishes us from the grey sheep-like party card carrier, and which makes the evil shepherds who exploit it with the deceptions and trickery of demagogy our enemies." End quote. 1920 would see a rapid turnaround for fascism. The party had essentially been wiped out, but thanks to the sheer will of Mussolini, it survived and began its recovery. A corporatist state of sorts already now existed in neighbouring Fiume, where D'Annunzio was still holding up. It was also a state of sheer debauchery and degeneracy, and one that was rapidly losing its spark. In mid-1920, the Italian government fell over the price of bread. The new Prime Minister, Giolitti, signed the Treaty of Rapallo with Yugoslavia, which fixed the two nations' borders, and it was certainly a good deal for the Italians. They got Istria, and Fiume was made into an independent city-state. D'Annunzio refused to accept this, but Giolitti was built of sterner stuff. The Italians invaded Fiume so that Fiume would not be annexed by Italy as D'Annunzio wished. The dream was over just before the new year. Mussolini, by staying aloof from Fiume, had saved his reputation. D'Annunzio was discredited. Benito Mussolini alone now held the torch. Again, the future Duce reaffirmed his stance. Quote, "We don't believe in programs, schemes, saints, apostles. Above all, we don't believe in happiness, salvation, the promised land. We don't believe in a single solution, whether of an economic, political, or moral kind, a linear solution to the problems of life, because, O illustrious ballad singers of all the vestries, life is not linear. Two religions vie today for dominion over spirits and the world, the black and the red. From two Vaticans, today, encyclicals depart, from the one in Rome and the one in Moscow. We are heretics of these two religions. We alone are immune from the contagion." End quote. Despite this tough talk, Mussolini was soon forced to move towards the Vatican and towards the right. The exodus from the party had been mostly left-leaning, and so many of the further left-wing ideas were shelved forever. One included the war profits. Only excessive war profits should be confiscated, the party now said. As for the Vatican, Mussolini made a hard turn towards pragmatism. He said, quote, "As for the papacy, it needs to be understood. The Vatican represents 400 million men around the world, and that intelligent politics must take use of this colossal force for the sake of its own expansion. I am today completely outside any religion, but politics is politics. No one in Italy, unless he wants to start a religious war, can launch an attack on this spiritual sovereignty." End quote. Almost as soon as the words left Benito's mouth, no matter how watered down they were, Marinetti, a key fascist, left the party due to his staunch anti-clericalism. The shift to the right was perhaps also due to events in Italy. Factories, especially in the industrial north, had been seized, and the red flag flew above them. They were run by the workers and peasants now. 1 million of them were involved. Italy looked on the very brink of its own Russian Revolution. In response, Giolitti, the PM, opened the doors to fascism, and an agreement was reached in which fascist candidates could stand on the same ticket as Giolitti's. Later, there was an agreement to stand together in the so-called Nationalist Bloc in the 1921 elections. Giolitti had wished to absorb the fascists, and he had failed. Instead, the doors of power were now open to fascism. On top of this, in January 1921, the socialists, as they always tend to do, exploded due to infighting. There was a major schism in which the Italian Communist Party was formed. Mussolini wrote, quote, "The party that was supposed to give the present of paradise to the proletariat has split into two enemy factions. That is the sad reality. It is the end of an illusion. Will it be the beginning of wisdom?" End quote. Soon enough, there was another schism, as the Socialist Party complied with Comintern instructions to expel the so-called class collaborators. The expellees then formed the PSU, the Socialist Unitary Party. The disaster for the left continued. Factory owners, big business, property owners big and small, everyone with a slice of the Italian pie decided that enough was enough. If the state wasn't going to protect them, then someone else had to. It was the fascists and their squads that they turned to, in the form of bodyguards and strike breakers. On top of this, the workers who were not part of the Socialist Party and didn't hold a union card had been expelled from the collective farms and factories. Fascism, which had been a very urban phenomenon so far, suddenly spread like wildfire throughout the countryside amongst the peasants. In exchange for protection from the squadrista against the socialists, Mussolini persuaded landowners to hand over large areas to peasants on long leases, a solution that worked for everyone. He stated his position on the agrarian question. Quote, "Faced with the agrarian problem, the position of fascism is tendentially this: land to him who works it and makes it yield. No socialization of the land, a meaningless phrase, and above all, no agricultural state." End quote. Fascism had changed overnight. Support exploded. Everything was different now. The fascist squads began to challenge socialist rule in the streets more than ever before. Much as in Germany, both sides gave as good as they got. The streets were a war zone. Between January and April 1921, 102 people died and 388 people were injured. During the 1921 election campaign, there was 105 deaths, 3 per day. 431 were injured, which was 15 per day. In Mussolini's native Romagna especially, which was seen as a red stronghold, the black shirts asserted themselves as the new dominant force, and they grew exponentially. Mussolini proudly proclaimed in Il Popolo, quote, "The reality is this: the Socialist Party is a Russian army camped out in Italy. Against this foreign army, the fascists have launched a guerrilla war, which they will conduct in an exceptionally serious manner." End quote. In November 1921, there was a census for the fascist faithful. It turned out that 24.3% were agricultural labourers, 15% factory workers, 13% students, 12% owner or tenant farmers, and the rest were a mix of shopkeepers, traders, professionals and factory owners. 2/3 of these men had served in the Great War. The latter statistic was by far the most important. Mussolini's prediction was coming true. Those who were there would be the ones who were destined to rule Italy, not those who were not. Any leftist claim that the fascist rise to power was a bourgeois counter-revolution can also be firmly put to rest by such statistics. Agostino Lanzillo, a member of the Fascist Central Committee, wrote, quote, "Fascism is composed in the large cities of new men. They formed the crowd which before the war watched political events with indifference and apathy, and which has now entered the contest. Fascism has mobilized its forces from the twilight zone of political life, and from this derives the unruly violence and juvenile exuberance of its conduct." End quote. Italo Balbo, the dashing 24-year-old local squad leader in Ferrara, was exactly one of these types. He wrote later, quote, "When I came back from the war, just like so many, I hated politics and politicians, who in my opinion had betrayed the hopes of the combatants, reducing Italy to a shameful peace and systematic humiliation of any Italians who supported the cult of heroes. Fight, combat, to come back to the country of Giolitti, who offered every ideal as an item for sale? No, better to deny everything, to destroy everything, so as to rebuild everything from scratch. Many in those days turned to communist nihilism. It was the ready-made revolutionary program, and apparently the most radical. Struggle against the bourgeoisie and socialism. It is certain, in my opinion, that without Mussolini, 3/4 of the Italian youth which had returned from the trenches would have become Bolsheviks." End quote. In April 1921, Mussolini came to visit Ferrara, and Balbo had assembled a gigantic crowd of 20,000 fascists to listen. This was the first great fascist rally, for which Mussolini was to become so famous. Early 1921 also nearly brought about the end of Mussolini on 2 occasions. On the 2nd of March, he nearly died in a plane crash when he was doing takeoff and landing practice near Milan. His engine stalled, and he got off with a light injury, but he was now on crutches. Later that same month, on the 22nd of March, an assassin turned up at his door saying that he was looking for work. His nerve failed him, however, and he handed Mussolini his gun. The future Duce let him leave, but he then wrote about it in the newspaper, and the man was arrested. A day after the assassin turned up at Mussolini's door, a socialist bomb went off in a Milan theatre and killed 21 innocent people, wounding 200 more. The nation was a ticking time bomb, and only Benito Mussolini looked as if he had the means to defuse it. On the 8th of May, a week before the election, there was 1,073 acts of violence. Mussolini, for his part, urged restraint in Il Popolo, quote, "We must not turn from being the oppressed into tyrants," end quote. This time the fascists were in league with Giolitti and managed to do well for themselves in the election. Of the 75 candidates they had put up, 35 ended up winning and became part of the Nationalist Bloc, as the coalition was now calling itself. The Bloc won 275 seats. The Socialists won 34 seats less than last time, but still 122 in total. Essentially, as soon as Mussolini got his fascists into parliament, he simply pulled his support from Giolitti's bloc. Soon enough, Giolitti resigned. One of their first acts, too, was to boycott the traditional king's speech to parliament. Mussolini wrote, quote, "They shout Viva il Re, the fascists shout Viva l'Italia. Our symbol is not the shield of Savoy, it is the Fascio Littorio, Roman, and even, if you don't mind, Republican. In the fundamental postulates of fascism, every prejudice is rejected, therefore, even Republican or monarchist ones. But to this, we add that no one can consider the fascists monarchists or dynasticists. Now, faced with the issue of the royal opening, disinterest is really the only fascist attitude," end quote. On the 21st of June, Mussolini gave his first speech in the Chamber of Deputies. Essentially, it was an hour-long tirade against communism, socialism, and democracy. By now, too, he had softened even more on the church. He openly stated in his speech that if only the Vatican gave up its historical temporal power, aka their claims on the lost papal states land, then, in return, the Italian state would fund church schools, hospitals, and obviously, churches themselves. He also said, quote, "I affirm here that the Latin and imperial tradition of Rome is today represented by Catholicism. If, as Mommsen said 20 to 30 years ago, no one can remain in Rome without a universal idea, I think and affirm that the only universal idea which today exists in Rome is that which irradiates out of the Vatican," end quote. With the new government essentially amounting to nothing, the violence continued in Italy. On the 21st of July, black shirts launched a raid, but the police opened fire. As they fled, they were attacked by a hostile crowd and communist red shirts with pitchforks and billhooks. 18 black shirts were butchered and their bodies strung up by the crowd. 30 more were seriously wounded. He, as always now, denounced the violence and pushed for peace. As he said in a 1922 speech the next year, quote, "But to my fascist friends, and I speak to the fascists of all Italy, our violence must have certain fascist characteristics. The violence of 10 to 1 is to be disowned and condemned. There is a violence that frees, and a violence that binds. There is a moral violence, and stupid, immoral violence. Violence must be disproportionate to the necessities of the moment, and not made a school, a doctrine, or a sport. The fascists must be careful not to spoil with sporadic, individual, and unjustifiable acts of violence the brilliant and splendid victories of August," end quote. In this vein, he signed a Pact of Pacification on the 2nd of August. This led to immediate blowback, especially from provincial black shirt leaders like Balbo. Balbo himself, at a meeting on the 16th of August with 600 fasci in Bologna, proposed that Mussolini step aside and D'Annunzio take the reins. 2 days later, Mussolini retired the fascist executive. Many other members of the executive simply refused Benito's resignation. After all, this was essentially his movement. Grandi and Balbo, importantly, did not, and off they went to offer D'Annunzio the leadership of the fascist party. In return, all they got was an evasive response. After 3 days, he simply said he wanted to consult the stars, but the sky had been cloudy. It's a good job that sky was cloudy, as otherwise the fascists would have gone the way of the socialists, and entered the infinite spiral of schism. Ironically enough, it was the socialists who saved the situation. They had been so murderous in the streets that Mussolini had no choice but to declare that they had broken the pact. On the 12th of September, the fascists occupied Ravenna in force in the so-called March on Ravenna. Chaos ensued and the pact was officially over. If it looked a little earlier as if fascism was about to fall, that certainly was not the case now, and Mussolini took his chance. Benito stated that it was necessary for the movement to become a party with a clear structure and chain of command, and this was accepted at the annual party congress of the 7th to 8th of November. The PNF, aka the Partito Nazionale Fascista, was born. The now PNF leader wrote, quote, "Fascism will not lose any of its characteristics. It will lose instead, and it is good that it does, much of its dross. It will leave behind, and it must leave behind, the violent ones. Of violence not as a means, but as an end. Those ambiguous elements which here and there have tagged onto fascism to use it for the defence of their own private interests," end quote. By year's end, there was 249,036 members of the PNF. On top of this, the Italian parliament was in chaos and unable to govern. Mussolini called the problem, quote, "nearly insoluble," end quote. February 1922, Pope Benedict XV passed away, and he was replaced by Pope Pius XI, the former Archbishop of Milan. Importantly, Mussolini was present for the official announcement at St. Peter's Square. It was truly a sign that Italians were beginning to come together. Pius XI was the first pope since Rome was seized in 1870 to address his flock from the windows facing St. Peter's Square. The others had addressed the faithful inside the basilica. Pius XI had been a surprise pick, only being elected on the conclave's 14th ballot. Yet his election was vital. David Kurtzer writes in The Pope and Mussolini, quote, "Something surprising caught people's eye. Members of the noble papal guard appeared on the balcony just above the central massive door of St. Peter's, facing the square, and hung from its rail a red tapestry bearing the papal coat of arms. As the white-robed pontiff emerged onto the balcony to bless them, a hush spread through the vast piazza, and people fell to their knees. No one would forget the sight of Italian soldiers stationed in the piazza to keep order, presenting their arms alongside the papal Swiss guard. Together, they saluted the new pope." End quote. The Pope was bringing Italians together, much like Mussolini was soon to do. Both were fanatically anti-communist, the new Pope having been present during the miracle on the Vistula, where the Polish defenders put their victory down to the intervention of the Blessed Virgin Mary. Increasingly, these two staunch anti-communists would come to depend on each other, too. That same month, the Italian government collapsed. Everyone scrambled to form a coalition, yet nothing was forthcoming. The king, in desperation, had to turn to a man named Luigi Facta, another liberal. This appointment was simply kicking the can down the road. The old regime was simply not functioning and was facing extinction. The pattern of increasing violence continued into 1922, with both the socialists and the fascists giving as good as they got. In March, 1,000 black shirts even seized Fiume and demanded that the government accept the fait accompli, yet they did not. Between March and July, 899 fascists and 959 socialists were arrested for alleged acts of violence. In May, Mussolini himself got in the action and fought another duel, which would turn out to be his last. This was with Mario Miseroli, editor of an anti-fascist newspaper, who kept calling him an agrarian slave in his columns. The duel lasted 7 rounds with no clear winner and no reconciliation. By July, the Facta government simply couldn't deal with the violence, and he resigned on the 22nd. On the 28th and 29th of July, Italo Balbo launched what came to be known as the Column of Fire, and fascists began to torch socialist and communist offices, essentially at will, all over Ravenna and Forlì. Balbo's bluff was not called, and neither the police nor the army intervened. At this stage, the fascists were essentially the de facto rulers of much of the north of Italy, especially the Po Delta. On the 31st of July, the king recalled Facta, and the left, in response to the Column of Fire, called a general strike. They had walked right into Balbo's ingenious trap, and had just wrapped the noose around their own necks. The fascists were now once more able to present themselves as the defenders of the nation due to the absence of the state itself. Mussolini publicly stated that the government had 48 hours to stop the strike, or else the black shirts would do it instead. He meant it, and the men were mobilised. On the 2nd of August, the strike leaders backed down and called off the strike, but it was too late. The fascists launched a week-long rampage against left-wing targets. On the 3rd of August, 1,000 fascists besieged the city hall in Milan, and 150 soldiers who were guarding it just let them flood past. The nuncio, who happened to be in Milan at the time, was convinced to make a rousing speech in support of fascism from the city hall balcony, despite his issues with Mussolini personally. The next day, the 4th, the Avanti offices were sacked and torched. On the 5th, the government ordered prefects in the north to impose martial law, and only then did Mussolini back down. On the 11th, he told a Naples newspaper that a march on Rome was strategically possible, although not inevitable. Clearly, things were coming to a head, one way or another. By September, Mussolini's mistress, Sarfatti, who he was spending more and more time with, had given 1 million lire to be put towards a march on Rome. She said to a friend, quote, "That march had to be made, it could not be put off any longer, and I did not want to lose my money, which was not a negligible sum." End quote. Behind the scenes, Mussolini was in talks with the government about forming a coalition, and he was absolutely racked with doubt. It was not him who most wanted the march, it was men like Balbo, men who had far less to lose, and yet had the will to take the plunge to get what they wanted. Meanwhile, the Italian left, instead of rallying together, was disintegrating, and the Socialist Party had another great schism. The other main party, the Popolari, suffered a severe setback as the new pope pulled his support. Pius XI was no fascist, but he saw the writing on the wall. Fascism, in his eyes, was the best chance to restore peace to Italy. On the 16th of October, there was a meeting of all the leaders of the fascist militia, Balbo, Cesare De Vecchi, and Emilio de Bono. The last of the three was a reserve army general, and also in attendance were several other generals. Here, the march was finally organised. It was agreed that there would be 4 quadrumvirs, appointed to run the whole ordeal. These would be Balbo, De Vecchi, De Bono, and Bianchi. D'Annunzio, according to Mussolini, had given his approval of the march. Balbo wanted to march immediately, yet the future Duce urged patience, and the date was set for the annual P&F Congress in Naples, which began on the 24th. Mussolini did continue to hedge his bets, however. On the way to Naples, he stopped in Rome and demanded 5 ministries as his price for fascist support. Clearly this didn't end well, as in Naples during the party congress, Mussolini said in his speech, quote, "Either they give us the government, or we will take it by going to Rome. It is now a question of days, and perhaps hours," end quote. It was agreed that the black shirts would move on the provincial cities at midnight on the 27th. As soon as this was decided, De Vecchi scurried off to Rome and urged a friend that the king should be warned. This was a betrayal of the First Order, but regardless, the king was near Pisa at his country residence and couldn't be reached. The Prime Minister, too, simply chose not to believe that the march was on. Everyone in Rome took De Vecchi's scheming as part of a great bluff to get a fascist-friendly government. Just before midnight on the 27th, the king returned to Rome, and Prime Minister Facta offered to resign, which the king refused. Instead, it was agreed that a state of emergency would be proclaimed the next morning. Mussolini, meanwhile, was back in Milan watching a play with Sarfatti. He didn't stay till the end, however, as a journalist arrived midway through the second act with an urgent message. The messenger had driven like a madman from Cremona to Milan with a message from Roberto Farinacci. Inside, Farinacci stated that he had been unable to control his black shirts and that they were beginning to descend on their targets in the city well before midnight. In the end, Cremona would fare the worst during the coup. 10 fascists died and the army fought back, recapturing the prefecture. The other black shirts, however, kept their cool. At midnight, the plan went ahead and seized their targets, which except for Puglia were exclusively in the north. As for Rome itself, 30,000 fascists showed up and gathered at the 3 pre-arranged assembly points outside the city. At the appointed time, the march, or rather the train journey, could begin. The government, fairly easily, could have stopped the trains carrying all of these fascists, and yet they did not. The fascists were lightly armed with rifles, pistols, and truncheons. In Rome, there was 28,400 soldiers armed with machine guns, artillery, and armoured cars. 4,000 nationalist blue shirts also rallied to the king's cause, ready to assist the army if needed. The government could have stopped them fairly easily, and yet they simply lacked the will to do so. The king asked Marshal Diaz if the army could be counted on to do its duty if it came to declaring a state of siege. Diaz replied, quote, "The army will do its duty. However, it would be good not to put it to the test," end quote. At the break of dawn on the 28th, the two sides were entrenched in Rome, facing each other, waiting. This isn't as tense as it sounds, however. Both sides fraternized, exchanged food, and played music together. One fascist wrote home to his mother, quote, "Dear Mum, if they tell you that in the south the weather is always beautiful, don't believe them. The peasants, even those who don't know who we are, respect us, or perhaps it is only fear, but we are fighting for them too. The Royal Carabinieri have given us food and blankets. It seems that when the moment comes to advance, they will give us arms as well. Tell Dad to forgive me, but I could not stay at home while the others went to save Italy," end quote. At 6 a.m, Facta called an emergency meeting and demanded that the march be stopped. At 9 a.m, he went to the king and asked him to sign the state of emergency proclamation, which they had agreed on. Amazingly, the king refused, what should have been a mere formality. Later that morning, after another cabinet meeting, Facta offered to resign, and this time the king accepted. Frantic attempts to form a government took place all day, but it was clear that Mussolini was going to come out on top. One shaky government after another had fallen, and his bluff had worked by marching on Rome. He, meanwhile, was back in Milan at his office, answering telephone call after telephone call. Deal after deal came through from the government, and he continued to refuse. He wrote in El Popolo, quote, "The victory cannot be mutilated by last-minute combinations. There was no point mobilising just to achieve a Salandra deal," end quote. On Sunday morning, the 29th, the king was left with no choice but to call for Mussolini. He arrived at 11 a.m. on the 30th. Back in Milan, as he had prepared to leave the station, he said to the station master, quote, "I want to leave on time. From now on, everything must work perfectly," end quote. This is where the infamous trains running on time joke came from. When he arrived, he was swamped by 50,000 fascists who were waiting to greet him. The British ambassador in Rome, Sir Ronald Graham, wrote home to Lord Curzon, the foreign secretary, quote, "Considering that the Italian race is temperamentally undisciplined, the order and discipline shown by the fascisti has been remarkable," end quote. Off he went to meet the king. Quote, "I ask forgiveness of your majesty for presenting myself still in my black shirt, a veteran of the battle, fortunately bloodless, which we had to undertake. I bring your majesty the Italy of Vittorio Veneto, reconsecrated by our victory." End quote. All went as expected and the bluff paid off. With a lot of telephone calls and a paramilitary day out, Benito Mussolini, head of a party with just 32 MPs, had seized power at the age of just 39. The youngest since the reunification. It was a completely unheard of situation. The party itself wasn't even a year old. Upon being given his assignment by the king, Mussolini appointed himself Minister of the Interior and Interim Minister for Foreign Affairs. Apart from this, only 3 of the other 13 cabinet positions went to fascists. This was a coalition government where he had to compromise, after all. He certainly did not have full power yet. On the 16th of November, Mussolini requested the right to rule by decree for a year from the Chamber of Deputies and said, threateningly, quote, "I add, so that everyone may know, that I am here to defend and strengthen to the utmost degree the revolution of the black shirts, with 300,000 fully armed young men, utterly committed and almost mystically ready for an order from me. I could have punished all those who have defamed and tried to throw mud at fascism. I could have turned this deaf and grey chamber into a bivouac for my legions. I could have barred up Parliament and formed a government only of fascists. I could have, but I have not wanted to, at least not for the moment." End quote. Importantly, he concluded, quote, "God help me conduct my arduous task to a victorious conclusion." End quote. Not a single Italian head of government had muttered the word God since the unification of the nation until now. In the vote of confidence that day, the Mussolini government won by an overwhelming 306 votes to 116 votes with 7 abstentions. Only the communists and the socialists were those voting against the Duce. Then, as one of his first acts as Prime Minister, Mussolini led his cabinet to a mass at the altar of the unknown soldier in Rome, and he ordered the men to kneel in prayer for a minute. This was quite the change from the fierce anti-clericalism of just a few years ago, and also, more importantly, a clear offer to the Vatican for reconciliation. On the 20th of November, Mussolini had to attend the Lausanne conference in Switzerland with Britain, France, the Soviet Union, Turkey and Greece. The Swiss government had to cancel Mussolini's deportation order from 20 years ago, purely so he could get in. He was only here for 2 days, however, and was unable to do much good when it came to solving a dispute that was mainly between Greece and Turkey, especially considering he had 0 experience in foreign policy. Despite all this, Benito Mussolini was the centre of attention in Switzerland, and everyone wanted to meet this strange man. Upon his return, the Duce's request to rule by decree was granted, and he moved into his new quarters inside the lavish Grand Hotel. Previously, the hotel had been known for its rich American female tourists. As soon as Benito moved in, however, he banned women from the premises. "They are a distraction," he said. Quote, "They obstruct active production of work. They create delays and do not appreciate the urgent nature of work." End quote. One of the first things on Mussolini's agenda now that he had free reign was the church. After all, in a nation that was 99% Catholic, how could this be anything but a positive? Kurtzer writes, quote, "He moved quickly to make good on his promises to the Vatican, eager to show that he could do what the Popular Party had been incapable of doing. He would restore the privileges that the Church enjoyed before Italian unification. He ordered crucifixes to be placed on the wall of every classroom in the country. Then, in all courtrooms and hospital rooms, he made it a crime to insult a priest or to speak disparagingly of the Catholic religion. He restored Catholic chaplains to military units. He offered priests and bishops more generous state allowances, and to the special delight of the Vatican, he required that the Catholic religion be taught in the elementary schools. He showered the church with money, including 3 million lire to restore churches damaged during the war, and subsidies for church-run Italian schools abroad. In cities and towns throughout the country, in the course of Mussolini's many triumphal visits, bishops and local parish priests were encouraged to approach him to ask for funds for church repair. To further burnish his Catholic credentials, later in 1923, he had his wife Rachel and their 3 children, Edda and 2 sons, Vittorio and Bruno, baptized. End quote. On top of this, contraceptives were made illegal, as well as swearing in public. Religious education was also mandatory, not only in elementary schools, but all schools and universities. The books used were also only those approved directly by the Vatican. P&F members were, incredibly, banned from being Freemasons. The party had previously been riddled with Masons and Masonic support, but Mussolini was all too happy to trade this in for Vatican support. Homosexuality was completely banned in 1931. Officially, the Vatican did not yet recognise the nation of Italy, which had so recently ripped its lands away. But regardless, the Pope wanted to work with Mussolini. Their go-between was an old Jesuit named Pietro Tacchi Venturi. Elsewhere, in foreign affairs, Mussolini visited England for the first and only time in December 1922 for an Allied conference regarding Germany's failure to pay war reparations. Here, Mussolini met the King and was only in England for 3 days. The conference came to nothing, and as we know, the French took matters into their own hands by marching into the Ruhr with Belgium, often using uncontrolled colonial troops to wreak havoc with the local female population. On the 15th of December, the new Grand Council of Fascism met for the first time. Ironically, Mussolini's slide towards dictatorship was at first due to how uncontrollable his fascists were. The more anti-clerical elements amongst the black shirts had been a thorn in his side, and attacks on priests in the countryside were fairly frequent. There was even some cases of castor oil being poured down priests' throats, and some had been held up at gunpoint or beaten. This, of course, paled in comparison to the violence against leftists of all kinds, as well as members of the Italian People's Party, who were Catholics. The new council would help significantly with pulling unruly elements back into the fold, and keeping things under control. A new national militia was formed comprised of the black shirts. At 300,000 strong, they swore an oath of loyalty to Benito Mussolini, not the king. The opposition was cracked down upon too. In early 1923, thousands of communists were arrested, and then in April, large numbers of weapons, including almost 30,000 rifles, were seized. Other issues were able to be solved with diplomacy, not violence. In March, the PNF absorbed the nationalist royalists, who they had often clashed in the streets with beforehand. This was a huge blow to the left wing of the party, and the PNF continued to drift rightwards. In May, King George V of England and Queen Mary made an official 5-day state visit to Rome. The fascists being in power had done nothing to put them off doing so, far from it, as King George bestowed Mussolini with the Order of the Bath. In general, the visit was seen as an official British seal of approval for Italian fascism, and this truly was the feeling back home. Mussolini was seen as having saved his nation from communism, and other newspapers spoke absolutely glowingly of him. Even Churchill was a gigantic fan. In mid-1923, a huge electoral reform bill was passed, which effectively would hand any future election on a plate to the fascists. The Pope personally ensured this passed by making the head of the extremely Catholic Italian People's Party step down, who had been in staunch opposition. On the 24th of August, a Catholic priest was beaten to death by 2 fascists in Italo Balbo's neck of the woods, Ferrara. Don Menzoni, the priest, was a decorated First World War veteran and a fervent anti-fascist. This excess, along with others, was driving Mussolini up the wall. Before the party had even come to power, he had disavowed this kind of violence, but now it threatened to sabotage everything. In a furious telegram, the Duce wrote, quote, "I declare that I want to liberate the militia not from fascism, but from the party, which is a vast, pitiful panorama of imbecilic bigots and an interminable object of mirth and daily scorn on the part of all of our opponents. Stop. For months and months, fascism has been the only unsettling element in the life of the nation. Government has confronted and solved formidable problems, while provincial fascism has never exited the bickering of the bell towers." End quote. The 31st of October brought the first anniversary since the March on Rome. The Times wrote of the occasion, quote, "It is beyond question that Italy has never been so unified. The Italians are impressed that fascism is not a typical political revolution, which has succeeded, but a genuine spiritual revolution. Fascism has abolished the parliamentary chess game, it has simplified the tax system, and has greatly reduced the national debt. It has improved public services enormously, especially the railways. It has reduced redundant bureaucracy without causing serious unemployment. It has pursued an energetic and fortuitous colonial policy. All this is a difficult and praiseworthy achievement in its own right, but the greatest gain for Italy is that she has got back internal security and national pride." End quote. This, in spite of the fact that Mussolini had sent the Italian Navy to first bombard and then simply seize Corfu on the 31st of August. An Italian delegation led by an Italian general had been murdered near the Greek-Albanian border, where they had been involved in an international effort to define the correct frontier between the two nations. Mussolini boldly reacted, and about a dozen Greek civilians died. Mussolini also demanded several types of humiliating apology from the Greeks, as well as 50 million lire in compensation. The Greeks protested relentlessly and appealed to the League of Nations, yet it was no good. Mussolini got his way. A month later, the Greeks were made to accept a slightly watered-down version of the earlier ultimatum. In return, the Italian troops left Corfu. To the Italian people, it seemed they finally had a leader who could stand up to the great powers. France had not only not cared, but had actively supported Italy in the crisis, and the British could do nothing despite their fury. A second foreign policy triumph followed in January 1924, when a treaty was signed with Yugoslavia, which ceded Fiume to Italy, that city which meant so much to every Italian. The king duly assigned Mussolini the highest order which was in his power to give, the Collar dell'Annunziata. This made him a cousin of the sovereign. With these successes under his belt, Mussolini felt confident enough to go to the polls in search of a popular mandate. On the 25th, he dissolved Parliament and set the elections for the 6th of April. He wanted them, for optics' sake, to be entirely peaceful. He specifically requested, quote, "You must impede totally vandalistic acts, especially against opposition newspapers," end quote. Mussolini was able to control the PNF at its centre, but his requests fell on deaf ears in the provinces, as fascist thugs terrorised the opposition all across the country. Hundreds were beaten, and a socialist candidate was dragged out of his house and shot dead. Despite this, 7.6 million Italians voted, a turnout of 63.8%, which was 5.4% more than the 1921 elections. Mussolini's list of candidates won 66.3% of the vote, giving him 374 deputies out of 535. 275 out of the 374 were fascists. Mussolini proudly said to the Chicago Daily News, quote, "Italy is made, now we must make the Italians," end quote. The excitement of this gigantic victory, however, was short-lived. The regime itself was about to come the closest it ever came to collapse until 1943. On the 30th of May 1924, Matteotti, an Italian socialist politician who was absolutely hell-bent on confrontation with Mussolini, stepped up to speak in Parliament. Mussolini had tried working with the socialists. He would happily have accepted them into his government, but Matteotti, especially, refused to do any such thing, and this would be his downfall. During the speech, which lasted for 4 hours, the socialist accused Mussolini of having rigged the vote, and said that the entire election should be voided. The entire time he spoke, he was heckled and the massed ranks of fascist MPs banged the tables. The language was deliberately as inflammatory as it could possibly be, and Matteotti knew exactly what he was doing. And he torpedoed any hope of a deal between the socialists and the fascists. On the 7th of June, it was Mussolini's time to talk, and he gave his first speech to the new parliament at the end of the debate on the King's Speech. Everyone expected him to reply to Matteotti, yet he did not. Instead, he offered the socialists an olive branch. 2 days later, the British Empire ceded Jubaland in Somalia to Italy, another gigantic foreign policy success. It appeared as if the entire Matteotti business was in the past. This was until a day later when Matteotti was kidnapped in broad daylight in the middle of Rome and dragged into a car. He fought back well and broke the glass centre console in the middle of the car. He was then stabbed in the throat and died. The car's horn had been pushed down to drown out the dying man's screams as the vehicle sped through the streets. The 5 men in the car were not only fascists, but important fascists. Chief among them was Amerigo Domini. The men, led by Domini, buried Matteotti in a grave less than a half-metre deep outside Rome. The story quickly made it to the papers and it spread like wildfire. The reaction throughout Italy was one of utter revulsion towards the fascists. On the 12th, Mussolini spoke in Parliament and said that he had no idea where Matteotti was, but he ordered a police investigation. The opposition MPs greeted his words with wild heckling, and many regarded him as being an accomplice. Much of the opposition chose to boycott the chamber in protest. Initially this seemed catastrophic for Mussolini, and he had essentially lost his head and was telling people that all was lost. Sarfatti recalled that, quote, "His life seemed completely wrecked," end quote. Mussolini said to another woman, quote, "My worst enemies could not have done as much harm as my friends," end quote. The country was absolutely furious at him. One man who remained as stoic as ever, however, was Pope Pius XI, and he used every ounce of his influence to tone down the blowback against Mussolini, knowing that the Duce was his best chance of pushing the Catholic cause in Italy. In the Vatican newspaper, his unofficial mouthpiece, it was claimed that Mussolini had nothing to do with the murders, and the Pope personally had Luigi Sturzo of the Italian People's Party agree to go into exile as he refused to stop attacking Mussolini. Matteotti's widow and mother asked repeatedly for an audience with the Pope, but His Holiness refused, and instead he had his Cardinal Secretary of State give them each a rosary, which he had blessed. The assistance hadn't been all one way. Just before the 1924 election, Mussolini had vetoed a long-standing plan for a big Methodist church to be constructed in Rome, and he had rejected proposals from YMCA, a huge Protestant youth group, to build centres in Italy. Catholic seminarians had also been exempted from the draft. This had all been done without request. Mussolini knew what the Pope wanted, and keeping him on side was extremely beneficial. The Duce, for his part too, was happy to crack down on Protestant missions, which were almost exclusively led by Americans. An official of the police office in Catanzaro said, quote, "The followers of such doctrines can be considered the real anarchists of religion, while they pursue biblical concepts only accepted by the raving or the sick in mind," end quote. Some Pentecostalists especially were a bizarre subversive group, as wherever they went they preached against conscription, which was antithetical to the fascist way of life. These Protestant groups were almost always hostile to fascism and militarism in general. On this matter, church and state were more than happy to work together. As the hype regarding the murder died down, the opposition boycott ended up backfiring and essentially became a lockout and allowed the king, the voice that mattered most right now, to wash his hands of the situation. The press campaign continued, however, and even D'Annunzio came out against the fascists. Farrell writes, quote, "The waiting room outside Mussolini's office at Palazzo Chigi, normally chock-a-block with people keen to see him, was suddenly deserted." His usher, Quinto Navarra, later recalled, "One day during this period, Navarra, hearing only silence from Mussolini's office for an inordinate length of time, peeped around the door to see if he was alright, and saw him kneeling on an armchair, banging his head against the wall. Senior fascists who saw him in July found him with a 3-day stubble. He was like a businessman, about to declare himself bankrupt," recalled one, end quote. Most importantly, the stress brought him immense stomach pain, and for the rest of his life, whenever he underwent such stressful periods, he would be absolutely dogged by these pains. His relationship with Sarfatti started to decline around this time too. Farrell again, quote, "He did not have time to see her anymore at her whim, only his. Furthermore, his sexual attraction for her, she was anything but a head-turner anyway, had waned. Snobbish, egotistical, arrogant, spoiled, this made her hit the roof. But she found power irresistible. Once she got power, she became even more obsessed with him. She wept, she whined, she waited, sometimes hours to see him in vain. She accused him of insane jealousy. The truth was the other way around. My absurd lover, tyrannical and adored," she wrote in March 1923. Sarfatti had spent her adult life accumulating people either as trophies or for what they could do for her. Mussolini, now her most important trophy, became ever less hers, end quote. Meanwhile, the investigation went on. Mussolini was forced to rid himself of the culprits, and they, in turn, began to sing like canaries to the police and claim that Mussolini had ordered the entire thing. On the 24th of June, Mussolini went before the Senate for a vote of no confidence. The Senate followed the way of the King and the Vatican before them. They voted 225 to 21 in his favour, with only 6 abstentions. In terms of placating the King, Mussolini agreed that the militia would from now on swear an oath of loyalty to the King, not Italy. The foreign press was behind the Duce too. The Times wrote on the 5th of July, quote, "For ourselves, we hope that Signor Mussolini, who is unquestionably a great administrator and a great political foreman of the works, will not lose his hold on the people," end quote. The Daily Mail, quote, "We in England have confidence in Signor Mussolini, so have the Italians," end quote. Things were still incredibly uneasy, however, and it wasn't until the 16th of August that a gameskeeper found Mattiotti's body as his dog had begun to dig furiously at the shallow grave. This reignited the flame that had been slowly dimming regarding the crisis. Opposition came from within too. Many thought that he was going too far to appease men such as the King. In late 1923, Mussolini even replaced Balbo as militia commander and placed a regular army officer in his place. Extremist fascist newspapers all over the country began to attack not the opposition, but normal, moderate fascist ministers. In early December, a group of senior fascists, including Balbo, met and decided to nominate a committee of 5 to take power in the event of an emergency. On the 31st, the 33 consuls arrived at Mussolini's residence on the pretext of wishing him a happy new year, but instead issued him an ultimatum from the local leader in Florence. Quote, "I am in Florence. Either you, guided by God, pursue a grandiose program as we hope, or we, before becoming an object of ridicule, will engage battle," end quote. The consuls said right to his face that either none of the fascists go to prison over the Matteotti crisis, or they all will. They left unconvinced at Mussolini's response, and at their next meeting, they openly talked of assassinating him. These would-be rebels then ordered 10,000 armed squadristi to converge on Florence, where they then began to engage in mass acts of violence against the opposition and their party offices and newspapers. Mussolini dared not risk calling in the forces of law to clamp down on his own men. On the 3rd of January 1925, Mussolini went before Parliament and played what he called his big card. Firstly, he confessed, quote, "All right then, I declare here that I assume, I alone, the political, moral and historical responsibility for all that has happened," end quote. He continued on, quote, "You are full of illusions. You have believed that fascism was finished because I have repressed it, that it was dead because I had chastened it, because if I put the 100th part of the energy that I have put into repressing it, into unleashing it, then you would see, Italy, O Signori, wants peace, she wants tranquility, she wants the industrious calm. This tranquility, this hard-working calm, we will deliver it to her with love, if it is possible, and with force, if it is necessary. You can be certain that within the 48 hours succeeding my speech, the situation will be clarified across the board," end quote. After the speech, he ordered his interior minister to telegram orders to the prefects to close down all suspect organisations which might, quote, "subvert the powers of the state," end quote. 400 such organisations were closed down, including even wine shops, which had served as meeting places. More than 100 people had been arrested within days. Another telegram went out banning, quote, meetings, processions and public demonstrations, end quote, by fascists. Another telegram was sent ordering prefects to inform provincial fascist leaders that any form of illegal disorder by them would seriously damage the government. If it wasn't clear already, Mussolini was instituting a dictatorship. These were but the first steps. By the end of 1926, all other political parties had been abolished except his own. Everyone had had their claws out for the Duce after the Matteotti affair, even his own fascists. Yet Mussolini had clawed his way out of the grave and found a way to turn the situation to his advantage, crushing opposition from both outside and within. His big card had worked, and no one dared lift a finger to stop him. The only viable path to oppose the fascists now lay with the king, and he did nothing. He wasn't happy with what had gone on, and indeed he hadn't expected it. He recalled, quote, I wasn't expecting it, and I wasn't even warned, end quote. Even the socialists viewed the king as their last and only hope to oppose Mussolini, and the opposition continued to boycott Parliament. As time passed by and the king did nothing, however, the opposition's absence from Parliament only weakened their own position. The king, however, despite not being a big fan of Mussolini, knew that the alternative was at best incompetence, and at worst, civil war. Mussolini had survived the crisis. On February the 15th, however, it seemed fate might have a cruel last card to play, as Il Duce fell gravely ill and collapsed after vomiting blood. He did not reappear until the 23rd of March, when he made a speech from the balcony of his office. An Italian specialist was called all the way from London to treat him, and there were even rumours that he was dead. The exact nature of this illness was never revealed. It was thought to be an ulcer, yet his autopsy in 1945 showed no such thing. What is known is that during times of stress, Mussolini's stomach pains would increase, and so due to the crisis, it was more than likely an extreme case of this. By this time, the Duce had become obsessed by his diet and his health. He had completely given up smoking, and banned others from doing so in his office, and he only drank red wine in moderation. He avoided coffee, but drank a ridiculous amount of milk, sometimes even as much as 3 litres per day. In terms of food, he ate very little meat, but a lot of pasta and fresh fruits and vegetables. This food was absolutely vacuumed down, and he said that he never spent more than 10 minutes eating a meal, and he aimed for no more than 3. This strategy seemed to work, however, as in 1937, the Duce would say to an American journalist that he had not felt ill since 1925. If he had felt any discomfort, he said, he fasted for 24 hours. 1925 saw other threats to Mussolini's health, which would determine the fate of Italy. With the king failing to act, there seemed to be only one option left for many, that being the assassination of Mussolini. The people of Italy were not loyal to fascism in the slightest, but they were, however, fanatically loyal to Benito. If he were to be gotten rid of, the entire structure would come tumbling down immediately. Between November 1925 and November 1926, there were 4 major attempts on his life. The first came on the 4th of November 1925, as Tito Zanniboni, a member of the Socialist Party and a Masonic lodge, was caught in possession of a sniper rifle with a telescopic lens on the 5th floor of a building, facing the Palazzo Chigi in Rome, where Mussolini was due to speak. Originally, Zanniboni had been one of the socialists and Freemasons most willing to negotiate some kind of working relationship with fascism, but lately the fascists had gone too far in his mind. In the month before Zanniboni decided to act, Florence had been the scene of immense fascist violence directed against Freemasons and socialists. The fascist press had whipped up the madness in the by now familiar ordeal that Mussolini always tried to avoid. By now, the fascist squads effectively acted like a new mafia and tried to keep their opponents in a permanent state of terror. He had personally spoken to the king before and tried to arrange any form of less violent opposition against Mussolini that he could, but ultimately there was simply no interest, and so he turned to murder. One of the men he told about the attempt simply tipped off the authorities and he was caught red-handed. He was eventually sentenced to 30 years in prison. After the attempt, Mussolini staged a conference in which he explained the difference between Anglo-Saxon Freemasonry and Continental Freemasonry. Quote, "The sect must be absolutely abolished because its influence is deleterious to discipline in the army, to the impartiality of the courts, and a subversion of order that should be obtained in all public offices. Fortunately, fascism has struck Italian Masonry such a blow that it will be difficult for it to regain its legs again for some time." End quote. On another occasion, the Duce said of Masons, quote, "This shady institution, with its secret nature, has always had in Italy a character typical of the briber and the blackmailer. Its secret character throughout the 20th century, its mysterious meetings, abhorrent to our beautiful communities with their sunlight and their love of truth, gave to the sect the character of corruption, a crooked concept of life. This is a war without quarter, a war of which I am a veteran. Italians won this battle for me. They found the cure for this leprosy," end quote. In the end, the assassination attempt brought on a wave of support for fascism and a wave of hatred for Freemasonry, and it indeed appeared as if behind the scenes, the Masons had in fact been planning an overthrow of Mussolini, and it certainly wasn't the last time they attempted such a thing. Fascist violence also underwent a crackdown at this time too. The Grand Council agreed on a motion to force all local leaders to disband any squads still in existence. The motion said that the squads, quote, "no longer has, 3 years after the March on Rome, any historical or political justification," end quote. 50 particularly guilty Florentine fascists were expelled from the party, and the local fascia was dissolved as instructed. Farinacci, one of the main proponents of violence in the PNF, was also deprived of his post, and Mussolini began to exercise greater control. In 1926, in a reform to the PNF constitution, Mussolini became the formal head, known as Il Duce del Fascismo, and the Grand Council became the supreme organ of fascism. In December 1925, a notable event happened in Mussolini's private life. One day he suddenly arrived at his house with a priest, and told his wife they were getting married, in the religious, not the civil sense, on the spot. After some rough persuasion, she went along with it, and thus Benito Mussolini and Rachel Mussolini were officially married in the eyes of the Roman Catholic Church, and indeed, finally, in the eyes of God. On the 7th of April 1926, the second attempt on Mussolini's life was made, and this one was by far the most famous. An Anglo-Irish aristocrat named Violet Gibson was a 54-year-old Catholic convert spinster who had lived in Paris and been a fiercely anti-British pacifist during the war and had pushed German peace propaganda. She also suffered from what documents in the Public Record Office called a religious mania with homicidal tendencies. From October 1923 to March 1924, she had been confined to a London asylum. She later went to live in Rome and claimed to have orders to kill either the Pope or Mussolini. The Pope, however, rarely appeared in public, and so she chose the easier target. After a speech in Rome, there was a crowd which had formed to greet Mussolini. Suddenly, Violet emerged from the crowd and shot Mussolini with a revolver at close range. At that very moment, the Duce had thrown his head back and raised his arm to give the Roman salute to a group of students singing Gia Veneza. Thanks to this slight movement, the bullet ended up striking Mussolini's nose as opposed to his actual head. It did no serious damage, and the police quickly disarmed Violet as she was about to take her second shot. If it weren't for the police, she would have been lynched by the crowd. The speech that Mussolini had just given happened to be to open the International Conference of Surgeons, and so he simply went inside, got checked out, and a few minutes later he emerged with a large plaster on his nose, as if all was normal. He then gave a short speech in which he coined one of his most famous phrases, quote, "If I advance, follow me. If I retreat, kill me. If I die, revenge me," end quote. The next day, he set sail for Libya, and he was greeted by shouts of "Ave, Caesar!" As for Violet Gibson, the British authorities did all they could to assist the Italian police with their inquiry. It was also discovered that Gibson had attempted to kill a friend of hers in the past, in order to repeat the sacrifice of Abraham and Isaac. The Italian public wanted her head, but Mussolini himself ensured that this didn't happen. She was placed in a private nursing home, and in 1927, the charges were dropped due to her insanity, and she was deported. The British agreed, on their end, to remove her passport and not issue her a new one. After the attempt on his life, a 14-year-old schoolgirl named Claretta Petacci wrote to Mussolini. She said, quote, "Duce, my grandissimo Duce, our life, our hope, our glory. Why couldn't I have been there to strangle that woman assassin? Why couldn't I have been able to take her away forever from Italian soil, which has been marked with your blood, your great, good, sincere Romagnol blood? O Duce, you who are the man of our future, who are the man loved always with a growing fervour and passion by the Italian people. I love you profoundly as a little fascist of the first hour. Duce, my life is for you," end quote. And she continued on to write that she wanted to, quote, "ardently test my head on your broad chest, so as to hear still alive the beating of your great heart," end quote. The Duce did not reply, but this was one letter amidst thousands, many of which were also from her, in which she begged him to reply, even if it was just a word. Mussolini and Petacci's paths, however, would not meet again until a while later. Clementine Churchill, Winston Churchill's wife, also met Mussolini around this time. She wrote a glowing report of the occasion to her husband, and the future Prime Minister replied, quote, "The description of Mussolini is very vivid. No doubt he is one of the most wonderful men of our time," end quote. In January 1927, Winston himself would meet Mussolini for the only time, as he passed through on a Mediterranean cruise with his son Randolph. Winston read a statement to journalists before he set back off to Britain, quote, "I could not help being charmed, like so many other people have been, by his gentle and simple bearing, and by his calm, detached poise in spite of so many burdens and dangers. Secondly, anyone could see that he thought of nothing but the lasting good, as he understood it, of the Italian people, and that no lesser interest was of the slightest consequence to him, end quote. He went on to say, quote, "If I had been an Italian, I am sure I should have been wholeheartedly with you from start to finish in your triumphant struggle against the bestial appetites and passions of Leninism. But in England we have not yet had to face this danger in the same deadly form. We have our own way of doing things, but that we shall succeed in grappling with communism and choking the life out of it, of that I'm absolutely sure. The great mass of the people love their country and are proud of its flag and history. They do not regard these as incompatible with a progressive advance towards social justice and economic betterment," end quote. Back home, this whipped up a storm, and the New Leader newspaper wrote in an article that certainly didn't age well, quote, "We always suspected that Mr. Winston Churchill was a fascist at heart. Now he has openly avowed it," end quote. The third attempt on Mussolini's life was on the 11th of September 1926 in Rome. A 26-year-old anarchist threw a grenade at the Duce's car. It simply bounced off and caused no damage to the car, but did injure 8 pedestrians. The culprit, named Gino Lucetti, was arrested on the scene and sentenced to 30 years in prison. In 1943, he was liberated by the Allies, but then, ironically, died from an Allied bombardment. Pope Pius XI sent Mussolini a letter expressing his immense joy at his survival, and he described the attempt as a wicked crime. Farrell writes, quote, "Though they sparked off unwanted squadrismo, these assassination attempts by incompetent individuals acting more or less alone rather than as some part of concerted campaign against Mussolini worked in his favour, not against. They created a mood of alarm in the Italian psyche, and that of the king in particular, which made it easier to introduce the laws that transformed their regime into a dictatorship, and in the fascist psyche a mood of fury, which made it necessary to do so. Without them, Mussolini would doubtless have proceeded towards dictatorship, but he would have had to do so much more cautiously," end quote. The fourth attempt took place on the 31st of October 1926, as Mussolini's motorcade drove through the streets of Bologna for the 4th anniversary of the March on Rome. Someone in the crowd took a shot at the Duce's open-top car, and amazingly, it only passed through the sash he was wearing, and didn't injure him in the slightest. Balbo, who was in the car behind, leapt from his vehicle to shield Mussolini, and the killer himself, a 16-year-old boy named Anteo Zamboni, was absolutely torn to pieces on the spot by the crowd, and obviously died. In terms of stab wounds alone, he had 13. The crowd cut his body to pieces and carried his severed limbs through the streets of Bologna with the celebrations. That night, the Duce reported to a United Press reporter, quote, "I don't know what it is that protects me from assassins. Certainly it is a mystic something," end quote. This fourth attempt allowed Mussolini to pass new laws to shore up the regime. Any publication or political party guilty of, quote, "actions against the regime," end quote, were now banned, and so effectively, the PNF now became the only party in Italy. The leading communists were swiftly locked up as their party was banned. The press, too, was now only those who were approved of by fascism. These measures passed by a landslide in the Chamber and the Senate. One of the few things that Mussolini has been remembered for positively even now is his crackdown on the mafia, and it was during these early years that this task had been completed. In 1924, Mussolini had visited Sicily and quickly come to the realization that the mafia had infiltrated and controlled the PNF there. Cesare Mori, a trustworthy man indeed, was placed as prefect of Palermo. Il Duce gave him 800 men, and essentially a blank check of absolute power to deal with the problem. He cracked down hard. Those who could be easily convicted of crimes were easily locked up, and those who the fascists were unable to tie to a particular crime were simply convicted of the general mafia offence of criminal association. Many fled to the mountains, and to counter this, Mori said that unless they returned and surrendered, then the fascists would lock up their wives and children. It was harsh, but it worked like a charm. Mori said, quote, "If the Sicilians are afraid of the mafioso, I will show them that I am the strongest mafioso of all," end quote. Many of the key mafia men fled to the US and would return in 1943 alongside the Americans, where they were used to undermine fascist authority. Ironically, it wouldn't be until the 1990s that the mafia would be given a significant blow again, and it was using the exact same general mafia offence laws that the fascists had used to deal with the problem. Mori had worked wonders, yet in June 1929 he was sacked out of the blue by Mussolini. He was made a senator, but died, largely forgotten, in 1942. He alone, however, has the honour of being the only Italian in history to seriously threaten the existence of the mafia, which seems to have forever plagued that island. Up until the end of the Second World War, the mafia was basically inactive in Sicily. Another problem in Italy at the time, that was far different from the mafia, yet far more important, was that of birth rates. Mussolini fully agreed with Spengler when it came to the view that lowering birth rates were a sign of decline. Another problem in Italy was industrialisation, and the northern cities were ballooning in size, and they became a hotbed of dissent. The two issues might seem to conflict, but Mussolini believed that the increase in the birth rate would take place in the countryside, not the cities. Here, the peasants had healthier lives and would breed more and better children, he felt. To bring about this change, he began to hand out cash prizes for the most prolific mothers and introduced the much-hated bachelor tax in 1926. This affected all unmarried men between the ages of 25 and 65, which was about 3 million people. Any American, whether it be North or South, may notice that many of their fellow countrymen are of Italian origin. Before 1914, the number of Italians leaving Italy per year had been approaching 1 million. By 1934, the number had been cut to 68,000. No more would nationalists bewail the, quote, hemorrhage of lost blood, end quote. Women, on the other hand, were assumed to be single not by choice, as so the tax did not apply to them. Mussolini said the tax was necessary to give the nation a, quote, demographic whipping, end quote. In this regard, Catholicism and Mussolini's policies went hand in hand, and these policies pleased the Vatican to no end. Militia officers gave the Roman salute to pregnant women in the street, and newspapers published details of birth rates comparing province to province, city to city, in a sort of weird birth rate competition. Married couples received lump sum payments for each child they had, and in 1933, the 93 most prolific mothers received a cash prize. Mussolini himself specifically meddled in the affairs of the newspapers and asked them to promote the birth rate successes. Mussolini too joined in on this baby fever, and Rachel gave birth to a boy named Romano in 1927 and a girl named Anna Maria in 1929. For less well-off families, there was generous social security, which amounted to 21% of state expenditure. On the other hand of the coin, abortion was now far more strictly punished, and birth control was cracked down upon hard. The church benefited greatly in the women department. In 1911, there was 45,000 Italian nuns, but by 1936, there were 129,000. This reflected the trend in Nazi Germany too, where church membership and attendance shot up from the very second that the regime came to power. In Italy, this was of course an even more pronounced jump. For workers too, there was the Dopolavoro, which was similar to the German Strength Through Joy program, which provided state-subsidized leisure activities. Companies themselves encouraged organized leisure, and Fiat once boasted that every one of their factories had, quote, a perfectly equipped football team, end quote. Indeed, Italy would go on to win the 1934 and 1938 World Cups back-to-back, a huge national triumph. On Sundays, train tickets were discounted to the tune of 70% to encourage families to get out and about and explore their nation. Mussolini's goal of not bloating the cities wasn't a total success, but there was a huge decline in the numbers leaving the country for the city. Between 1920 and 1930, the number had been 250,000 per year on average. In the following decade, it was a mere 70,000. These battles achieved more in propaganda terms than they did in reality, and the same is the case for the infamous draining of the marshes, which turned out to become an extremely costly enterprise indeed. Infrastructure, too, was impressive compared with the stagnant old regime. The fascists would boast that they spent more in 10 years on public works than the liberal regime had in 60. Not only did the trains run on time, but they ran faster, halving the time it took to get between Rome and Syracuse, for example. Thousands of kilometres of roads were built, and Europe's first motorway, too. 400 bridges were built, including one which connected Venice to the mainland, and aqueducts were built for water-scarce regions such as Apulia. Whether or not any of this made economic sense is one thing, but the fascists certainly got things done, and all this work certainly benefited the people, which at the end of the day is what matters. These projects too were photographable and visible signs of fascist achievement. The corporate state itself which Mussolini brought about was something new and exciting also. Farrell describes it in the following way, quote, the guiding principle was that both workers and employers would be represented in the same unions, called corporations after the medieval corporations. This would mean that the employers were unionized for the first time. The task of the corporations would be to coordinate and better organize production, end quote. Like many of the changes Mussolini made, this too greatly pleased the Vatican, as it lined up with much of its social teaching. Pope Leo's encyclical from 1892, De Rerum Novarum, had been a rebuttal of class war and spoke of class collaboration. Pope Pius XI, the current pope, spoke of how, quote, capitalism and communism were united in their satanic optimism, end quote. This was certainly a view that the church had in common with both fascism and National Socialism. This, however, was all theory rather than practice. Bataille, later to be the Minister of Corporations, admitted that the corporate state, quote, was never born, strangled by the umbilical cord that attached it to the dominant class, end quote. Mussolini would try harder in his later Social Republic in 1943 to form a, quote, right-wing state with an economic and social structure of the left, end quote. But by then, it was far too late. Farrell writes, quote, the The fascist corporate state hardly even managed to deal with pay and conditions, and when it did, it nearly always favoured the employers, let alone production. An abyss separated aspiration and achievement." End quote. Mussolini, since coming to power, had barely seen his own family, and his wife didn't even move to Rome with him. It was only at the end of 1929 that this changed after the birth of their 5th child. Rachel moved into the Villa Torlonia and brought a gang of relatives with her to transform the villa to her liking. Benito and Rachel slept in separate rooms, and the family only met for dinner, or perhaps sometimes a movie afterwards. Often westerns, which Mussolini loved. Rachel herself was never paraded around in public, and she was able to live a fairly normal life, and regularly went shopping in Rome totally unrecognised. At home, she was somewhat of a dictator, however, and would berate Mussolini for hours. Had she known that Sarfatti had moved into an apartment across the street that her husband regularly used to sneak off to visit her in, she would have hit the roof. Her days as Mussolini's mistress, however, were almost at an end. She was getting old, ugly, and uninteresting to the Duce, who could, and did, have any girl he wanted, whenever he wanted them. Perhaps the most important long-term solution that Mussolini came up with during his reign was the solution to the Vatican problem. The Kingdom of Italy, led by Freemasons, had been formed on the ashes of the Papal States all the way back in the 1860s. Ever since then, the popes had remained prisoners inside the papal palace, where their position remained murky at best. The popes refused to recognise the new Italian state, and commanded that no Catholic could do so either. Only with the growth of socialism did Pope Pius X lift the ban on Catholics voting and running for office, so that they could counter the threat. It wasn't until Mussolini came to office, however, that a real effort came about to fix Italian relations with the Vatican. In 1924, Il Duce set up a commission to review the laws affecting the Church, and despite the Holy See not recognising Italy, 3 prelates were placed on the commission. The group met dozens of times in 1925, and in 1926, Pope Pius XI sent Mussolini a long handwritten letter in which he requested direct negotiations between the Italian government and the Holy See to bring about a new understanding. Mussolini, for his part, was over the moon. He said that the fascist regime, quote, has repudiated both the principle of the state's religious agnosticism and the principle of separation of church and state, end quote. And he said that his government had worked hard to, quote, restore the character of being a Catholic state and a Catholic nation, end quote. During these years, Mussolini truly had done all he could to appeal to the papacy. He had gotten married to Rachel, finally, for this exact reason. He had declared October 4th a national holiday in honour of St. Francis of Assisi, whom he called, quote, the most saintly of Italians, the most Italian of saints, end quote. Crucifixes had gone up in every classroom, and even his own children now regularly received Catholic classes. Mussolini himself, however, was very clearly no Catholic, at least yet. He certainly had changed a lot from his early anti-clerical days, but he had not come the whole way to God. Pius XI was under no illusions about this either. In Emil Ludwig's Talks with Mussolini, which were published in 1932, Ludwig asked the Duce straight up about his religious views. He replied, quote, in my youth, I did not believe at all. I had uselessly appealed to God to save my mother, and she died just the same. But I do not exclude completely that at some point, in the course of millions of years, there took place a supernatural apparition, and that nature therefore is divine. But I did not witness it. In recent years, the belief has gathered strength in me that there could be a divine force in the universe, end quote. Ludwig then pressed the issue and asked him, quote, Christian, end quote, to which Mussolini repeated, quote, divine. Men are able to pray to God in many ways. We must leave each completely free to his own way, end quote. By the time the second edition came out, this section in particular, more than any other, was heavily censored. Mussolini's private life, too, remained utterly unchanged. He remained, until the very end, a serial adulterer who often slept with a new woman every night, as if his front door was an endless revolving door. Regardless, for Italy as a whole, Mussolini was making serious and genuine strides. Sometimes, the Duce would take actions that the Pope didn't like. For example, he began to crack down on youth groups in the country, as he wanted his own that he could control. The Boy Scouts were shut down, and the Opera Nazionale Balilla was set up instead. Knowing that the Catholic youth groups were going to be next, the Pope sent word to Mussolini that he needed to back down, or he would break off talks regarding the Vatican immediately. Mussolini did as he was told. By early February 1929, it was clear that a deal was finally near. Rumours began to spread all across the Catholic world, and indeed the world at large. This was a moment of historic proportions, and everyone knew it. Monsignor Francis Spellman, the only American in the Secretary of State office, wrote home to his mother in Boston, quote, these are wonderful days to be alive, and still more wonderful to be alive in Rome. Everyone here is radiantly happy, and well they might be. This Holy Father, Cardinal Gaspari, and Monsignor Borgongioni are assured of places in history, and of course, also Mussolini, end quote. On the 9th of February 1929, the final details of what was known as the Lateran Accords were ironed out between Mussolini and Pacelli, the elder brother of the future Pope Pius XII. The Accords came in three parts. The first established the Vatican City as a sovereign territory under papal rule, in which the Italian government had no right whatsoever to interfere. The Holy See was also granted special rights when it came to Rome's basilicas, and to the papal summer palace in Castle Gandolfo. The second part of the Accords covered the relations between the Holy See and Italy. The Italian government agreed to not allow anything to take place in Rome that would interfere with the Vatican's sacred centre of the Catholic world. A number of feast days were recognised as public holidays, and the Italian state would now for the first time recognise religious marriages. Before now, incredibly, in Italy, those who had wed only in the church and not in the civil sense were not regarded as married by the state. Religious instruction had already been made mandatory by Mussolini in elementary schools, but the Accords now extended this to all secondary schools. Catholic action groups were also to be given the right to operate freely in Mussolini's Italy. The third part of the Accords were rather straightforward. Italy agreed to pay 750 million lire plus 1 billion lire in Italian bonds to the Holy See. In return, all papal claims regarding the lost papal state's land would be given up. For reference, this figure is about $1.35 billion as of 2024. On the morning of the 11th of February, the document was brought before the Pope so he could give his final approval. Pope Pius nodded his approval as tears of joy filled Cardinal Gaspari's eyes as he left the room. The meeting place for the official signing was to be at the Lateran Palace, thus the name, on the other side of Rome from the Vatican. For 1,000 years, until the popes went into exile in Avignon, the popes had lived here, next door to the Archbasilica of St. John Lateran. The Vatican delegation was already there when Mussolini's car pulled up. He proceeded through the palace's luxury hallways and sat next to Gaspari, who was smiling from ear to ear. The Accords were duly signed, and as the delegations emerged from the palace, a gigantic crowd had formed and was going wild. Shouts of "Long live Pius, our Pope and King" rang out alongside shouts of "Viva Mussolini, Viva Italy." And Monsignor Pizzardo got so carried away that he responded to the crowd's shouts with a fascist salute. The city itself was covered in yellow and white papal banners, alongside the Italian tricolour. Newspapers throughout the country, including the Vatican Daily, spoke on how this historic event could not have happened if Italy had still been democratic. It was thanks to Benito Mussolini and his fascist regime that the issue had finally been solved. Pope Pius himself came out to speak on his balcony, where 200,000 of the faithful had been waiting for him in the pouring rain. The crowd, consisting of every kind of individual, even Rome's fascist militia units with their banners held high, roared with joy at the sight of the Supreme Pontiff. All across Italy, bishops and priests ordered their church bells rung in celebration to honour the Duce. Meanwhile, all across the world, thousands more were hailing Mussolini as a great statesman. 2 days later, the Pope was speaking to a group of university students, and he explained how this historic agreement had come about. He said that perhaps it helped that one side was led by a librarian who was an expert in combing through historical documents, and that, quote, "Perhaps too, what was needed was a man such as the one that Providence had us encounter, a man who did not share the concerns of the liberal school," end quote. This reference to Mussolini as the man sent by Providence will be repeated by bishops, priests, and lay Catholics thousands of times for years to come, until this very day. Mussolini had one of the most extensive network of spies in human history, including in the Vatican. All reports came back from all across the country glowingly positive. The prestige of the regime had soared, and the event had already gone down as a truly historic one. The only sour reports regarded, quote, "a scattering of old and bitter liberals, what remained of the Masons, and the Jews," end quote. David Kurtzer writes in his book on the Accords, quote, "For Italy's Jews, the Lateran Accords prompted nervousness and fear. Little more than a half-century earlier, the demise of the Papal States had liberated them from the Pope's ghettos. Italian unification and the separation of church and state had been their salvation. Now they were worried what the future might bring," end quote. A month after the Accords, an election was held in which the PNF was the only party. The voters of Italy, however, would be able to vote yes or no on a list of candidates for the Chamber of Deputies. A list was drawn up, but immediately the Pope called Mussolini out on the matter privately. The list, he said, was 3/4 insufficiently Catholic. He said that a new list must be drawn up, which was, quote, "free from any tie with Freemasonry, with Judaism, and in short, with any of the anti-clerical parties," end quote. Again, Mussolini did as he was told, and the papacy threw its weight behind an overwhelming yes vote. The vote was on a Sunday, and the priests of Italy literally led their parishioners to the ballot box. The list was duly approved by the Italian public, who was of course 99% Catholic. The vote came in at 98.43% yes. Regardless of Mussolini's own views, Italy was now, in the Pope's words, a quote, confessional state, end quote. Fascism and Catholicism were not as close as they would be in Spain 7 years later, but regardless, a gigantic leap had been made, and liberal Italy, founded by anti-clerical Freemasons, was now far closer to the papacy than it had ever been. All was not well, however. The anti-clericals in the Fascist Party began to seethe and call Mussolini a papal puppet, which greatly offended his ego. The Duce, to appeal to the anti-clericals, made a horribly worded speech in which he spoke of how fascism came first, and this greatly offended the Pope. Quote, "The citizen is Catholic and the Catholic is citizen. The fascist state is Catholic, but it is fascist. In fact, above all, exclusively, essentially fascist. It integrates Catholicism, and we declare it openly, but let no one think of changing the cards we have on the table," end quote. He also said that if it hadn't been for the Roman Empire, then Christianity would have remained just another niche sect that came and went. The new ambassador to the Holy See, De Vecchi, often got an earful from the Pope. The Pope was far from impressed with how certain wild elements of the Fascist Party were treating the Catholic Action Group. On one occasion, he exploded at De Vecchi, quote, "I am offended, mortally offended. Open your mouth and your breath offends the Pope. You move and you humiliate me. You get your sinister brain in motion, and you do it to plot things that insult the church. Enough, enough," end quote. He would often turn bright red in the face and pound the desk, and this was a regular occurrence. As for Mussolini, Farrell writes, quote, "Later he told his sister Edwige that his statement to the chamber that but for the Roman Empire, Christianity would have remained a sect had been a mistake. It was absurd to suggest that Christianity owed its success to the Roman Empire, which by then had become decadent. He told her that the impulse behind the remark had been the envy of the power of the Catholic Church," end quote. Soon enough, the fascists were not following their end of the deal when it came to youth organisations, and Mussolini was again attempting to have Catholic action shut down. In a 1931 encyclical, the Pope accused fascism of becoming a kind of pagan statolatry. Pius XI deplored the fascist attempts to, quote, "monopolise entirely the youth from childhood to adulthood for the exclusive advantage of a party, a regime, based on an ideology which is openly transforming itself into a genuine pagan statolatry," end quote. He continued on, quote, "We have seen in fact a species of religion which rebels against the directions of higher religious authorities and imposes or encourages the non-observance of these directions. A conception of the state which makes the young generations belong entirely to it, without any exception from childhood up to adult life, cannot be reconciled by a Catholic with the Catholic doctrine and cannot either be reconciled with the natural right of the family," end quote. Mussolini refused to allow the newspapers to publish the encyclical, and instead the Pope had to get it published in France. A compromise was eventually reached on the topic of youth organisations, and there was to be no more conflict between church and state until the anti-Semitic laws of 1938. In this instance, Pius, who was far more anti-Semitic than the fascists, only objected to the ban on marriages between Catholics and converted Jews. After the crisis over the youth organisations, Mussolini was eager to get back into His Holiness's good books. At his next meeting with the papal nuncio, the Duce pointed to a stack of notes on his desk and said, quote, "Come, and we'll take care of everything. I will issue orders immediately to have everything you want done," end quote. The notes included a list of books to ban, as well as requests to stamp out Protestant proselytizing, mostly coming from the US. Also coming from the US was a flood of degenerate movies. Here, Mussolini agreed with the Catholic Church on banning them. He said that American cinema was, quote, "a school of corruption that will end up ruining the nation if it isn't stopped," end quote. In 1932, the Pope and Mussolini met for the one and only time on the 3rd anniversary of the Lateran Accords. Here, the Pope warned Mussolini about the Jews. He said, quote, "When I was in Warsaw, I saw that in all the Bolshevik regiments, the civil commissar or commissaress was Jewish," end quote. At the end of the meeting, Mussolini was escorted to St. Peter's to kneel before the altar of the Madonna, which he did. The newspapers tried to capture the Duce in prayer, but he shot up and shooed them away before going back to his prayers. Quote, No, when one is praying, one should not be photographed," end quote. After the meeting, fascist and Catholic relations entered a new era of friendship. The two worked hand in hand, and the meeting between the Pope and Mussolini specifically touched on this. Mussolini recalled, quote, "I agree with the Holy Father's opinion. Church and state operate on two different planes, and therefore, once their reciprocal spheres are delimited, they can collaborate together," end quote. Catholicism and fascism seem to go together perfectly, as if yin and yang. Bosworth writes, quote, "Propaganda said that they were being persuaded to place fascism at the centre of their identities. Historical analysis, by contrast, reveals that Catholicism, the family, the village and the region, patron-client networks, gender attitudes, and many other lingering structure of the histories of the Italies actually distracted the populace from too fervent a fascist religiosity," end quote. In 1934, the Pope noticed that Jews were trying to get the right to Jewish education. As noted earlier, Catholic education was now compulsory at every level of schooling. The Pope saw this and argued that now was the time to put a stop to things before it even began. He viewed Judaism and Protestantism as two sides of the same subversive coin, and he asked Mussolini to ban Jewish religious education, and also to implement the same for Protestants, who he assumed would ask for it next. Mussolini was more than happy to oblige. At the turn of the decade, Mussolini was firmly on his throne. He had the absolute and total devotion of the majority of his countrymen, and the acceptance of almost all the rest. Only a handful opposed him in private, and they knew full well they had no hope of removing the Duce from his throne. This was Mussolini's Italy. From the poorest peasant to the most pious priest to the richest industrialist, they were all on side. He was in total control. Fascism and Catholicism now went hand in hand. The church had found a near-perfect understanding with the state. Sure, some things could improve. The economy wasn't perfect, but Mussolini wasn't blamed for this by his people. If anything, he had done his best to weather the storms as they came and went. This would remain true throughout the Great Depression. Mussolini's dictatorship, too, was far from a brutal one by the standards of the time. There was a reason that newspapers all across the world sang his praises, and that politicians, and especially their wives, fell for his charm. The Duce would later say of his own regime, quote, "All dictators have slaughtered their enemies. I am the only passive one. I believe I have a noble's dictatorship. Stalin sits on top of a mountain of human bones. Is that good? Is it bad?" End quote. Any violence that did exist was put down to the more unruly elements of the PNF, not Mussolini himself. In the vast majority of cases, this was quite right, and throughout his years in power, Mussolini had been immovable in his condemnation of violence. The country was fanatically loyal to Benito Mussolini the man, not PNF the party or fascism the movement. 1932 brought the 10-year anniversary of the fascist revolution. To celebrate, an exhibition was opened in Rome on the 29th of October, and Mussolini amnestied 659 of the country's 1,059 political prisoners. Farrell writes, quote, "The Decennale, as it was called, was a fascist masterpiece. It left the millions of people who saw it until 1935, when it was closed, in no doubt. Fascism was a religious cult, and Mussolini its high priest." End quote. Of the exhibition itself, he continues on, quote, "Above the entrance stood 4 25-metre-high copper fasces, which looked like ship's funnels. Work on the exhibition, 305,524 man-hours in all, began in August and continued day and night right up until the opening ceremony. It included the laying of 4,000 square metres of lino and the installation of a lighting system, which was the equivalent of 600,000 candles. Mussolini insisted that senators, academicians, and PNF hierarchs, including Pirandello and Marconi, take it in turns to mount the guard of honour in the uniform of the militia. Once inside, the first thing to confront the visitor was the fascist oath of loyalty, sculpted like a prayer on a wall in black capital letters, by which Italians promised to follow Mussolini's orders without question, and to serve the fascist revolution with all their strength, if necessary, with their blood. The exhibition portrayed in photographs, documents, and artifacts, such as in a reconstruction of Mussolini's office at Il Popolo d'Italia, the history of fascism and its achievements. It included works of art on the theme by, among others, the great painter and sculptor Cerrone. The visitor, having progressed through the various rooms on the different key moments in the march of fascism, arrived finally in the memorial chapel of the martyrs. End quote. In March 1934, there was another election in the same style as the last one. A list of deputies was drawn up and delivered to the public for them to vote on. The turnout was 96.25% of the population, and 10,526,503 voted yes. Only 15,201 voted no. The Italian socialist Lelio Basso wrote from his Paris exile, quote, "Fascism is by now habit, a reality, even if irksome, about which one can grumble or laugh in turns, but which no one would seriously think of debating." End quote. R.J.B. Bosworth writes in his biography of Mussolini, quote, "The triumphant deal with the Catholic Church seemed to translate Mussolini to a new summit of power. While, with the collapse of Wall Street in October 1929, other politicians found their lives full of pitfalls and their futures dim, Mussolini's image shone brightly throughout Italy and beyond. Arrangements had, with patience and skill, been reached with every segment of the old pre-fascist elite. The Pope and the King, industrialists, bankers and landowners, army, police and officialdom, the great majority of intellectuals, all seemed delighted to work with the Duce. So too did foreign governments, whose expert advisors, during these years of Mussolini's pomp, were increasingly likely to counsel study of the Italian model." End quote. Very few leaders in history, if any, had such a grip on their nation. In 1943, American bombers would be sending tens of thousands to their graves in a vicious terror bombing campaign. Yet 10 years earlier, Roosevelt invited Mussolini to the United States. The Duce didn't want to go so far, but instead he sent Guido Jung, his Jewish finance minister, a man well suited for Roosevelt's tastes. Here, Roosevelt said he was very worried about Hitler, who had by now just come to power, but that Mussolini was, quote, his only potential ally in his effort to safeguard world peace, end quote. He doubled down and said that Italy was, quote, the only real friend of America in Europe, end quote. Earlier that same year, Winston Churchill said in a speech, quote, the Roman genius, impersonated in Mussolini, the greatest lawgiver among living men, has shown to many nations how they can resist the pressures of socialism, and has indicated the path that a nation can follow when courageously led. With the fascist regime, Mussolini has established a centre of orientation from which countries which are engaged in a hand-to-hand struggle with socialism must not hesitate to be guided, end quote. On the opposite side of the scale, you had George Lansbury, the leader of the British Labour Party. He said to the News Chronicle, quote, if I were a dictator, I would do as Mussolini is doing, end quote. At home, meanwhile, Mussolini received 220,000 letters in 1936 alone. To deal with this mountain, his private office had to hire dozens of staff. In 5 years, one woman in Bologna alone sent 642 letters requesting a date. To many letters like these, the Duce evidently responded, as Quinto Navarra, Mussolini's usher, claimed that the Duce had sex with a different woman nearly every single day from September 1929, when he moved his office to the Palazzo Venezia, until 25th of July 1943. Ferraro writes, quote, the police made inquiries about promising new women, and if deemed suitable, Mussolini would then be shown their letters to decide whether or not he wished to meet them. The encounters took place at Palazzo Venezia in the late afternoon, end quote. Navarro wrote, quote, women of all types and all classes, if not of all ages. He seemed to prefer mature women. Besides, in this area he was not fussy. And for me, who saw day after day a new woman cross the inviolable threshold of the dictator, it became ever more obvious that beauty was not indispensable in his lovers. Confirmation of the ephemeral and bureaucratic character with which he treated these fleeting adventures between official audiences with the regularity of a timetable established in advance, end quote. Navarro also said that the lovemaking was rapid, and that when done, he would dismiss them without even offering them, quote, coffee, liquor, or even a piece of cake, end quote. In 1932, Mussolini met his future mistress, Clara Petacci. On the 24th of April, he was driving his car on the coast near Rome, and a car containing Clara, her mother, sister, and fiancé spotted him. Clara asked the driver to chase the Duce, and he did so. When they caught up with him, Clara hopped out and ran over to Mussolini, followed by her spiritually cuckolded fiancé. Here, she told Mussolini about the letters she had sent him for years, ever since she was 14. She was now 20. She gave Mussolini her number. Strangely, this seems to have raised no red flags for her Air Force lieutenant husband. A few days later, Mussolini called the Petacci family home and asked to speak with the obsessed Clara. I have not stopped thinking about you, Clara claims he said. From then on, they supposedly became platonic friends, although knowing Mussolini, this seems to be a ridiculous claim. Regardless, she got married in 1934 to her fiancé, and it quickly fell apart. In 1936, Federici, the ex-husband, was posted to Tokyo as Air Force attaché so that he could be kept out the way. Supposedly, this is when the relationship became sexual. From then on, every single day, she would enter the Palazzo Venezia from a side entrance. She would see him for barely half an hour. The rest of the day was simply spent waiting for Mussolini in the flat he gave her at the palace. He openly admitted to her that he was unfaithful. She knew about his wife, obviously, but she was insanely jealous of his other lovers. He begged her, quote, not to be jealous of this animal part of my being, end quote. Somehow, Rachel never found out about Clara Petacci until 1943. When it comes to foreign policy, the history of Mussolini's Italy has gone down all wrong. He did not want to restore the Roman Empire, but rather he wanted to restore the values of the Roman Empire. Italy for centuries now had been in terminal decline. Mussolini looked back proudly on Roman times, when instead of being the least of the great powers, Rome was the great power. In Rome itself, entire blocks of houses and buildings from the Middle Ages were removed, so that the architectural remnants of Rome could be visible for all to see. Mussolini was somewhat realistic when it came to Italy's strength. He knew full well he would never conquer the lands that Rome had once conquered. This wasn't even a consideration. He did, however, look on with seething jealousy at the British Empire, and to a lesser degree, the French one. What was so British about Gibraltar, Malta, India, and all the rest, he wondered? In all dealings with the Brits and the French, one thought completely dominated his thinking. What about our place in the sun? The Italians may not have ever been able to militarily dominate Europe, but they certainly could take on primitive societies, and Italy did already have a few colonies to her name in the form of Libya, Eritrea, and Somalia. Mussolini did, of course, have goals in Europe. These, however, were extremely limited. Albania was one. Others included a few mainly Greek islands and a sliver of Yugoslavia, very far from a neo-Roman empire indeed. There were no plans to invade, and the worst you could say was that Mussolini's Italy was a horrendous neighbour. Albania was propped up as an anti-Yugoslav state, Bosnian Muslims were funded to stir up ethnic tensions, and the flames of Croatian separatism were stoked too. These extremely limited goals were reflected in how well Anglo-Italian relations went between 1925 and 1935. In 1926, Italy and Albania signed the Pact of Tirana, which essentially made Albania an Italian protectorate. The French were furious, as they viewed the Balkans as their sphere of influence, yet Britain did not care in the slightest. On a personal level, Mussolini got on wonderfully with Sir Austen Chamberlain, the British Foreign Secretary, as well as Sir Ronald William Graham, the British ambassador to Italy. In the Locarno Pact talks to guarantee the frontiers between France, Belgium and Germany in 1925, Mussolini firmly sided with the British. The agreement was that if France and Germany went to war, then Britain and Italy would defend materially and morally the innocent party. Germany, in return, agreed to join the League of Nations and to keep the Rhineland demilitarized. In 1929, Mussolini appointed Dino Grandi, an Anglophile who spoke very good English, as foreign minister. In 1932, when Mussolini took over the foreign minister position, Grandi became ambassador to Berlin. Mussolini's feelings towards Germany were quite the opposite. After the Beer Hall Putsch, Hermann Göring came to Italy to meet Mussolini, where he was planning on requesting a 2 million lira loan to get his party out of trouble. Mussolini knew full well Göring, a world-famous war hero, was there looking for him, and it chose to ignore him. Göring's contacts, who also knew Mussolini, essentially strung Göring along, promising him that a meeting would come soon, yet it did not. For around an entire year, the future Reichsmarshal just waited and waited and waited, moving from hotel to hotel, struggling to get by, just waiting for Mussolini. This one situation essentially summed up Mussolini's stance towards the National Socialists as a whole. He wasn't a fan, and he especially disagreed with them when it came to Austria, which he viewed as his sphere of influence. Hitler, for his part, wrote off the ethnically German lands that Italy had annexed after the Great War. This was a huge deal for German nationalists, and Hitler was fiercely critiqued, as the Germans in Italy were being aggressively Italianized, and their schooling was now exclusively in Italian. Despite these brave concessions, Mussolini did not care and had no interest. He was firmly in the Allied camp, not the future Axis one. On a personal level, Mussolini found Hitler bizarre. He mocked his views on race and described Mein Kampf as unreadable. Hitler's views were the direct opposite. Hitler saw Mussolini as his greatest inspiration and the leading man of Europe. SS Colonel Dolman recalled, quote, "He seemed like someone in love asking news about the person they loved," end quote. The aspects of National Socialism that were heavily inspired by the fascists hardly need mentioning, especially the SA. On Hitler's desk stood a bust of Mussolini, and in 1927 the future Führer asked the German ambassador in Rome for a signed photograph. In this instance, Mussolini personally refused. The same request was made by Clementine Churchill, Winston's wife. On this occasion, he accepted. For years before Hitler came to power, he reached out via a variety of third parties requesting a meeting with the Duce. Each and every single time, Il Duce refused. On the 30th of January 1933, when Adolf Hitler came to power, the unofficial Italian ambassador in Berlin told Mussolini Hitler's words. The Führer said, quote, "I have arrived here certainly thanks to fascism. If it is true that the two movements are different, it is also true that Mussolini has achieved the Weltanschauung, which unites the two movements. Without that achievement, perhaps, I would not have arrived in this place," end quote. Oswald Mosley, a figure with far less prospects of success than Hitler, was subsidised by Mussolini in Britain, with only a fraction of the effort and admiration of Mussolini. One of the documents captured by the Allies in 1945 was a letter to Mussolini from Dino Grandi. It read, quote, "Mosley has asked me to express his gratitude to you for sending him the considerable sum, which I arranged to hand over to him today. He also spoke with gratitude of the simple generosity with which you accepted as a future commitment his requests for material aid," end quote. In January 1936, Mussolini began giving Leon de Grel's Rex party in Belgium 250,000 lira a month too. Mosley, for reference, was getting 300,000 a month. Mussolini and Mosley had met about a dozen times in Italy and conversed in French. In 1936, however, Mussolini abruptly stopped meeting with Mosley after his marriage in Berlin because Hitler and Goebbels, who the Duce hated, were guests. Despite his dislike for the Germans, Mussolini did not want war with them, and he went to great lengths to arrange a 20th century version of the Concert of Europe, known as the Pact of Four. In Mussolini's mind, he and Britain could act as guarantors of peace and help the French and the Germans to come to some kind of arrangement. He thought that a prerequisite to peace would be the revision of the treaties signed at the end of the Great War. The Brits much agreed, and before the great subversion of British public opinion by Winston Churchill in the years leading up to the war, pacifism was gaining ground, and fast. On the 25th of January 1933, just before Hitler came to power, the Oxford Union passed an infamous motion, quote, "This House will under no consideration fight for its king and country," end quote. Britain was sliding, if not flying, in the direction of splendid isolation, peace and prosperity. Mussolini too was more than willing, if not chomping at the bit, to work with Britain in this regard. Together they could make Europe great again, he thought. He knew that Italy was weak compared to Britain, but with him at the helm, he felt he could punch far above his nation's weight, and in this regard the British much agreed. The Pact of Four discussions took place in 1933. Farrell writes, quote, "Subsequently, as soon as France and Germany joined in the discussions, Mussolini's original idea quickly became so watered down as to be meaningless. Hitler agreed, partly because he wanted to be seen as someone with whom it was possible to negotiate, and partly to please his mentor Mussolini," end quote. Lloyd George, the former British Prime Minister, personally told Dino Grandi of his most sincere admiration for the pact, and added, quote, "Either the world follows Mussolini or the world is doomed. Only your leader has clear vision," end quote. There was a mood of optimism in the air in Europe, but in the end, it was the French who torpedoed the talks as they refused to ratify the treaty after Germany walked out of the League of Nations. Mussolini, given his anti-German tendencies, blamed the Germans. He raged that the Germans had, quote, "broken 3 windows at once," end quote, in reference to the Disarmament Conference, the League of Nations, and the Pact of Four. Relations with Germany, despite Hitler's undying admiration for the Duce, continued to worsen from here due to the age-old issue of Austria. The Austrian people regarded themselves first and foremost as Germans, and this left their dictator, Engelbert Dollfuss, in a very unenviable situation. Dollfuss was a good man, a devout Catholic who wanted to be a priest, but was told he was too small. On either side of him he had the Socialists and the National Socialists. His people were able to look over the border into Bavaria and see Germany's star rising faster than any nation's star had risen before in their lifetimes. Adolf Hitler had given Germans a reason to be proud, and the ethnic Germans all over Eastern Europe were ready to flock home by the thousands. The Austrians, naturally, wanted to join with their fellow Germans. What was the point in their independence anyway, without their former empire? This, however, was forbidden by Versailles, but now the British and the French seemed to not particularly care all that much. Mussolini was horrified, and it quickly became his issue, and his issue alone. Only he cared for the fate of Little Austria, at least when it came to preserving its independence. Mussolini and Dollfuss met for the first time in May 1933, and quickly became firm allies and personal friends. Dollfuss agreed to turn his nation into an authoritarian fascist state with a particularly Catholic flavour, and in return, Mussolini agreed to give money, arms, and even armed protection against Germany. The following March saw the signing of the Rome Protocols between Italy, Austria, and Hungary. The whole point of the agreement was to collaborate economically and on foreign policy. Effectively, this was an agreement to guarantee Austrian and Hungarian independence from any German threat. Mussolini was trying to create his own little sphere of influence, and his former enemies, Austria and Hungary, were to be his buffer states. Another goal was to encircle Yugoslavia, as to force territorial concessions from her later. On the 14th of June 1934, Mussolini and Hitler met for the first time. The German Führer could be ignored no longer, and the Austrian crisis was at the top of the agenda. When Hitler stepped off his plane and saw his idol, Benito Mussolini, for the first time, observers saw tears in his eyes. The feeling wasn't mutual. During a pause in the first meeting, Mussolini said to the crowd present, quote, he's mad, end quote. The two spoke in German, in which Mussolini was good but not fluent. Hitler, for his part, spoke in his typical rapid fashion, and often the Duce was left unable to get a word in edgeways. The Führer said that the Anschluss was not inevitable, but said that he wanted Dollfuss replaced with a more independent chancellor, and he wanted the Austrian Nazis in the government. This was no lie either. Hitler genuinely did see an aligned, but not annexed Austria, right up until he himself was being driven into his homeland 2 years later. Hitler also took the opportunity to speak on race. He told Mussolini that the Nordic peoples were superior to the Mediterranean peoples, who were, in his words, quote, contaminated with Negroid blood, end quote. Safe to say, Mussolini wasn't a fan. He told fascists in Forli later, quote, instead of speaking to me about current problems, he recited to me from memory his Mein Kampf, that enormous brick which I have never been able to read, end quote. Hitler, however, left full of praise. Quote, The people stand in front of him with a humble attitude, as if he is in front of the Pope, and he assumes the attitudes of a Caesar. But all this disappears in informal conversation when Mussolini becomes simple and charming." End quote. As Hitler's plane took off for him to return to Germany, Mussolini turned to his foreign undersecretary and said that Hitler was a clown. When Hitler got back home, he desired to speak to the unofficial Italian ambassador again, Giuseppe Renzetti. He began to sing Mussolini's praises as if he were a schoolboy meeting his hero. Quote, "Men like that are born only once every 1,000 years, and Germany can be happy that he is Italian and not French." End quote. 2 weeks later, the Night of the Long Knives took place, and Mussolini was lost for words. He said to his sister, quote, "Those that he has killed were his closest collaborators, those who had brought him to power. It would be like me killing with my own hands Balbo, Grandi, Bataille." End quote. On the 25th of July, Dollfuss was due to meet Mussolini at his family home. Dollfuss's family had already got on ahead and were with the Duce. He was meant to arrive later that evening. He would never reach his destination, however, as that morning, a convoy of trucks pulled up carrying 150 Austrian Nazis. They forced their way into the Chancellery and shot him dead. The army restored order after 100 people had died, but it was too late. Austro-fascism would never be the same without its leader. When Mussolini got the news, he was absolutely horrified and deeply hurt. He was given the unfortunate task of having to inform Dollfuss's wife and children. After this, the Duce genuinely considered declaring war, and he ordered 4 divisions up to the Brenner Pass. Of what happened next, I will quote my own video I made on the topic. Start of my quote. Meanwhile, Mussolini continued to act against Hitler as he had always done. He rushed to Vienna in person and informed Vice-Chancellor Prince Ernst Rudiger von Starnberg that Italy would fight for Austrian independence, and said that, quote, "It would mean the end of European civilization if this country of murderers and pederasts were to overrun Europe." He then continued on and became so emotional that his eyes began to roll. He shouted, "Hitler is the murderer of Dollfuss. Hitler is the guilty man. He is responsible for this." He then went on to call Hitler a, quote, "horrible sexual degenerate, a dangerous fool." His rant then extended onto Hitler's ideology in general. He said that National Socialism was, quote, "a revolution of the old Germanic tribes in the primeval forest against the Latin civilization of Rome." On the differences between National Socialism and fascism, he said, quote, "Certainly there are outward similarities. Both are authoritarian systems, both are collectivist, socialistic, both systems oppose liberalism. But fascism is a regime that is rooted in the great cultural tradition of the Italian people. Fascism recognizes the right of the individual. It recognizes religion and family. National Socialism, on the other hand, is savage barbarism. In common with barbarian hordes, it allows no rights to the individual. The chieftain is lord over life and death of its people. Murder and killing, loot and pillage, and blackmail are all it can produce." End quote. He then began to get even angrier and started shouting like a madman, quote, "This abominable and repulsive spectacle that Hitler showed the world on the 13th of June would not have been tolerated in any other country of the world. Only these primitive Germans, prepared even for murder, will put up with such things." End quote. He then went on to talk about how at least some good would come of Dollfuss's murder. Perhaps the great powers would recognize the German danger and organize a grand coalition against Hitler. A common front was the only answer, Mussolini said. Quote, "Hitler will arm the Germans and make war, perhaps even in 2 or 3 years. I cannot stand up to him alone. We must do something. We must do something quickly." End quote. These sentiments weren't limited to private conversations either. Soon afterwards, he shouted during a ceremony from the top of a tank turret, quote, "30 centuries of history allows us to regard with supreme indulgence certain doctrines taught beyond the Alps by the descendants of people who were wholly illiterate in the days when Caesar, Virgil, and Augustus flourished in Rome." End quote. Even in the Italian press, he was allowing these remarks to be openly published, such as those describing Germans as pederasts and murderers. End of my quote. In 1935, there were a mere 2 countries, if you can call them that, in Africa, that were not under the control of the European colonial powers, mostly Britain and France. Liberia was a colony of ex-slaves from the United States, which retained its independence, yet quickly fell into ruin. Ethiopia, on the other hand, had been roundly defeated by the British in the past, yet never colonized. It was ruled by a leader called a Negus. This Negus, currently, was Haile Selassie. Selassie ruled over a slave society, ran like a medieval fiefdom. His tribe, the Amharic tribe, had only recently united, or rather conquered, the other tribes. The Amhara were based around Addis Ababa and belonged to the Oriental Orthodox Church. The other tribes were mostly pagan or Muslim. Farrell writes, and for reference, in Britain, Ethiopia tends to be called Abyssinia, quote, "The Negus called it an empire, for that is what it was, and he termed himself emperor. Ethiopia was not a nation, and yet it was a member of the League of Nations. In the Evening Standard on the 13th of February 1935, the pro-Mussolini Evelyn Waugh attacked the sentimentalists, liberal humanists and do-gooders, who insisted that Ethiopian independence be defended against Italian aggression. He wrote, "Abyssinia is still a barbarous country. It was taken bloodily, and is held, so far as it is held at all, by force of arms. The Negus had no more right to rule it," he said, "than did Italy." End quote. Elsewhere, Waugh would say that the conquest of Ethiopia would be, quote, "a transition from a lower to a higher form of imperialism," end quote. Farrell carries on, quote, "In earlier times, Italy's claim on Ethiopia would have been regarded in the civilized world as perfectly logical, given her extensive economic penetration of the country. In addition, Italy had 3 colonies in North and East Africa, Libya, 1911, Eritrea, 1899, and Italian Somalia, 1925, the last 2 sharing borders with Ethiopia. Attitudes in Britain and France to colonialism, however, had changed. Colonization might have been the done thing once when they did the colonizing, but it was not the done thing anymore now that they had their colonies. By the 1930s, the term sphere of influence had replaced colony in the jargon of the diplomats as the done thing. The moral justification for continuing with their own colonies, their white man's burden, as they called it, had become the bringing of civilization and all that entailed," end quote. For years now, Italy had had her eye on Ethiopia. This was nothing new to fascist Italy. Conquest had already been tried but resulted in one of the most shameful defeats in colonial history, when the Italian army was absolutely routed at Adowa in 1896. Britain had been humiliated in Isalnawana, yet this had been avenged. When it came to Austria, Italy had been utterly humiliated at Caporetto, and this had been avenged at Vittorio Veneto. Mussolini had actually been far more moderate than his liberal predecessors. And in 1928, the Italians signed a friendship pact with Saleesi's Ethiopia, hoping to penetrate the country by economic means. From 1930, however, Saleesi began to behave in an incredibly obstructive manner. In 1906, the British, French and Italians had signed a treaty which carved up Ethiopia between the 3 of them in case it collapsed. In 1923, however, with stiff opposition from Britain, Ethiopia joined the League of Nations. A nation that still practiced slavery was now ranked among the civilized nations of the earth, and the strangest part of all was that Mussolini himself had encouraged Ethiopia's entry. Clearly, the conquest was no long-term plan. The former British Foreign Secretary Lord Curzon had said in 1923 that Ethiopia was quite unfit to join due to the, quote, "rampant slave trading," end quote, and, quote, "complete anarchy," end quote. Meanwhile, Lady Simon, chairman of the Anti-Slave Society and wife of the future Foreign Minister, Sir John Simon, called for a crusade to free Ethiopia from slavery. Mussolini was utterly bemused when the Brits did end up protesting his later actions. He said to the Daily Mail's man in Rome, quote, "You ought to be glad I am invading Abyssinia, for I am only following the example that your people have so often set in the past. Your own imperial history does not entitle you to display so much concern for the independence of the Ethiopians," end quote. In late 1934, Mussolini began diplomatic moves to secure the approval of both Britain and France for his future conquest, and in his mind, this would be easy. After all, it made perfect sense geographically and logically. None of their national interests were at stake in that chaotic mess that was Ethiopia, and it was nestled perfectly between Italy's existing colonies. At the same time as these diplomatic moves were going on, the Ethiopians attacked. On the ill-defined border between Ethiopia and Italian Somalia at Walwal, the Italian garrison suddenly came under fire from a mass of Ethiopian soldiers. In the ensuing carnage, 30 Italian, but mostly colonial, soldiers and over 100 Ethiopian ones were killed. Suddenly, the Duce had his pretext. Anti-Ethiopian feeling was immediately whipped up at home by the extremely well-controlled press, and Mussolini demanded that Saleesi recognise Italian sovereignty over the wells where the incident took place, as well as just compensation. Saleesi refused and brought the issue before the League of Nations instead. On the 30th, Marshal Badoglio, chief of the General Staff, was sent a memo from the Duce, quote, "In no other way can we build an empire. No one in Europe would raise any difficulties, provided the prosecution of operations resulted rapidly in an accomplished fact. It would suffice to declare to England and France that their interests will be recognised," end quote. On the 4th of January 1935, a friendship pact was signed with France. In Pierre Laval, Mussolini believed he'd found a pragmatist he could talk to. Mussolini was convinced he had gotten French approval over Ethiopia, and also French approval to back him up when it came to Austria. Subsequent military talks produced a secret agreement signed by General Badoglio and General Gamelin of France. This was a mutual military assistance pact in the event of German aggression. As for colonies, the French ceded 114,000 square miles of insignificant desert in southern Libya to Italy, as well as 21,000 square miles of coast in French Somalia. In return, Mussolini waived Italian rights to the French colony of Tunisia, in which there were just as many Italians as Frenchmen. Most importantly, as Farrell writes, quote, "On the surface it looked as if Mussolini had been given something for nothing, but Laval also told Mussolini that as far as France was concerned, Italy could have a free hand in Ethiopia, though Laval would later deny it. Even in the text of the Accords themselves, however, it is clear that Laval had given his tacit approval." End quote. When it came to Britain, it became clear that the Labour opposition were choosing to back the League of Nations in this matter. As for the government at large, it was yet to be seen. In February, Mussolini sent troops to Eritrea and Italian Somalia via the Suez Canal. Obviously, the British and the French knew what he was up to, given that the canal was theirs. In March, the British government commissioned the Permanent Undersecretary at the Colonial Office to report on whether British interests were at stake in Ethiopia. In June, he reported, quote, "No vital British interest is concerned in Ethiopia, except the headwaters in Lake Tassana and the Nile Basin." End quote. Mussolini had had a solid spy working in the British embassy in Rome since the 1920s, and the report quickly found its way to the Duce's desk. The pile of evidence was mounting that neither the British nor the French would stand in his way by now. When it came to the League of Nations, Mussolini had good reason to believe that they would not act. When it came to Hitler, they had let him breach the terms of Versailles again and again, and had chosen diplomacy instead. In Asia too, the League had produced nothing but harsh words of condemnation when it came to Japan in Manchuria. In April, Mussolini had met with Britain and France, at Mussolini's suggestion, at Stresa in northern Italy. The topic of discussion was not Ethiopia, but what the Duce saw as the German menace. Mussolini wanted a solid commitment when it came to Austria. He found the French keen to make a tripartite commitment on Austrian independence, yet Britain, intent on appeasement, said it would only give moral support. What the meeting at Stresa did accomplish, however, was a piece of paper which established the so-called Stresa Front. Quote, "The free powers whose political objective is the collective maintenance of peace within the context of the League of Nations are in complete agreement to oppose, by all means, any unilateral repudiation of any treaty which might endanger peace in Europe, and will act in close and cordial collaboration to this end." End quote. In practical terms, this wasn't a commitment on Austria, but an attempt by Mussolini at an outright alliance against Hitler's Germany. The wording of the document was very specific when it came to Africa too. Mussolini personally suggested that the words "in Europe" be added. "Let's not take on commitments which are too big," he joked. Everyone knew what he was up to, yet they agreed to it anyway. Mussolini clearly took this as a green light, as he said to Grandi, who was also present, quote, "You told me that the English would reply yes to the Austrian question and no to the African one. Instead they replied no to Austria and yes to Africa." End quote. In June, the British signed the Anglo-German Naval Agreement in flagrant violation of Versailles. The evidence just continued to mount as the Italian build-up on Ethiopia's borders continued. Hitler, meanwhile, began to send arms to Selassie. This was a 4D chess move. Firstly, he wanted to remain on side with Britain, and secondly, he wanted to bog Mussolini down in Africa. If Ethiopia was a prolonged affair, not a quick one, the Führer knew full well that Italian relations with Britain and France would be absolutely torpedoed. When it came to Austria, this would be invaluable. Selassie was extremely appreciative and said proudly that Hitler was Ethiopia's only sincere friend in Europe. On the 8th of June, a minute from Sir Robert Vansittart of the Foreign Office read, quote, "Italy will have to be brought off, or Abyssinia will eventually perish. That might in itself matter less if it did not mean that the League would also perish, and that Italy would simultaneously perform another volte-face into the arms of Germany." End quote. This laid out the British position clearly. They wanted to appease Italy so that Italy did not invade Ethiopia, as otherwise they would be forced, against their wishes, to oppose Mussolini in the name of the League of Nations. It was nothing personal, but they felt they had no choice. It was a bizarre hill to die on, and one they knew would have sincere implications when it came to moderating Hitler in Europe. Vansittart proposed giving Mussolini all of British Somaliland in order to appease him. During Anthony Eden's visit to Mussolini on the 23rd of June, however, he treated Mussolini like a clown, and just took him for what was then seen as a stereotypical, untrustworthy Italian. He made the Duce a ridiculous offer. He said Britain would give Ethiopia the Bay of Zila in British Somaliland, so they had access to the sea. In return, Ethiopia would give Italy the province of Ogaden in the east, an offer that was obviously never going to be accepted by anyone, and Mussolini refused it point blank. The two men were like chalk and cheese. At a reception for Eden that evening, one of Mussolini's aides came over to him begging for him to go and talk to Eden. He replied, quote, "The distance between us is exactly equal. If he wants to speak to me, he can come over here." End quote. The next day the two met again, and Mussolini plainly laid out what he wanted in Ethiopia, which was similar to the British mandate in Egypt. Eden rejected it. For the rest of the summer, all attempts to defuse the crisis in Ethiopia came to nothing. Vansittart, for his part, said that to alienate Italy over, quote, "so relatively petty a matter would be lunacy," end quote. This view, which was widely held by almost everyone except Eden, might have prevailed had it not been for the results of a ballot organised by the League of Nations to gauge public opinion. Of the 11.5 million Brits who voted, 10 million agreed that if a member state were attacked, the other states should be compelled to stop the aggressor. 87% said this should be done by economic sanctions, and 59% said by military measures. With a general election imminent, it seemed impossible to ignore these figures, and so a reluctant cabinet abandoned the sensible view of appeasing Italy, and instead chose to attempt to stop the Italian conquest of a land where, quote, barbarity, slavery, and the parading of decapitated heads on spears were the way of life, end quote. The Echo de Paris commented, quote, what are 100,000 Italians threatening Ethiopia, next to 10 million soldiers who are being drilled between the Rhine and the Niemen, and to what end? To defend themselves? End quote. The British Empire, arch-colonialist of world history with a world-spanning empire, was choosing to die on the anti-colonial hill against the most barbaric state in the world, knowing full well it would push Italy into the arms of Hitler, obliterating the spirit of Stresa. On the 11th of September 1935, Sir Samuel Hoare, the British Foreign Secretary, gave a speech at the 16th meeting of the Assembly of the League of Nations in Geneva. Here, he gave the unintended impression that Britain would stop Mussolini by force if necessary. The delegates roared their approval. Shortly afterwards, part of the Home Fleet was sent to reinforce the Mediterranean fleet. Britain had utterly lost her mind. Mussolini felt he had no choice but to send 2 divisions to the Libyan border with British Egypt. Sir Samuel Hoare was under the impression that if the League placed oil sanctions on Italy, then Mussolini, giving in to his stereotypical Italian lack of impulse control, would commit a, quote, mad dog act, end quote, and declare war on Britain. In private, however, Hoare was conciliatory, and so was Laval. In the end, there was no oil embargo, but an embargo on essentially everything else. On the 28th, Solacy provided over the Maskal, aka the end of the rains feast in Addis Ababa. Evelyn Waugh was present for the Daily Mail. He wrote of this strange pagan-looking occasion, quote, at 1:30 p.m, the Emperor in military uniform drove to the spot, escorted by soaking lancers. He took his place on the throne and sat waiting alone and immobile while the rain turned to hail. It swept over the grandstand, burst through holes in the roof and torrents of water ran down the streets. Priests, arrayed in ceremonial vestments, huddled together under cover while they waited for the Archbishop to begin the celebration at a kind of maypole which had been erected. The old men ventured out, walked 3 times around the maypole, threw a wand bearing a bunch of yellow daisies to the foot of the pole, and hurried back to the shelter, end quote. As it turned out, the rain did not stop that year. Instead, war began. On the 1st of October, Solacy refused an offer by Mussolini to avert war, in which he would give Mussolini, quote, the large vassal regions of Abyssinia, end quote. Essentially, this was all the tribes Solacy had just conquered, and so he of course turned this down. The next morning, Mussolini went to see the king, who told him, quote, Duce, go ahead, I'm right behind you, forward I say to you, end quote. Later that day, the 2nd, Mussolini declared war against the slave state of Ethiopia from the balcony of Palazzo Venezia to a gigantic crowd. Ward Price of the Daily Mail recalled, quote, at 7:30, a sudden roar like a volcano eruption broke from the crowd. Mussolini, in the grey uniform and round black cap of the fascist militia, had stepped onto his flood-lit balcony, end quote. Mussolini spoke to his people, who were 100% body and soul behind their Duce. Quote, listen, a solemn hour in the history of La Patria is about to strike. 20 million people are reunited in this moment in the piazzas of Italy. Never in the history of the human race has there been such a gigantic spectacle. For some months, the wheel of destiny, under the impulsion of our serene determination, has been moving towards its destination. We have been patient with Ethiopia for 40 years. Now, enough, end quote. He went on to accuse the League of trying to deny Italy her rights to a place in the sun with sanctions. These would be overcome by fascist discipline, sobriety, and sacrifice, he said. Sarfatti, who was watching from an apartment on the other side of the piazza, said to the man next to her, quote, it's the beginning of the end. We'll win, and he'll lose his head, end quote. The next day, the 3rd of October, the Italian armies marched into Ethiopia at dawn. The Negus of Ethiopia proclaimed, quote, arise, each of you, take up arms and rush to the defence of your country. Rally to your chiefs, obey them with a single purpose, and repel the invader, end quote. The invader, however, was fielding the biggest colonial army in history. At 200,000 strong initially, the force was putting a serious financial strain on a still relatively poor Italy. 100,000 workers were also sent down, of whom a significant population were outright criminals, almost always corrupt and mostly incompetent. Their job was to enlarge the Red Sea port of Massawa in Eritrea, but it was so congested that often ships could not unload their cargoes for months. Despite congestion, the Italians took Adwa, the scene of their humiliation all those years ago, on the 6th of October. It cost them the life of only 1 Italian soldier. When told the news, Mussolini was apparently radiant with joy and told the news, quote, "Today is a great date for fascism," end quote. On the 11th, the League, as expected, voted overwhelmingly for sanctions. Only 4 of the 50 countries voted against, these being Austria, Hungary, Albania, and Paraguay. The sanctions included arms but not oil. Italian ships were thus able to refuel, even at Suez, throughout the crisis. The sanctions made little to no effect. If anything, they completely backfired in every way, shape, or form. Relations with the Italians understandably took a total nosedive, and the Brits essentially had to drag the French by the scruff of the neck into the whole ordeal anyway. In 2 words, the sanctions could be described as political suicide. Meanwhile, in Italy, the sanctions produced a feeling of us against the world, and the nation was more united than it had ever been before. The Italian public displayed their loyalty by answering the call of the government to donate their wedding rings for the good of the nation. 250,000 women in Rome alone heeded the call, including the Queen and the Duce himself, who donated 2,262 kilos of precious metal from amongst his vast collection of presents collected over the years. In return for the thousands of golden rings handed in, the women of Italy received a steel ring, blessed by Italy's bishops, to thank them for their contribution. Priests, all across the nation, too, donated their pectoral crosses. One of the biggest supporters of the war by far was the Catholic Church in Italy, who, despite the Pope's silence, viewed it as a missionary crusade against pagan barbarity. On paper, Ethiopia may have been an Oriental Orthodox nation, but this church had long since fallen away from the Mother Church in Rome, and Ethiopia was essentially Christian in name only. As mentioned, pagan barbarity was the law of the land, not the laws of Jesus Christ and his church. On the 28th of October, Cardinal Schuster, the Archbishop of Milan, held a mass in the Duomo, in which he asked God to protect the troops as, quote, "At the cost of their blood, they opened the door of Ethiopia to the Catholic faith and Roman civilization," end quote. Ever since the Crusades of the Middle Ages, there had never been such unity behind a military campaign amongst the people of Italy. Whilst the love of Mussolini's Italy increased, the hate of Britain did the same. Everything British was now detested and the subject of vicious satire. Hotels were renamed, British imports such as tea and coffee were banned, and anti-British propaganda went into overdrive, with a particular focus on the horrific treatment of the Boers in their colonial war against fellow Europeans a few decades earlier. On the battlefield, meanwhile, the Duce was in a race against time. The sanctions were mild, at least for now. He had to keep it that way by capturing as much territory as he could, as quickly as possible, before the Suez Canal was closed or sanctions were ramped up. The commander of the Italian forces, who had been one of the 4 leaders of the March on Rome, General de Bono, was moving far too slow for Mussolini's liking, and he was replaced in November. Instead, he was replaced by Marshal Badoglio, chief of the General Staff and former governor of Libya. In the southeast, Italian forces were still under the command of General Graziani, who had adopted the slogan, quote, "The Duce shall have Ethiopia, with Ethiopians or without them, just as he pleases," end quote. Whilst Mussolini pushed for a rapid victory on one hand, he pushed for negotiations on the other. The day after the invasion began, Mussolini instructed Grandi in Britain to tell Hoare, the foreign secretary, that Italy was prepared to negotiate. Due to the upcoming election, however, the British government found it impossible to reply positively. Discussions behind the scenes were kept up, however, and Lord President MacDonald was furious at Eden's, quote, "fanatical anti-fascism," end quote, and Prime Minister Baldwin's, quote, "liberal tub-thumping," end quote. MacDonald told Grandi, quote, "I, who before I knew him, was a bitter enemy of Mussolini and Italian fascism, know very well that fascism is a popular, social and revolutionary movement," end quote. As soon as the election was wrapped up in November with an absolute conservative landslide, the tune quickly changed, and official talks were quickly initiated. As the British ambassador to Germany put it, quote, "Ethiopia was merely child's play compared with the German problem," end quote. The new offer to Mussolini took the form of the Hoare-Laval Pact. This plan would have given Italy sovereignty over much more of Ethiopia than previously offered, including a large area in the south, which Italy could have for purposes of, quote, "economic expansion and colonization," end quote. In exchange, like before, the British would cede Ethiopia a seaport. Laval had been in contact with Mussolini, and the plan was based on their discussions. On the 9th of December, the pact was agreed on in the cabinet. Mussolini agreed that it could form the basis for discussion, and called a meeting of the Grand Council to go over it. In the meantime, he agreed to remove one of his divisions from Libya, and did so. On the 13th, however, details of the plan found their way into the French press. A public outcry ensued, especially in Britain. The British government, handing over a large chunk of another country to a fascist dictator, was quite the opposite of what the public had wanted at the League of Nations ballot. On the 18th, Solace turned down the plan outright once word got to him. To get the British public back on side, Sir Samuel Hoare was sacrificed to the mob, and despite their complicity, Eden and the rest of the cabinet got off the hook. Hoare agreed to keep quiet, and Eden was chosen as his replacement, much to the disgust of every Italian, and from then on, there was no serious diplomatic attempt to end the Ethiopian crisis. Eden had tied his own hands. He was seen in the public imagination as a man who stood for high principle and strength, yet in reality, he was just as guilty as Hoare. Instead, he chose the opposite path and pushed for oil sanctions on a one-man crusade, a path that very easily could have led to war. He even got a reluctant cabinet to agree, but in the end, the idea came to nothing, due to the even more reluctant French. Eden would later lie through his teeth in his memoirs about the whole ordeal, and claimed that he was shocked when he learned about the pact. Documents that were released proved this to be a total falsehood. The French, for their part, survived the crisis in the form of a vote of no confidence, yet fell in January 1936 over the economy. The Italian advance into Ethiopia had made little headway during the winter, but with the turn of the new year this all changed, and Mussolini's Catholic crusade began to gather relentless momentum from both the north and the south. Hitler picked his moment perfectly while the crisis was in full swing, and in March his troops marched into the Rhineland, where they were pelted with flowers and deafened by the roaring crowds. The French would only ever have gone in to stop Germany if the British, and more importantly, the Italians went in too. Due to sanctions, this was not to be the case. Hitler's gamble had gone perfectly, purely due to British foreign policy incompetence. The British refused to even impose sanctions on Germany, and in response, the disgusted French effectively stopped their sanctions on Italy. On the 10th of April, Eden tried in vain to urge the cabinet to close the Suez Canal and impose oil sanctions again. They refused. No one would partake in Eden's charade anymore. The turning point had come, and from now on, attention began to be focused more and more on Germany, not Italy. On the 19th, Dino Grandi met with Edward VIII, the new King of Britain. Grandi attempted to persuade the king to put pressure on the government to remove sanctions, and according to Grandi, Edward felt a, quote, genuine sincere joy, end quote, at the Italian military triumph. Grandi wrote to Mussolini afterwards, quote, I have to tell you that rarely have I found someone in England who understands fascist Italy and our revolution better than King Edward, end quote. Around the same time, Mussolini told the French ambassador, quote, I am always in line with Strasser. I can assure you that there is nothing between Germany and me, but any worsening of sanctions will necessarily throw Italy into an isolation, which its government will have the overriding duty to free it. It is up to Britain and France not to reject us, end quote. Even now, at this late hour, Mussolini tried making deals with the British, who were being difficult, and the French, who were very interested. The proposal would have seen all of Ethiopia, except the area around Addis Ababa, so Selassie's tribe, become an Italian protectorate or mandate, not a colony. Eden personally sabotaged these plans. Farrell writes, quote, the French were keen, but the plan failed largely because it was unacceptable to Eden, who told the cabinet that in any case, the rain might defeat Mussolini. As Vanzat remarked, it's got to rain very hard, and very quick, and very long, end quote. By May, the Italians were at the gates of Addis Ababa. On the 2nd, Selassie and his entourage of dignitaries and slaves fled the capital, and the country by train into French Djibouti. Mussolini could have easily destroyed the train, and Graziani requested the ability to do so, yet the Duce personally turned him down. As soon as the Negus had left, the capital fell into utter chaos as the Ethiopian troops began to rape and pillage their own capital, as well as initiating a mass arson campaign for some reason. On the 5th, Badoglio arrived in Addis Ababa on horseback, where he was quite rightly greeted as a liberator, especially by the Europeans who had been living there. The war was over. The Italians had taken a human cost of 2,500 dead. Their native Eritrean and Somalian troops had lost 1,600. The Ethiopian figures, given that they were a chaotic slave society, are unreliable, but it's certain that they were many, many times higher than the Italian figure. The Negus had opted for a straight-up fight rather than guerrilla warfare, and his forces had been utterly decimated, time and time again. They had also opted to use dum-dum bullets, which were illegal. In retaliation, the Italians used poison gas on many occasions. The financial cost, however, was brutal, and could never possibly be paid back by a colony in such a backwater. Between 1935 and 1940, Ethiopia cost Italy 57 billion lire, 20% of total state expenditure. The whole ordeal certainly hadn't made financial sense, but it certainly had in terms of national unity and prestige. It also made Mussolini dangerously self-confident about Italian military prowess. They had, after all, only beaten a feudal society at best. On the evening of the 5th of May, Mussolini spoke to a crowd of 200,000 from the balcony of the Palazzo Venezia. Once he was finished, he was brought back out for a total of 10 encores. The atmosphere was electric, and the people truly loved him for his victory. On the 9th, during another speech, Mussolini named the king Emperor of Ethiopia and proclaimed the Italian Empire. quote, raise on high your emblems, your arms and your hearts, to salute, after 15 centuries, the reappearance of the empire on the fateful hills of Rome, end quote. He shouted to the crowd, quote, will you be worthy of it, end quote, to which they screamed back, yes, yes, yes. He was called back to the balcony not 10 times, but 42 times this time around. The people of Italy celebrated the 9th of May late into the night. The next day in cathedrals and churches all throughout Italy, millions of Italians celebrated special masses of Thanksgiving. In June 1936, Mussolini's youngest child, 6-year-old Anna Maria, was struck down by polio, and her arms and legs were paralysed. The Duce fell into a deep depression and stayed at home by her side for 10 days straight, until it became clear that she would live. Later, he would confess to Petacci, now his mistress, that he had prayed to God to save his daughter. Rachel recalls that her husband had kissed his mother's rosary, which he kept on her bedside table. That same month, Mussolini appointed his son-in-law Ciano as foreign minister. Meanwhile in Ethiopia, Graziani was appointed viceroy and left to pacify the nation, which he did with extreme brutality. Italian colonialism had always been cruel. In Libya, for example, 40,000 shepherds died in forced marches to internment camps between 1930 and 31 alone. Later, in the Balkans, the Italians were horrific occupiers. And in Ethiopia, the repression began immediately. Villages were torched and suspects shot without trial like it was nothing. On the 19th of February 1937, a bomb attack in Addis Ababa killed several Italian officials and severely injured Graziani and dozens of others. The viceroy vowed revenge, and he admitted that 1,000 Ethiopians were killed in the repression, whereas the real figure could be as much as triple that. 2 months later, a law was put in place banning sexual relations between whites and blacks, due to the Italians getting far too comfortable with their new subjects. Segregation was introduced too, but still it kept happening. A song called Little Blackface about a slave girl freed by Italian soldiers exploded in popularity, and the Duce had to ban it, and ordered Badoglio to punish any Italian soldiers severely who were guilty of sex with native women. In November 1937, Graziani was recalled, leaving a lot of dead Ethiopians and a lot of blue-balled Italians behind. Back in England, getting rid of sanctions had become increasingly popular, mostly at the behest of Winston Churchill, who made a rousing speech on the topic in which the Strasser Front was at the forefront. He saw the logic that it was better to have Italy on side against Germany. Chamberlain, not yet Prime Minister, took the bull by the horns in June 1936 and became the first cabinet member to come out against sanctions. Eden, furious, was forced to concede. The Pope, too, urged the League of Nations to drop their sanctions. On the 15th of July, much to the distress of Solace, the League dropped the sanctions. The British wouldn't go all the way and recognise the King of Italy as Emperor of Ethiopia, which was a rather large sticking point in relations. Italy had also been condemned as an aggressor, and the damage, it seemed, was done. The Strasser Front was finished, and Mussolini was isolated, leaving only one obvious choice for an ally. The British press had officially ended its love affair with Mussolini, and the man they once praised as the saviour of Italy and a model administrator was now seen as a bully who was impossible to negotiate with. Laval lamented, quote, anti-fascism, not only in France but elsewhere, had been stronger than the love of peace, end quote. Mussolini told a French socialist in June 1936, quote, the present situation obliges me to seek elsewhere the security that I have lost on the French side and on the English side, with the aim of re-establishing the shattered equilibrium to my advantage. Who should I turn to, if not to Hitler? I have to tell you that I've already had overtures from him. I know perfectly well what will happen if I reach an agreement with Hitler. First of all, there will be an Anschluss within a short time. Then, with the Anschluss, it will be Czechoslovakia, Poland, the German colonies, etc. To sum up, it is war inevitably. That is why I have hesitated, and still hesitate to take that path. But if the attitude of the French government towards me and the fascist regime and Italy does not change soon, and it does not give me the assurances which I need, then I will accept Hitler's offers, end quote. Soon enough, other events would drive Germany and Italy into each other's arms. In 1931, Spain became a republic, and ever since then the nation had undergone a leftist reign of terror, and the nation had come close to civil war already during the so-called Asturian miners' strike in 1934, which was anything but what the name suggests. It was a full-scale bloody insurrection that resulted in the deaths of dozens of innocents, but especially priests, other clergy members, or seminarians. In 1936, the leftists openly rigged that year's election, and the violence went to new, unparalleled heights. Spain was teetering on the very edge. That was until the 17th of July, when Francisco Franco finally stopped prevaricating and threw himself into the ring. He would take and lead the stand against communism, and he led the revolt from Morocco with Spain's elite army of Africa. The nation, Catholic Spain, rose up in his name and fought against this leftist terror. Many led doomed revolts in the more left-wing areas, but regardless, they were ready to die for their faith. In Italy, the response was immediate. Catholic Italy stood staunchly behind Catholic Spain, and the people begged both Mussolini and the Pope to react. Mussolini told his wife, quote, "Bolshevism in Spain means Bolshevism in France, which means Bolshevism next door," end quote. Mussolini ended up being no personal friend of Francisco Franco, but he was willing to put his nation into deep debt and use serious resources to save Spain for his own sake, for Europe's sake, and for the Church's sake. Hitler too accepted the Spanish appeals for help, and the foreign support right at the beginning of the revolt was indispensable. In a way, the sides of the Spanish Civil War set the stage for the Second World War. Farrell writes, quote, "Untruthfully, communist-inspired propaganda lumped together as one National Socialism and Fascism, and even Franco's nationalism. They called them fascism or Nazi fascism. Equally untruthfully, they also lumped together democracy and communism and called them anti-fascism. They said that Democrats and communists were fighting for the same things, which they were not. Actually, communism had much more in common with fascism, National Socialism even, than democracy. Regarded as one and the same, the Duce, the revolutionary despiser of the bourgeoisie, and the Führer, the right-wing despiser of the avant-garde, moved closer still. But just as the Spanish Civil War created a Rome-Berlin axis, it also created an anti-fascist Madrid-Paris-Moscow axis. The Spanish Civil War saw the launching of the great communist lie that the communists were fighting for democracy. They would repeat the lie even more loudly in the Second World War, especially in Italy with regard to their role in the Italian resistance between 1943 and 1945. The communists, of course, in Italy, as everywhere, were not fighting for democracy at all. They were fighting against democracy and for communism," end quote. Whilst Mussolini wanted things in Spain brought to a quick conclusion, Franco and Hitler had other ideas. Franco was a man who was slow and methodical, and this ultimately brought him victory. Hitler, meanwhile, was happy to have a great distraction in the Mediterranean, whilst he rearmed to, in his eyes, protect Germany from outside threats. The German manpower contributed never exceeded 10,000 at any one time. The Italian contribution, meanwhile, reached 80,000 at its height. In the end, 4,000 Italians would lose their lives in Spain, and their presence was often unwanted, and their performance lackluster. Regardless, their help was invaluable, even if not always utilised properly or appreciated. The main takeaway from this story, however, is regarding the relationship with Germany. Hitler above all dreamed of an alliance with Great Britain, where Britannia could rule the waves, and indeed basically the world, whilst Germany could have her place as Europe's preeminent power on the continent. This, however, was a pipe dream. Realistically speaking, the Italians were the only option for Hitler now. In late 1936, Hitler offered recognition of Italy's conquest of Ethiopia, which was ever so dear to the Duce's heart. During the talks regarding this in October, Count Ciano showed Hitler documents that had been copied from the British embassy in Rome. They showed Britain's fears of German aggression, and there was talk of mass rearmament to combat it. Hitler was furious, as the reality was essentially the reverse of the propaganda. Talk of German rearmament had only made Britain rearm far faster, and so Germany now had to catch up to defend herself. Ciano was playing a double game with this move, as personally he hated the Germans and left the talk saying it was incredible that the German people followed Hitler, who was, quote, "a real madman," end quote, as well as Goering, who was, quote, "fat, vulgar ox," end quote. Most of all, quote, "Germany's in the hands of very inferior men whom we must exploit," end quote. In a speech discussing the talks, Mussolini coined the term Axis to describe the new relationship between the two nations. Quote, "This Rome-Berlin vertical line is not a diaphragm but rather an axis, around which may revolve all those European states with a will to collaboration and peace," end quote. On the 23rd of January 1937, Hermann Goering, effectively the second most important man in Germany, came to Rome. Here, he discussed the Anschluss with the Duce, and the Reichsmarshal assured him that no move would be made against Austria without prior agreement with Italy. According to Goering's interpreter, Paul Schmidt, by April, Mussolini seemed resigned to the Anschluss. Farrell, quote, "Britain's mistake was this. Hitler wanted an alliance with Mussolini. Britain did not. Britain wanted merely to stop an alliance between Hitler and Mussolini. This was fine as an aim, but to achieve it, Britain would have to offer Italy an alliance. This it was not prepared to do," end quote. Effectively, both Hitler and Mussolini wanted an alliance not with each other, but with Britain. Britain wanted an alliance with neither of them, forcing the two together. Slowly but surely, Mussolini was resigning himself to the inevitable, which he knew would eventually cause war in Europe. Britain was to do the same thing with Russia 2 years later, flirting with Stalin but never making the full commitment, only driving Stalin into Hitler's arms, albeit temporarily. In Spain, meanwhile, the Italians suffered a humiliating defeat in March. The over-enthusiastic black shirts were bested at Guadalajara, 30 miles from Madrid, by a smaller Republican force, in which many anti-fascist Italian exiles were present. Superior Russian planes won the day, and the Italians lost 3,000 dead compared to 2,000 on the other side. The battle in reality was effectively a stalemate rather than a victory, but the propaganda that came off the back of it was absolutely gigantic for the left, and even ringed in our ears to this day. Mussolini was now like an enraged bull, and was determined to never leave Spain until he had a big victory. This came in August at the Battle of Santander. There were 25,000 Italians here in the force of 90,000 nationalists, and it was a crushing victory. Back home, Mussolini heaped praise on his Italian commanders. On the 17th of May 1937, Neville Chamberlain succeeded Stanley Baldwin as British Prime Minister, and the atmosphere between the two countries changed. Chamberlain had, however, inherited a rather doomed situation. Regardless, he approached Mussolini in all honesty and tried to appease the Italian dictator. Chamberlain may have been many things, but most importantly, he was a man of peace, and ultimately, his goal was peace in Europe. To do this, Chamberlain went behind the back of his extremely anti-Italian Foreign Minister, Eden. In late July, he wrote to Mussolini saying that he was a good man to do business with, and said relations could be restored, quote, "if we can only clear away some of the misunderstandings and unfounded suspicions which cloud our trust in one another," end quote. He then went on to suggest talks directly. Mussolini responded, quote, "The interests of Italy and Great Britain are not opposed either in the Mediterranean or elsewhere. I am glad to agree with your Excellency's suggestion that conversation be entered upon," end quote. In late September, however, it was Hitler who met Mussolini first, when the latter accepted an invitation to Germany. The Führer really pulled out all the stops to impress the Italian delegation, and it was the biggest welcome he would ever lay out for anyone. Hitler went so far to impress that he ensured that a picture of Prodapio was hung up in Mussolini's room. Whilst Chamberlain made sneaky behind-the-scenes approaches to Italy, Hitler was going all the way and more to impress. Whilst in Germany, Hitler took Mussolini to a giant Krupp armaments factory in Essen and made sure the Duces saw the latest weaponry Germany had to offer. The grand finale took place at the Mayfield in Berlin during an open-air rally on the 28th. Nearly 1 million people were present just to hear Mussolini and their Führer speak. Hitler described his guest as, quote, "a genius, one of the rare geniuses not created by history, but themselves creators of history," end quote. He also said, quote, "the leading statesman in the world, to whom none may even remotely compare himself," end quote. During the Duce speech, he spoke of the unity between the two regimes against communism, and ended by saying that Italy would march with Germany until the very end. Quote, "when fascism has a friend, it will march with that friend to the last," end quote. The Duce was then asked what the consequence of this visit would be, to which he replied, "peace," and the crowd went wild. There was then a torchlit procession of brown shirts, which greatly impressed the Duce. When he left, he was sure of, quote, "German invincibility," end quote. Nothing formal came of the meeting, but as you can imagine, it certainly paved the way. As Christopher Hibbert writes in his biography of the Duce, quote, "For weeks Germany had been preparing not only a welcome and a tribute, but a carefully calculated display of power, regimentation and organisation, which Mussolini should never forget. He never did forget. For the rest of his life, disillusioned with the Germans as he was to profess himself, he never lost his admiration for their efficiency, their dedication, their violently militaristic industry. From the beginning of his visit, he was seen to be impressed, and he had cause to be," end quote. The power dynamic had officially now changed. Previously, as noted, Mussolini had looked down his nose at Hitler as a cheap imitation of himself. Now, however, Mussolini was copying Hitler. Upon his return to Italy, he decided that, quote, "a little bit of Prussia would do the Italian people good," end quote, and he ordered the goose step to be used by the Italian armed forces, which he renamed the Passo Romano. The issue was, however, that the Italians were far smaller than their German counterparts, and it looked ridiculous. Even Mussolini knew this, and he banned newsreel footage of him leading a column being published. An Italian observer said of the rally, with the two men present, quote, "compared to Hitler's demonstrations, those of the Italian fascists seem like a bunch of people running around shouting. In his speeches, Mussolini rambles, expressing commonplaces in dramatic fashion, and self-evident truths with great solemnity. He addresses the ignorant masses, and speaks for them, gesticulating with his face, his body, his eyes, with the moves of a charlatan. Hitler is always composed. When Mussolini appears, hands on his hips, he seems like a circus ringmaster. Hitler, by contrast, seems like an apostle, a political, a religious leader," end quote. Despite being so close to Hitler, however, the arch-warmonger himself, Winston Churchill, wrote of Mussolini's, quote, "amazing qualities of courage, comprehension, self-control and perseverance," end quote. If he hoped to woo Mussolini, however, he was wrong. On the 6th of November, Italy signed the Anti-Comintern Pact, to which Germany and Japan were already signatories. Many saw this as an alliance against Russia, Britain and France. That, of course, was a ridiculous assumption, but it's what the press ran with, and thus what the Western democracies believed. On the 11th of December, Mussolini left the League of Nations. Britain wasn't making a move, and Mussolini already had one foot in the door of the German camp. Dino Grandi, however, understood the situation better than anyone, and he took it upon himself to approach Chamberlain. He had done this previously, but again he pretended that he had a letter from Mussolini and told Chamberlain about it and that he would read something out. Chamberlain again replied positively, and then assigned a direct intermediary, Sir Joseph Ball, a former MI5 officer. Ball kept in touch with Grandi almost daily, and thus there was now a direct channel of negotiation. Grandi would later write that he was sure that this new channel would start new Anglo-Italian talks regardless of Anthony Eden's interference. Farrell writes, quote, "By now, Chamberlain and Eden were at serious odds over policy, not on Hitler, but Mussolini. While Chamberlain wanted to appease both Hitler and Mussolini, Eden wanted to appease Hitler alone, and though not actually confront, simply ignore Mussolini. With Hitler, what Chamberlain and he had in mind at this point was handing back colonies to Germany. Eden felt that at least with Hitler, an agreement might have a chance of reasonable life, whereas Mussolini is, I fear, a complete gangster. Given that to date, Hitler had broken far more serious treaty obligations than Mussolini, Eden's position was not especially logical. While Chamberlain wanted to prize Mussolini away from Hitler to weaken the Axis, Eden's view is summed up in utterances such as, "Nothing would be more foolish than openly to attempt to woo Mussolini away from Hitler," end quote. On the 15th of December, Lady Ivy Chamberlain, widow of Sir Austin Chamberlain, Neville's brother, wrote to Neville. She had visited Italy, and indeed met Mussolini. She said that the Duce had told her, quote, "For the safety of Europe, England and Italy must remain friends," end quote. She added that he left her with the impression that he, quotes, "really wants an understanding," end quote. In February 1938, Lady Chamberlain met Ciano and gave him a letter from the Prime Minister, in which he referred to his hopes of getting talks started by the end of February. Eden, however, interfered as usual. He was furious that Chamberlain was going behind his back, and demanded that all these intermediaries stop meeting with the Duce. Eden was essentially single-handedly torpedoing any last chance of an Anglo-Italian understanding. The Anschluss, however, was closing in. On the 2nd of February, the stormy meeting between Schuschnigg and Hitler took place at the Eagle's Nest, and on the 16th, Ciano was telephoning Grandi telling him to impress how urgent the need for Anglo-Italian talks were, as tomorrow there would be a new post-Anschluss world in which Germany would be on Italy's frontier. This would make an alliance unavoidable for their own protection. On that same day, Chamberlain summoned both Eden and Grandi to 10 Downing Street. Here, at the very last hurdle, Eden once again sabotaged. Farrell again, quote, "That same day, Chamberlain summoned Eden and Grandi to 10 Downing Street. Grandi told them that Mussolini had not agreed with Hitler that he could invade Austria. Chamberlain felt this was the last chance to hold talks with Italy before Mussolini was sucked irretrievably into Hitler's vortex, and was determined to go to the cabinet where Eden spoke of fundamental differences of principle. It is difficult to see what these differences of principle were. Differences of a strategy, yes, but not of principle. The cabinet sided with Chamberlain, and the following day Eden resigned, giving his reason in the House of Commons disagreement on whether official conversations should be opened in Rome now," end quote. On the 12th of March, however, Hitler and his men marched into Austria, where they were pelted with flowers and smothered with kisses. The new post-Anschluss world had arrived. In a letter to Mussolini, the Führer wrote, quote, "I have established a clear demarcation line between Germany and France, and now I establish another one, just as clear, between Italy and us. It is the Brenner. This decision will never be changed or called into question," end quote. Mussolini told Hitler, via the Prince of Hesse, that he accepted the invitation in a friendly manner. Upon receiving the news, Hitler was overcome with emotion. No doubt, with tears in his eyes, he told the prince, quote, "Tell Mussolini that I shall never forget him. Never, 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 whatever happens," end quote. Mussolini summed up the situation simply in the Chamber of Deputies on the 16th of March, quote, "When an event is inevitable, it's better that it's done with us rather than in spite of us, or worse, against us," end quote. Evidently, Mussolini wasn't overly pleased, as right after the Anschluss, he immediately went to his Jesuit go-between with the Pope and told him drastic measures were now needed to stop the Führer, and that the Pope should excommunicate Hitler. The Pope, however, knew how temperamental Mussolini could be, and didn't take this request seriously. Pius was quite right, and Mussolini soon calmed down and saw the logic of a German alliance more clearly than ever before. Regardless, on the 10th of March, the Anglo-Italian talks had begun in Rome, 2 days before the Anschluss. According to a witness, Mussolini was furious at this time about the Anschluss and was ready to desert Hitler immediately if Britain would give him something solid. The talks produced the Easter Agreement, which was signed on the 16th of April. Italy agreed to withdraw troops from Spain if Britain would recognise the Italian conquest of Ethiopia. Ciano wrote in his diary, quote, "I believe it really will be able to serve as the foundation for the new friendship between Italy and Great Britain," end quote. The Brits' silly insistence on withdrawing troops from Spain, however, was to prove the downfall of it all. The British hadn't exactly gone above and beyond either. If they really wanted to woo Mussolini, they, or the French, could easily have dispensed with some of their colonial territory. They did not, however, and instead, this half-assed approach went nowhere. Halifax summed up the British wishful thinking, quote, "Although we do not expect to detach Italy from the Axis, we believe the agreement will increase Mussolini's power of manoeuvre and so make him less dependent on Hitler, and therefore freer to resume the classic Italian role of balancing between Germany and the Western powers," end quote. 2 weeks after the Easter Agreement on the 3rd of May, Adolf Hitler arrived in Rome for a week-long state visit, bringing with him Goebbels, Ribbentrop, Himmler, and Hess. In Italy, the king was the head of state, not Mussolini, and thus Hitler had to ride in the open royal carriage with the king to where he would be staying. This whole state of affairs was bizarre to the Führer. This wasn't Great Britain, where the monarchy, despite having very little power, had a lot of prestige. King Victor Emmanuel's whole position in society just felt forced, to say the least. As David Irving writes in Hitler's War, quote, "As his special train hauled into Rome's suburbs on May the 3rd, he marshalled his private staff not to burst out laughing at the sight of a diminutive figure kneeling on the platform, weighed down with gold braid. For that was the King of Italy, and he was not kneeling. That was his full height. Yet there was no escaping the tiny king Victor Emmanuel III, for technically he was Hitler's host," end quote. It actually seemed as if the royal family were conspiring to humiliate both Mussolini and the Führer. At a concert later on, the front rows were occupied by hordes of noblemen who nobody knew, whilst the real stars of the Italian regime, Graziani, Balbo, Badoglio and the like, were crowded back into insignificance. The Italian army manoeuvres were much the same, and left Hitler under no illusions about Italian military might as well. He turned to Mussolini at one point and said, quote, "I'm going home. I didn't come to see the king, but you, my friend," end quote. In Naples, however, the Germans did find themselves a little more impressed by the display of Italian naval power they saw there. The military was what mattered, however, and the most modern weaponry Italy had, which had been so proudly paraded in front of the Führer, was already obsolete. Irving writes, quote, "Hitler was aghast at Mussolini's ignorance of military technology. He would be at the mercy of his generals," he said, and they had sworn their allegiance to the king, end quote. To rub salt in the wound, the Italians had ducked out of signing a draft alliance that Foreign Minister Ribbentrop had brought with him. Wiesacker of the Foreign Office said that the Italians had, quote, "dealt us a slap in the face with an improvised draft treaty of their own, more akin to an armistice with an enemy than a bond of loyalty signed between friends," end quote. In this same vein, Mussolini also bizarrely promised that he would, quote, "keep his sword in his scabbard," end quote, if Germany were to attack Czechoslovakia. This sounded like an enemy promising to stand down, not a friend offering assistance. Effectively, Mussolini was saying to the far superior German army, "I won't attack you if you attack Czechoslovakia." The Germans were left dumbfounded. Schmidt, the German interpreter, recalled, quote, "Mussolini and Ciano were obviously trying to evade any serious political discussion, though Hitler, and more specifically, Ribbentrop, were constantly seeking it. The program had been deliberately planned so that there was no time for serious talk. I inferred at the time that the Italians had by no means got over their shock at the Austrian Anschluss, and especially at Hitler's methods in carrying it out, and that their eyes were still turned westwards," end quote. The trip wasn't all a disaster, however. On the 9th of May, Hitler and Mussolini were in Florence, where the Führer said he was now in the city of his dreams. Farrell writes, quote, "Looking out over Florence from the Piazzale Michelangelo, Hitler's throat made strange gurgling sounds, and then he said, at last I understand Böcklin and Feuerbach," end quote. Hitler also said, quote, "and to think that if Bolshevism had come, all this would have been destroyed," end quote. The duo then went to the Uffizi Gallery, where Hitler was essentially in heaven. He was completely in awe, and Mussolini, who was bored to death, muttered to a friend, quote, "we'll be here a week," end quote. Hitler kept repeating himself with the line about Bolshevism coming and destroying all this beauty. Mussolini grew increasingly annoyed, like a child dragged along by his parents. Regardless, Hitler was in paradise. When Hitler was about to depart from the station in Florence for Germany, Mussolini said, quote, "Now, no force can separate us anymore," end quote. Hitler's eyes filled with tears. By mid-1938, Mussolini was evidently becoming the second man in Europe, not the first. Hitler had clearly stolen the crown, and yet, despite this, Mussolini's crowning achievement was still to come, and September 1938 was to be a busy month. David Kurtzer writes, quote, "On September the 1st, the Italian government revoked the citizenship of foreign-born Jews who had become citizens after 1919. It ordered all Jews who were not citizens to leave the country within 6 months. The following day, all Jewish teachers, from elementary school through university, were fired. Christian children could not be taught by Jews, nor would Jewish children be allowed to attend public schools at any level. Jewish members of honorary societies of arts, letters, and sciences were ejected. For the purposes of these racial laws, Jews were defined as those born of parents of the Jewish race, even if they might profess a religion different from Judaism." End quote. Getting these measures past the Pope had been quite the task for Mussolini, who had clearly been inspired by Hitler when it came to the new laws. The Pope, however, could not fault Mussolini's logic that historically speaking, the Church had been far harsher on Jews than he was about to be, and in the end, he gained the Pope's approval. What followed was a wave of insincere converts from the Jewish faith to Christianity, so that they could continue in whatever business they were currently engaged in. In the next 3 years, 10% of Italy's Jews would renounce their faith in this way. Mussolini's reasoning for the sudden introduction of these laws was that he began to notice trends. He spoke of communism and anti-fascism being Jewish. The straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak, was the foreign press campaign against the war in Ethiopia. Quote, "World Jewry is doing bad business and aligning itself with the anti-fascist sanctions campaign against the one European country which, at least until now, has neither preached nor practiced anti-Semitism." End quote. Raids on the anti-fascist resistance group named Justice and Freedom turned out to be dominated by Jews as well, and so Mussolini began to hate. Later, the anti-Jewish measures would be ramped up even harder. Elsewhere, the Sudeten Germans had been horribly mistreated by the Czech-dominated government in the artificial state of Czechoslovakia. Dozens had been killed, and the Slovaks and Ruthenians too were pushing for freedom. The Czechs ramped up their brutality in kind like a cornered animal. Soon enough, a crisis came to a head. Hitler refused to stand idly by, and he had also welcomed the Sudeten movement and given support. In July, Chamberlain was one of the few who saw things clearly. Europe really could not survive another crisis, and remain the same afterwards if things carried on the way they were going, and the Prime Minister lamented that the French were causing tension with Italy, which was jeopardising the British goal of peace in Europe, as the Italians were being driven further and further into German arms. He said, quote, "I consider Italo-British solidarity the keystone of our foreign policy. We consider the Anglo-Italian Accord a valid step forward towards our final goal, which is a general European appeasement." End quote. The Sudeten crisis is well known, and outside the scope of this video, but on the 15th of September, Chamberlain flew to Germany for the first time to discuss events with Hitler. This was an extremely bold move, and the Prime Minister had only done so because he was such a good man, a true lover of peace. He could quite easily have let the situation develop and let things spiral out of control. Chamberlain left empty-handed, but regardless, he was no quitter, and a week later, he was back. This time, he agreed that Germany could have the Sudeten areas where more than 50% of the population were German. 2 days later, on the 24th of September, the Czechs mobilised again for war. France called up her reserves. Europe stood on the brink. Britain mobilised her fleet. Italy, however, did nothing. In an effort to avert war, Chamberlain played another card and appealed to the man he thought so highly of, Benito Mussolini. On the 28th, he sent a letter to the Duce, quote, "I trust your excellency will inform the German Chancellor that you are willing to be represented and urge him to agree to my proposal, which will keep all our peoples out of war." End quote. The Duce immediately sprung into action and became the saviour of Europe. Only he, the man respected by all, could save the continent from a fratricidal civil war. A telegram was sent to the Führer, begging him to refrain from mobilisation. Right here, at the last minute, the appeal from his idol, Benito Mussolini, convinced Hitler to join Chamberlain on the path of peace, despite the Czech provocations. Mussolini then suggested a conference involving Germany, Britain, France, and Italy. The Führer agreed, and Chamberlain brought the suggestion before the House of Commons, where he was received with euphoric applause. Only Eden, one of Europe's arch warmongers alongside Churchill, refused to shake Chamberlain's hand. Even President Roosevelt cabled in, "Good man." When Chamberlain set off from Heston Airport in Croydon, Dino Grandi was there to see him off, and the Prime Minister shook his hand and thanked him profusely. Back at the embassy, Sir Joseph Ball, the intermediary, said to Grandi, quote, "The Prime Minister has asked me to tell you that you were right, and he is glad he followed your advice to approach Mussolini directly. We owe world peace to Mussolini." End quote. Mussolini and Ciano, meanwhile, headed to Germany by overnight train. Whilst en route, the Duce bizarrely said of the British to his foreign minister, quote, "When in a country they adore animals to the point of providing them with cemeteries, hospitals and houses, it is a sign of decadence at work. As for the rest, 4 million surplus women, 4 million sexually frustrated people who create a load of problems either to excite or placate their desires." End quote. Hitler had made a point of meeting Mussolini before the conference itself, and they met up in Austria before continuing on to Munich. Mussolini said to the Führer, quote, "What are your demands on Czechoslovakia?" End quote. Ribbentrop then handed the Duce a piece of paper detailing them. Mussolini agreed to essentially hand over everything to the Germans at the conference, despite supposedly being the arbiter of peace. Regardless, Chamberlain didn't care much for the doomed Czechoslovakian state either way. He was happy to hand independence, or union, to whoever wanted to be free from that artificial state, if it meant saving Europe from war. At the conference in Munich at the Brown House, Mussolini was the only one of the foreign leaders capable of speaking a foreign language, and he in fact spoke good French, reasonable German, and passable English. So this was entirely the Mussolini show. Eventually, he produced his proposal from his pocket, which was just a translated version of what Ribbentrop had handed him. The French diplomat André-François Poncet observed that Hitler treated Mussolini with deference the entire time. He truly looked up to him. He used the words fascinated and hypnotized. Quote, "If the Duce laughed, he laughed. If the Duce frowned, he too frowned. It was a scene of genuine mimicry," end quote. Just after midnight, an agreement was reached and the four nations signed away the Sudetenland to Germany. Although the agreement materially was a big achievement for Germany, the winners in the public imagination were Chamberlain and Mussolini. This was their doing. Two men had stood above the rest, shoving aside the warmongers. Chamberlain had flown to Germany again and again, and Mussolini had called the conference. They, and they alone it seemed, had secured peace in Europe. The Catholic world stood at the Duce's side as well. Whilst Mussolini was still in Munich, Pope Pius took to the Vatican radio to spread the same message addressed of, quote, "all Catholics and the entire universe," end quote. Quote, "We share in our paternal heart the trepidation of so many of our children, and we invite the bishops, clergy, members of the religious orders, and all the faithful to join us in the most insistent, hopeful prayer for preserving peace with justice and charity," end quote. Upon Mussolini's return, he was greeted by the nation like a Roman emperor, returning from a glorious campaign. This, however, was a campaign of peace. In a gushing public letter, Milan's Cardinal Schuster proclaimed, quote, "Italy is proud because its Duce has made such a precious contribution to peace," end quote. He then went on to suggest that a new church dedicated to peace be constructed to mark Mussolini's triumph. On a speech from his balcony, the Duce asked his people, quote, "At Munich we have worked for peace and justice. Is this the wish of the Italian people?" End quote. "Yes, yes," was the unanimous reply from the crowd. There was also the matter of the racial laws to handle. Mussolini, and indeed pretty much everyone, blamed the little opposition there was to the laws, supposedly on Jewish subversion, and so they were stepped up. Italian Jews were now to be thrown out of the party. They were to be banned from owning or directing businesses with over 100 employees. They were banned from owning more than 50 hectares of land, and they were to be booted out of Italy's armed forces, not that there were many in them anyway. The few Jewish veterans from the Great War, however, were to be exempted from these measures, as well as Jewish veterans of Ethiopia, the Spanish Civil War, or Libya, as well as those who had married Italians before October 1938. New schools were to be set up especially for Jewish children, in order to segregate them from Christian children. Jews who had come to Italy after 1919 were given 6 months to leave the country, and Italians were now banned from marrying what was termed non-Aryans, aka those of non-European descent. Still, even now, Benito Mussolini had not decided what the future held for Italy. He had no official alliance with the Germans, and Chamberlain was still eager to talk. On the 11th of January 1939, Chamberlain and his foreign minister, Lord Halifax, arrived for the long-awaited talks. There was no military theatrics like there had been with Hitler, but regardless, there were cheers from the Italian people, which meant a lot given how they traditionally had despised the British. Mussolini at this time was being difficult when it came to France, and he refused to drop his many claims on French territory, such as Nice, Savoy, Corsica, and more realistically, land in Africa. Chamberlain graciously offered to mediate between the two countries, but the Duce refused. Chamberlain then said he worried that Hitler was planning more aggressive moves in Europe. Hitler had been telling the Duce the opposite, and so Mussolini replied saying that Hitler, quote, desired a long period of peace, end quote, and that, quote, further aggression was absolutely out of the question, end quote. Before leaving, Chamberlain proposed a toast to, quote, His Majesty the King of Italy, Emperor of Ethiopia, end quote, and gave a departing speech at the train station as he was about to set off. He said without irony, quote, we leave more than ever convinced of the good faith and goodwill of the Italian government, end quote. Chamberlain truly was trying his absolute best to prevent war in Europe. Nothing solid, however, had come of the meeting, despite the PM's best efforts. Whilst Chamberlain sang Mussolini's praises at home, Mussolini was doing quite the opposite. Quote, These men are no longer made of the stuff of Francis Drake and the other magnificent adventurers who created the empire. They are by now the tired sons of a long series of rich generations, and they will lose the empire, end quote. Mussolini was finally about to make up his mind. He would commit himself, and the future of the country, to Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany. The alliance would be an alliance of men, rather than one of nations. The German people and the Italian people detested each other. But as long as Adolf Hitler loved Benito Mussolini, and as long as the Führer lived, Italy could rely on a stalwart ally who would never abandon them. On the 30th of November 1938, Mussolini laid out his foreign policy aims at a meeting of the Grand Council of Fascism. Ironically, this was totally counter to what Hitler himself did, and what Hitler would have wanted. Hitler did not want war in the West. He had renounced all claims there, and done his best to promote peace in the West. Mussolini, however, was about to do the opposite. He spoke up and said that his foreign policy goals included Tunisia and Corsica from France, as well as Albania and the Italian-speaking Swiss canton of Ticino. He said that Italy's position in the Mediterranean was dire, and that, quote, "we must improve it. Tunisia is necessary, and Corsica," end quote. On the 4th of February 1939, he went even further, said that Italy was trapped in a, quote, "Mediterranean prison. The bars of this prison are Cyprus, Malta, Tunisia, Corsica, the gates, Suez and Gibraltar. The peoples which do not touch the ocean are only half independent. We are one of them. We must stretch out to the ocean, march to the ocean," end quote. The victories in Ethiopia and Spain, it seemed, had given Mussolini delusions of grandeur that would change the world forever. His demands, for now, were far milder in reality than he was letting off though. His rhetoric was alienating everyone, and it sounded like war talk. In reality, however, at least when it came to the Suez, he would have accepted representation on the Suez Canal Board, or in the case of Djibouti, he would have accepted it becoming a free port. The month before, Mussolini had sent word to Ribbentrop on New Year's Day. He was ready to sign up to the alliance that the German foreign minister had so desperately wanted the Duce to sign on the German state visit. Mussolini had spent Christmas and New Year's that year at his castle above Prodapio, his birthplace. It was here that he finally made his fateful decision. The logic was as follows. Great Britain and France had become alienated from Italy over Ethiopia, and had offered him nothing solid for an alliance. What Mussolini wanted most of all was land, and yet on this front, the Western democracies were seemingly unwilling to depart with any of their colonies, if it meant preventing war in Europe. Germany, on the other hand, was led by Adolf Hitler, whom Mussolini had, at least initially, detested. Hitler, however, was not one to take no for an answer, and he genuinely and truly loved and admired Benito Mussolini, if not Italy or Italians. Britain and France had done nothing to stop Germany taking Austria, and now Germany was right on the Italian border. Germany, as an enemy, would be catastrophic. Germany, as an ally, however, could potentially open up all kinds of opportunities for Italian expansion. In the Duce's mind too, the Western democracies were weak and decadent, their empires were near collapse. Germany was revitalized, strong, the true rulers of the future. Time had essentially made up Mussolini's mind for him. 1939 flew by quickly, and events came in thick and fast. On the 10th of February, Pope Pius XI passed away at age 82, and on the 12th of March, the cardinals in conclave elected Cardinal Eugenio Pacelli to take his place, who took on the title Pius XII. 3 days later, on the 15th, Germany marched into Bohemia and Moravia and proclaimed a protectorate as the state was falling apart, now that Slovakia and Ruthenia had broken away. Hitler hadn't even consulted Mussolini beforehand, and Ciano said that the Duce seemed depressed, as he put it. Quote, "It's the first time I've seen him like this, even in the period of the Anschluss," end quote. Ciano quotes Mussolini as lamenting, quote, "Every time Hitler takes a country, he sends me a message," end quote. And quote, "What need is there to have a go at the Slavs? And, beginning like this, where will he roll next March?" End quote. On the 21st of March, however, Mussolini told the Grand Council that Italy must stand firm with the Axis. Only Balbo objected. Quote, "I want to make a cynical declaration. In international relations, there is only one moral, success. We were immoral when we assailed the Negus. We won, and we have become moral, moralissimi. The problem for us is another one. It is the relationship between forces inside the Axis. The demographic situation has moved in favour of the Germans. Militarily, the situation is this. Germany has double our divisions. Our navy is double the Germans. Our air force compared to the German one is 1 to 5. Industry, 1 to 12. So the annexation of Czechoslovakia has altered the relationship within the Axis in favour of Germany. But we have a political advantage. We are the referees of the political situation in Europe. If we do not wish it, Germany will not be encircled. This is our security. Therefore we must increase our stature in regard to our comrade in the Axis. When? Where? We shall see." End quote. The day before, Chamberlain had written a letter to Mussolini asking him to put pressure on Hitler, and the Duce didn't bother to reply until early April, when he said that he would do nothing until Italy's rights were recognised, referring to the Italians in Tunisia. whose claims he himself had signed away in 1935. On the 26th of March, Mussolini gave a speech to the fascist rank and file in Rome, where he once again spoke out against Italian grievances. Quote, "Problems of a colonial character. Their names are Tunisia, the Djibouti, the Suez Canal," end quote. On the 28th of March, Francisco Franco marched into Madrid, and 2 days later, Valencia fell too. Victory followed, and there was widespread celebration in Italy, given that the Italians had played such a huge role there. In terms of actual return, there was very little. Mussolini had hoped to pull Franco into his orbit as a kind of satellite state, but on that front, he had completely failed. John Gooch writes of the bill in his book, Mussolini's War, quote, "Italy committed a total of 42,715 soldiers and 32,216 black shirt militiamen to the civil war in Spain, and lost 3,318 dead and 11,716 wounded." Rafts of statistics charted the contribution that fascism made to Franco's victory. In the course of the war, the army's guns had fired some 10 million rounds. The CTV took 108,385 prisoners, captured 137 guns, 1,022 machine guns and 65 tanks, and shot down 544 aircraft. The Regia Aeronautica calculated that it had sent 213 bombers and 414 fighters, along with 132 other warplanes, together with 372,261 bombs and 9,500,000 rounds of machine gun ammunition. As well as handing over 10 ships, the Navy had organised ports at both ends of the supply lines, had used 87 transports to make 193 trips for a total of 250,000 miles, and among other things, had provided the nationalists with an interception and decryption service. The direct cost worked out at 6,086,003,680 lire. The overall costs caused state expenditure to more than triple in 1936 to 66.9 billion lire, creating a deficit of 40.4 billion lire. For fascist Italy, the Spanish venture had been a war of limited liability. However, for a country with a relatively weak industrial base, and one which had fought a colonial war in East Africa, even limited liabilities were a serious burden. As well as sustaining her own legionaries, Italy had handed the nationalists 1,930 guns, 7,514,537 rounds of artillery ammunition, and 7,668 motor vehicles, as well as sundry other items. Reinstating the material sent to Spain cost the War Ministry 5,780,210,000 lire. The Italian Air Force gave Spain 517 aircraft, 350 of which were left behind when the Legion was disbanded, and amassed a total bill of 1,506,000 lire. End quote. Regardless, communist anarchy had been defeated in Iberia, and Catholicism had triumphed. If it was not a triumph for the Italian economy, it was certainly a triumph for European civilization. On the 7th of April, Italy seized Albania, which previously had been their de facto protectorate. The invasion came as a shock to the world and seemed to make no sense at all. Strangely, according to Ciano, the invasion was actually to counter Germany of all things. The aim was, quote, "creation of a wall of defence against Germany in its march towards the Balkan East." There are many geopolitical elements which make Germany a Balkan nation. The annexation of Austria, above all, the Danube, which brings German life into the Balkan lands. The annexation of Albania will give us the prerequisites to confront it, end quote. Mussolini did not warn Hitler about the invasion, and King Zog, the Albanian leader, fled in the direction of Greece without resistance. Albania, like Ethiopia, had been a member of the League of Nations. The French were fairly indifferent, but the British were irritated, although unable to do anything. Like Libya before the Great War, it was done and dusted quickly. There was no time for tears. Chamberlain wrote to his sister, quote, "Like a sneak and a cad, he had not made the least effort to preserve my friendly feelings," end quote. Churchill, meanwhile, demanded the immediate occupation of Corfu, which was of course a Greek island, not an Italian one. It was believed that Corfu would be the Duce's next target, however, and so the future Prime Minister wanted to preempt it and bottle the Italians up in the Adriatic. Mussolini, for his part, kept in contact with the British Embassy and gave them continued promises that there were no plans to move on Yugoslavia or Greece. This was hardly convincing. Chamberlain said in the House of Commons that he was, quote, "still not convinced that Italy has made up her mind, particularly the Italian nation, to be involved in national conflict with Great Britain and France in the Mediterranean," end quote. The Duce then made trouble with the Germans. The talks of an official military alliance had been ongoing since January, but now, suddenly, Mussolini was saying that Italy would be unready for any kind of war until 1943, after being involved in Ethiopia and Spain. He was quite right, but this was a long way from what he was boasting about publicly. This was a huge sticking point for Germany, who was relying on Italy just in case war did break out. It was seeming like 1914 all over again. With the Germans about to be stabbed in the back, the Danzig crisis was heating up, and war had never seemed closer. Were the Italians really going to back out now after all this tough talk? On the 6th of May, Ciano met Ribbentrop in Milan to discuss the alliance in detail, and Ciano stated that an alliance could only be formed on the basis that, quote, fascist Italy does not desire to take part in a war of a European character, though convinced that it is inevitable, end quote. Italy, he said, would only contemplate such a war, quote, from 1943 on, end quote. Ciano asked about German intentions towards Poland, and Ribbentrop told him that Hitler had decided to employ conciliation to resolve the matter, which was actually true at the time. Regardless, the Führer was ready for things to go the other way as well, just in case. Regardless, the Pact of Steel was signed on the 22nd of May. It clearly stated that if either country should go to war, the other country would join it automatically, quote, with all its military forces, end quote. Importantly, the document stated that it didn't matter whether that country was the aggressor. There was another clause too, that gave Germans in the Alto Adige the option of German citizenship. Mussolini agreed to the pact without even getting foreign ministry experts to examine it. The Germans, unofficially, had indeed said that they hoped to avoid war, which was the truth, but this wasn't written down in the document, and both sides knew they couldn't predict the future. They signed the pact anyway, agreeing to militarily assist each other in any conflict, no matter what, whoever started it. Following the signing, Hitler tried to reach out to Mussolini to clarify matters so that the two nations could now work closely together. The Duce, however, constantly made excuses to evade such talks. There was much talk of talks between generals and the swapping of military secrets. These two never happened. It immediately seemed as if the pact had been signed in name only. If Mussolini wanted to keep his options open, however, he was going the wrong way about it. Grandi was recalled from his role as ambassador to Great Britain for being too pro-British. Later, Churchill would write to Grandi stating that he had felt, quote, genuine grief, end quote, that his memorable mission in Britain had ended. On the 11th of August, Ciano met Ribbentrop in Salzburg, and then Hitler at the Eagle's Nest the next day, to attempt to persuade them to solve the Danzig crisis peacefully. As Mussolini said on the 9th, war now would be madness, quote, because it would be impossible to localise it, and the general war would be disastrous for all, end quote. The trip failed to stop the Germans. They were ready for any outcome, come what may. Germans were, after all, being massacred or horribly mistreated in Danzig at that very moment. Ciano wrote in his diary, quote, I returned to Rome disgusted with Germany, its leaders, with their way of doing things. They have betrayed us and lied to us. Now they are dragging us into an adventure which we do not want, and which may compromise the regime and the country as a whole. The Italian people will recoil with horror when they learn about the aggression against Poland, and will most probably want to fight the Germans, end quote. And of his own leader, Ciano wrote, quote, the Duce's reactions are varied. At first he agrees with me, then he says honour compels him to march with Germany. Finally he states that he wants his part of the booty in Croatia and Dalmatia, end quote. After meeting with Mussolini upon his return, he continued, quote, Germans are traitors, and we must not have any scruples in ditching them. I do not hesitate to arouse in him every possible anti-German feeling by every means in my power. I speak to him of his diminished prestige, and of his playing the none too brilliant role of second fiddle. And finally, I turn over to him documents which prove the bad faith of the Germans on the Polish question. The alliance was based on promises, which they now deny, end quote. Mussolini was racked by doubt and indecision. Ciano, Grandi and Balbo all urged him to abandon the Pact of Steel as war became clear on the horizon. Mussolini, however, said that he was, quote, most oppressed, end quote, by the thought of Italy being accused of betrayal like in the last war. On the 21st of August, Ciano tried arranging another meeting with Ribbentrop, but the German foreign minister was most busy, as he was awaiting a message from Moscow. At 8 p.m, Ribbentrop called him on the phone and said, quote, you know, I am leaving tomorrow. I have to communicate a personal secret to the Duce and you. I will be signing the agreement with Russia, end quote. Ciano could only reply, quote, what? Agreement? What kind? End quote. On the 23rd of August, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was signed. Hitler only informed Mussolini a few hours before he told the press. The British and the French had actually been first to attempt to woo Stalin, but ultimately, like with Italy, they only flirted, whilst Hitler went the full way and could offer much more. Ciano and Mussolini, on an ideological level, were a little disturbed at the pact, but on the other side, they saw it as a master blow and an act of diplomatic genius. On paper, it allowed Hitler to at best avert war altogether with the West, or at least make sure it was a war on a single front once Poland was dealt with. The German pact with the Soviets made Mussolini less belligerent, not more. The entire country was behind him too. The people, the king, the Vatican, the big industrialists, chief of the armed forces, and almost all the fascist top brass, especially Ciano. The German invasion was set for the 25th, and Hitler desperately reached out to his supposed ally, seeking his official stance on the goings-on. Instead of replying, Mussolini received the letter and then went off to the beach with Ciano, where both of them refused to conduct any business. A pale-faced Führer told his generals that the invasion was going on regardless. Suddenly, however, at 6 p.m, Mussolini bothered to reply. The message stated that if the conflict remained local, then Italy would give economic help. If Britain and France joined, however, he stated that Italy would not provide military assistance, quote, given the current conditions of our military preparation, regularly and promptly signal to the Führer and Ribbentrop, end quote. He continued on to say that this could be changed only if Germany supplied Italy with military aid and raw materials, quote, to resist the attack which the British and French would predominantly direct against us, end quote. Hitler was completely taken aback. Had Mussolini not just signed the Pact of Steel, which promised to do the very opposite? It really seemed to be 1914 all over again, and the Führer delayed the invasion, albeit only briefly, to find out what Mussolini actually wanted. On the 26th, the Duce replied. David Irving writes in Hitler's War, quote, a telegram had arrived during the night from the German ambassador in Rome. It described vividly Mussolini's response at 3:20 p.m. the previous day on reading Hitler's first letter. The Duce had emphatically stressed that he would stand unconditionally at Hitler's side. That tallied with the first version of his reply, as intercepted by the FA. Italy's attitude had, however, dramatically changed. At 11:52 a.m, the FA intercepted Count Ciano's telephone call from Rome to Attalico and Berlin, dictating what he described as Mussolini's demands from Germany. 150 flak batteries, millions of tons of coal, steel and oil, and impossible quantities of molybdenum, 600 tons, tungsten, zirconium, and titanium. At noon, Keitel, Brauchitsch and Goering came. Keitel confirmed that the OKV saw no prospect whatever of meeting the Italian demands. At about 1:30 p.m, Attalico brought the list. New was Attalico's demand that all the material must reach Italy before the beginning of hostilities. Attalico complacently assured Hitler that all the figures were correct. At 2:30 p.m, Huell phoned Ambassador von Mackensen in Rome to verify the figures with Ciano. Ciano also insisted that there was no possibility of error. Mackensen was then instructed to see Mussolini and show him the figures, an instruction he found puzzling, since the figures were supposed to have emanated from the Duce in the first place. Controlling his anger, Hitler began drafting yet another letter to Mussolini. He said he would do what he could to meet the demands, end quote. The demands, however, would have required 17,000 trains to supply them. It was evidently a deliberate over-exaggeration in order to avert having to fight. What the Germans must have been feeling about their supposed allies at this moment isn't too hard to imagine. Later in the day, the situation continued again. Hitler's War, quote, shortly before lunch, General Milch arrived from Carenhall. It was he who candidly suggested that Italy's benevolent neutrality would be far better during white. Hitler slapped his thigh and brightened. The letter that was finally telephoned to Rome at 3 p.m. reflected this change of emphasis. Hitler asked only that Italy should make sufficient military clatter to contain some of the West's forces. Who needed Italian military assistance anyway? Mussolini confirmed that evening that since Germany could not supply the materials he had requested, Italy herself could not actively participate. Hitler replied with two lame requests. He asked his friend not to give the world any clue of Italy's disappointing attitude, and he asked for Italian industrial and agricultural workers for the Reich. Mussolini readily agreed, end quote. When Hitler did declare war a few days later, he covered his friend's tracks and said that Mussolini offered support, but that Germany had turned it down as this was Germany's war to fight alone. For now, however, Mussolini tried to avert war in general. On the 23rd of August, he asked Ciano to talk to the British ambassador to offer to mediate at a peace conference, much like the year before. Lorraine, the ambassador, became so emotional that he collapsed into Ciano's arms. On the 29th, Mussolini appealed directly to the Führer, quote, as a true friend of yours and of the German people, I wish to say to you that the English proposals contain, in my opinion, the basis of a solution favourable to Germany of all the problems in which it is interested, end quote. This didn't quite do the trick, and on the 31st, Mussolini had Ciano telephone Foreign Minister Halifax and said that the Duce was prepared to put pressure on Hitler once again, if he could offer something tangible, and he also promised that Italy would not fight Britain and France. He also again proposed a conference on the 5th of September. Halifax called back in the afternoon and said that he had nothing to offer. On the 1st of September, the Germans invaded Poland. The world would never be the same again. When Hitler marched into Poland, the British demanded that he withdraw by 11 a.m. on the 3rd of September, otherwise they would declare war. This was an impossible demand. Francisco Franco actually was the one who offered to mediate and save the world from war. He tried to do this via Mussolini, but was shut down. Mussolini said he wanted to do it himself. On the 2nd, Mussolini sent another plea to Hitler to rethink things, and again offered a conference. By now, however, it was far too late. On the 3rd, the Allies declared war on Germany, and that afternoon, Italy announced her neutrality, or rather, non-belligerency, since Mussolini didn't want to be accused of treachery. The Duce said to the Council of Ministers, quote, "Our position is clear and was plainly spelled out to the Führer. Italy would not be ready until the end of 42. It has to be said as well that the Führer has challenged destiny." End quote. On the same day, Hitler sent the Duce an ominous message, quote, "Even if now we march on different paths, nevertheless, our destiny will bind us one to the other." End quote. He was quite right. For now, however, the German press talked of Italian betrayal, and who can blame them? They quickly had other things to write about, however, as the Germans quickly flattened Poland, and the Poles effectively stopped being a fighting force within a week, if not days. After the Russians claimed their half of Poland, Hitler invited Mussolini to meet him in Berlin, but the Duce sent Ciano instead. Here, the Führer urged Ciano to bring Italy into the war, which would enable him to put pressure on or attack France immediately and ensure a swift victory. Ciano wrote, quote, "Either he is bewitched or he really is a genius." End quote. As the year progressed and so did events, Mussolini became ever more reclusive. The French ambassador, Francois Poncet, had noted after Munich, quote, "He no longer receives anyone, and no one today can say, apart perhaps from Count Ciano, what he prepares and towards what objectives he heads." End quote. The Duce fell into this habit once more. On the 7th of December, however, Mussolini made a rare appearance and spoke to the Grand Council, quote, "Here there are two empires at war, two lions. We have no interests at stake. If neither beats hollow the other. If England wins, it would only leave us the sea to go swimming in. If Germany wins, we would feel the weight. One might hope that the two lions tear each other to pieces, and each leaves its tail on the ground, and if so, let's go and pick them up." End quote. Italo Balbo, for his part, argued in vain that Italy should swap sides and ally Britain and France. This wasn't an uncommon view. On the 18th of December, Ciano, with Mussolini's approval, made a strong anti-German speech to the chamber. In private, he described the speech as the, quote, "funeral of the Axis," end quote. On the 5th of January, Mussolini once again reached out to the Führer and urged him to scrap the Nazi-Soviet pact and negotiate with Britain and France. Quote, "I'm profoundly convinced that Great Britain and France will never succeed in forcing your Germany, helped by Italy, to capitulate. But it is not certain that we will succeed in bringing the Anglo-French to their knees, or even to divide them. To believe it means to delude oneself. The solution for your Lebensraum is in Russia and nowhere else. Germany's task is this, to defend Europe from Asia. Until 4 months ago, Russia was the number one enemy of the world. It cannot become, and it is not, the number one ally. This has perturbed profoundly fascists in Italy, and perhaps also many National Socialists in Germany." End quote. Hitler did not reply until March, 2 months later. By now the French, more so than the British, were willing to make concessions to keep Italy out of the war, given their close proximity to Germany. The British, however, had no hope in any idea of convincing Mussolini to change sides, or stay neutral with concessions. The Italians most likely wouldn't trust it again after last time, and would certainly want concessions first. Instead, Britain chose the other route, and in November 1939, at the behest of Winston Churchill, the British pushed the reluctant French into a naval blockade of Italy, in an effort to deter Mussolini from ever declaring war. Grandi said of this period that Mussolini was, quote, "fighting the biggest interior battle of his life," end quote. Former Ministry Head of Staff Anfuso said that Mussolini was, quote, "in the state of mind of someone who had given up the game, but whose intention was to rejoin it when he had recovered his strength," end quote. Ciano added that Mussolini kept changing his mind. One minute, quote, "the idea of intervention with the Germans attracts him," end quote. But then, quote, "he openly hopes for their defeat," end quote. In private, Mussolini would rage and rage against Hitler, furious that he had stolen the limelight, and essentially upended Europe. There was no clear safe path for Italy. Grandi wrote, quote, "one of the men he hated most in the world was Hitler. It seems a paradox, but it is the honest truth," end quote. This period saw the return of Mussolini's stomach pains that plagued him whenever he went through a stressful period in his life, and he fell even deeper into his reclusion. On one occasion, Bataille, the Minister of Education, found him doubled up on the floor with his fists in his mouth from the pain. Ciano again, quote, "what torments him most is to be regarded as a traitor. Italiano traditor. When some German puts it about that the Italians are preparing the old game of the Triple Alliance, it's then that he hits the roof. That is a point that might decide it for him," end quote. In late February, Sumner Welles visited Italy on a so-called US peace mission. He said of Mussolini, quote, "he seems 15 years older than his actual age of 56. He was ponderous and static rather than vital. He moved with an elephantine motion. Every step appeared an effort. He was heavy for his height, and his face in repose fell in rolls of flesh. His close-cropped hair was snow white." End quote. Mussolini said to his foreign minister too, quote, "It is humiliating to stand by twiddling one's thumbs whilst others are writing history. To make a people great, one must take them into combat, even with kicks in the ass. This is what I shall do." End quote. As time went by, Mussolini found himself leaning more to the German side of the fence than the side of betrayal. On the 12th of March, 2 days after Hitler finally replied to his letter, Duce and Führer met at the Brenner Pass. Hitler spoke of his planned invasion of France, and Mussolini promised to join the war, but importantly, gave no date. Later, Hitler would say that on that occasion, the Duce had looked like a school pupil who had done his homework badly. It was a rather pointless meeting. Mussolini had spoken on what would be a recurring theme, that of parallel war. Quote, "It is practically impossible for Italy to keep out of the conflict. At the right moment, it will enter the war and do so on Germany's side, but in a parallel way, because Italy has its own problems to resolve." End quote. On the 31st of March, Mussolini wrote a memo which he gave to the king. It stated that Italy had no choice but to enter the war because it was in the middle of the belligerents, and to not enter would be absurd and impossible, and reduce Italy to the level of a, quote, "Switzerland times 10, end quote. It continued, quote, "Even if Italy changed attitude and passed over to the Franco-English, it would not avoid immediate war with Germany. Excluding the volte-face, which anyway, the Franco-English do not contemplate, there remains the other hypothesis, which is a war parallel to that of Germany, to achieve our own objectives, which are summed up as follows: liberty at sea, window on the ocean. The problem is not therefore knowing if Italy will enter the war, it is a question only of knowing when and how. It is a question of delaying our entry into the war as long as possible, compatible with our honour and dignity. A. To prepare in such a way that our intervention determines the decision. B. Because Italy cannot fight a long war, cannot spend hundreds of billions." End quote. In early April, Neville Chamberlain reactivated the secret channel of communication between Sir Joseph Ball and the Italians. Dingley, the ambassador to Britain, came to Rome on the 5th of April with a goodwill message to the Duce, in which Chamberlain offered talks. Mussolini replied that talks would be worthwhile only if they produced concrete results on territorial issues. The Prime Minister, however, as usual, had nothing solid to offer, and as always, his grand attempts at peace came to naught, as he refused to give anything up that was solid. A few days later, Mussolini wrote to Franco reaffirming that Italy would join the war on Germany's side, but said that the date, quote, "cannot be predicted," end quote. On the 16th of May, 6 days after becoming Prime Minister, Winston Churchill wrote a letter to Mussolini, whom he had always greatly admired. Quote, "Is it too late to stop a river of blood from flowing between the British and Italian peoples? We can, no doubt, inflict grievous injuries upon one another, and maul each other cruelly, and darken the Mediterranean with our strife. If you so decree, it must be so. But I declare I have never been the enemy of Italian greatness, nor even at heart the foe of the Italian lawgiver. I beg you to believe that it is in no spirit of weakness or of fear that I make this solemn appeal, which will remain on record. Down the ages above all other calls comes the cry that the joint heirs of Latin and Christian civilization must not be ranged against one another in mortal strife. Hearken to it, I beseech you in all honour and respect, before the dread signal is given. It will never be given by us." End quote. The Duce soon responded, quote, "I reply to the message which you have sent me in order to tell you that you are certainly aware of grave reasons of a historical and contingent character which have ranged our two countries in opposite camps. Without going very far back in time, I remind you of the initiative taken at Geneva in 1935 by your government to organise sanctions against Italy, engaged in securing for herself a small space in the African sun, without causing the slightest injury to your interests and territories or to those of others. I remind you also of the real and actual state of servitude in which Italy finds herself in her own sea. If it was to honour its signature that your government declared war on Germany, you will understand that the same sense of honour and of respect for engagements assured in the Italo-German treaty guides Italian policy today and tomorrow in the face of any event whatsoever." End quote. Both the British and the French now understood clearly that Italy was ready to pounce, and yet the Italians did not want the fight. As Hibbert writes, quote, "The Pact of Steel had never become popular in Italy, and Germany's invasion of Poland had made it positively detested. The thought that the country would be dragged into the war saddened the Catholics, who dreaded the idea of having to fight in support of a regime which was more or less openly anti-Catholic. It saddened the liberal-minded, who feared that a war would end their hopes for a resurrection of liberty. It saddened the patriots, who feared that a German victory would be the end of Italian independence, and it saddened even the more enlightened and better informed fascists, who realised that despite the party declarations, the public expenditure, and the Duce's boast of 8 million bayonets, the country was hopelessly ill-prepared for war. The reputation of fascism had never been so low. It was losing the support of even those rich financiers who, like Count Volpi, had done so much in the past to support it in times of stress. It was in this atmosphere of depression and disgust that the announcement of Italy's non-belligerence had been made. The country had felt a deep sense of relief." End quote. In the interwar years, General von Fritsch of Germany had said to British First World War veterans in London, quote, "I don't know who will win the next war, but I know who will lose it. Whoever has Italy as an ally." End quote. Fritsch would be dead by the time Italy did indeed join the war, having died in Poland in September, yet his words were to prove prophetical. As June 1940 rolled around, Mussolini had essentially made up his mind. His desire to gain territory at the expense of France, and his fear of Hitler if he became too powerful, had resulted in an almost irresistible urge to join the fight. France was by now nearing collapse, and both they and the British were determined to keep Italy out of the war. The French even offered to give Italy territory to back off, and yet Mussolini rejected such offers out of hand. Upon the rejection, Mussolini turned to Ciano and said, quote, "Are there Italians who really believe it is possible to remain neutral? Let them tell me how. It seems that we cannot draw back. After France, one day, our turn could arrive. And it would be the last straw, having signed a pact which is called Steel, to be invaded by Germany." End quote. By now, Mussolini had already informed Hitler that he would be joining the war on the 5th. The Führer replied and asked him to postpone for a few days so that he could put French airfields out of action first. The Duce agreed. Within his reply, however, it was clear that Hitler no longer cared for Mussolini's help. It appeared the Germans were about to win on their own, and adding Italy into the equation would only hinder, not help. Regardless, he couldn't directly tell the Duce no. The Italians, however, grew more and more eager to join the war as the German advance continued. The odds of German victory grew greater by the day, and in Italian eyes this would be a very short war, one that even their pitifully supplied army could handle. One man that expressed his doubts, however, was Chief of the General Staff Badoglio, who said that such a war would be suicide. Mussolini, no military expert by comparison, replied, quote, "I assure you that by September all will be finished, and that I only need a few thousand dead to sit down at the peace table as a belligerent." End quote. On the 10th of June, Benito Mussolini stepped out onto the balcony of the Palazzo Venezia. What he was about to say was obvious to everyone. Quote, "The hour marked out by destiny beats in the sky over our patria. The hour of irrevocable decisions. We depart on our campaign against the plutocratic and reactionary democracies of the West, who have always placed obstacles in the way of the march, and often threaten the very existence itself of the Italian people. We take up arms to resolve, after the resolution of the problem of our continental frontiers. We want to break the territorial and military chains which hold us asphyxiated in our sea, for a people of 45 million souls is only truly free if it has at its disposal free access to the ocean." End quote. He went on to conclude, quote, "There is only one categorical watchword, which is essential to all. Already it circulates and inflames our hearts, from the Alps to the Indian Ocean. Win, and we shall win, so to give finally a long period of peace and justified to Italy, to Europe, to the world, people of Italy, to arms, and show your tenacity, your courage and your valiance." End quote. The crowd replied enthusiastically, but not ecstatically. The response was nothing compared to that of the Ethiopian War, which both people and church had enthusiastically supported. When it came to Ethiopia and the other colonies, John Gooch writes in Mussolini's War, quote, "A worried Marshal Balbo told Mussolini that if Italy entered the war against France, French troops would be in Tripoli in 10 days. If colonies were lost, then victory in Europe would recover them," Mussolini replied offhandedly. End quote. Across the Atlantic, President Roosevelt said, quote, "Today, the 10th of June, the hand that held the dagger has struck it into the shoulders of his neighbour." End quote. He was quite right. Like a vulture, Benito Mussolini had pounced on the dying remains of France, a France that could not possibly hope to resist for long. Mussolini had declared war entirely to enjoy the spoils of war, not to wage war. The fact that Italy had no plans became apparent on day one, and in fact, the Duce had only ordered the pre-1914 plans for an invasion across the Alps to be examined mere days before he joined the war. Malta, with planning, could have been seized with ease. The only defence consisted of 3 old Gloucester Gladiator planes. Egypt or Corsica seemed ripe for the taking too. Mussolini chose none of these options. Instead, the armies of fascism just sort of waited, lest he, the Duce, be accused of kicking a man while he was down. Paris, however, rapidly fell to the Germans on the 14th, and the final defeat of the French seemed imminent. On the 17th, Mussolini ordered his forces across the French Alps, and they did not do so until the 20th, when it was far too late. The next day, Mussolini rushed off to Munich to meet with Hitler, where he pressed for harsh armistice terms. For Italy's contribution, or rather lack of it, he suggested that France cede Tunisia, Djibouti and Corsica to Italy, and for good measure, suggested that Italy occupy the southeast of France and take over the French fleet. Hitler rejected this out of hand, and insisted that Italy sign a separate peace with France. The Führer had other, far less harsh ideas in mind. Hitler was eager to have Pétain as an ally against the British, and wanted to keep the size of his occupation force to a minimum, so that the French wouldn't be encouraged to continue the fight from their colonies. The former idea, which was horrifying to Mussolini, became far more likely when on the 3rd of July, the Royal Navy, on Churchill's orders, attacked their own allies' navy at Mers el Kabir and killed 1,300 Frenchmen. For now, however, Pétain signed an armistice on the 22nd of June. 2 days later, the Italians signed an armistice too. Italy had lost 631 men in her 100-hour-long war, and all she managed to capture was the outskirts of Menton at the frontier in the Riviera. The only terms of the Franco-Italian armistice was the gain of the tiny sliver of territory that the Italians had managed to occupy already. In North Africa, the Italians had 200,000 troops facing up to 50,000 British and Commonwealth troops, alongside 50,000 Egyptian troops of dubious loyalty and quality. The Italians, if they acted fast, could have swept into Egypt and most likely achieved great success. Instead, they waited. On the 28th of June, the situation got worse as Italo Balbo, governor of Libya, was shot down by his own anti-aircraft guns. Morale, which Balbo had tried so hard to prop up, collapsed. Marshal Graziani took Balbo's place and was bombarded by messages from Mussolini telling him to attack, but the Marshal chose to procrastinate instead. The invasion would have to wait for now. Incredibly, the Italians only ever ended up actually invading because the Germans were coming, and they didn't want them to steal all the thunder. Gooch writes, quote, "The idea that Germany might be thinking of taking an active role in operations in Mussolini's Mare Nostrum seems to have been the final straw." The day after Badoglio told Maurras that he would put the French proposal to Mussolini, a brief telegram left Rome for Tripoli, where it arrived 2 hours later. Graziani was to begin his attack in 2 days' time, end quote. As for Mussolini, there was other bad news. Batashi, who had been pregnant, fell ill and nearly died. Parentitis, which she was struck down with, is not the result of miscarriages, but of abortion, which was illegal in Italy. Batashi, therefore, may well have had an illegal abortion. Either way, she lost the baby, and her own life was saved after an operation at which the Duce was present in surgical gown, mask and gloves. He visited her every day for a month during her illness, often 2 or 3 times a day. After this, however, the Duce would see his mistress less and less. He had a war to run. The Duce, however, was not in the best of moods. Christopher Hibbert writes, quote, "As reports of the unenthusiastic way in which the war was being waged were received at Palazzo Venezia, Mussolini's complaints against the Italian people grew more and more bitter. Their reluctance to enter the war at all, and it is certain that despite public statements, he was well aware of this reluctance, had already driven him to fury. The cold winter of 1939-40 had pleased him. He watched the snow falling in December and said, 'This snow and cold are very good. In this way, our good-for-nothing Italians, this mediocre race, will be improved. One of the principal reasons I wanted the Apennines to be reforested was because it could make Italy colder and snowier.' In January, when there was a serious coal shortage, he was gratified again, because it was good for the people to be put to tests, which would make them shake off their centuries-old mental laziness. 'We must keep them disciplined,' he said, 'and in uniform from morning to night, beat them and beat them and beat them. It is the material that I lack,' he complained. Even Michelangelo had need of marble to make statues. If he had only had clay, he would have been nothing more than a potter. A people who for 16 centuries have been an anvil cannot become a hammer within a few years. The Italians were a race of sheep. 18 years had not been enough to change them. Throughout the war, he spoke like this. Every setback, every defeat was angrily blamed on a soft and unworthy people, a people made flabby by art, just as every German success aroused in him an agonized longing for the means and the opportunity of emulation." End quote. On the 4th of October 1940, Hitler and Mussolini met at the Brenner Pass. This was but one stop of many, which the Führer was to take around the Mediterranean that month. These meetings would shape the future of the world. Before meeting Pétain or Franco, however, Duce and Führer met to discuss the policy towards France, or rather, Hitler explained to Mussolini why he was being so conciliatory. Hitler said he hoped, quote, to have the French forces on our side in a continental coalition against Great Britain, end quote. Hitler's will prevailed. There was simply no way Mussolini would be able to convince Hitler to let him acquire territory at the expense of France. An angry France was worth missing out on a marginally stronger Italy. Hitler's will did not prevail against Franco or Pétain, however, and Mussolini would later bemoan the fact that Hitler had not simply marched through Spain regardless to seize Gibraltar and win the Mediterranean War in a single stroke. The most important point of the meeting was on the topic of Greece. Mussolini claimed that he would invade Greece if the Brits attempted to bring them into the war, as they had in the First War. Hitler agreed to support an Italian invasion of Greece, but strictly, only on the condition that the British invaded Greece first. Gooch writes, quote, in mid-June, reports began to come in of Royal Navy ships in Suda Bay and a British battlecruiser in Navarino Bay. The latter turned out to in fact be an island with 2 skeletal palm trees. At the beginning of July, the governor of the Aegean Islands, Cesare de Vecchi, began stirring up trouble, reporting that English ships and possibly planes too were finding refuge and protection in Greece. Ciano left the Greek minister in Rome, in no doubt about our intentions if Greece continues to make herself England's accomplice. Greece remonstrated, pointing out that Italian overflights were the only incursions and invited Italian officials to see for themselves that Greek neutrality was not being violated by the British. Invitation and explanation alike were shrugged aside. A furious Mussolini announced that if this music continued, then he would take action against Greece. As Ciano piled on the pressure, encouraged by Hitler's readiness to support Italian operations to prevent the Ionian Islands being converted into British bases, the Italians struck. On the 12th of July, Italian aircraft bombed the Greek auxiliary, Orion, and the Greek destroyer, Hydra, end quote. And later, quote, 2 days later, on De Vecchi's orders, an Italian submarine sank the Greek cruiser Heli in Tinos harbour. The Italians immediately blamed the British, but the Greek authorities recovered fragments of an Italian-made torpedo, though they did not make that public until after the Italian invasion had begun, end quote. The reality was, however, there was no such British invasion of Greece. The two states were friendly, and the possibility of using Greek airfields had been discussed amongst other forms of collaboration before Italy had even joined the war, but that was the extent of it. Mussolini simply wanted an excuse to launch his so-called parallel war. So far, Germany had done all the heavy lifting, and Italy had done literally nothing. Against a small enemy, however, it was thought that Italy could achieve her own victory without German support, a parallel one. More importantly, it was believed that an invasion of Greece would be over in no time at all, a simple victory. Before Hitler returned home to Germany from his Mediterranean tour, he received a letter that shook him to the core. Inside, Mussolini claimed with no evidence that the British were planning to occupy Greece in the same manner that they had tried to occupy Norway before Hitler beat them to the punch. The Duce said, quote, as far as Greece is concerned, I am determined to act without hesitation. In fact, to act very rapidly indeed, end quote. Hitler was absolutely horrified. He couldn't believe his eyes. He immediately instructed Ribbentrop to set up a meeting with Mussolini to drill some sense into his head. Hitler said it was downright madness for the Italians to attack the Greeks during the autumn rains, and with the winter snows approaching. To Hitler, it was obvious that the Brits would use this as a pretext to occupy Crete and the other Greek islands, which were well within bomber range of the Romanian oil fields. Apparently, Mussolini had not considered this, and now he was bringing about the very Balkan quagmire that Hitler had so desperately tried to prevent all year long. On top of this, Marshal Badoglio had promised to inform the Germans if they ever caught wind of a British invasion. No information had ever been passed along. On the 27th of October, the German military attaché was informed that Italy was going to invade Greece. The date given for the invasion was the very next morning. Hitler hadn't even received this news at 6 AM the next day, when he left Munich to head for Florence to meet Mussolini, in order to persuade him not to invade. At 5:30 AM, the Italian troops had invaded Greece. Much of this Greek fiasco had been Ciano's doing. He had been telling everyone how much he despised the Germans, and yet he was very warlike when it came to Greece, just like he had been with Albania a year earlier. He had even attempted to bribe Greek generals not to fight, which obviously backfired, and just informed the Greeks that an invasion was coming. Mussolini, of course, made the decisions, and he trusted Ciano, and Ciano called it his war, and the war would be known as Ciano's war. As for Mussolini, Farrell writes, quote, it is by no means entirely clear why Mussolini wanted to invade Greece, except that, like Everest, it was there. He had never coveted it, as he had French and British possessions, in relation to which at least it could be said he had some sort of moral claim. Strategically, Malta, dominating the Sicilian Channel, was much more important and much easier to seize. In June, the British had been amazed when he did not seize Malta immediately. Certainly, Mussolini had never said that he wanted Greece to be Italian, though he always had his eye on one or two Greek islands, such as Corfu. Nor was Greece the enemy for ideological reasons. It was a semi-fascist state, whose prime minister, General Ioannis Metaxas, had introduced the Roman salute, which he called the Greek salute. The Greek king, George II, however, was pro-British, and the British were keen to establish naval and air bases in Greece so as to threaten Italy. But the real reason for the invasion was that Mussolini's parallel strategy required it. He needed an enemy he could defeat on his own, so that he could go to the peace table armed with a victory, end quote. One of the causes for a seemingly pointless parallel war was simply envy. After Hitler, with Romanian consent, occupied that nation's oil fields, Mussolini wrote to Ciano, quote, "This time I'll pay Hitler back in kind. He'll find out from the newspapers that I've occupied Greece. Thus, the equilibrium will be restored. I'll hand in my resignation as an Italian if anyone makes any difficulties about beating the Greeks," end quote. When the Italians invaded on the 28th of October, they had 70,000 troops, and reckoned on the Greeks having around 30,000. Almost immediately, it was discovered that this number was off by a factor of 10. Within 2 weeks, the Greeks had pushed the Italians back into Albania. The fiasco, however, was just beginning. On the 11th of November, the British bombed the Italian fleet at anchor in the Gulf of Taranto. 3 battleships, including the Littorio, the pride of the Italian Navy, were put out of action. On the 4th of December, Mussolini sacked Badoglio as chief of the General Staff, and Ugo Cavallero took his place. With the terrible winter setting in, the Greek counter-offensive slowed, and the front stabilised in the manner of the First World War. Mussolini wrote from the comfort of his office, quote, "This snow and cold are very good, because as a result, the pipsqueaks will die, and this mediocre Italian race will be improved," end quote. Dino Alfieri, the Italian ambassador to Germany, was in Italy at the time, and he saw the Duce to discuss the goings-on. Quote, "I found the Duce plunged in the depths of depression. I had never seen him looking so dispirited. His face was pale and drawn, his expression sad and preoccupied. His dejected look was increased by his wearing a shirt with a grotesquely big turn-down collar, and by his not having shaved for at least 2 days. With unaccustomed courtesy and solicitude, showing in itself how distraught he was, because only in a distracted mood, with the mask of impassivity he usually assumed in the presence of subordinates desert him, he asked me how I was, and whether I was quite recovered from my illness. He paced slowly around his big desk, taking short steps, and, as if developing an idea which dominated his mind, talked of Sodu's telegram, and tried to fathom the reasons that had prompted the general to exaggerate the situation. He kept passing his right hand nervously across his chin and face, turning now to Ciano, now to me, as though seeking approval or support for his theories and justification for his hopes," end quote. The Duce continued to blame most Italians, rather than himself for any setbacks as well. Hibbert writes, quote, "While Sodu's telegrams maintained their gloomy note, prompting Mussolini to observe that he would in future form an army from the inhabitants of the Po Valley and central Italy, leaving the rest of the nation to make arms for the warrior aristocracy," end quote. Meanwhile, in Germany on the 22nd of December, Joseph Goebbels noted, quote, "The Italians have brought the entire military prestige of the Axis crashing down in ruins," end quote. He was quite right. The myth of Axis invincibility had been shattered by Italy's pitiful performance, and the losses had proved devastating to Italian morale. The men simply did not want to fight. Churchill stoked fuel on the flames, and in a Christmas broadcast to the Italian people, he told them that one man, and one man alone, was responsible for their current troubles. On the 9th of February 1941, the Royal Navy bombarded Genoa, killing 144 and wounding 272. A considerable portion of the Italian fleet was nearby at La Spezia, yet paralysed with fear, they refused to come out and engage the British. The Regia Aeronautica, too, was nowhere to be seen. In Greece, Mussolini poured reinforcements in. At one point, the number reached 550,000 men, crammed into one tiny front. They made no difference. Meanwhile, in North Africa, the Italians had essentially suffered endless defeats right from the get-go. Graziani had attacked in September 1940 with his 200,000 men, and Hitler wrote in, offering 2 armoured divisions to press on towards Suez. Mussolini, letting his pride get the better of him, refused. On the 9th of December, the British counterattacked and took back Sidi Barrani, and were soon enough pushing the Italians deep into Libya, seizing Tobruk, Benghazi and Derna in the process. All of this progress was with a mere 30,000 troops. With excellent morale, esprit de corps, armour and air power, however, they were able to make light work of the 200,000 Italians, taking thousands of them prisoner as if it were a mere training exercise. By January 1941, 130,000 Italians were in British captivity. On the 8th of February, Graziani resigned. Anthony Eden said sarcastically, quote, "Never had so much been surrendered by so many to so few," end quote. As for East Africa, the story is barely worth recounting. Amid much fanfare, the Italians seized British Somaliland, as well as bits of Kenya and Sudan. Soon enough, this was recaptured, and an Anglo-Indian force was marching into Italian East Africa, with little to no resistance. By April 1941, it was all over, and Haile Selassie was back on his throne. In Gondar, the Italians had lost 67 dead and had 10,000 taken prisoner. The figures speak for themselves, and this was the case, pretty much, wherever the Italians fought. R.J.B. Bosworth writes, quote, "Mussolini too was beset by psychological crisis, telling Cavallero that, given our tragic situation, the only thing left to do is to place everything in Hitler's hands, because we are incapable of doing anything." His colleagues noted his pallor and his insomnia. Here was a war leader whose aging physique was collapsing under the weight of office and the evidence of failure. By 1941, Mussolini, like both fascism and Italy the Great Power, was fading out of existence, in a process which might henceforth have moments of pause, but would never be recovered, end quote. It was in this bleak mood that Mussolini went to meet Hitler in January at Berchtesgaden. Here, Hitler announced that he had chosen to delay his own plans in order to bail out his mentor in North Africa and Greece. Mussolini grudgingly agreed to the offer, and also agreed to try to convince Franco to enter the war on the side of the Axis, a task in which the Führer had failed horribly. Farrell notes, quote, "Hitler was kind and courteous to Mussolini, and seems genuinely moved, even about the Italian military failures," end quote. On the 12th of February 1941, Mussolini met Franco on the Italian Riviera. He, like Hitler, made no headway. Franco might well have pounced on the opportunity like Mussolini had, and indeed, he was tempted to, but the situation was not a rosy one. The Italians had been stopped dead in Greece, and the Brits had launched their very successful counterattack in North Africa. Indeed, many would speculate that it was Mussolini's pitiful performances alone that put Franco off joining the war on his side. It was in that same month, however, that Rommel arrived with his Africa Corps. Nominally, for the sake of saving face, the Africa Corps was under Italian command. In reality, however, this was not the case. In North Africa, there was now 40,000 Germans and 150,000 Italians. Against the wishes of General Italo Garibaldi, showing who was really in charge, a counterattack was launched at the end of March, in which the Axis made some serious headway. By the end of May, the Brits had been pushed right back into Egypt, except for Tobruk, where the Aussie diggers held out valiantly. This, however, was as far as the offensive would go. The material, which had to come via Italy, was not forthcoming. In Albania, Mussolini was desperate for a victory against the Greeks before the Germans arrived. Tsar Boris of Bulgaria was allowing the Germans to go through his lands, and so time was of the essence. On the 2nd of March, Mussolini flew himself to the front to be with his men before their offensive. At first, he was worried how he would be received, but he need not have. Everywhere he went, the troops cheered their Duce. On the 9th, the Italian spring offensive began, but immediately ground to a halt. Mussolini seethed and was heard to mutter, quote, "The bourgeoisie have betrayed me," end quote. On the 25th, there was a coup in Yugoslavia in which Prince Paul, who had signed the tripartite pact with Germany after being promised Salonika from Greece, was removed, and Prince Peter was installed as a pro-British puppet monarch instead. Hitler had to adjust his plans for Greece to now include Yugoslavia, and on the 6th of April, the German blitzkrieg started up and was as efficient as ever. The Yugoslavs surrendered on the 18th. The Greeks, due to how much of a hammering they'd given the Italians, refused to surrender to the Italians, but ultimately, the Germans forced them to do so. Irving writes in Hitler's War, quote, "The Greek general commanding the Northern Army secretly let the Germans know that they would agree to an immediate armistice in Albania if the Italian troops there were replaced by Germans. They would also talk about territorial claims, provided that there were no Italians at the conference table." Hitler, however, told both Brauchitsch and Raeder that even if Greece would now agree to evict the British, Germany would still have to occupy the whole country, so that the Luftwaffe could command the Eastern Mediterranean, end quote. And quote, Field Marshal List formally accepted the Greek army's surrender on April the 21st, even though the Greek commander, General Solakoglu, made it plain that he was not surrendering to the Italians, whom his forces had soundly defeated time and time again. Mussolini was livid. Italy, bluttered the Duce, had been fighting with 500,000 men, and lost 63,000 dead in her 6 months of war with Greece. Then suddenly, the SS Lifeguards had advanced so far that they held a bridge which actively blocked the Italian pursuit of the Greeks. Hitler reluctantly backtracked, and told Jodl that List was wrong to have accepted the surrender, and that the fight must go on until the Greeks surrendered to the Italians too, end quote. In a rage, Mussolini then ordered a new offensive against the Greeks, who were currently preparing to surrender to the Germans. Despite this, the offensive was a comical failure in which the Greeks, who were by no means prepared to fight, began to inflict heavy casualties on the Italians. The Germans had to quickly rush through a draft of the surrender terms to Rome. One of the terms, one of honour, was that the Greek officers be allowed to keep their swords and daggers. On this matter, Mussolini exploded and refused. The Germans, however, were adamant on this point, as the Greeks in their eyes deserved the best possible treatment and terms due to their heroic defence. Mussolini relented. The Duce did, however, get both the Greek and Yugoslav navies. Irving writes, quote, "To the fury of both the OKV and the army, Hitler also bowed to Mussolini's demand that the Axis troops stage a ceremonial entry into Athens, with Italians and Germans side by side. The nearest Italians were still a week's march away from Athens, which did not make things easier." At Salonika, the surrender document was signed by all three parties on the afternoon of April the 23rd, after Mussolini had played his final trick on Hitler. The Führer had forbidden premature release of the surrender terms, but at 10 a.m, the Italians had already suddenly broadcasted to the world. End quote. Walter Huell, one of Hitler's closest confidants, wrote, quote, "The Italians are acting like crazy idiots." End quote. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Italians were causing havoc against Croatians in Dalmatia, which the Italians now occupied. The king's cousin, too, had been made nominal king of Croatia, but he never even stepped foot there. General Kvatanik, who had set up a Croatian government with Ante Pavelić following the fall of Yugoslavia, was interviewed in late April by a German. Quote, "Lahausen found that this ancient, upright nationalist's admiration for Germany and her Führer was boundless, but so was his hatred of the Italians, who were now wreaking their revenge on Dalmatia. The Croats are a people of honour, with a long military tradition," complained Kvatanik, "and it is bitter beyond words to be trodden down and humiliated by an army that has not been able to pin one victory to its colours." Kvatanik feared that this completely irrational political attitude of the Italians would sow the seeds of serious political danger. End quote. Another immediate issue cropped up, as the Croatians sought to round up every Jew in Croatia. The Italians, however, intervened and stopped them, saving thousands of lives, but torpedoing relations still further with their new supposed ally. This wouldn't be the last of the trouble in the Balkans either. Mussolini had always seen the Balkans as his sphere of influence, and yet, in a bid to secure that status by occupying Greece, he had actually been forced to give the Germans most of the Balkans on a plate. The Italians had to make do with the scraps. Mussolini raged in private to Ciano, quote, "I feel nausea for the Germans, and personally I've had my fill of Hitler and his way of doing things. I don't like these meetings preceded by a ring of the bell. You use a bell to call waiters, and then, what sort of meetings are they? I have to put up with a boring, near useless monologue for 5 hours. Meanwhile, I will continue with the fortifications in the Alpine Valley. One day they'll come in useful. We must put thousands of guns along the rivers of the Veneto, because it will be from there that the Germans will launch the invasion of Italy, and not across the ravines of the Alto Adige, where they would be easily crushed. But we must hope for two things, that the war is long and wearing for Germany, and that it finishes in a compromise that saves our independence." End quote. Meanwhile, on the 28th of March, the Italian Navy had engaged the Royal Navy seriously for the first time. The result was predictable. The Italians lost 3 heavy cruisers, 2 destroyers, 2,300 dead sailors, and 1,000 captured sailors. The British meanwhile lost 3 lives and 1 aircraft, and obviously no ships. In the early hours of the morning on the 22nd of June 1941, 2 million German, Finnish, and Romanian soldiers marched into the eastern abyss of the Soviet Union. Stalin had been building up the greatest invasion force in human history on the German and Romanian borders, and Hitler had felt that he was left with no choice, and he made his preemptive strike. He would not wait until the Allies wore him down for the Soviet steamroller to crush the German people. Stalin was taken aback by this bold move, and he was not the only one. Mussolini had not been informed. The two dictators had met at the Brenner Pass on the 2nd of June, and the Führer had mentioned nothing of the sort. Ciano had written in his diary of the meeting, quote, "The general impression is that for the moment, Hitler does not have a precise plan of action. Russia, Turkey, Spain, all are subsidiary elements. Even the Duces are convinced that a compromised peace would be welcomed by the Germans with the warmest enthusiasm. They are already tired of victories. Now they want the victory that will give them peace." End quote. At 3 a.m. on the 22nd, Prince Otto von Bismarck, grandson of the famous Chancellor, handed Ciano a letter from Mussolini from Hitler. Ciano immediately telephoned the Duce and told him what the letter contained. Hitler said that he had now taken the big step, and that he once again felt spiritually free. The Führer did not ask for Italian support, but said that, quote, "Decisive help, Duce, you might always furnish by reinforcing your troops in North Africa." End quote. Mussolini didn't take it well. His first reaction was to say, quote, "I think this is the beginning of the end," end quote. And he said to a friend, quote, This is pure madness. It is cretimissimo, improvisation, end quote. On the 6th of July, he said to Ciano, quote, "Note in your diary that I foresee a crisis between Italy and Germany as inevitable. I now seriously ask whether a British victory would not be more desirable for our future than a German victory. Meanwhile, the English are flying over Germany even by day, and that makes me very happy. Because, since we shall have to fight the Germans, we must create the myth of their invincibility. That, notwithstanding, I have little faith in our race. At the first bombardment that might destroy a famous campanile or a Giotti, the Italians would go into a fit of artistic sentimentality and throw up their arms," end quote. On the other hand, however, he wrote to Hitler congratulating him and proclaimed confidently that Hitler would prevail when Napoleon had failed because he had motor transport. On top of this, the Duce insisted that Italian troops be sent to Russia so they could partake in Hitler's Grand Crusade. The first of the 62,000 Italians set off on the 26th of June. As usual, they were poorly armed and horribly trained. They did, however, have a very talented commander, General Giovanni Mess. To the average Italian, the war against Russia was a far greater cause than the war against Britain. To the average Italian, communism was the natural enemy for both ideological and religious reasons. It truly was a modern-day crusade, an invasion that in other circumstances the Pope would almost certainly have been a leading cheerleader of. Hitler, himself, felt much the same way. He had never wanted to fight Britain. He loved Britain. He loved the British people. The thought of fighting them even made him sad. Naturally, therefore, it followed that he began to lose interest in the North African front now that there was a war in the east. From now on, Rommel, and by extension, the Italians, would suffer from this lack of interest. On the 1st of July, Mussolini's bizarre anti-German tirade continued. He said to Ciano, quote, "I hope for only one thing, that in this war in the East, the Germans lose many feathers. It's a falsity to talk about an anti-Bolshevik struggle. Hitler knows that Bolshevism has not existed for some time. No code protects private property like the Russian Civil Code," end quote. Later, in December, when the first setbacks actually became visible in the East, Ciano noted, quote, "The Duce is happy at how the war is going in Russia. By now he talks about it openly, and the failure of the German troops delights him," end quote. On the 7th of August, Bruno Mussolini, the Duce's 23-year-old son, died in a plane crash after his undercarriage failed to come down on landing. The death of Bruno hit Mussolini hard, and he wrote a moving eulogy which was published a few weeks later, just as he had done when his brother passed in 1931. There was, however, matters to attend to, and in late August, Mussolini travelled with his eldest son, Vittorio, to the Wolf's Lair in East Prussia. For 2 days, the dictators travelled up and down the Russian front. On one occasion, the Duce persuaded Hitler to let him pilot the plane they were flying in. Back on the ground, the Duce reviewed Italian troops at the front, 400 miles into the Russian interior. The Duce returned to Rome impressed with what he saw. Despite his son's death, Ciano said, he found, quote, "the capo well, physically and spiritually," end quote. The setbacks in the East soon rolled in, however, and in early December, Mussolini offered to triple the number of Italian troops in Russia, which Hitler for once accepted. On the 7th of December, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, and Ciano found that, quote, "Mussolini was happy. For a long time, he's been in favour of a clear taking of sides between America and the Axis," end quote. On the 11th of December, Hitler and Mussolini declared war on the United States. When Ciano handed the American Chargé d'Affaires in Rome the declaration, he couldn't believe it. Quote, "He thought I had called him to discuss with him the arrest of some journalists," end quote. If the Italian people had not been eager for war with Great Britain, they certainly weren't eager for war with the US. A huge proportion of Italians would have had family or friends in that country, and many had been born in the US and remigrated back home. A few years earlier, Italo Balbo had visited the US on one of his flying tours and been received joyously by gigantic crowds, many of which consisted of over 100,000 people. Declarations of friendship had been made, and the two nations had become extremely close. Now they were at war, albeit one that the US had long since taken a side in. When Italy had joined the war, the entire operation had been based on the almost certainty that the war would be a short one. Now the opposite was clearly the case. This would be a long war, a world war. As Farrell writes, quote, "Their faith in Mussolini and fascism was to be put to an even more severe test," end quote. Mussolini himself was drifting off into the mental abyss and started to blame everyone but himself for Italy's ever worsening situation. At Christmas time, Mussolini blamed Christ of all people. He said that the festival recorded, quote, "only the birth of a Jew who presented the world with theories which weakened and emasculated it," end quote. He said that Christ had, quote, "especially stuffed Italy given the papacy's ability to fracture Italian society," end quote. He then tried to ban Italian newspapers from mentioning the birth of Jesus that Christmas. This was cope on a whole new level, and it would only get worse, in the same way that up north, Hitler would continue to blame anyone and anything but himself for any failures. Charnow noted cheekily in his diary after this rant that one look out of the window showed the street bustling with happy people who, quote, remembered Christmas and loved it still, end quote. Hibbert writes, quote, such bitter pronouncements were becoming habitual, alternatively raging at the Germans, already infected by the germs of collapse for their senseless barbarity, and at his own people for their debilitating clemency. His outbursts of fretful ill-temperance became as regular as his sudden changes of mood. One day, criticizing Franco for his ingratitude, the next day, praising him for his stand against German pressure, in the evening, muttering gloomy prophecies about the progress of the war, and in the morning, accepting the reassurances of his more confident advisors, and talking with apparently genuine confidence in the most optimistic fashion, so Charnow said, of success, offensive possibilities, and African recoveries. He seemed not merely erratic, but no longer conscious of inconstancy. His threat of war against Germany was followed within a few days by his reaffirmation of his decision to march with Germany to the end. Rommel was a madman at one moment and one of the greatest military leaders of our time at another, end quote. Italy's war in early 1942 had its ups and downs. Malta was still a constant thorn in the side of all North African operations, and very few supplies could actually get to Rommel's Germans or Italians. On the flip side, however, both nations scored some notable successes against Allied convoys, and Italian frogmen had caused havoc in Alexandria with their torpedoes. On the 26th of May, Rommel launched his offensive, and by the 15th he had reached Tobruk. Meanwhile, the Italian Navy, on the 14th and 15th, obliterated two vital convoys bound for Malta, the Harpoon and the Vigorous. In the former, only 2 of 6 ships got through. In the latter, only 2 in 17 got through. The British duly suspended all convoys to Malta. Meanwhile, in Tobruk, there was to be no such relief or heroic last stand like last time. And on the 20th, Rommel took the city, bagging 32,000 British and Commonwealth prisoners. The Italian troops involved had gained Rommel's deep respect. The Italian generals, however, he held in deep contempt. The fall of Tobruk had convinced Rommel that he could now push on to siege Egypt against all odds. Mussolini, however, disagreed. Now was the perfect time to take Malta. He wrote to the Führer in this same vein, quote, the action on Malta becomes more than ever necessary, end quote. Hitler chose to listen to Rommel's promise of Egyptian glory, however, instead, and a fatal error was made. The Führer wrote to the Duce, quote, the English 8th Army is practically destroyed. If now our forces do not continue to the utmost limit of what is possible into the heart of Egypt itself, the situation will alter for us unfavourably. This time Egypt can be, under certain conditions, wrenched from England. The consequences of such a strike will be of world importance. If, Duce, in this historic hour, which will never be repeated, I can give you some advice straight from my eager heart, it is this. Order the continuation of the operation until the complete annihilation of the British forces. The goddess of fortune passes only once to warriors in battle. Anyone who does not grasp her at that moment can very often never touch her again, end quote. This won Mussolini over. Egypt, not Malta, would be pursued. On the 29th, Mussolini flew to Libya complete with the Sword of Islam, ready to preside over the victory. Rommel was at El Alamein, 60 miles from Alexandria, and the British were preparing to evacuate Cairo. The forces were majority Italian, and if this miracle did indeed come off, then it would be the greatest moment of Mussolini's life. The Desert Fox, however, was at the end of his tether. He had gone so far, but could go no further. There simply was not enough supplies, and so he halted. The British began to flood in reinforcements, and Mussolini was forced to wait around in Libya for a victory that never came. Rommel, highly embarrassed by the whole ordeal, kept refusing to meet the Duce, claiming he was too busy. On the 20th of July, an extremely frustrated Mussolini flew back to Rome via Athens. What he saw in the latter, supposedly, disgusted him. Charnow wrote on the 22nd, quote, Mussolini is very worried about the behaviour of the Germans in the occupied countries, and especially in Greece. He said, if we lose the war, it will have been the result of the political bestiality of the Germans, who have not wanted to use common sense and restraint, and who have made all Europe ardent and treacherous like a volcano, end quote. He wrote a letter in this same vein to Hitler. In response, the Führer blamed the Greeks themselves, and went on his usual tirade about how Russia came before everything else. The moment Mussolini returned to Rome perhaps marks the beginning of his terminal decline, both physically and politically. Almost as soon as he had landed, the old stomach pains returned, which plagued him during times of stress. The failure of the operation to capture Egypt left the future looking unclear, and the Duce began to rapidly fall into the depths of despair. During August and September, most of the Duce's time was spent on the Adriatic coast, and he only visited Rome 3 times. During this time, his weight began to plummet, and his family grew increasingly worried. It was as if he had suddenly entered a hole that he could never clamber out of. Soon enough, in no time at all, the Duce had lost 1/4 of his entire body weight. Until the new year, this state of affairs would continue, as doctor after doctor came to see the Duce, only to bring the same bad news. Bataille wrote of him in October, quote, "But the man does not seem so much ill as dejected and saddened, no longer fighting triumphantly against age. He has in himself killed the man that he was. The man who was always right has, by now, for most people, become the man who is always wrong," end quote. The 20th anniversary of fascism that year was muted, to say the least. A letter, however, arrived from the Führer, the Duce's ever-loyal admirer. Quote, "I am quite clear that your historic march, 20 years ago, introduced a turning point in world history. The fact that our democratic opponents do not grasp this is not exclusively due to their ill will, nor is it based on their selfish interests which they represent. For just as the deaf can hardly understand the greatness of a musical genius, or the blind the beauty of a picture, and thereby appreciate the significance of its creator, even less can the average and spiritually hidebound leaders of the ordinary middle-class parliamentary system, even with the best will in the world, judge the greatness of a historic turning point. I am perfectly convinced, Duce, that you were the first man to succeed in combating Marxism, not by police methods, but by overcoming it through a force, able to create a new state and community. You removed the mass of its followers and bound them to a new idea. I have often studied in retrospect the phases of your fascist revolution, and I am always convinced anew that fate must have willed that 2 men and 2 revolutions in Europe should determine the features of the new age," end quote. Hitler then went on to apologise for not being able to be there in person, as he felt unable to leave his headquarters in Ukraine, where he was living, quote, "unhappily tied more and more to the telephone and the tape machine," end quote. The Duce's short reply came on the 1st of November, quote, "Unfortunately, our enemies took pleasure in disturbing the solemn occasion, on purpose, by massive bombardments on Milan, Genoa, and Savona," end quote. This was part of the Allied terror bombing campaign. Farrell writes, quote, "One of the justifications for the carpet bombing of Italian cities by the Allies was that it would stir up anti-fascism in the Italian people. It did not have this effect when it hit non-military targets, as it so often did, such as Renaissance city centres and major works of art, such as the Mantegna frescoes in Padova," end quote. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the situation in Egypt finally came to its inevitable conclusion. On the 24th, Mussolini and Rommel met at the Duce's retreat to discuss the situation. Malta was by now operational again, as the Luftwaffe planes, which had been pounding it into submission, had long since now gone to the east. The British supply convoys were once again able to supply that island that would now forever remain the thorn in the Duce's side. The Desert Fox also asked the Duce for at least 2 more divisions and 30 days worth of petrol. Any form of reinforcements, however, were useless or unable to get there in time. On the 23rd of October, General Montgomery launched his El Alamein offensive, in which he could hardly fail to win. Rommel had 80,000 mostly Italian troops, up against 230,000 British and Commonwealth troops. Monty had 1,440 tanks. Rommel had 540, only 260 of which were German and of any use. In the air, Monty had 1,500 to Rommel's 350. Also, this, too, was whilst Rommel was on holiday and he had to rush back to the front. He arrived on the 25th, but soon the situation was lost and Rommel ordered the retreat. Mussolini's pain quickly multiplied, as in early November, the Anglo-American force landed in North Africa. Admiral Darlan ordered the French not to resist, and only very few units disobeyed his orders. The thanks he got for his betrayal of Pétain's regime was his own assassination 6 weeks later by the French resistance. Forel writes, quote, "Since 1940, Mussolini had been trying to convince Hitler that the Axis must occupy the whole of France and French North Africa because of the importance of the Mediterranean to the outcome of the war and the completely untrustworthy nature of the French. Hitler, however, having meted out military humiliation on France in 1940, had appeased France ever since, thinking this would, at the very least, stop her causing trouble for the Axis, and at best, turn her into its ally. Then, he had turned his mind to Russia. Events now proved Mussolini right," end quote. A few weeks later, the Duce gave a speech on the topic, quote, "Only by wanting deliberately to delude ourselves could we have thought that a policy that appeases France would have achieved results. France has hated us, hates us, and will hate us until the end of time," end quote. In the same speech, he went on to say, quote, "He who does not feel the need to do a little war, for me is not a complete man. War is the most important thing in the life of a man, like maternity in that of a woman. Only war reveals the nature of a people, the flaws which it carried inside, which went unnoticed by mediocre and superficial observers. History offers no other possibility for a comparative examination between peoples. This year will decide if the Italian people has a future or not. if the Italian people must resign itself to being a people of tourists, a large Switzerland, or a people which is conscious of what it has been, but above all, what it must be, end quote. After the Allied landings in North Africa, Mussolini began to lament that Tunisia, as requested, had not been given to him by Hitler. The same was the case with the conquest of Malta. The Duce was perhaps quite right in suggesting that if such matters had been taken, then the Allies would never have been able to land in such a manner. On the 9th of November, Hitler met with Ciano and told him that he had decided to do what Mussolini had always wanted him to do, and occupy all of France. Whatever France's premier, Laval, may say in their meeting that evening, Hitler had made up his mind, he said. The troops were already massing on the French border. What happened next was a mess. Irving explains, quote, Laval was delayed by fog. His car arrived in the small hours of the night. Hitler postponed seeing him throughout the 10th. He was seen deep in conference with Ribbentrop, Himmler, and the generals, discussing the intelligence reports. Himmler's agents at Vichy had intercepted Darlan's message to Pétain during the night, demanding the execution of renegade officers. But the SS agents also learned that Darlan's staff had prepared to leave Vichy and that all his war ministry files were being burned. At midday, Darlan's name appeared on an order for all resistance to the Allies to cease. The luckless Laval was now received with barely concealed brusqueness. Hitler told him of his demands for immediate access to Tunis. At 20 past 8 that evening, Hitler issued the order for his troops to occupy the rest of France the next morning. It stated that the occupation is being carried out in accord with the wishes of the French government, end quote. Irving continues on later, quote, This time, there was no cheering crowds. The real French hatred was reserved for the Italians occupying Corsica and the Riviera, and arriving in Tunisia in the wake of the Germans. The Italians in southern France had overstepped the lines agreed on with the French, and Hitler learned that Laval had been overheard on the 12th, shouting into a telephone that if Italy did not withdraw her troops in 24 hours, she would declare war on her, end quote. The Italian shenanigans drove Hitler's last few supporters in France into open hostility. A member of Jodel's staff reported late on November the 14th, quote, The Führer's actions are governed by his consideration for Italy. He believes it absolutely vital to bolster the Duce in every way we can, and this is why he categorically refuses to oppose Italy's claim to leadership in the Mediterranean, including the coast of southern France, or to present the Italians with fait accomplis, end quote. Essentially, Hitler was once again appeasing Mussolini and losing French cooperation. In 1940, it had cost him an alliance with the French. Now it was turning the French population against him. Hitler doubled down on this in mid-November, when the French scuttled their fleet at Toulon. Italy was given the remains of the fleet to pick over. All over France, slogans of Vive l'Amérique began to be painted all over the walls, and hostilities grew and grew, sensing which way the tide was turning. The Italians made themselves especially hated in France, as they interfered constantly with the joint German-French deportation of Jews. Often, the Italians would use force to stop such deportations, and they removed the law which required Jews to wear the Star of David in public. The French had wholeheartedly embraced Hitler's policy with regards to the Jews, and they had assisted with 42,000 of the 75,000 deportations from France, which had taken place since that July. As a result, Jews began to flood into the newly occupied Italian zone, where the Italians stationed police to defend synagogues, and essentially bent over backwards to help the Jews however they could. In Greece too, the Italians had made themselves hated occupiers, as they would put down pro-Nazi, anti-Jewish protests, especially from students, and again, they would guard synagogues. This all goes without mentioning the, quote, bureaucratic trickery, end quote, that the Italians used all over the areas they occupied to keep the Jews out of German hands. Mussolini himself engaged in this frequently. Once, Himmler and then Ribbentrop demanded that he deport Jews. After the meeting, he ordered his generals to send a group of Yugoslavian Jews to Trieste and comply with the Germans. A few days later, however, a new message came in, quote, It is true that I have been obliged to give my consent to the expulsion, but you can use all the excuses that you like as to not hand over a single Jew. Say that we don't have the means to transport them by sea to Trieste, and that transport by land is impossible, end quote. Later, in March, Comando Supremo issued orders, quote, As regards the measure proposed by Il Duce in reference to the Jews, number one priority is to save Jews living in French territory occupied by our troops, whatever their nationality, be they Italian, French, or foreigners, end quote. By July 1943, not a single Jew had been deported from Italian-occupied France, Greece, Yugoslavia, or Italy itself. Hitler, meanwhile, had retreated back to the Berghof. His problems were just beginning, though. His phone rang on the 19th of November 1942, and on the other end was General Zietzler, with news that would change the world forever. The Russians had just begun an artillery bombardment in Stalingrad, in preparation for an offensive. 2 days later, the city was encircled. In the summer of 1942, the Duce had sent another much larger army to the east, consisting of 150,000 men, under the command of General Garibaldi, a commander with a horrid reputation for incompetence. General Messer's men in the east now fell under his command too, and so in total there was now 230,000 Italian troops on the Russian front. In mid-December, this Italian army came under attack northwest of Stalingrad. Within days, it had disintegrated and ceased to exist. 25,000 had died in combat, 95,000 were missing at the end of the campaign, 70,000 had been taken prisoner, and 20,000 of these had died on the forced marches and train journeys towards their captivity in the Asiatic abyss, in the most barbaric conditions imaginable. 40,000 were gone to die in the camps, and in some camps, the death rate was 500 a day. Cannibalism even became common in some places. When all was said and done, only 10,000 of the prisoners ever made it back to Italy at some point. It was a national catastrophe on the highest scale. Even the Italian Communist Party representative sent to indoctrinate the prisoners found his job pointless, given how the men were being treated. Quote, "How can I convince the Italian prisoners to sign up to the PCI if their Russian jailers do not even give them anything to eat? They make them die of deprivation," end quote. Togliatti, the Italian member of the Comintern, replied from Moscow, quote, "In practice, however, if a large number of prisoners die as a result of the reality of the hard conditions, I have absolutely nothing to say. So much the better, and I'll explain to you why. There is no doubt that the Italian people has been poisoned by imperialist and villainous ideology of fascism. The poison has penetrated into the peasants, the workers, not to mention the little bourgeoisie and the intellectuals. In short, it has penetrated into the people. The fact that for thousands and thousands of families in Mussolini's war, and above all the expedition in Russia, is ending in tragedy, with personal bereavement, is the best, the most effective of antidotes," end quote. When these letters were published in the Italian press in 1992, the communists squirmed and squealed and denied their authenticity. Eventually, however, they had to accept the grim reality. They were genuine. Once again, it appeared as if Mussolini had been right. In the months leading up to Stalingrad, the Duce had pleaded with Hitler to make a separate peace with Stalin. Stalin, in his eyes, could be reasoned with. There is some truth to this, and, throughout the years, there were seemingly dozens of peace feelers back and forth between the Germans and the Soviets, but neither side could ever come to an understanding. Hitler, especially later on, was like a gambler who believed that his run of bad luck was going to come to an end. One more throw of the dice, one more victory, and then he could make peace, he reasoned. These victories, however, never came, and the losses just kept mounting until it was too late. After another failed attempt to convince the Führer on the 15th of December, Bataille found the Duce, quote, unshaven, his face livid and shrunken, end quote. On the 18th to 20th of December, Ciano and Laval had gone to meet the Führer at the Wolf's Lair. The Duce had felt too unwell to make the journey, his stomach pains brought on by the stress that was eating him alive. Once again, Ciano passed on Mussolini's message regarding peace with Russia. Hitler, once again, refused. Alfieri, the Italian ambassador to Germany, told Ciano that it was necessary to break with Germany at all costs. In his eyes, Italy was nothing but a buffer state, or rather a speed bump to slow the Allies down in Germany's south. Quote, Ciano looks at him with tired eyes, then lets fall these textual words, nothing, nothing. It remains only to wait for the collapse, end quote. Mussolini, meanwhile, spent his Christmas in bed, rotting away, aging weeks for every day that passed him by. He was a broken man. Ciano, meanwhile, reached out to the British via neutral Portugal regarding a separate peace. Eden, the British Foreign Secretary, quickly snuffed these out. Even Churchill was open to a separate peace when it came to Italy. After all, Churchill's paymasters only cared about the destruction of Germany, not Italy. Eden explained his reasoning to American Secretary of State Cordell Hull in January 1943. Quote, the king is regarded as a willing tool of fascism, and the people appear no longer to be looking to him as a leader. The view of His Majesty's government is, therefore, that we should not count on the possibility of a separate peace, but should aim at such disorder in Italy as would necessitate a German occupation. We suggest that the best means of achieving this aim is to intensify all forms of military operations against Italy, particularly aerial bombardment, end quote. At the Casablanca conference that month, Eden's strategy won the day, and would end up prolonging the war in Italy by almost 2 years, and would result in tens of thousands of dead British soldiers, Italian soldiers, and most tragically, tens of thousands of Italian civilians. On the 5th of February, Mussolini took over the Italian Foreign Ministry himself. Ciano was carted off to the Vatican as the new ambassador. A few days later, the Duce told Ciano, quote, your future is in my hands, and as a result, you can remain calm, end quote. A few months earlier, the Duce had asked Ciano if he kept his diary still. Quote, it will serve to document how the Germans, in the military and political field, have always acted behind my back, end quote. He then asked if Chano had all his documents in order, to which the then foreign minister responded, quote, "Yes, I have them all in order, and remember, when the hard times come, and by now it is certain that the hard times will come, that I can document one after the other all the betrayals perpetrated by the Germans to our cost, from the preparation of the conflict to the war on Russia, communicated to you when the troops had already crossed the frontier," end quote. Throughout February, the Duce remained ill, and only returned to Rome on the 24th. The next day, Ribbentrop met him with a 60-page letter from the Führer, in which Hitler mostly ranted on about Russia, and explained why he could not make a separate peace with them. Quote, "Since of course the Russians cannot be trusted," end quote. Mussolini, as noted, did not share the Russian obsession. He instead worried for North Africa. He replied, quote, "We must remain, whatever the cost, in Tunisia. To obtain all this, Führer, I shall never tire of repeating, requires that the Axis aviation in the Sardinia, Sicily, Tunisia zone is at least equal to the enemy aviation. I wonder if it is not too much of a risk to repeat the struggle against the infinite space of Russia, which is practically impossible to reach and grasp, whilst in the West the Anglo-Saxon peril increases," end quote. 2 days later, he followed up with another letter, stressing that peace must be made with Russia once again. Quote, "We must then in one way or another liquidate the Russian chapter," end quote. In April, the Hungarian Prime Minister came to Rome and told Mussolini that the smaller Axis powers must make a separate peace with Russia. Mussolini, however, could not bring himself to oppose Hitler in such a way. Quote, "If autumn fails to bring victory in Russia, then, and only then, your line of thought can be considered," end quote. In that same month, Hitler wished to meet his friend the Duce once again, and from the 7th to the 10th, the two met at Schloss Klesheim, outside Salzburg. During the journey, Bastianini, the Undersecretary of the Foreign Office, suggested that peace feelers should be put out by a third party to Russia and Britain. Mussolini agreed that these could be considered. Upon arrival, Hitler urged Mussolini to see his doctor, Dr. Morel, regarding his crippling stomach pains. The Duce refused, even though he was so ill that on one of the days he simply couldn't take part in the talks. The talks that did take place just consisted of Mussolini talking of peace, whilst Hitler talked of grand plans for war. It went nowhere. Goebbels noted, quote, "When Mussolini got off the train, the Führer thought that he looked like an exhausted old man. When he departed, he was once again in perfect order and ready for anything. The Duce realizes perfectly well that there can be no salvation for him, except to win or die with us," end quote. Mussolini said after the talks to Bastianini, quote, "That tragic buffoon stubbornly seeks a victory in Russia that is completely out of the question. I have told him this at least 10 times, but he does not want to know," end quote. Mussolini began to think more and more about a separate peace, but ultimately he knew he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, as he later admitted at the monthly Council of Ministers meeting in June. Quote, "All discussion is useless. Italy has only one alternative, to conquer or fall at the side of Germany. Apart from anything else, the Allied line on Italian peace feelers, from whichever quarter, was absolute silence," end quote. If Mussolini was sick of the war, then the Italian people were positively done with it. Their cities were being bombed to pieces, and by now they felt like little more than cannon fodder in Germany's war. All of this paled in comparison to the main problem, their hunger. In the south, especially, people were close to starvation, and had taken to calling the last hole in their belt the Mussolini hole. By 1943, there were strikes in the north, not due to anti-fascism as the left later invented, but due to hunger. Between 1939 and 1942, prices had gone up by 50% on average, food by 70% on average, and key essentials, like potatoes, had nearly tripled. Agricultural and industrial production had fallen off a cliff too. The nation was falling apart at the seams. Since 1941, cars had been banned from the roads, and from 1942, cafes no longer opened their doors. By 1943, the per capita food ration was the same as that of the Poles under Nazi occupation. The Italian people just wanted their nightmare to end. They didn't care about ideology or war anymore, they just wanted something to eat. Things on the battlefield continued to get worse too. In May, Tunis fell on the 8th, and by the 13th, the entirety of Tunisia followed suit. The last Axis army in Africa, 250,000 strong, surrendered. General von Rintelen, chief German liaison officer with the Italian command, wrote back to Berlin his analysis. Quote, "The main reasons for this are its completely inadequate armament and equipment, the faulty training of the officer corps, the insufficient psychological preparation of most of the other ranks, and the lack of enthusiasm owing to doubts as to the favourable outcome of the war. There was no question of any inner participation in the vital battle of our time. The mass of the Italian people, as well as the soldiers, had on average no understanding of an Italian great power or a mare nostrum. In summary, it must be said that the Italian army is not in a position to ward off a major assault on its metropolitan territory. This can only be expected with strong German support," end quote. Mussolini, meanwhile, spent much of June on a wellness retreat due to his stomach trouble. He had been banned from riding horses or playing tennis, and so, in his solitude, he found consolation in chopping wood. The Duce had essentially opted out of the war, so had his men. Farrell writes of the island of Pantelleria, southwest of Sicily, quote, "It bristled with coastal guns and 11,000 soldiers, and was regarded as untakeable, but the Allies bombed it heavily for 6 days, and on the 11th, invaded. Promptly, its commanding officer, Admiral Pavesi, surrendered. Neither he nor his soldiers wanted to fight. The only casualties were 2 Allied soldiers shot in error, and 1 Italian kicked by a mule," end quote. If anywhere in Italy was to be invaded next, it was obviously going to be Sicily. To defend the island, there was 300,000 badly armed and barely equipped Italian troops, most of whom were Sicilian themselves. The Sicilians had never been particularly loyal to fascism, never mind Italy itself as a nation-state. Now, as you can imagine, these troops above all others had seen their morale sink to rock bottom. The defenders barely had any motorised transport, never mind tanks or armoured cars. The island had only 1 artillery battery for every 5 miles of coast, too. It was hardly a fortress. The Italian navy, meanwhile, had orders not to defend Sicily, and thus was nowhere to be seen. The only saving grace was the 2 excellent German divisions on the island, and their precious tanks. On the night of the 9th to 10th of July, the invasion of Sicily began. The result was a familiar one by now. Montgomery, commander of the British 8th Army in the southeast, had expected the gun battery at the naval base of Augusta to be his most difficult obstacle. Instead, the admiral in charge blew up his guns and surrendered without firing a shot. They essentially just watched the British invade. By the 12th of July, Mussolini was telegraphing Hitler begging him to send planes. He did not, however, have it in him to ask for troops. Meanwhile, on the west of the island, General Patton and his Americans had the 2 German divisions and the Italian, not Sicilian, Livorno division to deal with. Resistance, at least here, was extremely stiff. Soon enough, however, the end result became obvious to all, even the Germans. The order was given and the fighting retreat was sounded, and carried out in good order by mid-August. The Germans got away in one piece, but many Italians had simply just thrown down their weapons and surrendered or deserted without a fight. The numbers bear out who actually fought to defend Italian soil. The Italians lost 4,178 dead, compared to 5,000 German dead. 150,000 prisoners were taken, with there being well over 10 Italians for every 1 German among their number. The Allies, meanwhile, had lost 22,000 dead or wounded. It was a bloody affair, but the Italians had been soundly beaten. This was the new Caporetto. The Italians had collapsed in disarray and surrendered in droves in much the same way. This time, however, there was no heroic comeback, no Vittorio Veneto. In the shadows like rats for years now, various conspirators had been scheming against the Duce. The leading figures of Italy, but especially Marshal Badoglio and the King, eventually became involved. Although there were dozens of separate plots, ranging from fascist plots to tiny doomed communist plots, 2 main plots became relevant. One within the army, led by General Ambrosio, chief of the General Staff. The other within the regime, led by Dino Grandi, president of the Chamber of Fascism and fascist of the First Hour, a betrayal of the most treacherous kind. What began as hints and whispers quickly spread to serious plotting amongst an ever larger group within the Italian establishment as the defeats on the battlefield began to mount. Within the group, a few, especially Badoglio, had personal gain in mind when it came to the conspiracy. Most, however, just wanted the nightmare war to end. Farrell writes, quote, "The ideal solution would be for Italy to secure Hitler's consent for a separate Italian peace with the Allies. The trouble was that all knew that Mussolini stood the best chance of getting such consent. Yet at the same time all knew, as did Mussolini, that Hitler was most unlikely to give his consent even to Mussolini, and that if Italy made such a peace without it, Hitler would promptly invade Italy. Nevertheless, an increasing number of people decided that Italy should be removed from the war regardless. Yet the overthrow of Mussolini would do nothing to reduce the threat of invasion by Hitler. In fact, it would increase it, nor would it hasten peace. Those who toppled Mussolini did not even try to make proper contact with the Allies to talk about peace. It was as if they thought that peace would somehow happen on its own as a result of Mussolini's departure. Naturally, it did not. In other words, they failed in their aim, which was not the removal of Mussolini, but peace. The result of all this was not just the collapse of Mussolini and fascism, but nearly 2 years of bloody war in Italy." End quote. The mood of conspiracy within the Italian establishment had become so widespread that Mussolini was actually well aware of what was going on. The strange thing was that he didn't seem to care. It was as if he had become resigned to his fate. His star had gone out, as he liked to say. Dino Grandi's plot even involved declaring war on the Germans immediately. His plan was as follows, quote, "It is indispensable and inevitable that it is we who will seize the initiative of war against Nazi Germany, against our potent ally. there are in Italy 35 to 40 of our divisions and about 4 or 5 German divisions. We must ask nothing of the Anglo-Americans, but only confront them suddenly with the spectacle of an Italy which defends itself with arms in its fists, against that which will be the inevitable revenge of Nazi Germany. How could the Allies continue to fight on against a nation that already, on its own, has decided to fight against a common enemy?" End quote. On the other side of the scale, the army plot only wanted a separate peace. Both plots foresaw the toppling of Mussolini. Ambrosio later recalled, quote, "I certainly knew the military situation well. I realised it was desperate, but my initial hope was to be able to succeed in persuading Mussolini to make a rapid disengagement from the Germans." End quote. On the 4th of June, Grandi went to see the king, and the former urged the latter to remove Mussolini and declare war on the Germans. The king replied, quote, "The moment is about to arrive. I know that I can count on you. Leave your king to choose the opportune moment, and meanwhile help me to procure the constitutional means." End quote. On the 16th of July, as the battle for Sicily continued to worsen, the senior fascists went to see Mussolini and said they wanted to know how they might rally the Italian people now that Sicily was being invaded. This was a pretext. What they really came for was to urge Mussolini to share responsibility for the fate of Italy with them, and most importantly, to govern by means of all government organs, especially the Grand Council. Bataille said to the Duce, quote, "We ask that the revolution reconstitute its organs, so as to act as the hour demands. We are not here to ask to diminish your powers, or rather, your power, nor to divide, that is, dissect, fragment, your responsibility. We are here to ask to share your responsibility, to make of it, that is, a co-responsibility, that binds us to you, but also you to us, in ready, absolute, and declared solidarity." End quote. Mussolini agreed to call the Grand Council that month, but added that the enemy would say that the meeting had been called to discuss the capitulation, since the council hadn't been called since 1939. The next day, the 17th, Mussolini wrote to Hitler seeking an urgent meeting, quote, "I believe, Führer, that the time has come to examine closely together the situation, so as to reach conclusions conforming to the common interests of each country." End quote. The same day, Hitler asked Rommel if there was any capable Italian officers, to which Rommel responded, quote, "There is no such person." End quote. 2 days later, the two dictators met near Treviso at Feltre, not far from the border with Austria. What Hitler wanted was Mussolini to agree that all the Axis forces in Italy should be put under the command of German commanders, who essentially, in name only, were under the Duce, like in North Africa. Hitler talked excessively, and the Duce, cowed, barely spoke a word. During the lunch break, Ambrosio approached the Duce and bluntly told him that unless he told Hitler that Italy had to make peace, then he would order the armed forces to cease fire within 15 days. Mussolini replied, quote, "Do you believe perhaps that I have not felt this problem agitate my troubled spirit for some time? Behind the mask of my apparent impassiveness is a profound harassing torment. I admit the hypothesis, disengage from Germany. It appears so simple. Are we prepared to cancel out, all of a sudden, 20 years of the regime? It's easy to say it, disengage from Germany. What reaction would Hitler have? Do you believe perhaps that he would permit us freedom of action?" End quote. Hitler and Mussolini ate lunch together alone. The Führer explained that he was about to recommence the submarine war with new submarines, and that he was ready to attack London with new secret weapons, almost certainly meaning the V-1 and V-2 rockets, and destroy the entire city within a matter of weeks. As defeat grew ever closer, Mussolini would, like Hitler, continue to speak prophetically of how the tide would turn due to Hitler's superweapons. It appears that the Duce never mentioned Italy wanting to make a separate peace to Hitler, but he did later recall, quote, "I repeated my old theme, peace with Russia." End quote. As Hitler's plane took off, the Duce told those around him that in the end there had been no need to tell Hitler that Italy could not go on with the war. Quote, "This time he promised sincerely to send the help which we need." End quote. After this meeting, it became clear to all the plotters that the Duce no longer had a role. He was too scared to speak up to Hitler about Italy disengaging. As Italian diplomat Filippo Anfuso put it, after the Feltre meeting, quote, "The conspiracy took definite shape. Each character put on his mask and came onto the stage." End quote. On the 20th of July, the day after the meeting, Ambrosio approached Mussolini and told him to resign on the grounds that the Duce had failed to tackle Hitler about a separate peace. Mussolini refused. On the same day, he called the Grand Council for the 24th. Mysteriously, on that same day, like the witch who warned Caesar to beware the Ides of March, Rachel told her husband to swiftly arrest the traitors, including their son-in-law, Ciano. Over the next few days, she would repeat her warnings, but her husband would only reply that he was more worried about American tanks than traitors. On the 20th, so the same day, the king finally made up his mind regarding a time frame to depose the Duce. He said, quote, "Within 6 or 7 days," end quote, and then Badoglio would be brought in as the replacement. Later that evening, it seems, he decided that the best time to arrest Mussolini would be after their weekly audience on the 26th. Grandi's plot and the king's plot were still separate at this point, and so when the king heard that the Grand Council was being called, he panicked, believing that this was some kind of coup to replace Mussolini with a new fascist government. Grandi, for his part, had no idea that General Ambrosio was planning to arrest Mussolini. Grandi also didn't take any part in calling the Grand Council, and so he adapted. His goal was now to put his motion forwards for bringing down Mussolini at the council, and he went about trying to win as much support for his cause from members of the council beforehand, by whatever means he could. The king adapted as well. He decided that if the Grand Council expressed a hostile view to Mussolini, then he could use that as his pretext for the arrest of the Duce, and a coup. On the 22nd of July, Mussolini had his usual audience with the king, in which he reported on the Feltre meeting. Afterwards, the king told his aide-de-camp, Bertoni, quote, "I tried to make the Duce understand that by now only his persona stood in the way of internal revival. He did not understand, or did not want to understand. It was as if I had spoken to the wind," end quote. According to Mussolini, the king had told him, quote, "A tense situation. It can't go on much longer. The Germans will double-cross us. The discipline of the troops has broken down. We must tell the Germans our dilemma," end quote. What seems to have been left out from the record is that during this meeting, Mussolini told the king, according to Badoglio, who would be in a position to know, quote, "In any case, we would have to disengage from Germany by the 15th of September," end quote. Churchill would later write of this in his memoirs, quote, "Mussolini replied, so it seems, that he hoped to liberate Italy from the Axis alliance by the 15th of September," end quote. Later, on the 22nd, Farinacci, who was fanatically loyal to Mussolini and the German alliance, showed the Duce a message he had received from Ambrosio's predecessor. It was a blunt warning that Grandi and others were plotting Mussolini's downfall. The Duce, however, said they had nothing to worry about because the king had told him earlier that day, quote, "These are bad times for you, but you know you have a friend in me, and if, to use an absurd hypothesis, everyone should abandon you, I should be the last to do so. I know how much Italy and the dynasty owes you," end quote. That same evening, Grandi met Mussolini on the pretext that he wanted to give him a book on the Spanish Civil War. The 15-minute meeting quickly turned into an hour and 15-minute meeting, in which Albert Kesselring, commander of German forces in Italy, had to wait outside until 6:45 p.m. for his 6 p.m. meeting slot. Farrell writes, quote, "Grandi showed Mussolini his motion, and said he should accept what it proposed because it would be to his advantage, not disadvantage. Namely, that the king should be forced to share responsibility for the war. He wanted to convince him that the motion concealed nothing, that there was nothing treasonable going on, nothing to worry about," end quote. The Duce saw through this nonsense. He replied, quote, "I will not cede the reins of command to anyone. The people are with me," end quote. The next day, the 23rd, Grandi met Ciano and got him, among others, to support his motion. The final wording of the motion read that as well as handing military command to the king should also, quote, "assume that supreme initiative of decision which our institutions attribute to him and which, in all our national history, has always been the glorious heritage of our august dynasty of Savoy," end quote. By the time the meeting of the Grand Council came around, Grandi had won over enough people to pass his motion. This, however, had been done with deceit. Farrell writes, quote, "Grandi repeated his constant refrain. The motion did not propose to take away from Mussolini responsibility for the conduct of the war, but merely to force the king to shoulder that responsibility, to share the blame. If he had said, 'My motion means that Mussolini and fascism will be deposed, and Italy declare war on Germany,' few, apart from Federizzoni and Bataille, would have agreed to support him. Grandi's openness with everyone was a trick to conceal his true intent," end quote. On the 24th, the morning of the meeting, Ambrosio went to Badoglio's villa in Rome, one which had been given by Mussolini as a reward for his victory in Ethiopia, and told him that the king had decided to replace Mussolini with him. He accepted. Before setting off for the meeting at Palazzo Venezia at 5 p.m, Rachel once again told her husband to arrest the traitors. He did not reply, and off he went. Elsewhere, Grandi had gone to confession and took a briefcase to the meeting with 2 grenades inside. Others in on the conspiracy were also armed with hidden grenades or revolvers. Mussolini, meanwhile, felt that something was in the air. He later recalled, quote, "On the afternoon of 24th of July, Rome turned pale. Cities, as well as men, have a face, and the emotions of the soul are reflected on that face. Rome felt that some grave matter was in the air," end quote. At 5:14 p.m, the Duce walked in, and the members in attendance shot to their feet, raised their right arm and shouted, "A noi!" The meeting then began. Mussolini spoke first for around 2 hours and conceded that the war situation was critical and that, quote, "At the moment, I am the most detested, in fact, hated man in Italy, which is perfectly logical. The truth is, no war is popular at the beginning. It becomes so if it goes well, and if it goes badly, it becomes extremely unpopular," end quote. He went on to explain that the Allies would not be able to invade Italy and that the fight must go on. To those who said the Germans had not provided the Italians with enough support, Mussolini began to recite detail after detail, proving that the Germans had gone above and beyond to help their allies. The Duce then compared the current situation to Caporetto. Quote, "In 1917, the provinces of the Veneto were lost, but no one spoke of surrender. Then they spoke of moving the government to Sicily. Today, if it were inevitable, I would move it to the Po Valley. War or peace," end quote. He then explained that the Allies were at war not with fascism, but with Italy itself, hinting that he knew what Grandi's motion was really about. Then, to his next point, quote, "Another point of the capitulationists is that the people's heart is not in the war. Now, the people's heart is never in any war. Was the people's heart in the 1915 to 18 war, by any chance? Not in the least. The people were dragged into a war by a minority," end quote. Mussolini finished by stating that Grandi's motion was nothing less than an appeal for the king to take over, and stated that such a motion put the fascist regime in jeopardy. He finished by saying in Latin, quote, "Agreements are to be kept," end quote. De Bono and De Vecchi then spoke, but said nothing of importance. Bataille, however, said, quote, "We must confess, or at least I must, that it is your account which has given us the feeling that a technically efficient defence of the peninsula is not possible. Your account has been a sledgehammer blow to our last illusions and hopes," end quote. It was then Grandi's turn to talk, and he read out his motion, speaking for about an hour. The speech was filled with deceit, covering up his true intentions with flattery of Mussolini and attacks on the monarchy. In a slippery fashion, he tried making it out as if the entire ordeal was for Mussolini's own good, too, as he would now be freed from the enormous burden he had been shouldering. He ended by saying to Mussolini, quote, "Tear off those ridiculous Moreschiello stripes and go back to what you were, our Mussolini, the Mussolini we obeyed and followed," end quote. The Duce responded for the first time in the entire hour, quote, "The people is with me," end quote. At around midnight, Mussolini tried adjourning the meeting until the next day. Grandi knew full well that if this happened, then the Duce might well have been able to bring pressure to bear on the waverers overnight, and make sure his efforts failed. The air in the room was disgusting and stunk of sweat, and the Duce was suffering from stomach pains. Grandi, however, insisted that things go on, no matter how long it took. Quote, "Today, when it is a question of the life of the patria, we can, if necessary, go on discussing for a week," end quote. The Duce had to settle for a half-hour break instead, in which he drank some milk in his office. Grandi, however, went around seeking signatures, and managed to get from 10 to now 20 people to sign on the dotted line. Pareschi, who was from Ferrara, signed and said, quote, "I signed for Balbo," end quote. Ciano walked up to Grandi and said that he wanted to sign too. Grandi responded, quote, "We are all grateful for your support. Now don't put yourself in too serious a position. No one will mind if you abstain," end quote. Ciano replied, quote, "I have made the sign of the cross before the Madonna as a promise not to change course. I want to sign, and I shall sign," end quote. When the meeting continued, others spoke in support of Grandi. Mussolini interrupted when Bastianini did so, quote, "Let us admit that the king accepts the restitution of the delegated military powers. It is then a question of knowing whether I accept to be beheaded. I am 60 years old, and I know what certain things mean. If I am to be constrained to cede to the king the military command, that fracture between country and party of which you speak will swallow you all up," end quote. This remark led many to waver. Grandi recalled, quote, "He had won back at a stroke all that which he seemed to have earlier lost. He had known how to press all the right buttons at the right moment, and with his consummate wisdom, he had spoken to all and each directly. He had threatened, flattered, proposed to each their individual dilemma, replied for each to their own secret question, obligations of fidelity, love of patria, responsibility, honour, self-interest. He was still, despite everything, the magician and the boss," end quote. Scorza, the PNF secretary, then spoke up and announced his own motion, along with a heartfelt speech in favour of the Duce. He had been a part of the plot, but now he had suddenly had a change of heart. For Scorza, Mussolini had not been enough of a dictator. Quote, "You have been the most disobeyed man of the century," end quote. He went on, and many more began to waver. Suardo, the president of the estate, stood up and withdrew his signature from Grandi's motion, and his eyes welled up with tears. Polverelli and then Cianetti did too. The latter would write a letter of apology to the Duce the next day for ever having thought of even betraying him. Grandi stood up in the midst of this and placed the motion with the signatures in front of the Duce. Mussolini only looked at it with indifference, and then asked Scorza to put Grandi's motion to a vote. Scorza was the first vote. He said no. De Bono voted yes. Suardo abstained. Then it was Ciano's turn, and the Duce shut his eyes in preparation for the ultimate betrayal by his son-in-law. He then opened them again, and the two exchanged a brief glance, which felt like it lasted a lifetime, before Ciano clearly stated yes. The vote ended with 19 in favour, 7 against, and 1 abstention. Most who had voted yes, however, did not understand the implication of what they were doing. Grandi had tricked them with his serpentine words, and ultimately he had tricked himself too. One yes voter had never attended a session before and assumed that any motion put forwards by the Duce for a vote meant that he had to say yes. It was a bizarre affair. Mussolini maintained his composure and asked, quote, "Who will take this motion to the king?" end quote. Grandi replied that he must do it himself, to which the Duce uttered the words which went down in history, quote, "Signori, you have provoked the crisis of the regime. The session is closed," end quote. Scorza called the ritual salute to the Duce, but Mussolini motioned him to stop and he strode out. Some, however, still screamed, "Annoy!" and then he was gone. It was 2:40 a.m. The meeting had lasted nearly 10 hours. The Duce was met by many of his supporters after the session closed, and they begged him to arrest Grandi and stop the madness. Terrified of civil war, however, the Duce refused. Quote, "Arrest them, occupy Rome with my M division, and eventually with the help of the Germans, and how would the king react, and the army? The possibility of a civil war at the backs of the troops lined up against the enemy?" End quote. After this, he called up his beloved Clara on a tapped line. Quote, "There is little to be afraid of. We have arrived at the epilogue, at the greatest turning point in history. My star has grown dim." End quote. Mussolini and Scorza then drove away before going their separate ways. The entire way, Scorza told the Duce to ignore the vote, as the Grand Council was merely a consultative body. Mussolini, however, could only say, quote, "Even Ciano," end quote. He recalled of the car ride, quote, "The streets were deserted, but no one seemed to feel in the air, now almost clear in the morning twilight, that sense of the inevitable which comes from the wheel of destiny when it moves, and of which men are often the unconscious instruments," end quote. Upon returning home, Rachel asked her husband, quote, "Well, you arrested them at least?" end quote. The Duce said he would do it tomorrow, to which Rachel said it would be too late. Mussolini claimed to agree, but stated that Grandi was correct that the only solution was to abandon the Axis and seek peace. He, however, could not pursue that course, he said. The Duce then claimed that he could count on the king. He would stand by him at least. He always had. Of the others, he said, quote, "There is nothing more I can do. They're set on our ruin. My orders don't count anymore," end quote. At 7 a.m. the next day, the 25th, after meeting with Grandi, Acheron, minister to the royal household, went to see the king. Here, he was authorized to tell Ambrosio to prepare to arrest Mussolini after the usual Monday audience. The king then signed a decree appointing Marshal Badoglio as the new head of the government. That morning, Mussolini tried to get in contact with Grandi, but by now he'd gone to ground. There was no sign of him. Mussolini then did something unusual. He telephoned the king and asked him to bring forward the usual Monday morning audience to 5 p.m. that day, Sunday the 25th. At 2 p.m, Mussolini went to San Lorenzo, the worst hit part of Rome from the recent Allied terror bombings. When the Pope had visited a week before, he had knelt down and soiled his white vestments with blood, and the crowd had roared, quote, "Viva il Papa! Viva la pace!" end quote. With Mussolini, there was still some applause, but nothing compared to the Pope. Here, Galbiati, chief of staff of the Black Shirts, asked the Duce what his relations with the king were like, to which the Duce responded, quote, "He has always been solidly behind me," end quote. Just after 3 p.m, the Duce saw his wife for a late lunch, where she begged him not to go. Quote, "Don't go, Benito, he's not to be trusted," end quote. The Duce, of course, refused, and so Rachel issued the usual advice, quote, "Arrest those who voted against you last night first, and then go to the king," end quote. He did not, and it was almost time to go. First, however, a message came in from General Graziani, who promised the Duce his undying support until the very end, and indeed, he was as good as his word. The Duce said, quote, "Tell Graziani that I will see him after my audience with the king," end quote. At 4:45, he set off to the Villa Savoia, the royal residence in Rome. The king met Mussolini on the steps leading up to the main entrance. Borato, the Duce's chauffeur, however, was led off to the porter's lodge on the pretext that he was wanted on the telephone. The doors were then locked behind him, and he wasn't let out until midnight. As the Duce stepped into the villa, however, he recalled later, quote, "I entered Villa Savoia with a mind completely free of any forebodings," end quote. The Duce and the king spoke for only 20 minutes. After giving an overview of the military situation, the Duce then turned to the Grand Council meeting. He explained that it was purely a consultative body, whose vote carried no constitutional weight. The king, however, interrupted him, quote, "Things are no longer working out. Italy is on its knees. The army's morale is rock bottom. The soldiers don't want to fight anymore. The vote of the Grand Council is dreadful. At this moment, you are the most hated man in Italy. You cannot count any more on more than one friend. Only one has remained with you, me. For this, I tell you that you need not have any worries about your personal safety," end quote. He continued on, quote, "I love you. I have demonstrated it many times defending you from every attack, but this time I have to ask you to leave me free to leave the government to others. You can be sure that I will vouch for your personal safety. I have thought that the man for the situation is Marshal Badoglio. We will know within 6 months," end quote. As soon as Mussolini heard the name Badoglio, he asked, quote, "Then it's over," end quote. To which the king responded, quote, I am sorry, but there was no other solution," end quote. The king then led Mussolini downstairs and did something he had never done and shook the Duce's hand with great warmth and looked, quote, "yellow, and he seemed even smaller, almost bent double," end quote, as Mussolini recalled. The Duce then walked towards his car, only for Captain Vigneri of the Carabinieri to come up to him and say, quote, "His Majesty the King has given me orders to accompany you, to protect you from the crowd," end quote. This wasn't true. The Duce was under arrest. There was no crowd. Captain Vigneri had orders to take Mussolini into custody, dead or alive. The Duce responded, quote, "All right, if those are your orders, you had better come with me to my car," end quote. He continued walking towards his car, but then Vigneri stood in front of it, motioning towards a parked ambulance. Quote, "No, Duce, you must come with me," end quote. Mussolini replied, quote, "But it is ridiculous. I have never heard of such a thing," end quote. Vigneri replied sternly, quote, "It is an order, Duce," end quote. Mussolini was then escorted by the elbow into the back of the ambulance, in which there were several armed carabinieri and plainclothes police officers inside. The betrayal was complete. The Duce was then taken to the carabinieri training school barracks on the west bank of the Tiber. Even now, however, Mussolini did not understand what was going on. He still trusted the king and had no idea that he had been arrested. He genuinely assumed this was all done for his own safety, as the king had promised him. Farrell writes, quote, "that the king had in mind simply the withdrawal from circulation of Mussolini for his own safety, as much as for that of the country, rather than his arrest is the truth anyway. The king had been so badly affected by the whole affair that he was unable to hold back tears, but Ambrosio had decided otherwise," end quote. At 10:45 p.m, 3 radio messages were broadcast to say that the king had accepted Mussolini's resignation, that Badoglio was the new head of government, and that the king was the new commander-in-chief of the armed forces. The war, for now, would go on, and no news was given on Mussolini's whereabouts, or if he was even alive. The only casualty of the coup had been Manillo Morgagni, director of the Agenzia Stefani press agency, who had been with Mussolini since the start. He committed suicide, leaving a note reading, quote, "The Duce has resigned. My life is finished. Viva Mussolini," end quote. Farinacci, Vittorio Mussolini, and others close to the Duce fled to Germany for their lives. The streets, meanwhile, were filling with people celebrating. The celebrations were more about the fact that the end of the war seemed imminent, as opposed to the fall of fascism. But either way, the two were becoming ever more meshed together, and plenty of fascist symbols were smashed that evening. Initially, von Mackensen, the German ambassador to Rome, had telegraphed home to say that the situation was serious but not alarming. When Hitler was informed of the coup, however, he erupted, quote, "De Badoglio ist ein Schwein," end quote. At the Mussolini family home, the phone rang, and a voice yelled out, quote, "They have just arrested the Duce," end quote, and hung up. One of Rachel's servants turned to her and said that perhaps the Duce did not deserve that much sympathy due to his affair with Clara Petacci. It was the first time Rachel had ever heard of the affair. Petacci, meanwhile, waited for her daily appointment with the Duce in vain. She was never summoned. Hitler perhaps took the news harder than anyone. He went absolutely berserk, and his generals said that they had never seen him so distressed. Quote, "Badoglio has taken over, the blackest of our enemies," end quote. He wanted the immediate occupation of Rome. By now, a lightning strike on Italy had long been planned, just in case of an event like this. For weeks now, too, Ambrosio had been begging the Germans for equipment, and used the Ciano tactic of sending a ridiculous, unfillable list in a bid to say that the Germans were not giving enough support. The Germans had transferred vital anti-aircraft guns to Italy, leaving German cities vulnerable, purely so Italy could have a chance. They had given Italy everything. The real reason for the requests was obvious. On top of this, the Italians had been stationing troops on the northern border and increasing the fortifications with Germany. In fact, at their last meeting, Mussolini had shouted to Hitler before he left, quote, "I just don't know why my generals are stationing such strong forces up here in the north," end quote. Hitler had been overcome with stress regarding the situation, much like Mussolini had. The Führer had the same stomach problems as the Duce did, and in this case, it resulted in serious flatulence problems, which could at times prove highly embarrassing. The Führer calmed down from his initial harsh stance and began to seriously plan for dealing with the Italian situation. He couldn't just barge in like a bull in a china shop. There were troops in Sicily and troops on the German border, but 1,000 miles laid between the two. Now, German troops began to flood into the country, despite Badoglio's objections, in preparation for the obvious next step, an armistice with the Allies, the Great Betrayal. Effectively, this spelled the end of the king and Badoglio's coup. The entire point was to get out of the war, but now they had taken too long to act, and only made the situation worse. Hitler would be ready. Quote, "We can be clear on one score. Traitors that they are, they will of course proclaim their intention of continuing the fight. Of course, but it will be a betrayal. We shall be playing the same game, leading them on until we suddenly drop like lightning on the whole bag of them, and round up the entire gang," end quote. Hitler may have hated the Italians who he viewed as treacherous, but he certainly would not give up on his good friend Benito Mussolini. In his eyes, and as he had always proclaimed, the two men's destinies were bound together. In the Führer, the Duce had a good friend. Within 24 hours, a plan was already being hatched to locate and rescue him. Himmler already had half a dozen SS and army special agents at the Wolf's Lair as candidates to lead the rescue. Otto Günscher, Hitler's bodyguard, took them into the Führer's study. The Führer posed a question to them, quote, "What do you think of the Italians?" end quote. The last of the men, a huge, scar-faced SS captain, blurted out, quote, "What a question, mein Führer, and me, an Austrian," end quote. Hitler replied with a laugh, quote, "The other gentlemen may go. I want you to stay, Captain Skorzeny," end quote. The Führer then explained the mission. Quote, "I have a very important task for you. Mussolini, my friend and our loyal comrade in arms, was betrayed yesterday by his king and arrested by his own countrymen. I cannot and will not fail Italy's greatest son in his hour of need. To me, the Duce is the incarnation of the ancient grandeur of Rome. Italy, under the new government, will desert us. I will keep faith with my old ally and my dear friend. He must be rescued promptly," end quote. The next day, Skorzeny was on his way to Rome with General Kurt Student. Back in Italy, meanwhile, the first act of the new government was to impose martial law. The army shot dead 81 people, mostly anti-fascist protesters, but also arrested 850 people, many of which were fascists. Mussolini's wife was put under house arrest, and on the 12th of August, Badoglio ordered the arrest of Petacci and her family, and imprisoned them in Novara in the north. The PNF was disbanded, and the Grand Council dissolved. The leaders of their party had their assets seized. Badoglio, who had been one of those who had profited the most from fascism, of course, didn't come under this scrutiny. Even those such as Ciano were now under fire, who had betrayed the Duce. It really hadn't gone the way they'd hoped. Grandi, especially, was absolutely seething. The entire coup had been stolen from beneath his nose by the king. He had wanted to get rid of the dictatorship, but instead now, the new Badoglio regime was far, far more dictatorial than Mussolini's had ever been, and far more blood now flowed through the streets. On the 18th of August, Grandi left for Spain, and then Portugal, initially to seek out Sir Samuel Hoare, British ambassador to Spain, to discuss peace, but later, when that failed, he essentially just relaxed in Portugal and lived it up. In 1948, he went to Brazil, and didn't return home to Italy until the 1960s. Mussolini had initially been taken to the island of Ponza in the Bay of Naples, but then moved to Maddalena between Sardinia and Corsica. On the 19th of August, Hitler's birthday present arrived for Mussolini, albeit almost a month late. It was a 24-volume set of Nietzsche. In his captivity, he began to write a diary. Quote, 20 years of work were destroyed in a few hours. I refuse to believe that there are no more fascists in Italy. Have I perhaps been dreaming? Was it all an illusion? Was it all just superficial? Was there nothing of depth to it?" End quote. It was on Maddalena that the Duce seemed to flirt with coming home to the faith, and he asked to see the parish priest regularly to help overcome his, quote, grave moral crisis provoked by isolation rather than all the rest, end quote. Mussolini promised the priest that in future he would do nothing, quote, that might wound Catholic religious principles, end quote. Whilst in captivity, he contented himself by reading Giuseppe Ricciotti's Life of Christ, and he later gave it to the priest, heavily annotated with comments, comparing Christ's betrayal to his own. Each page was covered in quotes, highlighted in different colour pencils. One day, when the priest made an observation of the similarities between the betrayal of Christ and that of the Duce, Mussolini replied, quote, "You should not compare him with me," end quote. His face, however, could not hide his pleasure at such lofty comparisons. The Duce even asked to attend Mass, especially the one in which he had asked the priest to say on the anniversary of his son Bruno's death. The authorities, however, never let him attend. The priest recalled that the Duce's time there in exile had turned this, quote, "great man into a good Christian," end quote. On the 28th of August, the Duce was moved once again, this time to a hotel in the Apennines at the base of the 10,000 feet high Gran Sasso mountain. It was good timing. On the 27th, the day before, the Germans had already embarked and were ready to launch a daring naval rescue mission. On the 6th of September, he was moved up the mountain to another hotel. Of the previous month in captivity, the Duce had written, quote, "Meanwhile, the order was given to ignore my existence. The silence of the tomb must surround my name. I was a corpse, whose death they hesitated to announce." Thus began the month of August 1943, the month of infamy, of betrayal, and of capitulation, end quote. Outside of his four walls, the situation of Italy remained unchanged in Allied eyes. Farrell writes, quote, "The Allies, meanwhile, at British insistence, especially Eden's, stepped up the bombing of Italian cities in August, in particular of Turin and Milan, with devastating effect. The great Italian journalist Indro Montanelli, an Anglophile, found the rationality for the bombing difficult to understand. It was, he wrote, a blind bureaucratic crime, end quote. The Italians, meanwhile, hunted for the best way to change sides. Farrell continues, quote, "Byzantinely, Badoglio began secret peace talks with the Allies. The process degenerated first into farce, then tragedy. Naturally, the Allies did not trust him. He had, after all, fornicated with fascism, for as long as anyone could remember. At the same time, Badoglio swiftly assured the Germans that Italy would fight on by their side. Naturally, the Germans did not trust him either. Badoglio, in short, was your typical two-faced Italian. He even inspired a new word in an English dictionary of neologisms, the verb to badogliate. It did not help that Badoglio was an Italian. This made it unlikely that the British and the Germans would trust him, no matter what he said. As far as they were concerned, the Italian nation could not be trusted. It was not just that they were Italian. The Italians too had fornicated with fascism for as long as anyone could remember, and when the time came to take tough decisions, Badoglio behaved exactly how they expected an Italian to behave, dishonestly, weakly, and selfishly. Badoglio badogliated, end quote. The Allies too didn't help. They stubbornly insisted on unconditional surrender, and refused to offer any help, which made it inevitable that the Germans would simply sweep across the country the second the Italians did throw in the towel. Mussolini had always said this would happen. Instead of rallying around the Duce, the traitors had only ended up getting Italy invaded at both ends by two foreign powers at once, and to top it off, initiated a civil war in the process, ripping the already fractured nation even further apart. On the 8th of September, at 6:30 p.m, Eisenhower broadcast the news of the Italian surrender on the radio. Quote, "The armed forces of the Italian government have surrendered unconditionally. All Italians who now act to contribute to the expulsion of the German aggressor from Italy will have the assistance and the help of the United Nations," end quote. The armistice negotiations had been chaotic in the extreme, and had pleased no one. 15 minutes after the announcement, Badoglio, the king, Ambrosio, and the others met and discussed what to do. They declared that the Allies had betrayed them by invading 4 days too early, and speaking of unconditional surrender, they even discussed denying the armistice outright. One suggestion was that the Germans should be told that the Italians would remain by their side, and that the British should be told that this was a ruse to wait for the right moment to switch sides. Ultimately, however, all of this would be useless, as the British could just publish the details of the secret negotiations. At 7:45 p.m, Badoglio made his own broadcast. Quote, "The Italian government, recognizing the impossibility of continuing the unequal struggle against the crushing power of the opponent, with the intention of avoiding more and more serious damage to the nation, has asked General Eisenhower for an armistice. Consequently, any act of hostility against the Anglo-American forces must cease on the part of the Italian forces in every place. They, however, will respond to any subsequent attacks from whichever other source," end quote. The Allied invasion of Salerno began that evening. The traitors, after having dragged Italy into what was now to be hell on earth, decided to flee for their own lives. The king, Badoglio, Ambrosio, Roatta, the army commander-in-chief, all fled south, leaving their countrymen to their fate. The king had already sent dozens of train cars full of royal treasures to Switzerland for safekeeping, and Badoglio had already transferred massive sums to banks in the south. It was perhaps the greatest act of cowardice in Italian history. By the 10th of September, apart from a few isolated examples, all Italian troops in Italy, the Balkans, France, and Greece had surrendered to the Germans. None of them had been issued any clear orders. The king and his cronies had left them in the lurch. The deposition of the Duce had ended just as he said it always would. The king, meanwhile, in his cowardice, only declared war on the Germans on the 13th of October. By now, he had no army to speak of, and the Allies refused to release their 450,000 Italian POWs. The Germans, now sweeping across Italy, were in for quite a shock. It turned out that the Italians had been stockpiling the precious war material the Germans had been giving them, and then they had the nerve to beg for more. From Hitler's War by Irving, quote, "No longer did Germany have to feed Italy with coal, oil and foodstuffs. By the end of September, the first 268,000 Italian prisoners had already been transported to the Reich. Operation Axis had also yielded a big haul of Italian weaponry, 449 tanks, 2,000 guns and 500,000 rifles. The notes taken by one general staff officer attending the Führer conferences of September the 30th reflect Hitler's astonishment at the booty made by his troops in Italy. Goering reported that they had found hundreds of Italian fighter planes. "How did these cripples manage it?" burst out Hitler. "The Italians and the Duce," responded Goering, "have been deliberately doing the dirty on us for years. They simply squirreled away raw materials and aircraft. The Duce ought to be shot." Hitler, however, felt that it was the king and his generals who were to blame. As for their strategy in southern Italy, he emphasised how vital it was to hold the enemy down there for as long as they could. End quote. One of the terms of the armistice had been that Mussolini be delivered to the Allies. In this regard, the traitors were more than happy to comply. In their rush to escape and save their lives and their riches, however, they had not left instructions on what to actually do with the prisoner. The Germans had by now figured out where he was. Now it was all a matter of who wanted the Duce more, paving the way for one of the most epic rescue operations in history. Up in the mountains, meanwhile, the Duce was none the wiser to the incompetence of the new regime. The Duce wrote a letter to Lieutenant Faiola, who was on the Gran Sasso with him. Quote, "In the few days that you have been with me, I have realised that you are a true friend. You are a soldier, and know better than I what it means to fall into the hands of the enemy. I learned from the Berlin radio that one of the armistice terms speaks of handing me over alive to the English. I shall never submit to such a humiliation, and I ask you to let me have your revolver." End quote. Faiola, who had been given orders by the government, quote, "The Germans must not take Mussolini alive," end quote, jumped out of bed and rushed to the Duce's room, where he found him, quote, "awkwardly waving a Gillette razor blade, as if he were trying to slit the veins of his wrist," end quote. Faiola then burst into tears and said, quote, "I was taken prisoner at Tobruk, where I was badly wounded. I witnessed the British cruelty to Italians, and I shall never hand an Italian over to the English," end quote. Faiola, a true patriot, would never give his Duce to the Anglo-Americans. Whether he would do the same thing with the Germans, however, was another matter. The Duce didn't have to wait long to find out. At lunchtime on the 12th of September, a mere 4 days after the armistice, 12 German gliders with 100 commandos on board, as well as a single-engine Stork two-seater recon plane, took off from Rome for the Gran Sasso, 100 miles away. Their commander was Captain Otto Skorzeny. The plan was an audacious one. To attempt to scale the mountain would be a bloodbath, and the 250 Carabinieri guards watching the Duce could easily just kill him. It had to be fast. The depressed Duce was sat next to an open window with his arms folded, when suddenly, out of the blue, a glider, using a parachute for a brake, crashed into the ground with a loud bang less than 100 yards away. Men began to rush out of the glider and assembled a machine gun. The Duce was in total confusion. For all he knew, this could have been the English. The guards, too, were equally as confused. The alarm went off, and they rushed to their feet to figure out what was going on. Another glider landed a mere 20 yards from the Duce's window. Out stepped Skorzeny, and he shouted, "Away from the window," and rushed towards the hotel lobby. The 6'4" giant SS man barged right through the hotel doors and literally bowled over the little Italian guards who tried to stop him. He went right through them and sprinted up the staircase 3 steps at a time. The guards could only watch on, utterly paralysed. The Germans had an Italian general with them who urged them not to shoot, and no Italian wanted to be the man who killed their Duce, the one most of them loved so much. Those that did not love Mussolini probably feared getting a bullet in the back of the head from their own men if they dared try to stop the rescue, and so they did nothing. Soon enough, Skorzeny burst through Mussolini's door to find the still rather confused Duce standing in the middle of the room. The Italian commander, standing next to the Duce, was then asked to surrender. Skorzeny gave him a minute to do so. In less time than that, the man returned with a goblet of red wine and bowed politely with the words, quote, "To the victor," end quote. Skorzeny looked to Mussolini and shouted out excitedly, quote, "Duce, the Führer has sent me, you are free," end quote. Mussolini's face lit up as if the depression that had swallowed him up for so long had suddenly gone away, and he hugged Skorzeny emotionally, shouting out with glee, quote, "I knew my friend Adolf Hitler would not abandon me," end quote. On the way to the plane, the Duce simply couldn't stop smiling and kept thanking his liberators repeatedly. Hibbert writes, quote, "He spoke in a clear voice, but Skorzeny was shocked by his appearance. He wore a shabby, badly fitting suit and looked very ill. He was unshaven and seemed to have aged many years since Skorzeny had last seen him standing proudly on the balcony of Palazzo Venezia. Looking down now on his stubbly hairs of his head, the Austrian was reminded of its former smooth and massive grandeur. Only his large dark eyes seemed to be those of a man of power and influence." End quote. Mussolini asked Lieutenant Faiola to come with him, and he obligingly accepted. When it came time for departure, however, Faiola turned to his Duce and said, quote, "Duce, I have a wife and child. If you don't mind, I would rather stay here." End quote. Mussolini replied in a harsh voice, quote, "Very well then, stay." End quote. Hibbert again writes, quote, "Outside the hotel, the staff were lined up as servants once were in country houses to bid farewell to an honoured guest. Mussolini shook hands with each one in turn, saying a few words with the dictator's condescension, at once gracious and remote. They had expected this proud and aloof courtesy from the first, but he had not previously shown it. 'Thank you very much,' he said finally and distantly to them. 'I shall never forget you.' He walked away to the Storch, while the German soldiers and the Carabinieri too stood swiftly to attention, saluting him in the fascist manner, shouting loudly, 'Duce, Duce, Duce!' End quote. Mussolini recalled, quote, 'The captain who was to pilot me came forward, a very young man named Gerlach, an ace. Before getting into the machine, I turned to wave to the group of my guards. They all seemed stunned. Many of them were sincerely disturbed. Some even had tears in their eyes." End quote. Mussolini helped clear some rocks from the runway before diving into the recon plane. Skorzeny insisted on joining him, and given his size, the plane quickly became overcrowded and extremely heavy. The takeoff was a risky one, but regardless, off they went over the cliff. Once the plane rose up into the sky and reappeared, the watching Germans let out a roaring cheer. At first, the flight was quiet, and the Duce looked pale, almost certainly from the dramatic takeoff. Soon, however, he began to speak, pointing out features of the countryside below, telling Skorzeny what had happened to him in the towns and villages over which they were currently flying. Within an hour, the plane touched down in Rome before continuing on to Vienna. Mussolini and Skorzeny headed to the Hotel Continental, where a suite was waiting for them. At midnight, the phone rang. It was the Führer. Back in Germany, Hitler had been pacing around like a caged lion waiting for the outcome of the raid, and when he got word of its success, he jumped around and went into an excited frenzy, much like he had when France fell in 1940. Over the phone, he beamed out, quote, "You have performed a military feat which will become a part of history. You have given me back my friend Mussolini." End quote. By morning, the Duce seemed completely regenerated. He no longer talked of retirement, but of the future of fascism, and of the necessity of making it a republican movement. Quote, "I made one mistake and have had to pay the price. I never understood that the Italian royal house was my enemy, and would remain so. I should have made Italy a republic after the end of the Abyssinian campaign." End quote. Skorzeny noted that Mussolini now seemed like a man of hope and of resolution. The Duce was to be taken to the Führer. First, however, there was a quick stop in Munich. In a separate raid that had occurred at the same time as Mussolini's, his family had also been rescued, and in Munich they waited to greet him. Rachel was, quote, "shaken by his deathly pallor," end quote. She asked him what his plans were now, and he replied, quote, "I am determined not to abandon my course of action, and to do what may still be possible to save the Italian people," end quote. Here he spent the night with his family, and had a much-needed bath. Rachel recalled, quote, "His socks were sticking to his feet," end quote. Edda Mussolini saw her father too, and begged him to go and see her husband, Count Ciano, who was also in Munich. He had attempted to flee Italy, and begged the Germans for a visa for him and his family to Spain or South America. He claimed to have repented for his betrayal of the Duce, and according to Edda, he had a full explanation for his conduct. The Duce eventually relented, and said that he would grant Ciano a short interview in a few days' time. Nothing would change Rachel's mind, however. She said to her husband, quote, "I hate him. I would like to kill him," end quote. Before this interview ever took place, however, the Duce had to go see someone far more important, and their conversation together would seal Ciano's fate forever. This someone, the Führer, had no interest in letting Ciano go anywhere. Edda had turned up in Germany and begged the Germans to let her and her husband emigrate. Hitler politely told her no. This was because the Germans had intercepted a letter from Edda to her father, in which she was threatening him, saying that if he did not get her out of Germany, then she would, quote, "cause the name of her father to be cursed throughout the world," end quote. Hitler and Goebbels had paced around for hours that night, wondering what on earth Edda possessed that she could use against her father, and whatever it was seemed to have a complete hold over the Duce. When Hitler met his old friend again, he kindly advised him to get his family affairs in order. Soon enough, the Duce was whisked off to East Prussia, where the Führer was stood waiting for him. They embraced warmly and stood hand in hand on the airstrip for some time, before Hitler thanked Skorzeny personally. Skorzeny had become both a hero to the German people and a historical figure overnight. Goebbels wrote, quote, I have the feeling that fortune smiles on us again. The liberation of the Duce has created an enormous sensation in the fatherland and abroad. One can say that virtually no other military event in the entire war has so profoundly shaken people's minds. We can celebrate a moral victory of the First Order." End quote. The meeting between the two dictators in private was less friendly. The Duce's ambitions, which had come flooding back to him, had suddenly died again. Hitler found him depressed and hopeless, a broken man. The Führer asked him what he planned to do now, to which the Duce suggested that he should retire from politics in order to avoid a civil war in Italy. Hitler could only reply, "Nonsense," and state that such an idea was quite out of the question. He then began to explain the alternative to Mussolini. There was no one they could trust, and so, if Mussolini would not do the job, then northern Italy would be ruled by harsh German martial law. The alliance had always been between Hitler and Mussolini, not Germany and Italy. Now this was especially the case. Much as before, only Mussolini could save his country from being crushed between the Allies and Germany. It was perhaps too late though. Eventually, Mussolini was forced to accept Hitler's logic. Later in the trip, he would return to Hitler, and as if to display that he was in fact now a mere vassal, said in a bitter tone, quote, "I have come for my instructions," end quote. To add insult to injury, Hitler insisted on being given the northeastern provinces of Alto Adige, Bolzano, Trent and Belluno to, quote, "safeguard against an attack through Yugoslavia," end quote. In terms of the new Italian vassalage, Hibbert writes, quote, "Later on, Italy might have to give up Dalmatia, Trieste and Istria. As Germany was now fighting virtually alone on Italy's behalf, there would have to be reorganization too in the economic and industrial fields. Installations and industrial machinery would have to be evacuated north of the Alps. More Italian labour would have to be supplied to German farms and factories, and German reparations eventually paid. More immediately, certain fascists would have to be removed from their offices, and of course, the traitors of July the 25th tried and executed," end quote. And later, quote, "The only concession which Mussolini was able to obtain was freedom of action in Italian internal affairs, but even this freedom was to be carefully controlled," end quote. After the meeting, Hitler could not disguise his disappointment in the new Mussolini. He trusted him so little now, in fact, that Mussolini was not allowed to place the capital of his new social republic in Milan or Rome. Instead, it would be Salo, right by the new German border. It was not a lack of trust in the sense of betrayal, however, but rather in terms of competence. He had to be close by to keep an eye on him. Hitler said to his regular circle of friends that he would chat to, quote, "I admit I was deceived. It has turned out that Mussolini is only a little man," end quote. Hitler, however, was very prone to exaggeration in private with friends. The respect that he once held for Mussolini may have been heavily diminished, decimated even, but it would never fully go away. Their destinies were linked, after all. One issue in particular plagued Hitler. The Duce, for some reason, seemed to lack all determination to take revenge on those who had betrayed him and plunged Italy into chaos. Mussolini seemed instead to be placing as much blame as possible on the king, as opposed to those who had actually plunged the dagger into his back, his own fascists. When Mussolini made reference to the fact that Ciano was his daughter's husband, the Führer snapped, quote, "That makes his treachery all the graver. I must be very clear. The apparent condonement of treachery in Italy would have profound effects elsewhere," end quote. On the 17th of September, the Duce of the Italian Social Republic returned to Munich and saw his family. His wife wrote, quote, "Physically he looks a little better, but there is a bitter expression in his eyes which betrays his mental torment," end quote. He then went off to prepare his speech to the Italian people, which was to be broadcast from Munich that evening. Rachel wrote, quote, "I went with him into the little transmission room fixed up in the Karlplatz. It may seem strange, but this was only the second time he had broadcast. In the past, his speeches were always made in public, though they were relayed by radio. He was not at his best, and before he began, his eyes held mine. After a pause, which it seemed would never end, he began to speak," end quote. The speech was a slurred and often unintelligible mess, in which the Duce told his listeners about his imprisonment and dramatic escape, before going on to tell his people of their duty to follow him in the march to victory. Quote, "After a long silence, once again, my voice reaches you, and I am sure that you recognize it. It is the voice which has summoned you in difficult moments, and has celebrated with you the triumphant days of the Patria," end quote. Pitashi, recently freed from prison in Navarra, fell to her knees and hugged the radio when she heard the voice of her beloved Duce. Goebbels commented that the speech proved that, quote, "Old Hindenburg was undoubtedly right when he said that even Mussolini would never be able to make anything but Italians out of Italians," end quote. Mussolini, however, was no longer out to make anything of Italians. He just wanted them to survive. As he said to Anfuso, quote, "The principal issue is not to win the war, but to end it without losing everything. If we want to survive, we must fight. It is the only way to arrive at the end of the war, saving the nation. I can also fold my arms and say to the Italians and the Germans that I don't want to know anymore. That is not the way to end the war. The Germans will find a way to administer Italy according to their habits, and the only result will be to lose that little respect which remains for Italy as a nation." End quote. On the 27th of September, the new government met for the first time at La Rocca del Carminate, Mussolini's castle near Predappio. This would not be where Mussolini would remain, however. His new residence would be in the small town of Gargnano on Lake Garda, 10 miles from Sarlo, and near Gardone, where D'Annunzio had lived. Hitler insisted on a team of SS minders, neatly called liaison officers, setting up in a nearby villa, and, more invasively, one actually lived in Mussolini's villa. Farrell writes, quote, "The telephone exchange, manned and tapped by the Germans, worked badly. Calls sometimes took a day to be put through. Once a call was through, the line was so bad that it was necessary to shout. The ministries were dotted about all over the north. The foreign ministry, for example, was at Sade, finance at Verona, agriculture at Treviso. For a minister to see Mussolini at Gargnano often required a 2-day trip," end quote. SS General Wolf described Mussolini's new situation, quote, "I did not give him orders, but in practice he could not decide anything against my will and my advice," end quote. As Mussolini would say in November to his private secretary, quote, "It is absurd for these people to pretend to call us allies. I would rather they took off their masks and said that we are an occupied territory and a subject people like all others. That would put an end to the farce and simplify our problems," end quote. The Mussolini women all moved in nearby too. Rachel and their 2 youngest children lived in the villa with the Duce. Potasci, who Rachel now knew about, was situated nearby, much to her annoyance. A favourite mistress of old, Angela Curti Cusiati, and her 21-year-old daughter, too, came to live in Gargnano. The daughter was Mussolini's, and he made sure to see his daughter once a week. The inevitable showdown between Rachel and Clara finally took place in October 1944, now that the former was finally able to keep an eye on what her husband was up to. A huge shouting match kicked off, with Rachel turning up to Clara's house one day, where an SS man had to act as a kind of referee to keep the two from killing each other, whilst liaising with the Duce over the phone. Things got so bad that Clara ended up fainting after receiving the full onslaught from Mrs. Mussolini. Once she came to, with the help of smelling salts, she began to read out the love letters between her and the Duce, to which Rachel went berserk and tried to beat her to a pulp. In the end, the SS man restrained her and got her out. The Duce remained in his office that night to avoid his wife. Of general conditions in the RSI, Farrell writes, quote, "Economically, Italians under Mussolini's puppet regime, however, were much better off than Italians under the kings. In the south, Italians suffered terrible deprivation and rampant inflation after liberation by the Allies, which the Allies did little about. In cities such as Naples, there was epidemics of typhus, lice, nits, crabs, and gonorrhea. The arrival of the Allies was like the arrival of the plague," end quote. Socially too, the Italians in the north entered a new age. The destruction and rebirth of the regime had given fascism a new chance for a new start, and Mussolini tried his best to return fascism to its much more left-wing roots, and thus the word social, not fascist, in the name. His hatred of the bourgeoisie grew as the war progressed. He said to Anfuso, his ambassador in Berlin, quote, "Fascism aims to spare the Italians the class struggle. For this, everyone believed that it wanted to defend the bourgeoisie. They say that I am doing this socialization out of disrespect. I am doing it because this is the only possible moment, and because now, and in this piece of Italy which remains, are the only people who can put it into effect. Maybe out of desperation, but certainly not disrespect. If the workers do not want it, it is because they do not want to continue fighting the war together with the Germans," end quote. The new manifesto that was agreed upon, the so-called Verona Manifesto, took as its guiding principle, quote, "the struggle against the world plutocracies," end quote. Private property was guaranteed, as long as it did not harm, quote, "the physical and moral personality of other men through the exploitation of their work," end quote. Under fascism, before the fall, 3/4 of Italian industry had been nationalised in terms of management, if not in terms of ownership. The new manifesto proposed the full-scale nationalisation of public services, as well as the joint management of enterprise by workers and bosses, who would all be required to join trade unions. The representatives of the workers on the management boards would be elected by the workers themselves. In February 1944, Mussolini's cabinet issued a decree law, which stated that in all private companies with a capital of 1 million lire or more, or 100 employees or more, management would be by an equal number of representatives of labour and capital. Similar arrangements were to be applied to companies already owned by the state. The Duce wrote in November 1943, quote, "Fascism, liberated from all those frills which slowed down its march, and from the too many compromises which circumstances obliged it to accept, has returned to its revolutionary origins in all sectors, and particularly in the social one," end quote. Mussolini would say of his brand of socialism, quote, "The Italian, human, our workable realization of socialism. I say our, insofar as it makes work the only concern of our economy, but rejects the mechanical levelling of everything and everyone, a levelling inexistent in nature and impossible in history," end quote. This was what set Mussolini's socialism apart from the utopian socialism that is far more common. The Duce recognised that all individuals were not equal. In February 1944, Mussolini said of the Germans' reaction to this revolutionary socialism, quote, "Socialization has got on the nerves of the Germans tremendously. It is a toad they have had to swallow. They are not revolutionaries. They do not understand the needs of peoples. We have our pockets full of their new order. Tell me, what does new order mean? Unless they mean Europe as a German protectorate. We do not want a state socialism, the worst of the tyrannies which capitalism can invent. We want to continue the revolution, to reach out to the people with real facts and not idle chat, for a higher social justice. We have already lost too much time. The anti-fascists fear socialization," end quote. All of this talk of revolution was one thing, but action was another. The reality was that the pro-German fascists, the Germans themselves, and the major industrialists would make sure things were easier said than done. Many of the workers themselves, by this point, were not all on board. The ideas may have been great, but it was Mussolini whom they no longer trusted. Royalists, too, obviously didn't fit into the new Republican style of fascism. Despite all that the Italians had gone through, however, the Duce could still count on a great deal of support, but just not as much as he once did. In Milan alone, 50,000 signed up to the new fascist party, the PFR. In 1943 and 44, 300,000 young men responded to the introduction of conscription in the new state too. Farrell writes, quote, "The programme of socialisation never became operative except in one or two places, most notably in the newspaper industry. That he could ever imagine that it could reincarnate popular support for him is a sign of how he had lost touch with the reality of the situation. Only military triumphs could restore the support he had once enjoyed," end quote. Whilst talk of this new fascism went on, however, there was still the matter of dealing with the old. All but 6 of the traitors had by now gone to ground, but both the Germans and the die-hard fascists wanted their heads. Mussolini himself procrastinated. The 6 were Count Ciano, Marshal de Bono, Giovanni Marinelli, Carlo Pareschi, Luciano Gottardi, and Tullio Cianetti. Initially, the Justice Minister opposed putting Ciano and the others on trial. Quote, "Duce, I have analysed the documents, and the charge is not valid. There is not the slightest proof of conspiracy by those who signed the resolution by Grandi and the Royal House. Voting was carried out in the correct manner, and it was you, Duce, who asked for a vote. I assure you that the charge of betrayal can in no way be substantiated in court," end quote. By late November, however, the cabinet had been convinced to hold the trial. On the 26th of December, Edda Mussolini saw her father to convince him to intervene and stop the trial of her husband. She begged him, as her father, and as her children's grandfather, to stop it. The Duce replied, quote, "Before the supreme necessity of Rome, Roman fathers never for a moment hesitated in sacrificing their sons. Here, there is neither father nor grandfather. There is only fascism's Duce," end quote. Edda burst into tears and ran out of the room. It was the last time they ever saw each other. Whilst imprisoned, Ciano smuggled out letters to the king and Churchill via a German lady working for the SS, whom he seduced. In the letter to Churchill, he blamed Mussolini alone, whom he called, quote, "that tragic and vile puppet," end quote, for Italy's entry into the war. In his diary, which he also had smuggled out, he wrote, quote, "Only the base cowardice of Mussolini could tolerate this without protest and pretend not to see it," end quote. Churchill would describe Ciano's letter to him as pathetic. The trial began on the 8th of January 1944 and lasted 2 days. Edda, meanwhile, fled to Switzerland with her lover, whilst her husband faced trial. A few days later, a letter arrived on the Führer's desk, quote, "Führer, twice I believed your word, and twice I have been cheated. Only the soldiers lying on the battlefields prevent me from deserting to the enemy. If my husband is not released, nothing but that will stop me. For some time now, the documents have been held by people authorized to make use of them. If anything were to happen to my husband, me, my children, or my family," end quote. In other letters to Hitler and Mussolini, she threatened to release Ciano's diaries and do everything in her power to bring ruin on both of them. To the Duce on the 9th, she wrote, quote, "If Galeazzo is not in Switzerland in 3 days, I shall make merciless use of all I know," end quote. Edda was essentially tying her own husband's noose. On the 10th of January, the judges found all the defendants guilty and sentenced all of them, except Cianetti, to death. Cianetti was the one who had immediately issued a letter of apology to the Duce after his vote, and had seemingly, genuinely repented. He instead got 30 years in prison. In June 1944, when the Allies occupied Rome, he was released and joined the French Foreign Legion at the age of 49, and fought the Germans till the end of the war. After the war, he would spend the rest of his life in Mozambique. Farrell writes of the guilty verdict, quote, There were, however, 3 facts which made it look as if the defendants were involved in a plot against Mussolini. First, Mussolini had warned the Grand Council that the motion, if approved, would cause the crisis of the regime. That being so, all who voted for the motion knew what the consequences would be. Second, if the 19 who had voted for the motion had not been party to a plot, why then had 13 of them fled? Third, if those who had voted for the motion did not know what its result would be, why then did Chianetti immediately afterwards write to Mussolini to apologise and retract his vote? To the first point, the defendants said that they did not agree with Mussolini's view that the motion would place the regime in crisis, not thinking that the position of the Duce himself was being called into doubt, as Ciano put it, according to a report of the trial in La Stampa. The answer to the second point was obvious. The others had fled because they knew there would be no chance of a fair trial. To the third point, Cianetti's answer was that he had not realised that Grandi aimed to use the motion to overthrow Mussolini until too late. He had not realised Grandi was a traitor until he began to reflect on it afterwards, he said. Other members who voted against the motion, such as Suardo and Scorza, were called as prosecution witnesses, but all had to concede that the true implications of the motion were far from clear. They had voted against it, however, because during the meeting they had the impression that something was scheming against the Duce, or that something not perfectly orthodox was being prepared toward the Duce. But fascism required a scapegoat, and Mussolini now behaved like Pontius Pilate, end quote. The 5 men, condemned to death, wrote to Mussolini seeking clemency. The appeal was not passed on, fearing that the Duce would not grant it. Only De Bono saw the reality. Even if Mussolini did get the appeal, he said, they would have all of them killed anyway. Quote, "It's an empty hope. We have Galeazzo with us," end quote. The death sentence was then hurried along by anyone who had the authority to do so. The Duce did not sleep that night, pacing up and down in his room. At 3 a.m, he telephoned General Wolf, the SS commander in Italy, and asked him if he should intervene. Wolf said he could not tell him what to do officially, but said that his personal view was that he should not. Mussolini then asked what the Führer thought, to which Wolf said that Hitler doubted that Mussolini would carry it out. The Duce then asked, quote, "A failure to execute could harm me in the consideration of the Führer," end quote. Wolf replied, quote, "Yes, and very much so," end quote. Meanwhile, closer to home, Rachel regarded Ciano as a second Brutus and wanted him dealt with, and she let her husband know her opinion clearly and often. At 9 a.m, the 5 condemned men were taken in a bus to Forte San Procolo, where a firing squad was waiting for them. En route, Ciano cursed Mussolini in a bout of uncontrollable rage, until De Bono put a hand on his soldier and told him he should try to die in a state of forgiveness. They were then tied to chairs and promptly shot. Mussolini was informed an hour later. He said, quote, "If I had not had Ciano shot, they would have said without doubt that I wanted to save my son-in-law. Today they will say I have had the father of my grandchildren shot," end quote. Whilst Mussolini never saw his daughter again, he did make sure that his grandchildren were cared for, and he had a priest send money to them and pass on his letters. In January 1945, Edda handed over the Ciano diaries to the American OSS. In April, she sold the newspaper rights to the Chicago Daily News for $25,000. As it turned out, the diaries didn't contain much of interest. Edda had dug her husband a deeper hole for no reason. Don Pansino, the priest who acted as the go-between for the Duce with his grandchildren, would play a far more important role in the Duce's life going forwards, and the two had regular talks about religion. To a delegation of priests in these years, Mussolini said, quote, "I am a Catholic out of conviction," end quote. Other priests have testified that at Gagnano, Mussolini made confession and took mass in private. A journalist at the time peeked at Mussolini's bookshelf to see what he had been reading, and found book after book about Jesus Christ. To Padre Ginepro da Pompiana, the Duce said in December 1943, quote, "As a young man I was a heretic. With the reconciliation, I became religious politically. Now I feel religious also in my intimate life," end quote. The Duce may not have been a perfect man, and indeed, he continued to see his mistress and such. Perhaps, however, the Duce's desire to see less and less of his mistress was the result of religious guilt. Hibbert writes, quote, "In fact, Mussolini saw little of his mistress. Rachel's outbursts of jealous rage were becoming insufferable, and in consequence, he visited Clara less and less. Only occasionally in the evenings, when it was getting dark, did he go to the Vittoriale, but he never stayed long. He drove there in a small Fiat, leaving his official Alfa Romeo in front of the main door of his office in the Villa del Orsolin. The meetings were sad and unsatisfactory," Claretta said. The Vittoriale was damp and cold, the woods outside of it full of German soldiers. There was no happiness anywhere, and no seclusion. Twice he told her that he did not want to come and see her anymore, but she began to cry and begged him not to abandon her, and he gave in, and said that he would come again soon, end quote. His actions may not have matched his thoughts, but it does seem that the Duce had become a true believer. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, the Allies were essentially stuck in the mud. Each step forwards was costly in the extreme, and each new bright idea seemed to bring only minimal gains. Creativity seriously seemed to be lacking. In response, they settled for the usual tactic, the criminal terror bombing of civilians. Between July 1943 and the end of the war, a time in which half of Italy was supposed to be on the Allied side, the Allies slaughtered 64,000 Italian civilians from the air. The Luftwaffe, by comparison, killed only 54,000 British civilians between 1940 and 1945. The cost in architectural, artistic, and historical value in Italy's cities too was incalculable, a true crime against both humanity and history itself. It was only on the 23rd of May 1944 that the Allies broke out from the Anzio beachhead. The road to Rome was now open. The month before, Duce and Führer had met once more on the 22nd to 23rd at Klesheim. Both men could only say the same thing that they had both said for years. The Duce urged peace with Russia. The Führer urged the Duce to wait for German secret weapons. From here, Mussolini went on to Grafenwöhr in Bavaria, where one of the 4 new Italian divisions was being trained. Farrell writes, quote, "For perhaps the first time since his overthrow, he regained real passion. He gave his first speech in public since his overthrow, and it was proof that he had not lost his touch. He said, 'The shame of our betrayal will not be expunged unless we fight the invader who contaminates our soil. You have the privilege of fighting this witch's cauldron of bastard nations who respect nothing and nobody as they invade Italy.' The troops responded to Mussolini's speech with wild applause, and he then insisted on going among them, and they regaled him." End quote. In July 1944, Mussolini decided to return to Germany and visit all 4 divisions before going on to see the Führer at the Wolf's Lair. Here, he planned to demand that the divisions be allowed to leave for Italy so they could fight for their people. Frequent Allied air raid warnings forced the train to stop repeatedly, and everyone had to bail out and rush into the countryside. The Führer, however, had changed his mind about the divisions and was deliberately delaying the Duce's train so he could handle other matters before having to deal with such an awkward subject. At 12:30 p.m, Hitler walked over to the conference hut for his daily war conference, and everyone gathered around the table. Keitel then walked in with General Buell and a one-armed colonel who held a yellow briefcase. It was the 20th of July. Keitel announced, quote, "Mein Führer, this is Colonel Count Schenk von Stauffenberg, who is to brief you on the new divisions." End quote. Soon enough, as we know, that yellow briefcase exploded. Hitler, however, survived, and his meeting with the Duce went ahead. At 2:30 p.m, Mussolini arrived, and the Führer greeted him warmly. Quote, "Duce, I have had the most enormous stroke of good fortune." End quote. Before getting down to business, the Führer showed the Duce the still smoking ruin of the conference hut. "Providence has saved him once again," Hitler said. Mussolini politely replied, quote, "I am absolutely of your opinion. This was a sign from heaven." End quote. Hitler then talked to Mussolini as if nothing had happened and rattled off the usual statistics about Speer's production machine and told the Duce about the upcoming V2 rockets and said that London would be razed to the ground after August, September, or October. He also mentioned that the new U-boats would soon enter service. This, of course, was all too familiar, and Mussolini had heard this 1,000 times before. With his newfound confidence, the Duce put his foot down and wanted practical measures. For once, he actually got his way. Earlier in the day, Keitel had told Graziani that he needed 3 of the 4 Italian divisions for the Eastern Front, which of course caused a violent argument. Now, after the Duce stood up for himself, Hitler agreed for 2 of the divisions to immediately head for Italy. The other 2 came later. He also agreed to begin improving the conditions of the captured Italians in German camps. The later promise, however, was immediately broken. The rest of the meeting was rather awkward, and at 7 p.m, Mussolini was ushered out the door towards the station. As Hitler bid farewell to his old friend at the station, he said, quote, "I know I can count on you. I beg you to believe me when I say that I consider you as my best and perhaps the only friend I have in the world." End quote. Hitler then looked at Mussolini like a woman in love, recalled one German onlooker. The meeting, however, had been a strange one, and Hitler had ranted and raved like a lunatic at times, and seemed to have utterly lost his mind. Hibbert writes, quote, "Mussolini seemed deeply shocked by Hitler's behaviour, and when he said goodbye on his return to Italy, he did not respond to Hitler's emotional words as once he might have done. Undeterred by the Duce's withdrawn coolness, however, Hitler prolonged the farewell and stood holding his hand and staring into his eyes." End quote. Immediately after the Duce left, Hitler gave orders for an air raid shelter to be built near Mussolini's residence. He wanted nothing to happen to his old friend. The Duce, however, would only ever visit it once, and then only to thank the workmen who built it. The 2 dictators whose destinies were linked would never meet again. This had been their 16th and last meeting. They would, however, regularly talk over the phone. Upon his return to Italy, the Duce was even more gloomy and silent than before. Usually the meetings with the Führer would make the Duce feel reinvigorated, yet this time the change was for the worse. Hitler, for once, seemed to have no answers. A month later, the Duce went to the front, where he spent 5 days touring the lines, giving advice to the generals which they did not take, and suggesting counter-offensives which were obviously impractical. Kesselring made it clear that Mussolini's suggestions were not considered important in the slightest. Afterwards, Mussolini would say, quote, "That Kesselring is not worth a fig," end quote. The men, however, both German and Italian, were overjoyed to see the Duce and greeted him with heartfelt cheers. The Germans, in particular, he said had, quote, "gone wild with excitement," end quote. This alone made the trip worth it, and for a short while rejuvenated his will to fight on. Within a week, however, he relapsed back into his usual despondency. His wife and others found him utterly withdrawn, and Mussolini always seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. Rachel wrote, quote, "I could tell by the way he talked from time to time that the deadly struggle between Italians behind the lines was a constant torment to him. Even at meals he sat gloomily and distraught. He would sometimes listen to me in silence, and then ask suddenly, 'What did you say?' end quote." During the winter of 1944-45, Mussolini retreated ever further into himself, in the dense fog at Gargnano. Here he steeled himself for the now inevitable military defeat, and tried to reach out to Switzerland to see if he could get permission for his family to be granted asylum. On the 16th of December, the Duce made his last important speech in Milan. Here he spoke of who the traitors were. It was not the fascists who voted for Grandi, whom he did not mention, but rather the king, the court, defeatist generals, Freemasons and the bourgeoisie. He continued on to speak of his vision of socialization, and said that its aim was to create the largest possible national concord. Finally, he went on to speak of the British alliance with the Soviet Union. Quote, "One day a Soviet ambassador in Rome, Potemkin, told me, the First World War Bolshevized Russia, the Second will Bolshevize Europe. Politically, Albion is already defeated. The Russian armies are on the Vistula and the Danube. That is halfway across Europe. The communist parties, that is, the parties which act in the pay of, and according to the orders of Marshal Stalin, are partially in power in the Western countries. The liberated Greeks, who fire on the English liberators, are merely Russian communists who fire on British conservatives. Churchill must, to use an English expression, be eating his hat and thinking about the entry of Russia in the Mediterranean and Russian pressure on Iran. He must be asking himself if the politics of Casablanca were not truly for poor old England, a politics of failure," end quote. Mussolini would of course be proven quite right. The alliance with the Soviets destroyed Western civilization, to put it bluntly. When the Duce's prophetic speech concluded, the crowd's applause was both spontaneous and deafening. He then went on to tour the bombed areas of Milan, where even more crowds gave him a hero's welcome. The German onlookers were amazed. The Duce clearly had not lost his touch. Rachel recalled, quote, "Had I not heard the frantic cheering on the radio, I could scarcely have believed Benito's account of his experiences when he got back. It simply cannot be true that the whole country is against fascism, or that everyone hates him," end quote. The Duce said to her, quote, "In 20 years of fascism, I have never had such a welcome. For some odd reason, General Montagna, the chief of police, had not been told of my visit till the day before. The proceedings at the La Rosa were broadcast so that all Italy suddenly knew of my presence. When I had finished speaking, the ovation was thrilling, an absolute triumph. As for the crowds, they were like a tidal wave. It was wonderful to be among the people, standing up in the car and to hear their shouts of loyalty," end quote. He chose to remain in Milan for 3 days with his people, but ultimately, almost as soon as he had left, he slunk back into his semi-exile at Gargnano. 5 months later, the same crowd would cheer in Milan as his corpse was strung up before them. He would often speak on the inevitable. On one occasion he said, quote, "I have been a prisoner ever since I was arrested in the King's Villa. There is no longer any escape. To our enemies, we are those who must surrender unconditionally. To the others, we are traitors. I have no illusions about my fate. Life is only a short span in eternity. After the struggle is over, they will spit on me. But later, perhaps, they will come to wipe me clean, and then I shall smile, because I shall be at peace with my people," end quote. By February 1945, Mussolini's German army doctor decided that the Duce was the, quote, "victim of a serious physical and moral collapse," end quote. The next month, the Duce gave a frank interview to Maddalena Mollier, a German photographer and nurse from the embassy at Sarlo. Quote, "Why do you come to interview me, Signora? I am dead. Look at what remains of me. Go for a swim in the lake, sunbathe, enjoy your liberty, and all the beautiful things that life reserves for you. Don't concern yourself with a ghost. This morning, in my room, a little swallow got trapped. It flew about. It flew desperately, until it fell exhausted on my bed. I picked it up in my hands, a little trembling creature. I caressed it, and gradually it calmed down, and in the end it dared to look at me. I went to the window, I opened my hand. It, still stunned, did not understand immediately. Then it opened its wings, and with a cry of joy, it flew to liberty. I will never forget that cry of joy. The only doors that will open for me are those of death, and it is also just. I have erred, and I shall pay. I have never made a mistake following my instinct, but always when I obeyed reason. I do not blame anyone. I do not reproach anyone apart from myself. I am responsible, just as much for the things that I did well that the world can never deny me. As for my weaknesses and my decline, my star has set. I work and make an effort, even though knowing that everything is a farce. I await the end of the tragedy, strangely detached from it all. I don't feel well, and for a year have eaten nothing but slops. I don't drink, I don't smoke. Perhaps I was, after all, only destined to indicate the road to my people. My star has set, but I did not have the strength or the courage to retire in time. Have you ever seen a prudent, calculating dictator? They all become mad. They lose their equilibrium in the clouds, in quivering ambitions and obsessions, and it is actually that mad passion which brought them to where they are. A bravo Borghese would never discomfort himself so much. There is no doubt that we are heading towards, in short, a socialist epoch. I see the salvation of Europe only in a socialist union of European states, a formidable bloc that will defend our civilization and existence against the red materialism of the Bolsheviks, and for us, more or less damaging experiments of the American type. Soon, the German, French, Spanish, Italian question will be of no interest. Only Europe will be of interest. Everyone will realise it. If in time or not, who knows?" End quote. Later, she asked a question about Ciano, to which the Duce replied, quote, "I have been dying since that January morning when he too met his destiny. The agony is atrociously long. I am like the captain of a ship in a storm. The ship is broken up, and I find myself in the furious ocean, on a raft which it is impossible to guide or to govern. No one hears my voice anymore, but one day perhaps the world will listen to me." End quote. As the end approached, the Duce began to talk about God more and more, even on bizarre occasions. In April 1945, Colonel Coleman would approach him to discuss the problems of withdrawal and surrender. The Duce stopped him mid-sentence, in the middle of this important discussion, to randomly say, quote, "Tell me, Colonel, do you believe in God? General Wolfe does." End quote. It seemed that Mussolini not only expected death to come soon, but also a trial. He began to collect documents from September 44 to defend himself in front of a war crimes court, and most importantly to him, before history. On the 9th of January 1945, he wrote to Graziani, quote, "At the moment, I regard as of great importance to place in safety these documents, above all the exchange of letters and the accords with Churchill. These will be the witnesses of the English malafide. These documents are worth more than a war won, because they will explain to the world the real, the only reasons for our intervention on the side of Germany." End quote. Of these supposed documents, Farrell writes, quote, "Despite the absence of actual letters, most Italian historians have an unshakable belief that Churchill and Mussolini did conduct a secret, compromising correspondence both before and during the war, compromising to Churchill, that is. In it, Churchill is said to have made all sorts of attempts to bribe Mussolini with territory to stay out of the war, or, once it had started, to withdraw from it, or at the end of it, to let Mussolini off the hook so that he could concentrate on stopping Stalin in the Balkans. Churchill is also said to have written to Mussolini in June 1940 to say that he understood why Mussolini had declared war on Britain and France, and that this was a good thing because if Hitler won, Mussolini could moderate Hitler's demands on Britain and France at the peace table." End quote. In the back of the Duce's mind, there existed another option. He still might have a role to play. He would often speak on the madness that was Britain's war aims. They had fought for Poland, and yet Poland was now overrun by the Soviets, as was the rest of Eastern Europe. Stalin had been given half of Europe on a plate. Churchill, as Mussolini well knew, was an anti-communist. Mussolini didn't know, of course, that Churchill was being funded to fight a war against the Germans, and so he would stop at nothing less than the utter destruction of that nation, if it meant the money would keep rolling in. It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility, however, at least in Mussolini's mind, that he might have a role to play in the future. Perhaps Churchill would have use of him to help him fight communism. In early 1945, behind the Germans' backs, Mussolini put out peace feelers to the Allies to see if he could reach an agreement. To be fair, the Germans were doing the same thing behind the Italians' backs. These peace feelers, which went via the staunchly anti-communist Vatican, however, went nowhere. The Allies had lost their minds. The Soviets continued to stream ever westwards, and the Anglo-Americans made no moves to stop them. Day by day, European civilization was being lost. On the 12th of April, the Allies crossed the Elbe, and on the 10th and 11th they had broken through the Gothic line in Italy. The Allies began to sweep north across the Lombard plain towards Bologna, Milan, Turin and Venice. The collapse was finally here. On the 15th, Mussolini met with Father Eusebio, an army chaplain whom he knew fairly well. Eusebio recalled that he spoke to him like a dying man making his last confession, and indeed it was the last time they met. Quote, "Say goodbye to me now, Father. "Thank you for the prayers you say for me. Please go on with them, for I have need of them. I know I shall be shot." End quote. On the 16th of April, Mussolini announced that he decided to transfer the government of the RSI to Milan to be nearer events. On the 18th, he set off with his SS minders, leaving his wife and youngest child safely behind. He would never see them again. The Duce said he would be back for her later, and mentioned the possibility of a last stand in the Valtellina, but quote, "I could not find it in me to argue with him." End quote. Potasci, after persistently harassing her SS minder, was allowed to follow the Duce to Milan. Mussolini had two aims. First, he would attempt to make peace with the partisans before the Allied troops arrived. If that failed, however, it was time to leave Milan and go north into the Alps towards Switzerland. There was talk of exile in Switzerland, talk of exile in Spain, and talk of setting up an Alpine redoubt in Valtellina on the Swiss border. No plans were made for the latter of the three, however. Only death or exile remained an option. The Duce's ministers suggested exile to him time and again, yet he kept refusing. A former mistress, now living in Argentina, even reached out and offered to help bring him there. The Duce rejected this angrily. Clara Potasci suggested staging a car crash in which it would be announced that Mussolini had been killed. This too was rejected. The Duce kept telling everyone that he insisted on dying in the Valtellina, despite there being no preparations for a proper final stand there. On the 20th, Mussolini gave his final interview to a journalist named Gian Gaetano Cabella, a die-hard fascist. Mussolini asked, quote, "Do you desire anything from me?" End quote, to which Cabella produced a photograph and asked for it to be signed. He then asked if he might ask him some questions. Quote, "Mussolini got up. He came to me, looking at me in the eyes with an emphasis and expression which I shall never forget. He asked me, all of a sudden, 'Interview or testament?' End quote. The Duce then took the opportunity to begin a lengthy discourse on his political record. He defended his declaration of war against France by saying that if Germany had won, then Italy would have been, quote, "invaded and crushed," end quote, by Germany. Quote, "The truth is simple. I had no pressure from Hitler. Hitler had already won the continental game. He did not need us. But we could not remain neutral if we wanted to maintain that position of parity with Germany, which until then we had had, and," he spoke, as so often nowadays, of secret weapons, end quote. The journalist replied, quote, "But is there any hope? Are there secret weapons?" End quote. The Duce continued, quote, "There are. It would be ridiculous and unforgivable to bluff. If there hadn't been the attempt on Hitler's life last summer, there would have been the time necessary to put into action these weapons. The famous destructive bombs are nearly ready. Just a few days ago, I received very precise news. Perhaps Hitler only wants to strike the blow in the absolute certainty that it will be decisive." End quote. On the 21st of April, Bologna fell to the Allies, and the partisans engaged in an orgy of violence against fascists, or pretty much any ordinary Italians who didn't join their cause. On the 22nd, Mussolini asked Carlo Silvestri, a close friend of his, to write a letter to the Republican and Socialist partisans. Quote, "Since the succession is open, he desires to consign the RSI to the Republicans and not the monarchists, and socialization to the socialists and not the bourgeoisie." End quote. The letter continued on to say that Mussolini would surrender to the socialists and hand over Milan to them bloodlessly. They rejected the offer. On the 23rd, Mussolini saw Potasci, whose parents had by now fled to Spain. The Duce had urged her to go with them, but she had insisted on remaining behind with, and if necessary, dying with, her beloved Duce. The Duce, soon to be cut off, called his family and told them that he would arrange their escape to Switzerland. The offer was given to Potasci too, but she once again refused. The next day, Hitler sent his final message to his old friend, in which he said that the German people, quote, "in its spirit of tenacious disregard for death," end quote, fought on, and that their, quote, "unequalled heroism," end quote, would change the course of the war. Quote, "In this historical moment in which the fate of Europe for future centuries is decided," end quote. In Italy, however, the Germans had long since been trying to agree to a secret surrender of the nation to the Allies, and had basically given up. The Allies, meanwhile, were mere hours away from Milan. On the 25th, Mussolini met with Cardinal Schuster as part of an attempt to broker a deal with the partisan leadership. The Cardinal described the Mussolini he saw that day as a, quote, "man without will, who moves towards his feet without reaction," end quote. Mussolini's terms were that his army and militia would surrender the next day, but among his conditions was that he could withdraw to the Valtellina with 3,000 black shirts. The Cardinal told him to have no illusions, and that the number would be more like 300. The Duce agreed. Conversation was hard until the partisans turned up. The Duce simply seemed like a dead man walking. Hibbert writes, quote, "They spoke of other things, but the brief fire in Mussolini had died, and it was the Cardinal who did most of the talking. He spoke of expiation and atonement, of imprisonment and exile, but Mussolini might not have been listening, although once when Schuster mentioned Napoleon, there was a glint of pleasure in the tired eyes, and once when he spoke of God's forgiveness, they filled with tears. The cardinal gave him a copy of the story of Saint Benedict, and he accepted it gravely, carefully putting it into a brown envelope, end quote. Ironically, Saint Benedict would be made the first patron saint of all Europe by Pope Paul less than 2 decades later, a more united Europe that was on its way to becoming the European Union, just as the Duce had wished, although, perhaps, not with the ideology he had in mind. When the partisan representatives arrived, they just kept demanding unconditional surrender of all fascist forces. Despite this, the Duce was willing to keep talking. When the matter of war criminals was brought up, however, Marshal Graziani rose to his feet and said, quote, No, Duce, let me remind you that we have obligations of loyalty to our ally. We can't abandon the Germans and negotiate a capitulation independently like this. We cannot sign an agreement without the Germans. We can't forget the laws of duty and honour, end quote. The partisans replied, quote, I am afraid the Germans don't seem to have been troubled by the same scruples. We have been discussing terms of surrender for the past 4 days. We've already agreed on all the details, and we are expecting news of the signed treaty at any moment, end quote. The Duce exploded, demanding to see the treaty, and refusing to believe that the Germans had betrayed him in such a manner. The Cardinal, too, was forced to admit that he had known about it. The Duce was left with no cards to play. He erupted, quote, They have always treated us like slaves, and now at the end they have betrayed me, end quote. The Duce said that he had nothing more to agree to until he went to speak with the German consul, and then asked for an hour to consider the committee's demands. He then shouted at his SS minders, quote, Your General Wolf has betrayed us, end quote, and walked out of the talks. The partisans, meanwhile, began to talk of more swift solutions. Quote, Where's Mussolini? Why all this talk? Once Mussolini has been handed over to us, 2 days will be ample to set up a people's tribunal. Summary justice is what we need. We've had enough of this chattering, end quote. Someone then snuck off to tell Mussolini. The Duce, however, had locked himself in his office, turned everyone else out, and locked the door. He had a revolver and was in a wild mood. It seemed that he was about to kill himself. The German commander of the Milan garrison, General Weining, offered him an armed escort. The Duce simply shouted out that, quote, the Germans were traitors and cowards and that he would rather die than ask for their protection, end quote. The Duce, however, was not planning to kill himself. The Roman option hadn't even been contemplated. Immediately upon his return from the talks, he had pointed at a map on his table with a trembling finger and announced, quote, We leave Milan immediately. Destination Como, end quote. Meanwhile, partisans were beginning their reprisals across Milan, and the fascists began to melt away. The Cardinal had expected the Duce to request refuge at the Curia, and he had prepared a room for him, yet the Duce did not ask. He instead chose to flee. Vittorio Mussolini suggested that his father stay in Milan until the Allies arrived, to which Benito erupted, quote, If they think I can be put in the stocks in the Tower of London like a wild beast, or in a cage in Madison Square Garden, they deceive themselves, end quote. At 8 p.m, the Duce and his entourage hastily organised a convoy of cars and a few armoured vehicles and headed off along with his SS escort and a small number of armed black shirts. Among those in the convoy was Clara Batasci, Marcello Batasci and his children, Vittorio Mussolini, Vito Mussolini, son of Arnaldo, the Duce's brother, Graziani, and other key fascists such as Bombasci. The Duce's usual chauffeur had vanished, however, like so many others. Those in the convoy grabbed whatever money, gold, jewellery and useful documents they could and set off. Those in the convoy had no idea where they were going. One of the ministers asked Mezzosoma where they were going, to which Mezzosoma, the Minister for Popular Culture, replied, quote, God knows, perhaps to our death, end quote. The Duce had 2 leather briefcases. One contained proof that Germany had betrayed Italy, the other contained his supposedly damning correspondence with Churchill. On top of this, a lorry in the convoy was literally filled with papers. Hibbert writes, quote, Exactly what all these papers were, no one knew, nor ever afterwards discovered, although several attempts to describe them have been, and doubtless will be, made. Carlo Silvestri, who had helped him fill 2 bags with them in Milan, believed they contained much that would help the Duce's defence in any trial, which he might have to face after the war. They included, he says, proof of how much the Social Republic had done to save northern Italy from the ravages of the Germans, and from civil war. Evidence of the control which the communists had gained over the activities of the partisans, diplomatic papers concerning England's responsibility for the war, papers about Umberto, Hitler, and the trial at Verona. They had certainly been selected with care. For several weeks before he left Gargnano, Mussolini had been gathering together the most important and secret ones, and, on the night of his departure from Milan, one of his secretaries took a motorboat onto Lake Garda and threw overboard all those which he had decided not to preserve, end quote. Apparently the Duce was, quote, desperately concerned about his files, end quote. Whatever was in them, most likely the Churchill documents, as he kept saying, they surely would have caused an absolute bombshell. The lorry, however, was intercepted by partisans and didn't manage to reach Como. For the remaining 2 days of his life, he would repeatedly lament the loss of this lorry, as if he had lost a child. Hibbert writes, quote, Mussolini seemed more distressed by this calamity than by any other, end quote. The convoy stopped for the night in Como. Here, Rachel and his children would also reach Como that night, and the Duce wrote her a letter, quote, "Dear Rachel, I have reached the ultimate phase of my life, the ultimate page of my book. Perhaps we two will never see each other again. Therefore, I write to you and I send you this letter. I ask you to forgive all the bad things that I have involuntarily done to you, but you know that you have been for me the only woman that I have ever truly loved. I swear to you in front of God and our Bruno in this supreme moment, we have to go to the Valtellina. You, with the children, try to get to the Swiss frontier. Up there you can make a new life. I do not think they will refuse to let you in, for I have always been helpful to them, and you have had nothing to do with my politics. Should they refuse, surrender to the Allies, who may be more generous than the Italians. Take care of Anna and Romano, especially Anna, who needs it so badly. You know how I love them. Bruno in heaven will help you. My dearest love to you and the children. Your Benito," end quote. This letter, however, is to be taken with a pinch of salt. Rachel alleged that she had destroyed it, but memorized all the contents. The date on the letter, the 27th of April, is also wrong. If the letter was genuine, it was written on the 25th to 26th of April. The letter casts Mussolini as trying to go to Valtellina, too, which wasn't certain, at least initially. That same night in Como, the Duce received word that the Swiss government would not grant him the entry that he had requested for himself. Before the night was up, the Duce managed to get a hold of Rachel on the telephone. "Rachel, it's you at last," Mussolini exclaimed. She recalled that he had never sounded so apathetic. He told her not to think of him, but of her own safety, and their children's. "But what about your safety?" she protested. The Duce replied dramatically, quote, "I follow my destiny, but you must take the children somewhere safe. I can only repeat what I said in my letter. Forgive me for all the harm I have done you. Your life might have been quiet and happy without me," end quote. Rachel replied, quote, "There are plenty left who are ready to fight for you and Italy. You have lots of followers, and the men around you will do anything for you," end quote. The Duce, however, was more realistic. Quote, "They're all gone, I'm afraid. I'm alone, Rachel, and I realise quite well that all is over," end quote. Before dawn on the 26th, the convoy set off once more. Graziani had now since set off, and been captured it seems, in an arranged fashion by the American OSS. He then duly signed off on the German surrender on behalf of the Italian troops. He did, however, remain loyal to his Duce to the end. He did not reveal where the convoy was, or where it was going. Meanwhile in Milan, Pavellini had rallied a large number of fascist diehards, but by the time their convoy of 200 military vehicles, including some artillery pieces and armoured cars, reached Como, the Duce was already gone. Pavellini went on ahead with Elena Curti, Mussolini's daughter from an earlier affair, and managed to reach the Duce. Here the two talked, and agreed that the convoy would wait for Pavellini whilst he went to get the convoy. They were to meet at Grandola. Grandola, however, was a bizarre choice. It is 10 miles from the Swiss frontier, and the only place to go from there is Switzerland. This was certainly no last stand. Grandola was to the west, the opposite direction to the Valtellina. The hours here ticked by, and there was no sign of Pavellini. As it turned out, Pavellini's men had decided to give up whilst he was away, and had surrendered to the partisans. When he returned to Mussolini, he had only 3 armoured trucks and a few men. Suddenly, a 200-strong Luftwaffe anti-aircraft column arrived, and was heading in the direction of Valtellina. The commanding officer, Lieutenant Hans Vollmeier, agreed to escort Mussolini's convoy north. Mussolini's destination was decided once and for all. At least the Germans knew where they were going. The Italians felt they were in safe hands, and that finding the German convoy had been destiny. At 6 AM on the 27th, the joint convoy set off snaking their way north. Mussolini's confidence began to recover. He exclaimed, quote, "With 200 Germans we can go to the top of the world," end quote. At 7:30 AM in the hamlet of Musso, they ran into a roadblock manned by a handful of partisans. The partisans had come down from the mountains that day because they were desperate for cigarettes, but had heard a large column was heading towards them, so they decided to intercept it. The partisans then opened up a withering fire on the convoy from seemingly every direction, and yet no one was hurt. Pavellini's armoured truck, with a machine gun on top, briefly fired back, dropping one of the partisans with ease. The fire quickly stopped, however. Talks then ensued. Vollmeier told the partisans that they had no interest in fighting, and that they just wanted to return to Germany. This was despite the fact that the few partisans were no match at all for this gigantic convoy. The partisans told him that they would speak with their superiors and that Vollmeier should come with them. The German agreed to do so. The clock began to tick. The reality was that there was no more partisans in the area. They were buying time so reinforcements could arrive. News began to spread too, and local people started milling about. Soon enough, the partisan reinforcements turned up, although even still there wasn't that many of them. Only at 2:30 PM did Vollmeier return. The partisans had agreed to let the Germans in the convoy through. Only the Germans. The partisans had insisted on searching the convoy. Vollmeyer let them. The Italians had been betrayed. The Germans agreed with Mussolini to take him, and only him, further north. They suggested that he disguise himself as a German and hide in one of their trucks, and he duly agreed to do so after a long protest, donning a Luftwaffe corporal's greatcoat and helmet. He held a machine gun between his knees and planted a pair of glasses on his face. The convoy then set off at about 3 p.m. towards Dongo, less than a mile away, where the search was to take place. The other Italians were left behind, furiously shouting at the Germans, quite rightly, calling them traitors. Only Batashi's brother's car with its fake Spanish number plates was permitted to follow. During the search, a partisan noticed something odd about one of the soldiers. He was wearing sunglasses, but the sun was not shining. The face, too, looked oddly familiar, and he decided to take a closer look. The profile was unmistakable. It was the one that every Italian had seen 100 times a day, everywhere, for the past 23 years. It was the Duce. The partisan charged off to tell the man in charge of the search, quote, "Bill, it's the bald big head," end quote. Bill then went to take a look. He went into the truck and tapped the Duce on the shoulder. "Camerata," he shouted to him, and got no response. He then shouted, "Camerata, Benito Mussolini," to which the Duce showed a flicker of a response on his face. This was enough. Bill took the sunglasses off and removed the submachine gun. The Duce let himself be disarmed, and only protested when his briefcases were taken from him. Quote, "Be careful, those cases contain secret documents of great importance both historically and for the future of Italy," end quote. He was then taken to the town hall. Here he was bombarded with questions by the partisans and townspeople swarming around him, such as, "Why did you betray socialism?" To which the Duce responded, quote, "I did not betray it, socialism betrayed itself," end quote. Others rattled in, "Why did you murder Matteotti?" "I had nothing to do with that." "Why did you stab France in the back?" It would take too long to explain why Italy had to enter the war. "Did you make the speech after your release from the Gran Sasso, of your own free will, or were you forced to make it?" "It was forced on me." "Why did you allow such stern measures to be taken against the partisans? Some were tortured, did you know that?" "My hands were tied. There was very little possibility of opposing Kesselring and Wolf in what they did. Again and again, in conversation with General Wolf, I mentioned that stories of people being tortured and other brutal deeds had come to my ears. One day Wolf replied that it was the only means of extracting the truth, and even the dead spoke truth in his torture chambers." The questions continued to come, and the Duce was more than happy to answer them all. To him, these Italians were the same as any others. He loved them all, right or left, fascist or communist, patriot or traitor. The talking made his mouth dry, and he asked for a glass of water and then a cup of coffee, which were given to him. Eventually, when the questions ran out, he fell into silence with his hands on his knees, staring at the wall. Meanwhile, the streets were swarming with people and had taken on the form of a lynch mob atmosphere. As the search continued too, the partisans quickly realised that they had not only the Duce, but pretty much all that was left of his government as well. Lieutenant Vollmeyer, meanwhile, started up his engines and headed off with his Germans on their journey to the fatherland, leaving behind those they had betrayed to meet their fate. The looting of the Italian vehicles began immediately after the prisoners were taken away. A large amount of gold bullion, cash, documents, personal effects, and even the vehicles themselves simply vanished, most of it taken by the partisans. Mussolini was moved twice that night. By now it was pouring with rain. One of the partisans asked him if he wanted to put the German greatcoat he had worn earlier back on, to which the Duce responded, quote, "I never want to see a German uniform again," end quote. He shivered feverishly on the car journey, but to him it was better than wearing the uniform of the traitors. The driver, in a nervous attempt to make conversation, said to his Duce, quote, "This is the second time you've been made a prisoner," end quote. The Duce, by now finding some of his lost spirit in the idea of martyrdom, replied, quote, "That's life, my dear boy. That's my fate. From dust to power, and from power back to dust," end quote. By the time the Duce reached his destination, he seemed strangely happy. He then began to sit and talk with his captors, as if they were his friends, and as if he were not their prisoner. He hadn't eaten for days, and yet when he was sat down at the dinner table with the others, he happily ate and spoke the whole way through. The Duce was back. Hibbert writes, quote, "During and after the meal he spoke to the guards at length, as a garrulous don might have spoken to a party of nervous students. It was not a conversation so much as a lecture. He told the young men about his visit to Russia and of his flight across the limitless waste of steppe. He spoke of Stalin as one of the greatest men living, and of Russia as the real victor of the war. He expounded the natures of Bolshevism and of National Socialism. He foretold the collapse of the British Empire. They listened and they did not interrupt him. Whatever he had become, it was impossible to forget that for more than 20 years he had ruled them. One of them, a young man named Marioni, says that sometimes he looked worried, but never frightened. He did not seem concerned about his fate. He said to me and my mate, "Youth is beautiful, beautiful." My mate smiles at this, and he said, yes, I mean it. Youth is beautiful. I love the young, even when they bear arms against me." He then took out a gold watch and offered it to us. "Take it in memory of me," he said, end quote. When he was given a piece of paper and asked to write that he was being treated well, he willingly did so. Quote, "The 52nd Garibaldi Brigade arrested me today, Friday the 27th of April, in the square of Dongo. The treatment I received during and after the arrest was correct," end quote. At 7 p.m, he asked a partisan to do him a favour. Could he pass on his regards to Clara, he asked. This was the first anyone knew of her presence. After all, no one had really known what she looked like. Pedro, the partisan, agreed to do so. The Duce then asked him, quote, "In your opinion, what will they do with me?" end quote. The reply came from Pedro, quote, "They will put you on trial," end quote. To which the Duce quite rightly responded, quote, "For what?" end quote. Pedro then spent an hour with Patashi. At first, she denied that she knew Mussolini, but then she came clean. Quote, "To become the lover of the Duce, of the man who was then at the apogee of power, had become the secret or confessed ambition of nearly all the signore of high society. I did not want this. I did not look for this. I followed him to Milan, to Como, to Menaggio. I want to die with him. My life would have no point after his death," end quote. She then begged Pedro to take her to see Mussolini. Quote, "I want you to lock me up in the same place with him. I want to share his fate. If you kill him, kill me too," end quote. Pedro, deeply moved, agreed. The two were then allowed to speak briefly before being moved to another location. The Duce asked her why she had followed him, to which she replied, quote, "I would rather be with you," end quote. After reaching their new location, Pedro let Mussolini and Patashi go to bed in an upstairs room together at 5 a.m. There were only 2 guards, but the Duce did not attempt to escape. At some point during the night, the partisan leadership in Milan had gotten word that the Duce had been captured. The order was given to execute him and the other prisoners without trial. The decision cannot have come from them alone. The partisans were completely in league with the Allies and would not have executed Mussolini without their permission. Officially, they were explicitly meant to hand him over alive. Farrell describes the attitude of the Anglo-Italian SOE officer attached to the partisans, Salvadori, quote, "His very carefully worded memoir cannot hide the thrust of his message to the partisan leadership. If you want to top him, get on with it," end quote. After the war, too, the Allied authorities made no effort to capture any of the Italians, and they openly boasted about the partisans slaughtering them. David Irving quite rightly suggests that the strategy in Italy was simply to bump off as many key fascists as possible, especially ones who knew too much, including the most obvious example. The same is almost certainly the case with Heinrich Himmler in Germany. There were many sides of the story, which Churchill especially did not want the world to hear. It is by no means a proven theory, but I certainly lean towards the belief that it was the Allies who ordered the execution, or more specifically, Winston Churchill and the British SOE. On the 28th at 2 p.m, Pedro was informed by a Colonel Valerio that his mission was to execute Mussolini and the other fascists. Pedro then asked about Patashi. Surely she didn't deserve to die, he said. Valerio replied, quote, "She has been his consigliere all these years and inspired his politics. She is as responsible as him. It is not I who have condemned her. She has already been condemned," end quote. Pedro immediately caved in, and the assassins set off to fetch the Duce and his mistress. When they arrived, they told the duo that they had come to take them to safety, to which the Duce sarcastically replied, quote, "Wow, really, how kind of you," end quote. Mussolini was up, but Patashi was in bed. She could not find her underwear. "No time for that," Valerio said, and rushed the duo to the car, effectively shoving them down the stairs. The family, whom they had been billeted with, had quite liked Clara especially, and when the woman of the house saw them drive away, she crossed herself and went upstairs. There, she found that both the sheets and the pillowcases were smeared with grey marks from mascara-stained tears. After a short while, the car stopped in front of a house called the Villa Belmonte. Valerio told the duo to get out, and then he did the same with his gun before levelling it at the duo. It was obvious what was to come. Clara, however, was not so calm. She screamed, quote, "No, no, you mustn't do it, you mustn't," end quote, and began to stand in front of her lover, jumping up and down before throwing her arms around the Duce. Valerio then squeezed the trigger, and Clara rushed at him, grabbing the barrel of the gun in both hands. Valerio kept pulling the trigger, but the gun jammed. He pulled another gun from his pocket and fired, but this, too, was jammed, and so he demanded a gun from one of the others, who handed him a submachine gun. Mussolini simply stared at them blankly, almost mocking them during this farce of an execution, which the partisans had obviously practiced in their heads so many times. "Aim for the heart," the Duce calmly said. Valerio then opened fire on them at point-blank range with his submachine gun. The first shot killed Clara, who fell to the ground without a sound. The next hit the Duce, who slid slowly to the ground. He was not dead. Valerio walked up to him and shot him again in the chest. He now lay silent. It was 10 minutes past 4 on the 28th of April. Valerio, obviously using a line he had practiced and forgetting how much of a farce he had just made of the execution, said, quote, "Look at his expression. Doesn't it suit him?" End quote. Another said, quote, "Accidents can't be helped." End quote. The entire ordeal had been so bungled, it was almost cringeworthy. The bodies were left on the road and guarded by 2 partisans. The bloodshed, however, had only just begun. Farrell writes, quote, "He returned to Dongo, arriving just before 5 p.m. Pedro was angry that he had not brought them to the town hall as agreed, but had already shot them. Not that he did anything to try to stop Odissio, now dispensing summary justice in the name of the Italian people to the Gerarchs. Odissio organised a firing squad and lined them up on the pavement alongside Lake Como, and ordered them to face the lake so that they could be shot in the back. It is most unlikely that any of those now looking out over Lake Como and the snow-capped mountains beyond, as they awaited death, would have been imprisoned, let alone condemned to death if they had gone on trial, except Pavellini, the party secretary. There were 16 altogether. Not all were even Gerarchs. They included Bombacci, co-founder of the Italian Communist Party, with Gramsci and Togliatti. Latterly, Mussolini's Rasputin, and Petacci's brother, Marcello, who, though a criminal, was not a war criminal and had never been involved in politics." End quote. The bodies were then dumped on a truck, which then sped off to collect the bodies of Mussolini and Petacci. In the middle of the night, all 18 bodies were dropped off in Piazzale Loreto in Milan. Here, 15 partisans had been executed by a firing squad in August 1944. The scenes that followed were barbaric. In the morning, a Sunday, a crowd formed and the bodies were kicked, battered, spat on, urinated on, and then hung upside down from the girders of the roof over a petrol station. Mussolini was strung up first, his head deformed and caved in. The crowd let out an immense cheer. Next was Petacci, whose dress immediately fell down. She had no underwear on. Some woman in the crowd then tied a rope to the skirt to keep it up. 7 bodies in all went up on the girders. The frenzied crowd danced and skipped around them. The journalist, Montanelli, was there. He wrote that the scene, quote, "dishonoured those who wanted it, those who consented to it, and the crowd which indecently attacked the wretched corpses, insulted them, spat on them, and soiled them in even worse ways. It raged exultantly, the popolo against him whom it had acclaimed until not many months beforehand." End quote. An American army camera crew filmed the scenes, laughing and joking with the partisans as the bodies were strung up. The bodies of the Duce and his loyal ministers were just the start too. Thousands of others were massacred in Milan alone by the frenzied hordes who had done little to achieve their own liberation. Almost always woefully ineffective, the partisans had done little until the final moments before Italy fell to the Allies. Their numbers until then were negligible. Their entire cause and history is a myth. The Duce and the fascists, brought to power and adored by the nation for so many years, however, did not have to invent their history. The Italian people, and especially the Milanese, had loved him and adored him, until just weeks before his death. All across the country, they were now butchering tens of thousands of their own countrymen for supporting the very man they too had supported just weeks ago. The very man who had offered to surrender northern Italy to them, not the Allies. In the east, Tito's communist hordes were slaughtering tens of thousands of Italians, simply for being Italians. Most normal Italians just tried to stay inside and keep their heads down. To them, the average Italian, it must have seemed like the world had gone mad. The body of the Duce was buried in an unmarked grave in Milan. Word, however, quickly got out. The animals who had defiled him already, many reasoned, would surely never allow him to rest, and would do the same again. The Duce's remains were then transferred to a monastery near Milan. They remained here until 1957, when Prime Minister Zoli, the second citizen of Prodapio to become Prime Minister, agreed that they could be transferred back home. Rachel Mussolini presided over the final burial inside a stone tomb in the Mussolini family crypt at the cemetery. Until this day, the tomb is visited by tens of thousands of the Duce's devoted followers every year. The story, however, does not end here. I must add that believing private revelation is not obligatory in the Catholic Church and will not affect your salvation. In 1924, the Duce had written to St. Padre Pio, quote, "Dear and beloved brother, I testify of your love for the truth. 1. It has brought me back to God. 2. Your faith is my object of my preparation for reconciliation. From fascist to fascist, believe me yours, Mussolini." End quote. Then, and later, the Duce did a lot for the Catholic Church, and thanks to the Lateran Accords, Catholicism in Italy had been completely reinvigorated. On a personal level, the Duce had had a troubled life with the faith, and had said many things against the Church in times of anger, especially when dealing with the notoriously stubborn Pius XI. He had, however, embraced the faith, and by the end of his days became a true believer, even if he did not live a perfectly pious life. Safe to say, Catholics all over Italy and beyond would have been praying for the soul of Benito Mussolini once he passed away. Blessed Elena Aiello, when the Duce was still alive, sent him a letter describing what she said Jesus had told her in a vision. Quote, "I sent Benito Mussolini to preserve Italy from the precipice because of my vicar on earth. Otherwise, by now, she would be worse off than Russia. I have always shielded him from many dangers. He must now keep Italy out of the war, because Italy is a civilized country and it is the dwelling place of my vicar on earth. If he is willing to do this, he shall receive many favours, and I shall make all nations respect him. But since he has made up his mind to go to war, tell him that, if he doesn't prevent it, he will be punished by my divine justice." End quote. A few years after the Duce's death, Blessed Edvige Carboni, a Catholic mystic, had a strange visitor. She wrote in her diary, quote, "While I was praying in front of the crucifix, a person appeared to me suddenly all in flames. I heard a voice say, 'I am Benito Mussolini. The Lord has allowed me to come to you in order to get some relief from my sufferings in purgatory. I beg you, as an act of charity, to offer for me all your prayers, sufferings and humiliations for 2 years, if your director allows it. God's mercy is infinite, but so is his justice. One cannot enter heaven until one has paid the last penny of the debt owed to divine justice. Purgatory is terrible for me, because I waited until the last moment to repent." End quote. In 1951, she wrote again in her diary, quote, "One spring day in 1951, Jesus told me after Holy Communion, 'This morning, the soul of Benito Mussolini has entered into heaven.'" End quote. Around the same time, too, Blessed Mother Speranza said that she, quote, "saw Mussolini's soul sparkling in heaven." End quote. In the 1950s, Rachel Mussolini herself went to visit St. Padre Pio. She asked, quote, "What about my husband? Did he save his soul?" End quote. The saint replied, quote, "Did he not tell you in a dream? Stand up, pious woman, and go in perfect peace. Your husband is safe. Think of saving yourself." End quote. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you did make it all the way to the end here, then please do leave a like, it helps a lot. These videos, especially this one which took months to make, are only possible due to those of you who kindly subscribe to me on Patreon, Subscribestar, or as members here on YouTube. If you aren't already signed up, and you do want to support the channel, join our Discord, or our weekly Paradox games, then please do consider clicking one of the links in the description. Even the $2 tier helps immensely, thank you.